2, 4 Elijah said to him, Elisha, please wait here, for Yahweh has sent me to Jericho. He said, As Yahweh lives and as your soul lives, I will not leave you. So they came to Jericho. 2, 5 The sons of the prophets who were at Jericho came near to Elisha and said to him, Do you know that Yahweh will take away your master from your head today? He answered, Yes, I know it, hold your peace. 2, 6 Elijah said to him, Please wait here, for Yahweh has sent me to the Jordan. He said, As Yahweh lives and as your soul lives, I will not leave you. They too went on. 2, 750 men of the sons of the prophets went and stood over against them afar off, and they too stood by the Jordan. 2, 8 Elijah took his mantle and wrapped it together and struck the waters, and they were divided here and there, so that they too went over on dry ground. 2, 9 It happened when they had gone over that Elijah said to Elisha, Ask what I shall do for you before I am taken from you. Elisha said, Please let a double portion of your spirit be on me. 2, 10 He said, You have asked a hard thing. Nevertheless, if you see me when I am taken from you, it shall be so to you. But if not, it shall not be so. 2, 11 It happened, as they still went on and talked, that behold, there appeared a chariot of fire and horses of fire, which parted them both apart. And Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. 2, 12 Elisha saw it, and he cried, my father, the chariots of Israel and its horsemen. He saw him no more, and he took hold of his own clothes and tore them in two pieces. 2, 13 He took up also the mantle of Elijah that fell from him, and went back and stood by the bank of the Jordan. 2, 14 He took the mantle of Elijah that fell from him, and struck the waters, and said, Where is Yahweh, the God of Elijah? And when he also had struck the waters, they were divided here and there, and Elisha went over. 2, 15 When the sons of the prophets who were at Jericho over against him saw him, they said, The spirit of Elijah does rest on Elisha. They came to meet him, and bowed themselves to the ground before him. 2, 16 They said to him, See now, there are with your servants 50 strong men. Let them go, we pray you, and seek your master, lest the spirit of Yahweh has taken him up and cast him on some mountain or into some valley. He said, You shall not send. 2, 17 When they urged him until he was ashamed, he said, Send. They sent therefore 50 men, and they sought 3 days, but didn't find him. 2, 18 They came back to him while he stayed at Jericho, and he said to them, Didn't I tell you, don't go? 2, 19 The men of the city said to Elisha, Behold, we pray you, the situation of the city is pleasant, as my lord sees, but the water is bad and the land miscarries. 2:20 He said, Bring me a new jar and put salt therein. They brought it to him. 2:21 He went forth to the spring of the waters, and cast salt therein, and said, Thus says Yahweh, I have healed these waters. There shall not be from there any more death or miscarrying. 2:22 So the waters were healed to this day, according to the word of Elisha which he spoke. 2:23 He went up from there to Bethel. And as he was going up by the way, some youths came out of the city and mocked him, and said to him, Go up, you baldy, go up, you bald head. 2:24 He looked behind him and saw them, and cursed them in the name of Yahweh. 2 female bears came out of the woods and mauled 42 of those youths. 2:25 He went from there to Mount Carmel, and from there he returned to Samaria. 3:1 Now Jehoram the son of Ahab began to reign over Israel and Samaria in the 18th year of Jehoshaphat king of Judah, and reigned 12 years. 3:2 He did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, but not like his father and like his mother. For he put away the pillar of Baal that his father had made. 3:3 Nevertheless he cleaved to the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin. He didn't depart from it. 3:4 Now Mesha king of Moab was a sheep breeder, and he rendered to the king of Israel the wool of 100,000 lambs and of 100,000 rams. 3:5 But it happened, when Ahab was dead, that the king of Moab rebelled against the king of Israel. 3:6 King Jehoram went out of Samaria at that time, and mustered all Israel. 3:7 He went and sent to Jehoshaphat the king of Judah, saying, The king of Moab has rebelled against me. Will you go with me against Moab to battle? He said, I will go up. I am as you are, my people as your people, my horses as your horses. 3:8 He said, Which way shall we go up? He answered, The way of the wilderness of Edom. 3:9 So the king of Israel went, and the king of Judah, and the king of Edom, and they made a circuit of 7 days' journey, and there was no water for the army, nor for the animals that followed them. 3:10 The king of Israel said, Alas, for Yahweh has called these 3 kings together to deliver them into the hand of Moab. 3:11 But Jehoshaphat said, Isn't there here a prophet of Yahweh, that we may inquire of Yahweh by him? One of the king of Israel's servants answered, Elisha the son of Shaphat is here, who poured water on the hands of Elijah. 3:12 Jehoshaphat said, The word of Yahweh is with him. So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat and the king of Edom went down to him. 3:13 Elisha said to the king of Israel, What have I to do with you? Get you to the prophets of your father, and to the prophets of your mother. The king of Israel said to him, No, for Yahweh has called these 3 kings together to deliver them into the hand of Moab. 3:14 Elisha said, As Yahweh of armies lives before whom I stand, surely, were it not that I regard the presence of Jehoshaphat the king of Judah, I would not look toward you nor see you. 3:15 But now bring me a minstrel. It happened when the minstrel played that the hand of Yahweh came on him. 3:16 He said, Thus says Yahweh, make this valley full of trenches. 3:17 For thus says Yahweh, you shall not see wind, neither shall you see rain. Yet that valley shall be filled with water, and you shall drink, both you and your livestock and your animals. 3:18 This is but a light thing in the sight of Yahweh. He will also deliver the Moabites into your hand. 3:19 You shall strike every fortified city, and every choice city, and shall fell every good tree, and stop all springs of water, and mar every good piece of land with stones. 3:20 It happened in the morning, about the time of offering the offering, that behold, there came water by the way of Edom, and the country was filled with water. 3:21 Now, when all the Moabites heard that the kings had come up to fight against them, they gathered themselves together, all who were able to put on armor, and upward, and stood on the border. 3:22 They rose up early in the morning, and the sun shone on the water, and the Moabites saw the water over against them as red as blood. 3:23 And they said, This is blood. The kings are surely destroyed, and they have struck each man his fellow. Now therefore Moab to the spoil. 3:24 When they came to the camp of Israel, the Israelites rose up and struck the Moabites, so that they fled before them, and they went forward into the land, smiting the Moabites. 3:25 They beat down the cities, and on every good piece of land they cast every man his stone and filled it. And they stopped all the springs of water, and felled all the good trees, until in Kir Hareseth only they left its stones. However, the men armed with slings went about it and struck it. 3:26 When the king of Moab saw that the battle was too severe for him, he took with him 700 men who drew sword to break through to the king of Edom, but they could not. 3:27 Then he took his eldest son who would have reigned in his place, and offered him for a burnt offering on the wall. There was great wrath against Israel, and they departed from him and returned to their own land. 4:1 Now there cried a certain woman of the wives of the sons of the prophets to Elisha, saying, Your servant my husband is dead, and you know that your servant did fear Yahweh, and the creditor is come to take to him my 2 children to be bondservants. 4:2 Elisha said to her, What shall I do for you? Tell me, what have you in the house? She said, Your handmaid has nothing in the house except a pot of oil. 4:3 Then he said, Go, borrow you vessels abroad of all your neighbors, even empty vessels, borrow not a few. 4:4 You shall go in and shut the door on you and on your sons, and pour out into all those vessels, and you shall set aside that which is full. 4:5 So she went from him and shut the door on her and on her sons. They brought the vessels to her, and she poured out. 4:6 It happened when the vessels were full that she said to her son, Bring me yet a vessel. He said to her, There isn't another vessel. The oil stayed. 4:7 Then she came and told the man of God. He said, Go, sell the oil and pay your debt, and live you and your sons of the rest. 4:8 It fell on a day that Elisha passed to Shunem, where there was a great woman, and she constrained him to eat bread. So it was that as often as he passed by, he turned in there to eat bread. 4:9 She said to her husband, See now, I perceive that this is a holy man of God that passes by us continually. 4:10 Let us make, please, a little chamber on the wall, and let us set for him there a bed, and a table, and a seat, and a lampstand. And it shall be, when he comes to us, that he shall turn in there. 4:11 It fell on a day that he came there, and he turned into the chamber and lay there. 4:12 He said to Gehazi his servant, Call this Shunammite. When he had called her, she stood before him. 4:13 He said to him, Say now to her, Behold, you have been careful for us with all this care. What is to be done for you? Would you be spoken for to the king, or to the captain of the army? She answered, I dwell among my own people. 4:14 He said, What then is to be done for her? Gehazi answered, Most certainly she has no son, and her husband is old. 4:15 He said, Call her. When he had called her, she stood in the door. 4:16 He said, At this season, when the time comes round, you shall embrace a son. She said, No, my lord, you man of God, do not lie to your handmaid. 4:17 The woman conceived and bore a son at that season, when the time came round, as Elisha had said to her. 4:18 When the child was grown, it fell on a day that he went out to his father to the reapers. 4:19 He said to his father, My head, my head. He said to his servant, Carry him to his mother. 4:20 When he had taken him and brought him to his mother, he sat on her knees until noon and then died. 4:21 She went up and laid him on the bed of the man of God, and shut the door on him, and went out. 4:22 She called to her husband, and said, Please send me one of the servants, and one of the donkeys, that I may run to the man of God and come again. 4:23 he said, Why will you go to him today? It is neither new moon nor Sabbath. She said, It shall be well. 4:24 Then she saddled a donkey, and said to her servant, Drive and go forward, don't slacken me the riding, except I bid you. 4:25 So she went, and came to the man of God to Mount Carmel. It happened, when the man of God saw her afar off, that he said to Gehazi his servant, Behold, yonder is the Shunammite. 4:26 Please run now to meet her, and ask her, Is it well with you? Is it well with your husband? Is it well with the child? She answered, It is well. 4:27 When she came to the man of God to the hill, she caught hold of his feet. Gehazi came near to thrust her away, but the man of God said, Let her alone, for her soul is troubled within her, and Yahweh has hid it from me and has not told me. 4:28 Then she said, Did I desire a son of my Lord? Didn't I say, Do not deceive me? 4:29 Then he said to Gehazi, Gird up your waist and take my staff in your hand and go your way. If you meet any man, don't greet him, and if anyone greets you, don't answer him again, and lay my staff on the face of the child. 4:30 The mother of the child said, As Yahweh lives, and as your soul lives, I will not leave you. He arose and followed her. 4:31 Gehazi passed on before them, and laid the staff on the face of the child, but there was neither voice nor hearing. Therefore he returned to meet him, and told him, saying, The child has not awakened. 4:32 When Elisha was come into the house, behold, the child was dead, and laid on his bed. 4:33 He went in therefore, and shut the door on them both, and prayed to Yahweh. 4:34 He went up, and lay on the child, and put his mouth on his mouth, and his eyes on his eyes, and his hands on his hands. And he stretched himself on him, and the flesh of the child grew warm. 4:35 Then he returned, and walked in the house once back and forth, and went up and stretched himself on him. And the child sneezed 7 times, and the child opened his eyes. 4:36 He called Gehazi, and said, Call this Shunammite. So he called her. When she was come in to him, he said, Take up your son. 4:37 Then she went in, and fell at his feet, and bowed herself to the ground, and she took up her son, and went out. 4:38 Elisha came again to Gilgal. There was a dearth in the land, and the sons of the prophets were sitting before him, and he said to his servant, Set on the great pot, and boil stew for the sons of the prophets. 4:39 One went out into the field to gather herbs, and found a wild vine, and gathered of it wild gourds his lap full, and came and shred them into the pot of stew, for they didn't recognize them. 4:40 So they poured out for the men to eat. It happened, as they were eating of the stew, that they cried out and said, Man of God, there is death in the pot. They could not eat of it. 4:41 But he said, Then bring meal. He cast it into the pot, and he said, Pour out for the people, that they may eat. There was no harm in the pot. 4:42 There came a man from Baal Shalisha, and brought the man of God bread of the first fruits, 20 loaves of barley, and fresh ears of grain in his sack. He said, Give to the people, that they may eat. 4:43 His servant said, What should I set this before 100 men? But he said, Give the people, that they may eat. For thus says Yahweh, They shall eat and shall leave of it. 4:44 So he set it before them, and they ate and left of it, according to the word of Yahweh. 5:1 Now Naaman, captain of the army of the king of Syria, was a great man with his master, and honorable, because by him Yahweh had given victory to Syria. He was also a mighty man of valor, but he was a leper. 5:2 The Syrians had gone out in bands, and had brought away captive out of the land of Israel a little maiden, and she waited on Naaman's wife. 5:3 She said to her mistress, Would that my lord were with the prophet who is in Samaria. Then would he recover him of his leprosy. 5:4 One went in and told his lord, saying, Thus and thus said the maiden who is of the land of Israel. 5:5 The king of Syria said, Go now, and I will send a letter to the king of Israel. He departed, and took with him 10 talents of silver, and 6,000 pieces of gold, and 10 changes of clothing. 5:6 He brought the letter to the king of Israel, saying, Now when this letter is come to you, behold, I have sent Naaman my servant to you, that you may recover him of his leprosy. 5:7 It happened, when the king of Israel had read the letter, that he tore his clothes, and said, Am I God, to kill and to make alive, that this man does send to me to recover a man of his leprosy? But consider, I pray you, and see how he seeks a quarrel against me. 5:8 It was so, when Elisha the man of God heard that the king of Israel had torn his clothes, that he sent to the king, saying, Why have you torn your clothes? Let him come now to me, and he shall know that there is a prophet in Israel. 5:9 So Naaman came with his horses and with his chariots, and stood at the door of the house of Elisha. 5:10 Elisha sent a messenger to him, saying, Go and wash in the Jordan 7 times, and your flesh shall come again to you, and you shall be clean. 5:11 But Naaman was angry, and went away, and said, Behold, I thought, he will surely come out to me and stand and call on the name of Yahweh his God, and wave his hand over the place and recover the leper. 5:12 12 Aren't Abana and Pharpar, the rivers of Damascus, better than all the waters of Israel? May I not wash in them and be clean? So he turned and went away in a rage. 5:13 His servants came near and spoke to him, and said, My father, if the prophet had bid you do some great thing, wouldn't you have done it? How much rather then, when he says to you, Wash and be clean? 5:14 Then went he down and dipped himself 7 times in the Jordan, according to the saying of the man of God, and his flesh came again like the flesh of a little child, and he was clean. 5:15 He returned to the man of God, he and all his company, and came and stood before him. And he said, See now, I know that there is no God in all the earth, but in Israel. Now therefore, please take a present from your servant. 5:16 But he said, As Yahweh lives, before whom I stand, I will receive none. He urged him to take it, but he refused. 5:17 Naaman said, If not yet, please let there be given to your servant 2 mules burden of earth. For your servant will henceforth offer neither burnt offering nor sacrifice to other gods, but to Yahweh. 5:18 In this thing Yahweh pardon your servant. When my master goes into the house of Rimmon to worship there, and he leans on my hand, and I bow myself in the house of Rimmon, when I bow myself in the house of Rimmon, Yahweh pardon your servant in this thing. 5:19 He said to him, Go in peace. So he departed from him a little way. 5:20 But Gehazi, the servant of Elisha, the man of God, said, Behold, my master has spared this Naaman the Syrian, in not receiving at his hands that which he brought. As Yahweh lives, I will run after him and take somewhat of him. 5:21 So Gehazi followed after Naaman. When Naaman saw one running after him, he alighted from the chariot to meet him, and said, Is all well? 5:22 He said, All is well. My master has sent me, saying, Behold, even now there are come to me from the hill country of Ephraim 2 young men of the sons of the prophets. Please give them a talent of silver and 2 changes of clothing. 5:23 Naaman said, Be pleased to take 2 talents. He urged him and bound 2 talents of silver in 2 bags, with 2 changes of clothing, and laid them on 2 of his servants, and they bore them before him. 5:24 When he came to the hill, he took them from their hand and bestowed them in the house, and he let the men go, and they departed. 5:25 But he went in and stood before his master. Elisha said to him, Whence come you, Gehazi? He said, Your servant went nowhere. 5:26 He said to him, Didn't my heart go with you when the man turned from his chariot to meet you? Is it a time to receive money, and to receive garments, and olive groves and vineyards, and sheep and cattle, and male servants and female servants? 5:27 The leprosy therefore of Naaman shall cleave to you, and to your seed forever. He went out from his presence a leper as white as snow. 6:1 The sons of the prophet said to Elisha, See now, the place where we dwell before you is too strait for us. 6:2 Let us go, we pray you, to the Jordan, and take there every man a beam, and let us make us a place there where we may dwell. He answered, Go you. 6:3 said, Be pleased, I pray you, to go with your servants. He answered, I will go. 6:4 So he went with them. When they came to the Jordan, they cut down wood. 6:5 But as one was felling a beam, the axe head fell into the water, and he cried and said, Alas, my master, for it was borrowed. 6:6 The man of God asked, Where did it fall? He showed him the place. He cut down a stick, threw it in there, and made the iron float. 6:7 He said, Take it. So he put out his hand and took it. 6:8 Now the king of Syria was warring against Israel, and he took counsel with his servants, saying, In such and such a place shall be my camp. 6:9 The man of God sent to the king of Israel, saying, Beware that you not pass such a place, for there the Syrians are coming down. 6:10 The king of Israel sent to the place which the man of God told him and warned him of, and he saved himself there, not once nor twice. 6:11 The heart of the king of Syria was sore troubled for this thing, and he called his servants, and said to them, Won't you show me which of us is for the king of Israel? 6:12 One of his servants said, No, my lord, O king. But Elisha, the prophet who is in Israel, tells the king of Israel the words that you speak in your bedchamber. 6:13 He said, Go and see where he is, that I may send and get him. It was told him, saying, Behold, he is in Dothan. 6:14 Therefore sent he their horses and chariots and a great army, and they came by night and surrounded the city. 6:15 When the servant of the man of God was risen early, and gone forth, behold, an army with horses and chariots was around the city. His servant said to him, Alas, my master, how shall we do? 6:16 He answered, Don't be afraid, for those who are with us are more than those who are with them. 6:17 Elisha prayed and said, Yahweh, please open his eyes that he may see. Yahweh opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw, and behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire around Elisha. 6:18 When they came down to him, Elisha prayed to Yahweh and said, Please smite this people with blindness. He struck them with blindness according to the word of Elisha. 6:19 Elisha said to them, This is not the way, neither is this the city. Follow me, and I will bring you to the man whom you seek. He led them to Samaria. 6:20 It happened when they were come into Samaria that Elisha said, Yahweh, open the eyes of these men that they may see. Yahweh opened their eyes, and they saw, and behold, they were in the midst of Samaria. 6:21 The king of Israel said to Elisha, when he saw them, My father, shall I strike them? Shall I strike them? 6:22 He answered, You shall not strike them. Would you strike those whom you have taken captive with your sword and with your bow? Set bread and water before them, that they may eat and drink and go to their master. 6:23 He prepared great provision for them, and when they had eaten and drunk, he sent them away, and they went to their master. The bands of Syria came no more into the land of Israel. 6:24 It happened after this, that Benhadad king of Syria gathered all his army, and went up, and besieged Samaria. 6:25 There was a great famine in Samaria. And behold, they besieged it, until a donkey's head was sold for 80 pieces of silver, and the fourth part of a cab of doves dung for 5 pieces of silver. 6:26 As the king of Israel was passing by on the wall, there cried a woman to him, saying, Help, my lord, O king. 6:27 He said, If Yahweh doesn't help you, whence shall I help you? Out of the thrashing floor or out of the winepress? 6:28 The king said to her, What ails you? She answered, This woman said to me, Give your son, that we may eat him today, and we will eat my son tomorrow. 6:29 So we boiled my son and ate him. And I said to her on the next day, Give your son, that we may eat him, and she has hid her son. 6:30 It happened, when the king heard the words of the woman, that he tore his clothes, now he was passing by on the wall. And the people looked, and behold, he had sackcloth within on his flesh. 6:31 Then he said, God do so to me, and more also, if the head of Elisha, the son of Shaphat, shall stand on him this day. 6:32 But Elisha was sitting in his house, and the elders were sitting with him. And the king sent a man from before him. But before the messenger came to him, he said to the elders, See you how this son of a murderer has sent to take away my head. Behold, when the messenger comes, shut the door and hold the door fast against him. Isn't the sound of his master's feet behind him? 6:33 While he was yet talking with them, behold, the messenger came down to him. And he said, Behold, this evil is of Yahweh. Why should I wait for Yahweh any longer? 7:1 Elisha said, Hear you the word of Yahweh. Thus says Yahweh, Tomorrow about this time shall a measure of fine flour be sold for a shekel, and 2 measures of barley for a shekel, in the gate of Samaria. 7:2 Then the captain on whose hand the king leaned answered the man of God, and said, Behold, if Yahweh should make windows in heaven, might this thing be? He said, Behold, you shall see it with your eyes, but shall not eat of it. 7:3 Now there were 4 leprous men at the entrance of the gate. And they said one to another, Why sit we here until we die? 7:4 If we say, We will enter into the city, then the famine is in the city, and we shall die there. And if we sit still here, we die also. Now therefore come, and let us fall to the army of the Syrians. If they save us alive, we shall live, and if they kill us, we shall but die. 7:5 They rose up in the twilight to go to the camp of the Syrians. And when they were come to the outermost part of the camp of the Syrians, behold, there was no man there. 7:6 For the Lord had made the army of the Syrians to hear a noise of chariots, and a noise of horses, even the noise of a great army. And they said one to another, Behold, the king of Israel has hired against us the kings of the Hittites, and the kings of the Egyptians to come on us. 7:7 Therefore they arose and fled in the twilight, and left their tents, and their horses, and their donkeys, even the camp as it was, and fled for their life. 7:8 When these lepers came to the outermost part of the camp, they went into one tent, and ate and drank, and carried their silver and gold and clothing, and went and hid it. And they came back, and entered into another tent, and carried there also, and went and hid it. 7:9 Then they said one to another, We aren't doing right. This day is a day of good news, and we hold our peace. If we wait until the morning light, punishment will overtake us. Now therefore come, let us go and tell the king's household. 7:10 So they came and called to the porter of the city. And they told them, saying, We came to the camp of the Syrians, and behold, there was no man there, neither voice of man, but the horses tied, and the donkeys tied, and the tents as they were. 7:11 He called the porters, and they told it to the king's household within. 7:12 The king arose in the night, and said to his servants, I will now show you what the Syrians have done to us. They know that we are hungry. Therefore are they gone out of the camp to hide themselves in the field, saying, When they come out of the city, we shall take them alive, and get into the city. 7:13 One of his servants answered, Please let some take 5 of the horses that remain, which are left in the city. Behold, they are as all the multitude of Israel who are left in it. Behold, they are as all the multitude of Israel who are consumed, and let us send and see. 7:14 They took therefore 2 chariots with horses, and the king sent after the army of the Syrians, saying, Go and see. 7:15 They went after them to the Jordan, and behold, all the way was full of garments and vessels, which the Syrians had cast away in their haste. The messengers returned and told the king. 7:16 The people went out and plundered the camp of the Syrians. So a measure of fine flour was sold for a shekel, and 2 measures of barley for a shekel, according to the word of Yahweh. 7:17 The king appointed the captain on whose hand he leaned to be in charge of the gate. And the people trod on him in the gate, and he died as the man of God had said, who spoke when the king came down to him. 7:18 It happened, as the man of God had spoken to the king, saying, 2 measures of barley for a shekel, and a measure of fine flour for a shekel, shall be tomorrow about this time in the gate of Samaria. 7:19 And that captain answered the man of God, and said, Now behold, if Yahweh should make windows in heaven, might such a thing be? And he said, Behold, you shall see it with your eyes, but shall not eat of it. 7:20 It happened even so to him, for the people trod on him in the gate, and he died. 8:1 Now Elisha had spoken to the woman, whose son he had restored to life, saying, Arise and go you and your household, and sojourn wherever you can sojourn. For Yahweh has called for a famine, and it shall also come on the land 7 years. 8:2 The woman arose and did according to the word of the man of God, and she went with her household and sojourned in the land of the Philistines 7 years. 8:3 It happened at the 7 years' end that the woman returned out of the land of the Philistines, and she went forth to cry to the king for her house and for her land. 8 For now the king was talking with Gehazi, the servant of the man of God, saying, Please tell me all the great things that Elisha has done. 8:5 It happened, as he was telling the king how he had restored to life him who was dead, that behold, the woman, whose son he had restored to life, cried to the king for her house and for her land. Gehazi said, My lord, O king, this is the woman and this is her son, whom Elisha restored to life. 8:6 When the king asked the woman, she told him. So the king appointed to her a certain officer, saying, Restore all that was hers and all the fruits of the field since the day that she left the land, even until now. 8:7 Elisha came to Damascus, and Benhadad the king of Syria was sick, and it was told him, saying, The man of God is come here. 8:8 The king said to Hazael, Take a present in your hand and go, meet the man of God, and inquire of Yahweh by him, saying, Shall I recover of the sickness? 8:9 So Hazael went to meet him and took a present with him, even of every good thing of Damascus, 40 camels' burden, and came and stood before him, and said, Your son Benhadad king of Syria has sent me to you, saying, Shall I recover of the sickness? 8:10 Elisha said to him, Go, tell him, You shall surely recover. However, Yahweh has shown me that he shall surely die. 8:11 He settled his gaze steadfastly on him until he was ashamed, and the man of God wept. 8:12 Hazael said, Why weeps my lord? He answered, Because I know the evil that you will do to the children of Israel. Their strongholds will you set on fire, and their young men will you kill with the sword, and will dash in pieces their little ones, and rip up their women with child. 8:13 Hazael said, But what is your servant, who is but a dog, that he should do this great thing? Elisha answered, Yahweh has shown me that you shall be king over Syria. 8:14 Then he departed from Elisha and came to his master, who said to him, What said Elisha to you? He answered, He told me that you would surely recover. 8:15 It happened on the next day that he took the coverlet and dipped it in water and spread it on his face so that he died, and Hazael reigned in his place. 8:16 In the 5th year of Joram, the son of Ahab king of Israel, Jehoshaphat being then king of Judah, Jehoram the son of Jehoshaphat king of Judah began to reign. 8:17 32 years old was he when he began to reign, and he reigned 8 years in Jerusalem. 8:18 He walked in the way of the kings of Israel, as did the house of Ahab, for he had the daughter of Ahab as wife, and he did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh. 8:19 However, Yahweh would not destroy Judah, for David his servant's sake, as he promised him to give to him a lamp for his children always. 8:20 In his days Edom revolted from under the hand of Judah, and made a king over themselves. 8:21 Then Joram passed over to Zair, and all his chariots with him. And he rose up by night and struck the Edomites who surrounded him, and the captains of the chariots, and the people fled to their tents. 8:22 So Edom revolted from under the hand of Judah to this day. Then did Libnah revolt at the same time. 8:23 The rest of the acts of Joram, and all that he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? 8:24 Joram slept with his fathers, and was buried with his fathers in the city of David, and Ahaziah his son reigned in his place. 8:25 In the 12th year of Joram, the son of Ahab king of Israel, did Ahaziah, the son of Jehoram king of Judah, begin to reign. 8:26 22 years old was Ahaziah when he began to reign, and he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Athaliah, the daughter of Omri king of Israel. 8:27 He walked in the way of the house of Ahab, and did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, as did the house of Ahab, for he was the son-in-law of the house of Ahab. 8:28 He went with Joram the son of Ahab to war against Hazael king of Syria at Ramoth Gilead. and the Syrians wounded Joram. 8:29 King Joram returned to be healed in Jezreel of the wounds which the Syrians had given him at Ramah, when he fought against Hazael king of Syria. Ahaziah the son of Jehoram king of Judah went down to see Joram the son of Ahab in Jezreel, because he was sick. 9:1 Elisha the prophet called one of the sons of the prophets, and said to him, Gird up your waist, and take this vial of oil in your hand, and go to Ramoth Gilead. 9:2 When you come there, look out there Jehu the son of Jehoshaphat the son of Nimshi, and go in, and make him arise up from among his brothers, and carry him to an inner chamber. 9:3 Then take the vial of oil and pour it on his head, and say, Thus says Yahweh, I have anointed you king over Israel. Then open the door and flee, and don't wait. So the young man, even the young man the prophet, went to Ramoth Gilead. 9:5 When he came, behold, the captains of the army were sitting, and he said, I have an errand to you, captain. Jehu said, To which of us all? He said, To you, O captain. 9:6 He arose and went into the house, and he poured the oil on his head and said to him, Thus says Yahweh, the God of Israel, I have anointed you king over the people of Yahweh, even over Israel. 9:7 You shall strike the house of Ahab your master, that I may avenge the blood of my servants the prophets, and the blood of all the servants of Yahweh at the hand of Jezebel. 9:8 For the whole house of Ahab shall perish, and I will cut off from Ahab everyone who urinates against a wall, and him who is shut up and him who is left at large in Israel. 9:9 I will make the house of Ahab like the house of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, and like the house of Baasha the son of Ahijah. 9:10 The dogs shall eat Jezebel in the portion of Jezreel, and there shall be none to bury her. He opened the door and fled. 9:11 Then Jehu came forth to the servants of his lord, and one said to him, Is all well? Why came this mad fellow to you? He said to them, You know the man and what his talk was. 9:12 They said, It is false, tell us now. He said, Thus and thus spoke he to me, saying, Thus says Yahweh, I have anointed you king over Israel. 9:13 Then they hurried and took every man his garment and put it under him on the top of the stairs, and blew the trumpet, saying, Jehu is king. 9:14 So Jehu the son of Jehoshaphat the son of Nimshi conspired against Joram. Now Joram was keeping Ramoth Gilead, he and all Israel, because of Hazael king of Syria. 9:15 But King Joram was returned to be healed in Jezreel of the wounds which the Syrians had given him, when he fought with Hazael king of Syria. Jehu said, If this be your mind, then let none escape and go forth out of the city, to go to tell it in Jezreel. 9:16 So Jehu rode in a chariot, and went to Jezreel, for Joram lay there. Ahaziah king of Judah was come down to see Joram. 9:17 Now the watchman was standing on the tower in Jezreel, and he spied the company of Jehu as he came, and said, I see a company. Joram said, Take a horseman and send to meet them, and let him say, Is it peace? 9:18 So there went one on horseback to meet him, and said, Thus says the king, Is it peace? Jehu said, What have you to do with peace? Turn you behind me. The watchman told, saying, The messenger came to them, but he isn't coming back. 9:19 Then he sent out a second on horseback, who came to them and said, Thus says the king, Is it peace? Jehu answered, What have you to do with peace? Turn you behind me. 9:20 The watchman told, saying, He came even to them and isn't coming back. And the driving is like the driving of Jehu the son of Nimshi, for he drives furiously. 9:21 Joram said, Make ready. They made ready his chariot. Joram king of Israel and Ahaziah king of Judah went out, each in his chariot, and they went out to meet Jehu, and found him in the portion of Naboth the Jezreelite. 9:22 It happened, when Joram saw Jehu, that he said, Is it peace, Jehu? He answered, What peace, so long as the prostitution of your mother Jezebel and her witchcraft abound? 9:23 Joram turned his hands and fled and said to Ahaziah, There is treachery, Ahaziah. 9:24 Jehu drew his bow with his full strength and struck Joram between his arms, and the arrow went out at his heart, and he sunk down in his chariot. 9:25 Then said Jehu to Bidkar his captain, Take up, and cast him in the portion of the field of Naboth the Jezreelite. For remember how that, when I and you rode together after Ahab his father, Yahweh laid this burden on him. 9:26 Surely I have seen yesterday the blood of Naboth, and the blood of his sons, says Yahweh, and I will requite you in this plat, says Yahweh. Now therefore take and cast him into the plat of ground, according to the word of Yahweh. 9:27 But when Ahaziah the king of Judah saw this, he fled by the way of the garden house. Jehu followed after him and said, Smite him also in the chariot, and they struck him at the ascent of Gur, which is by Iblim. He fled to Megiddo and died there. 9:28 His servants carried him in a chariot to Jerusalem, and buried him in his tomb with his fathers in the city of David. 9:29 In the 11th year of Joram, the son of Ahab, began Ahaziah to reign over Judah. 9:30 When Jehu was come to Jezreel, Jezebel heard of it, and she painted her eyes, and attired her head, and looked out at the window. 9:31 As Jehu entered in at the gate, she said, Is it peace, you Zimri, your master's murderer? 9:32 He lifted up his face to the window and said, Who is on my side? Who? There looked out to him 2 or 3 eunuchs. 9:33 He said, Throw her down. So they threw her down, and some of her blood was sprinkled on the wall and on the horses, and he trod her under foot. 9:34 When he was come in, he ate and drank, and he said, See now to this cursed woman and bury her, for she is a king's daughter. 9:35 They went to bury her, but they found no more of her than the skull and the feet and the palms of her hands. 9:36 Therefore they came back and told him. He said, This is the word of Yahweh, which he spoke by his servant Elijah the Tishbite, saying, In the portion of Jezreel shall the dogs eat the flesh of Jezebel. 9:37 And the body of Jezebel shall be as dung on the face of the field in the portion of Jezreel, so that they shall not say, This is Jezebel. 10:1 Now Ahab had 70 sons in Samaria. Jehu wrote letters and sent to Samaria to the rulers of Jezreel, even the elders, and to those who brought up the sons of Ahab, saying, 10:2 Now as soon as this letter comes to you, seeing your master's sons are with you, and there are with you chariots and horses, a fortified city also, and armor. 10:3 Look you out the best and meat of your master's sons, and set him on his father's throne, and fight for your master's house. 10:4 But they were exceedingly afraid, and said, Behold, the 2 kings didn't stand before him. How then shall we stand? 10:5 He who was over the household, and he who was over the city, the elders also, and those who brought up the children, sent to Jehu, saying, We are your servants, and will do all that you shall bid us. We will not make any man king. You do that which is good in your eyes. 10:6 Then he wrote a letter the second time to them, saying, If you be on my side, and if you will listen to my voice, take the heads of the men your master's sons, and come to me to Jezreel by tomorrow this time. Now the king's sons, being 70 persons, were with the great men of the city who brought them up. 10:7 It happened, when the letter came to them, that they took the king's sons and killed them, even 70 persons, and put their heads in baskets and sent them to him to Jezreel. 10:8 There came a messenger, and told him, saying, They have brought the heads of the king's sons. He said, Lay you them in 2 heaps at the entrance of the gate until the morning. 10:9 It happened in the morning, that he went out and stood, and said to all the people, You are righteous. Behold, I conspired against my master and killed him. But who struck all these? 10:10 Know now that there shall fall to the earth nothing of the word of Yahweh, which Yahweh spoke concerning the house of Ahab. For Yahweh has done that which he spoke by his servant Elijah. 10:11 So Jehu struck all that remained of the house of Ahab in Jezreel, and all his great men, and his familiar friends, and his priests, until he left him none remaining. 10:12 He arose and departed, and went to Samaria. As he was at the shearing house of the shepherds in the way, 10:13 Jehu met with the brothers of Ahaziah king of Judah, and said, Who are you? They answered, We are the brothers of Ahaziah, and we go down to greet the children of the king and the children of the queen. 10:14 He said, Take them alive. They took them alive, and killed them at the pit of the shearing house, even 42 men, neither left he any of them. 10:15 When he was departed there, he lighted on Jehonadab the son of Rechab coming to meet him, and he greeted him and said to him, Is your heart right as my heart is with your heart? Jehonadab answered, It is. If it be, give me your hand. He gave him his hand, and he took him up to him into the chariot. 10:16 He said, Come with me and see my zeal for Yahweh. So they made him ride in his chariot. 10:17 When he came to Samaria, he struck all who remained to Ahab in Samaria, until he had destroyed him, according to the word of Yahweh which he spoke to Elijah. 10:18 Jehu gathered all the people together, and said to them, Ahab served Baal a little, but Jehu will serve him much. 10:19 Now therefore call to me all the prophets of Baal, all his worshippers and all his priests. Let none be wanting, for I have a great sacrifice to do to Baal. Whoever shall be wanting, he shall not live. But Jehu did it in subtlety, to the intent that he might destroy the worshippers of Baal. 10:20 Jehu said, Sanctify a solemn assembly for Baal. They proclaimed it. 10:21 Jehu sent through all Israel, and all the worshippers of Baal came, so that there was not a man left that didn't come. They came into the house of Baal, and the house of Baal was filled from one end to another. 10:22 He said to him who was over the vestry, Bring forth vestments for all the worshippers of Baal. He brought them forth vestments. 10:23 Jehu went, and Jehonadab the son of Rechab, into the house of Baal. And he said to the worshippers of Baal, Search, and look that there be here with you none of the servants of Yahweh, but the worshippers of Baal only. 10:24 They went in to offer sacrifices and burnt offerings. Now Jehu had appointed him 80 men outside, and said, If any of the men whom I bring into your hands escape, he who lets him go, his life shall be for the life of him. 10:25 It happened, as soon as he had made an end of offering the burnt offering, that Jehu said to the guard and to the captains, Go in and kill them, let none come forth. They struck them with the edge of the sword, and the guard and the captains cast them out, and went to the city of the house of Baal. 10:26 They brought forth the pillars that were in the house of Baal and burned them. 10:27 They broke down the pillar of Baal and broke down the house of Baal and made it a latrine to this day. 10:28 Thus Jehu destroyed Baal out of Israel. 10:29 However, from the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin, Jehu didn't depart from after them, to wit, the golden calves that were in Bethel and that were in Dan. 10:30 Yahweh said to Jehu, because you have done well in executing that which is right in my eyes, and have done to the house of Ahab according to all that was in my heart, your sons of the fourth generation shall sit on the throne of Israel. 10:31 But Jehu took no heed to walk in the law of Yahweh, the God of Israel, with all his heart. He didn't depart from the sins of Jeroboam, with which he made Israel to sin. 10:32 In those days Yahweh began to cut off from Israel, and Hazael struck them in all the borders of Israel. 10:33 From the Jordan eastward, all the land of Gilead, the Gadites and the Reubenites and the Manassites from Aroer, which is by the valley of the Arnon, even Gilead and Bashan. 10:34 Now the rest of the acts of Jehu, and all that he did, and all his might, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? 10:35 Jehu slept with his fathers, and they buried him in Samaria. Jehoahaz his son reigned in his place. 10:36 The time that Jehu reigned over Israel in Samaria was 28 years. 11:1 Now when Athaliah the mother of Ahaziah saw that her son was dead, she arose and destroyed all the seed royal. 11:2 But Jehosheba, the daughter of King Joram, sister of Ahaziah, took Joash the son of Ahaziah, and stole him away from among the king's sons who were slain, even him and his nurse, and put them in the bedchamber. And they hid him from Athaliah so that he was not slain. 11:3 He was with her hid in the house of Yahweh 6 years. Athaliah reigned over the land. 11:4 In the 7th year Jehudah sent and fetched the captains over hundreds of the Carites and of the guard, and brought them to him into the house of Yahweh. And he made a covenant with them, and took an oath of them in the house of Yahweh, and showed them the king's son. 11:5 He commanded them, saying, This is the thing that you shall do. A third part of you who come in on the Sabbath shall be keepers of the watch of the king's house. 11:6 A third part shall be at the gate, sir, and a third part at the gate behind the guard, so you shall keep the watch of the house and be a barrier. 11:7 The 2 companies of you, even all who go forth on the Sabbath, shall keep the watch of the house of Yahweh about the king. 11:8 You shall surround the king, every man with his weapons in his hand, and he who comes within the ranks, let him be slain, and be you with the king when he goes out and when he comes in. 11:9 The captains over hundreds did according to all that Jehudah the priest commanded, and they took every man his men, those who were to come in on the Sabbath, with those who were to go out on the Sabbath, and came to Jehudah the priest. 11:10 The priest delivered to the captains over hundreds the spears and shields that had been King David's, which were in the house of Yahweh. 11:11 The guard stood, every man with his weapons in his hand, from the right side of the house to the left side of the house, along by the altar and the house around the king. 11:12 Then he brought out the king's son and put the crown on him and gave him the testimony, and they made him king and anointed him, and they clapped their hands and said, Long live the king. 11:13 When Athaliah heard the noise of the guard and of the people, she came to the people into the house of Yahweh. 11:14 And she looked, and behold, the king stood by the pillar, as the manner was, and the captains and the trumpets by the king, and all the people of the land rejoiced and blew trumpets. Then Athaliah tore her clothes and cried, Treason! Treason! 11:15 Jehudah the priest commanded the captains of hundreds who were set over the army, and said to them, Have her forth between the ranks, and him who follows her kill with the sword. For the priest said, Don't let her be slain in the house of Yahweh. 11:16 So they made way for her, and she went by the way of the horses' entry to the king's house, and there was she slain. 11:17 Jehudah made a covenant between Yahweh and the king and the people, that they should be Yahweh's people, between the king also and the people. 11:18 All the people of the land went to the house of Baal, and broke it down. His altars and his images broke they in pieces thoroughly, and killed Mattan the priest of Baal before the altars. The priest appointed officers over the house of Yahweh. 11:19 He took the captains over hundreds, and the Carites and the guard and all the people of the land, and they brought down the king from the house of Yahweh, and came by the way of the gate of the guard to the king's house. He sat on the throne of the kings. 11:20 So all the people of the land rejoiced, and the city was quiet. Athaliah they had slain with the sword at the king's house. 11:21 Jehosh was 7 years old when he began to reign. 12:1 In the 7th year of Jehu began Jehosh to reign, and he reigned 40 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Zibiah of Beersheba. 12:2 Jehosh did that which was right in the eyes of Yahweh all his days in which Jehudah the priest instructed him. 12:3 However, the high places were not taken away. The people still sacrificed and burnt incense in the high places. 12:4 Jehosh said to the priests, all the money of the holy things that is brought into the house of Yahweh, in current money, the money of the persons for whom each man is rated, and all the money that it comes into any man's heart to bring into the house of Yahweh, 12:5 Let the priests take it to them, every man from his acquaintance. And they shall repair the breaches of the house, wherever any breach shall be found. 12:6 But it was so, that in the 23rd year of King Jehosh the priests had not repaired the breaches of the house. 12:7 Then King Jehosh called for Jehoiada the priest, and for the other priests, and said to them, why don't you repair the breaches of the house? Now therefore take no more money from your acquaintance, but deliver it for the breaches of the house. 12:8 The priests consented that they should take no more money from the people, neither repair the breaches of the house. 12:9 But Jehudah the priest took a chest, and bored a hole in its lid, and set it beside the altar, on the right side as one comes into the house of Yahweh. And the priests who kept the threshold put therein all the money that was brought into the house of Yahweh. 12:10 It was so, when they saw that there was much money in the chest, that the king's scribe and the high priest came up, and they put up in bags and counted the money that was found in the house of Yahweh. 12:11 They gave the money that was weighed out into the hands of those who did the work, who had the oversight of the house of Yahweh. And they paid it out to the carpenters and the builders, who worked on the house of Yahweh, 12:12 And to the masons and the stone cutters, and for buying timber and cut stone to repair the breaches of the house of Yahweh, and for all that was laid out for the house to repair it. 12:13 But there were not made for the house of Yahweh cups of silver, snuffers, basins, trumpets, any vessels of gold or vessels of silver, of the money that was brought into the house of Yahweh. 12:14 For they gave that to those who did the work, and repaired therewith the house of Yahweh. 12:15 Moreover, they didn't demand an accounting from the men into whose hand they delivered the money to give to those who did the work, for they dealt faithfully. 12:16 The money for the trespass offerings, and the money for the sin offerings, was not brought into the house of Yahweh, it was the priests. 12:17 Then Hazael king of Syria went up and fought against Gath and took it, and Hazael set his face to go up to Jerusalem. 12:18 Jehosh king of Judah took all the holy things that Jehoshaphat and Jehoram and Ahaziah, his fathers, kings of Judah, had dedicated, and his own holy things, and all the gold that was found in the treasures of the house of Yahweh, and of the king's house, and sent it to Hazael king of Syria. And he went away from Jerusalem. 12:19 Now the rest of the acts of Joash, and all that he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? 12:20 His servants arose and made a conspiracy and struck Joash at the house of Millo on the way that goes down to Silla. 12:21 For Jozachar the son of Shimeth, and Jehozabad the son of Shomer, his servants, struck him, and he died, and they buried him with his fathers in the city of David, and Amaziah his son reigned in his place. 13:1 In the 23rd year of Joash the son of Ahaziah, king of Judah, Jehoahaz the son of Jehu began to reign over Israel in Samaria, and reigned 17 years. 13:2 He did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, and followed the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin. He didn't depart from it. 13:3 The anger of Yahweh was kindled against Israel, and he delivered them into the hand of Hazael king of Syria, and into the hand of Benhadad the son of Hazael continually. 13:4 Jehoahaz begged Yahweh, and Yahweh listened to him, for he saw the oppression of Israel, how that the king of Syria oppressed them. 13:5 Yahweh gave Israel a savior, so that they went out from under the hand of the Syrians, and the children of Israel lived in their tents as before. 13:6 Nevertheless, they didn't depart from the sins of the house of Jeroboam, with which he made Israel to sin, but walked therein, and there remained the Asherah also in Samaria. 13:7 For he didn't leave to Jehoahaz of the people save 50 horsemen, and 10 chariots, and 10,000 footmen, for the king of Syria destroyed them, and made them like the dust in thrashing. 13:8 Now the rest of the acts of Jehoahaz, and all that he did, and his might, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? 13:9 Jehoahaz slept with his fathers, and they buried him in Samaria, and Joash his son reigned in his place. 13:10 In the 37th year of Joash king of Judah, began Jehoash the son of Jehoahaz to reign over Israel in Samaria, and reigned 16 years. 13:11 He did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh. He didn't depart from all the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin, but he walked therein. 13:12 Now the rest of the acts of Joash, and all that he did, and his might with which he fought against Amaziah king of Judah, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? 13:13 Joash slept with his fathers, and Jeroboam sat on his throne, and Joash was buried in Samaria with the kings of Israel. 13:14 Now Elisha was fallen sick of his sickness of which he died, And Joash the king of Israel came down to him and wept over him, and said, my father, the chariots of Israel and its horsemen. 13. 15 Elisha said to him, take bow and arrows, and he took to him bow and arrows. 13. 16 He said to the king of Israel, put your hand on the bow, and he put his hand on it. Elisha laid his hands on the king's hands. 13. 17 He said, open the window eastward, and he opened it. Then Elisha said, shoot, and he shot. He said, Yahweh's arrow of victory, even the arrow of victory over Syria, for you shall strike the Syrians in effect until you have consumed them. 13. 18 He said, take the arrows, and he took them. He said to the king of Israel, smite on the ground, and he struck thrice and stayed. 13. 19 The man of God was angry with him, and said, you should have struck 5 or 6 times. Then had you struck Syria until you had consumed it, whereas now you shall strike Syria but thrice. 13. 20 Elisha died, and they buried him. Now the bands of the Moabites invaded the land at the coming in of the year. 13. 21 It happened, as they were burying a man, that behold, they spied a band, and they cast the man into the tomb of Elisha. And as soon as the man touched the bones of Elisha, he revived and stood up on his feet. 13. 22 Hazael king of Syria oppressed Israel all the days of Jehoahaz. 13. 23 But Yahweh was gracious to them, and had compassion on them, and had respect to them, because of his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and would not destroy them, neither cast he them from his presence as yet. 13. 24 Hazael king of Syria died, and Benhadad his son reigned in his place. 13:25 Jehosh the son of Jehoahaz took again out of the hand of Benhadad the son of Hazael the cities which he had taken out of the hand of Jehoahaz his father by war. 3 times did Joash strike him, and recovered the cities of Israel. 14. 1 In the 2nd year of Joash son of Joahaz king of Israel, began Amaziah the son of Joash king of Judah to reign. 14:2 He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Jehoadin of Jerusalem. 14:3 He did that which was right in the eyes of Yahweh, yet not like David his father. He did according to all that Joash his father had done. 14:4 However, the high places were not taken away. The people still sacrificed and burnt incense in the high places. 14:5 It happened, as soon as the kingdom was established in his hand, that he killed his servants who had slain the king his father. 14:6 But the children of the murderers he didn't put to death, according to that which is written in the book of the law of Moses, as Yahweh commanded, saying, the fathers shall not be put to death for the children, nor the children be put to death for the fathers, but every man shall die for his own sin. 14:7 He killed of Edom in the valley of Salt 10,000, and took Selah by war, and called its name Jokzeel to this day. 14:8 Then Amaziah sent messengers to Jehosh, the son of Jehoahaz son of Jehu, king of Israel, saying, come, let us look one another in the face. 14:9 Jehosh the king of Israel sent to Amaziah king of Judah, saying, the thistle that was in Lebanon sent to the cedar that was in Lebanon, saying, give your daughter to my son as wife. And there passed by a wild animal that was in Lebanon, and trod down the thistle. 14:10 You have indeed struck Edom, and your heart has lifted you up. Glory of it, and abide at home. For why should you meddle to your hurt, that you should fall, even you and Judah with you? 14:11 But Amaziah would not hear. So Jehosh king of Israel went up, and he and Amaziah king of Judah looked one another in the face at Beit Shemesh, which belongs to Judah. 14:12 Judah was defeated by Israel, and they fled every man to his tent. 14:13 Jehosh king of Israel took Amaziah king of Judah, the son of Jehosh the son of Ahaziah, at Beit Shemesh, and came to Jerusalem, and broke down the wall of Jerusalem from the gate of Ephraim to the corner gate, 400 cubits. 14:14 He took all the gold and silver, and all the vessels that were found in the house of Yahweh, and in the treasures of the king's house, the hostages also, and returned to Samaria. 14:15 Now the rest of the acts of Jehosh which he did, and his might, and how he fought with Amaziah king of Judah, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? 14:16 Jehosh slept with his fathers, and was buried in Samaria with the kings of Israel, and Jeroboam his son reigned in his place. 14:17 Amaziah the son of Joash king of Judah lived after the death of Jehosh, son of Jehoahaz, king of Israel, 15 years. 14:18 Now the rest of the acts of Amaziah, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? 14:19 They made a conspiracy against him in Jerusalem, and he fled to Lachish. But they sent after him to Lachish and killed him there. 14:20 They brought him on horses, and he was buried at Jerusalem with his fathers in the city of David. 14:21 All the people of Judah took Azariah, who was 16 years old, and made him king in the room of his father Amaziah. 14:22 He built Elath, and restored it to Judah, After that the king slept with his fathers. 14:23 In the 15th year of Amaziah, the son of Joash king of Judah, Jeroboam, the son of Joash king of Israel, began to reign in Samaria, and reigned 41 years. 14:24 He did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh. He didn't depart from all the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin. 14:25 He restored the border of Israel from the entrance of Hamath to the sea of the Arabah, according to the word of Yahweh, the God of Israel, which he spoke by his servant Jonah the son of Amittai, the prophet, who was of Gath Hepher. 14:26 For Yahweh saw the affliction of Israel, that it was very bitter, for there was none shut up nor left at large, neither was there any helper for Israel. 14:27 Yahweh didn't say that he would blot out the name of Israel from under the sky, but he saved them by the hand of Jeroboam the son of Joash. 14:28 Now the rest of the acts of Jeroboam, and all that he did, and his might, how he warred, and how he recovered Damascus, and Hamath, which had belonged to Judah, for Israel, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? 14:29 Jeroboam slept with his fathers, even with the kings of Israel, and Zechariah his son reigned in his place. 15:1 In the 27th year of Jeroboam king of Israel, began Azariah son of Amaziah king of Judah to reign. 15:2 16 years old was he when he began to reign, and he reigned 52 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Jechaliah of Jerusalem. 15:3 He did that which was right in the eyes of Yahweh, according to all that his father Amaziah had done. 15:4 However the high places were not taken away, the people still sacrificed and burnt incense in the high places. 15:5 Yahweh struck the king, so that he was a leper to the day of his death, and lived in a separate house. Jotham the king's son was over the household, judging the people of the land. 15:6 Now the rest of the acts of Azariah, and all that he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? 15:7 Azariah slept with his fathers, and they buried him with his fathers in the city of David. And Jotham his son reigned in his place. 15:8 In the 38th year of Azariah king of Judah, did Zechariah the son of Jeroboam reign over Israel in Samaria 6 months. 15:9 He did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, as his fathers had done. He didn't depart from the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin. 15:10 Shallum the son of Jabesh conspired against him, and struck him before the people, and killed him, and reigned in his place. 15:11 Now the rest of the acts of Zechariah, behold, they are written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. 15:12 This was the word of Yahweh which he spoke to Jehu, saying, Your sons to the 4th generation shall sit on the throne of Israel. So it came to pass. 15:13 Shallum the son of Jabesh began to reign in the 39th year of Uzziah king of Judah, and he reigned the space of a month in Samaria. 15:14 Menahem the son of Gadi went up from Tirzah, and came to Samaria, and struck Shallum the son of Jabesh in Samaria, and killed him, and reigned in his place. 15:15 Now the rest of the acts of Shallum, and his conspiracy which he made, behold, they are written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. 15:16 Then Menahem struck Tifsah, and all who were therein, and its borders from Tirzah. Because they didn't open to him, therefore he struck it, and all the women therein who were with child he ripped up. 15:17 In the 39th year of Azariah king of Judah, began Menahem the son of Gadi to reign over Israel, and reigned 10 years in Samaria. 15:18 He did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh. He didn't depart all his days from the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin. 15:19 There came against the land Pul the king of Assyria, and Menahem gave Pul 1,000 talents of silver, that his hand might be with him to confirm the kingdom in his hand. 15:20 Menahem exacted the money of Israel, even of all the mighty men of wealth, of each man 50 shekels of silver, to give to the king of Assyria. So the king of Assyria turned back and didn't stay there in the land. 15:21 Now the rest of the acts of Menahem, and all that he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? 15:22 Menahem slept with his fathers, and Pekahiah his son reigned in his place. 15:23 In the 50th year of Azariah king of Judah, Pekahiah the son of Menahem began to reign over Israel in Samaria, and reigned 2 years. 15:24 He did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh. He didn't depart from the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin. 15:25 Pekah the son of Remaliah, his captain, conspired against him and struck him in Samaria in the castle of the king's house with Argob and Ari, and with him were 50 men of the Gileadites. And he killed him and reigned in his place. 15:26 Now the rest of the acts of Pekahiah, and all that he did, behold, they are written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. 1527 In the 52nd year of Azariah king of Judah, Pekah, the son of Remaliah, began to reign over Israel in Samaria, and reigned 20 years. 1528 He did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh. He didn't depart from the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin. 1529 In the days of Pekah king of Israel came Tiglath-Pileser king of Assyria, and took Ijon, and Abel Beit Maachah, and Jano, and Kedesh, and Hazer, and Gilead, and Galilee, all the land of Naphtali. And he carried them captive to Assyria. 1530 Hoshea the son of Elah made a conspiracy against Pekah the son of Remaliah, and struck him, and killed him, and reigned in his place, in the 20th year of Jotham the son of Uzziah. 1531 Now the rest of the acts of Pekah, and all that he did, behold, they are written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. 1532 In the 2nd year of Pekah, the son of Remaliah king of Israel, began Jotham the son of Uzziah king of Judah to reign. 1533 He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Jerusha the daughter of Zadok. 1534 He did that which was right in the eyes of Yahweh. He did according to all that his father Uzziah had done. 1535 However, the high places were not taken away. The people still sacrificed and burned incense in the high places. He built the upper gate of the house of Yahweh. 1536 Now the rest of the acts of Jotham, and all that he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? 1537 In those days Yahweh began to send against Judah Rezin the king of Syria, and Pekah the son of Remaliah. 1538 Jotham slept with his fathers, and was buried with his fathers in the city of David his father, and Ahaz his son reigned in his place. 1 In the 17th year of Pekah, the son of Remaliah, Ahaz, the son of Jotham king of Judah, began to reign. 20 years old was Ahaz when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. And he didn't do that which was right in the eyes of Yahweh his God, like David his father. 16:3 But he walked in the way of the kings of Israel, yes, and made his son to pass through the fire, according to the abominations of the nations, whom Yahweh cast out from before the children of Israel. 16:4 He sacrificed and burnt incense in the high places, and on the hills, and under every green tree. 16:5 Then Rezin king of Syria and Pekah son of Remaliah king of Israel came up to Jerusalem to war, and they besieged Ahaz, but could not overcome him. 16:6 At that time Rezin king of Syria recovered Elath to Syria, and drove the Jews from Elath, and the Syrians came to Elath and lived there to this day. 16:7 So Ahaz sent messengers to Tiglath-Pileser king of Assyria, saying, I am your servant and your son, come up and save me out of the hand of the king of Syria, and out of the hand of the king of Israel, who rise up against me. 16:8 Ahaz took the silver and gold that was found in the house of Yahweh, and in the treasures of the king's house, and sent it for a present to the king of Assyria. 16:9 The king of Assyria listened to him, and the king of Assyria went up against Damascus and took it, and carried the people of it captive to Kir, and killed Rezin. 16:10 King Ahaz went to Damascus to meet Tiglath-Pileser king of Assyria, and saw the altar that was at Damascus. And King Ahaz sent to Urijah the priest the fashion of the altar, and its pattern, according to all its workmanship. 16:11 Urijah the priest built an altar. According to all that King Ahaz had sent from Damascus, so did Urijah the priest make it against the coming of King Ahaz from Damascus. 16:12 When the king was come from Damascus, the king saw the altar, and the king drew near to the altar, and offered thereon. 16:13 He burnt his burnt offering and his meal offering, and poured his drink offering, and sprinkled the blood of his peace offerings on the altar. 16:14 The bronze altar which was before Yahweh he brought from the forefront of the house, from between his altar and the house of Yahweh, and put it on the north side of his altar. 16:15 King Ahaz commanded Urijah the priest, saying, On the great altar burn the morning burnt offering, and the evening meal offering, and the king's burnt offering, and his meal offering, with the burnt offering of all the people of the land, and their meal offering, and their drink offerings, and sprinkle on it all the blood of the burnt offering, and all the blood of the sacrifice. But the bronze altar shall be for me to inquire by. 16:16 Urijah the priest did so, according to all that King Ahaz commanded. 16:17 King Ahaz cut off the panels of the bases, and removed the basin from off them, and took down the sea from off the bronze oxen that were under it, and put it on a pavement of stone. 16:18 The covered way for the Sabbath that they had built in the house, and the king's entry outside, turned he to the house of Yahweh because of the king of Assyria. 16:19 Now the rest of the acts of Ahaz which he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? 16:20 Ahaz slept with his fathers, and was buried with his fathers in the city of David, and Hezekiah his son reigned in his place. 17. One in the 12th year of Ahaz, king of Judah, began Hoshea the son of Elah to reign in Samaria over Israel, and reigned 9 years. 17:2. He did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, yet not as the kings of Israel who were before him. 17:3. Against him came up Shalmaneser king of Assyria, and Hoshea became his servant and brought him tribute. 17. For the king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hoshea, for he had sent messengers to So king of Egypt, and offered no tribute to the king of Assyria, as he had done year by year. Therefore the king of Assyria shut him up and bound him in prison. 17:5. Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land, and went up to Samaria, and besieged it 3 years. 17:6. In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria took Samaria, and carried Israel away to Assyria, and placed them in Hala, and on the Habor, the river of Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes. 17:7. It was so, because the children of Israel had sinned against Yahweh their God, who brought them up out of the land of Egypt from under the hand of Pharaoh king of Egypt, and had feared other gods. 17:8. And walked in the statutes of the nations, whom Yahweh cast out from before the children of Israel, and of the kings of Israel which they made. 17:9. The children of Israel did secretly things that were not right against Yahweh their God, and they built them high places in all their cities, from the tower of the watchman to the fortified city. 17:10. And they set them up pillars and Asherim on every high hill and under every green tree. 17:11. And there they burnt incense in all the high places, as did the nations whom Yahweh carried away before them. And they worked wicked things to provoke Yahweh to anger. 17:12. And they served idols, of which Yahweh had said to them, You shall not do this thing. 17:13. Yet Yahweh testified to Israel and to Judah by every prophet and every seer, saying, Turn you from your evil ways and keep my commandments and my statutes, according to all the law which I commanded your fathers, and which I sent to you by my servants the prophets. 17:14. Notwithstanding, they would not hear, but hardened their neck like the neck of their fathers, who didn't believe in Yahweh their God. 17:15. They rejected his statutes, and his covenant that he made with their fathers, and his testimonies which he testified to them. And they followed vanity and became vain, and went after the nations that were around them, concerning whom Yahweh had commanded them that they should not do like them. 17:16. They forsook all the commandments of Yahweh their God, and made them molten images, even 2 calves, and made an Asherah, and worshipped all the army of the sky, and served Baal. 17:17. They caused their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire, and used divination and enchantments, and sold themselves to do that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, to provoke him to anger. 17:18. Therefore Yahweh was very angry with Israel, and removed them out of his sight. There was none left but the tribe of Judah only. 17:19. Also Judah didn't keep the commandments of Yahweh their God, but walked in the statutes of Israel which they made. 17:20. Yahweh rejected all the seed of Israel, and afflicted them, and delivered them into the hand of spoilers, until he had cast them out of his sight. 17:21. For he tore Israel from the house of David, and they made Jeroboam the son of Nebat king. And Jeroboam drove Israel from following Yahweh, and made them sin a great sin. 17:22. The children of Israel walked in all the sins of Jeroboam which he did. They didn't depart from them. 17:23. Until Yahweh removed Israel out of his sight, as he spoke by all his servants the prophets. So Israel was carried away out of their own land to Assyria to this day. 17:24. The king of Assyria brought men from Babylon, and from Cutha, and from Ava, and from Hamath and Sepharvaim, and placed them in the cities of Samaria instead of the children of Israel, and they possessed Samaria, and lived in the cities of it. 17:25. So it was, at the beginning of their dwelling there, that they didn't fear Yahweh. Therefore Yahweh sent lions among them, which killed some of them. 17:26. Therefore they spoke to the king of Assyria, saying, The nations which you have carried away and placed in the cities of Samaria don't know the law of the God of the land. Therefore he has sent lions among them, and behold, they kill them, because they don't know the law of the God of the land. 17:27. Then the king of Assyria commanded, saying, Carry there one of the priests whom you brought from there, and let them go and dwell there, and let him teach them the law of the God of the land. 17:28. So one of the priests whom they had carried away from Samaria came and lived in Bethel, and taught them how they should fear Yahweh. 17:29. However, every nation made gods of their own, and put them in the houses of the high places which the Samaritans had made, every nation in their cities in which they lived. 17:30. The men of Babylon made Sukkot Benoth, and the men of Cuth made Nergal, and the men of Hamath made Ashima. 17:31. And the Avites made Nibhaz and Tartak. And the Sepharvites burnt their children in the fire to Adramelech and Anamelech, the gods of Sepharvaim. 17:32. So they feared Yahweh, and made to them from among themselves priests of the high places, who sacrificed for them in the houses of the high places. 1733 They feared Yahweh, and served their own gods, after the manner of the nations from among whom they had been carried away. 1734 To this day they do after the former manner. They don't fear Yahweh, neither do they after their statutes, or after their ordinances, or after the law, or after the commandment which Yahweh commanded the children of Jacob, whom he named Israel. 1735 With whom Yahweh had made a covenant and commanded them, saying, You shall not fear other gods, nor bow yourselves to them, nor serve them, nor sacrifice to them. 1736 But Yahweh, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt with great power and with an outstretched arm, him you shall fear, and to him you shall bow yourselves, and to him you shall sacrifice. 1737 And the statutes and the ordinances, and the law and the commandment which he wrote for you, you shall observe to do forevermore. And you shall not fear other gods. 1738 And the covenant that I have made with you you shall not forget. Neither shall you fear other gods. 1739 But you shall fear Yahweh your God, and he will deliver you out of the hand of all your enemies. 1740 However they did not listen, but they did after their former manner. 1741 So these nations feared Yahweh, and served their engraved images, their children likewise, and their children's children, as did their fathers, so do they to this day. 18:1 Now it happened in the 3rd year of Hoshea son of Elah king of Israel, that Hezekiah the son of Ahaz king of Judah began to reign. 18:2 He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Abi the daughter of Zechariah. 18:3 He did that which was right in the eyes of Yahweh, according to all that David his father had done. 18:4 He removed the high places and broke the pillars and cut down the Asherah, and he broke in pieces the bronze serpent that Moses had made, for to those days the children of Israel did burn incense to it, and he called it Nehushtan. 18:5 He trusted in Yahweh, the God of Israel, so that after him was none like him among all the kings of Judah, nor among them that were before him. 18:6 For he joined with Yahweh, he didn't depart from following him, but kept his commandments which Yahweh commanded Moses. 18:7 Yahweh was with him, wherever he went forth he prospered, and he rebelled against the king of Assyria and didn't serve him. 18:8 He struck the Philistines to Gaza and its borders, from the tower of the watchman to the fortified city. 18:9 It happened in the 4th year of King Hezekiah, which was the 7th year of Hoshea son of Elah king of Israel, that Shalmaneser king of Assyria came up against Samaria and besieged it. 18:10 At the end of 3 years they took it. In the 6th year of Hezekiah, which was the 9th year of Hoshea king of Israel, Samaria was taken. 18:11 The king of Assyria carried Israel away to Assyria, and put them in Halah, and on the Habor, the river of Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes. 18:12 Because they didn't obey the voice of Yahweh their God, but transgressed his covenant, even all that Moses the servant of Yahweh commanded, and would not hear it nor do it. 18:13 Now in the 14th year of King Hezekiah did Sennacherib king of Assyria come up against all the fortified cities of Judah and took them. 18:14 Hezekiah king of Judah sent to the king of Assyria to Lachish, saying, I have offended. Return from me. That which you put on me will I bear. The king of Assyria appointed to Hezekiah king of Judah 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold. 18:15 Hezekiah gave him all the silver that was found in the house of Yahweh, and in the treasures of the king's house. 18:16 At that time did Hezekiah cut off the gold from the doors of the temple of Yahweh, and from the pillars which Hezekiah king of Judah had overlaid, and gave it to the king of Assyria. 18:17 The king of Assyria sent Tartan and Rabsaris and Rabshakeh from Lachish to King Hezekiah with a great army to Jerusalem. They went up and came to Jerusalem. When they were come up, they came and stood by the conduit of the upper pool, which is in the highway of the fuller's field. 18:18 When they had called to the king, there came out to them Eliakim the son of Hilkiah, who was over the household, and Shebna the scribe, and Joe the son of Asaph the recorder. 18:19 Rabshakeh said to them, Say you now to Hezekiah, Thus says the great king, the king of Assyria, what confidence is this in which you trust? 18:20 You say, but they are but vain words. There is counsel and strength for the war. Now on whom do you trust, that you have rebelled against me? 18:21 Now, behold, you trust on the staff of this bruised reed, even on Egypt, whereon if a man lean, it will go into his hand and pierce it. So is Pharaoh king of Egypt to all who trust on him. 18:22 But if you tell me, we trust in Yahweh our God, isn't that he whose high places and whose altars Hezekiah has taken away, and has said to Judah and to Jerusalem, You shall worship before this altar in Jerusalem? 18:23 Now therefore, please give pledges to my master the king of Assyria, and I will give you 2,000 horses, if you are able on your part to set riders on them. 18:24 How then can you turn away the face of one captain of the least of my master's servants, and put your trust on Egypt for chariots and for horsemen? 18:25 Am I now come up without Yahweh against this place to destroy it? Yahweh said to me, Go up against this land and destroy it. 18:26 Then said Eliakim the son of Hilkiah, and Shebna and Joe to Rabshakeh, Please speak to your servants in the Syrian language, for we understand it, and don't speak with us in the Jews' language, in the ears of the people who are on the wall. 18:27 But Rabshakeh said to them, Has my master sent me to your master, and to you, to speak these words? Hasn't he sent me to the men who sit on the wall to eat their own dung, and to drink their own water with you? 18:28 Then Rabshakeh stood, and cried with a loud voice in the Jews' language, and spoke, saying, Hear you the word of the great king, the king of Assyria. 18:29 Thus says the king, Don't let Hezekiah deceive you, for he will not be able to deliver you out of his hand. 18:30 Neither let Hezekiah make you trust in Yahweh, saying, Yahweh will surely deliver us, and this city shall not be given into the hand of the king of Assyria. 18:31 Don't listen to Hezekiah. For thus says the king of Assyria, Make your peace with me and come out to me, and eat you every one of his vine, and every one of his fig tree, and every one drink the waters of his own cistern. 18:32 Until I come and take you away to a land like your own land, a land of grain and new wine, a land of bread and vineyards, a land of olive trees and of honey, that you may live and not die? And don't listen to Hezekiah when he persuades you, saying, Yahweh will deliver us. 18:33 Has any of the gods of the nations ever delivered his land out of the hand of the king of Assyria? 18:34 Where are the gods of Hamath and of Arpad? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim, of Hena and Iva? Have they delivered Samaria out of my hand? 18:35 Who are they among all the gods of the countries that have delivered their country out of my hand, that Yahweh should deliver Jerusalem out of my hand? 18:36 But the people held their peace and answered him not a word, for the king's commandment was, saying, Don't answer him. 18:37 Then came Eliakim the son of Hilkiah, who was over the household, and Shebna the scribe, and Joe the son of Asaph the recorder, to Hezekiah with their clothes torn, and told him the words of Rabshakeh. 19:1 It happened, when King Hezekiah heard it, that he tore his clothes, and covered himself with sackcloth, and went into the house of Yahweh. 19:2 He sent Eliakim, who was over the household, and Shebna the scribe, and the elders of the priests, covered with sackcloth, to Isaiah the prophet the son of Amoz. 19:3 They said to him, Thus says Hezekiah, This day is a day of trouble and of rebuke and of rejection. For the children are come to the birth, and there is not strength to bring forth. 19 For it may be Yahweh your God will hear all the words of Rabshakeh, whom the king of Assyria his master has sent to defy the living God, and will rebuke the words which Yahweh your God has heard. Therefore lift up your prayer for the remnant that is left. 19:5 So the servants of King Hezekiah came to Isaiah. 19:6 Isaiah said to them, Thus you shall tell your master, Thus says Yahweh, Don't be afraid of the words that you have heard, with which the servants of the king of Assyria have blasphemed me. 19:7 Behold, I will put a spirit in him, and he shall hear news and shall return to his own land, and I will cause him to fall by the sword in his own land. 19:8 So Rabshakeh returned, and found the king of Assyria warring against Libnah, for he had heard that he was departed from Lachish. 19:9 When he heard say of Tirhakah king of Ethiopia, Behold, he is come out to fight against you, he sent messengers again to Hezekiah, saying, 19:10 Thus you shall speak to Hezekiah king of Judah, saying, Don't let your God in whom you trust deceive you, saying, Jerusalem shall not be given into the hand of the king of Assyria. 19:11 Behold, you have heard what the kings of Assyria have done to all lands, by destroying them utterly. And shall you be delivered? 19:12 Have the gods of the nations delivered them, which my fathers have destroyed, Gozan and Haran and Rezeph, and the children of Eden that were in Telassar? 19:13 Where is the king of Hamath, and the king of Arpad, and the king of the city of Sepharvaim, of Hena and Iva? 19:14 Hezekiah received the letter from the hand of the messengers, and read it. And Hezekiah went up to the house of Yahweh, and spread it before Yahweh. 19:15 Hezekiah prayed before Yahweh, and said, Yahweh, the God of Israel, who sit above the cherubim, you are the God, even you alone, of all the kingdoms of the earth. You have made heaven and earth. 19:16 Incline your ear, Yahweh, and hear. Open your eyes, Yahweh, and see, and hear the words of Sennacherib, with which he has sent him to defy the living God. 19:17 Of a truth, Yahweh, the kings of Assyria have laid waste the nations and their lands. 19:18 And have cast their gods into the fire. For they were no gods, but the work of men's hands, wood and stone, therefore they have destroyed them. 1919 Now therefore, Yahweh our God, save you us, I beg you out of his hand, that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that you Yahweh are God alone. 1920 Then Isaiah the son of Amoz sent to Hezekiah, saying, Thus says Yahweh, the God of Israel, whereas you have prayed to me against Sennacherib king of Assyria, I have heard you. 1921 This is the word that Yahweh has spoken concerning him. The virgin daughter of Zion has despised you and ridiculed you. The daughter of Jerusalem has shaken her head at you. 1922 Whom have you defied and blasphemed? And against whom have you exalted your voice and lifted up your eyes on high? Even against the Holy One of Israel. 1923 By your messengers you have defied the Lord, and have said, With the multitude of my chariots am I come up to the height of the mountains, to the innermost parts of Lebanon. And I will cut down the tall cedars of it, and the choice fir trees of it, and I will enter into his farthest lodging place, the forest of his fruitful field. 1924 I have dug and drunk strange waters, and with the sole of my feet will I dry up all the rivers of Egypt. 1925 Haven't you heard how I have done it long ago, and formed it of ancient times? Now have I brought it to pass, that it should be yours to lay waste fortified cities into ruinous heaps. 1926 Therefore their inhabitants were of small power, they were dismayed and confounded. They were as the grass of the field, and as the green herb, as the grass on the housetops, and as grain blasted before it is grown up. 1927 But I know you're sitting down, and you're going out, and you're coming in, and you're raging against me. 1928 Because of your raging against me, and because your arrogance is come up into my ears, therefore will I put my hook in your nose, and my bridle in your lips, and I will turn you back by the way by which you came. 1929 This shall be the sign to you. You shall eat this year that which grows of itself, and in the second year that which springs of the same, and in the third year sow you, and reap, and plant vineyards, and eat its fruit. 1930 The remnant that has escaped of the house of Judah shall again take root downward, and bear fruit upward. 1931 For out of Jerusalem shall go forth a remnant, and out of Mount Zion those who shall escape. The zeal of Yahweh shall perform this. 1932 Therefore thus says Yahweh concerning the king of Assyria, He shall not come to the city, nor shoot an arrow there, neither shall he come before it with shield, nor cast up a mound against it. 1933 By the way that he came, by the same shall he return, and he shall not come to the city, says Yahweh. 1934 For I will defend this city to save it, for my own sake, and for my servant David's sake. 1935 It happened that night, that the angel of Yahweh went forth, and struck in the camp of the Assyrians 185,000. And when men arose early in the morning, behold, these were all dead bodies. 1936 So Sennacherib king of Assyria departed, and went and returned, and lived at Nineveh. 1937 It happened, as he was worshipping in the house of Nisroch his god, that Adramelech and Sharezer struck him with the sword, and they escaped into the land of Ararat. Esarhaddon his son reigned in his place. 21 In those days was Hezekiah sick to death. Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amoz, came to him, and said to him, Thus says Yahweh, set your house in order, for you shall die and not live. 22 Then he turned his face to the wall, and prayed to Yahweh, saying, 23 Remember now, Yahweh, I beg you, how I have walked before you in truth and with a perfect heart, and have done that which is good in your sight. Hezekiah wept sore. 24 It happened, before Isaiah was gone out into the middle part of the city, that the word of Yahweh came to him, saying, 25 Turn back and tell Hezekiah the prince of my people, Thus says Yahweh, the God of David your father, I have heard your prayer, I have seen your tears. Behold, I will heal you. On the third day you shall go up to the house of Yahweh. 26 I will add to your days 15 years, and I will deliver you and this city out of the hand of the king of Assyria, and I will defend this city for my own sake, and for my servant David's sake. 27 Isaiah said, Take a cake of figs. They took and laid it on the boil, and he recovered. 28 Hezekiah said to Isaiah, What shall be the sign that Yahweh will heal me, and that I shall go up to the house of Yahweh the third day? 29 Isaiah said, This shall be the sign to you from Yahweh, that Yahweh will do the thing that he has spoken. Shall the shadow go forward 10 steps or go back 10 steps? 10 Hezekiah answered, It is a light thing for the shadow to decline 10 steps, nay, but let the shadow return backward 10 steps. 11 Isaiah the prophet cried to Yahweh, and he brought the shadow 10 steps backward, by which it had gone down on the dial of Ahaz. 12 At that time, Berodach Baladan the son of Baladan, king of Babylon, sent letters and a present to Hezekiah, for he had heard that Hezekiah had been sick. 13 Hezekiah listened to them, and showed them all the house of his precious things, the silver, and the gold, and the spices, and the precious oil, and the house of his armor, and all that was found in his treasures. There was nothing in his house, nor in all his dominion, that Hezekiah didn't show them. 20:14 Then came Isaiah the prophet to King Hezekiah and said to him, What said these men? And from whence came they to you? Hezekiah said, They are come from a far country, even from Babylon. 20:15 He said, What have they seen in your house? Hezekiah answered, All that is in my house have they seen. There is nothing among my treasures that I have not shown them. 20:16 Isaiah said to Hezekiah, Hear the word of Yahweh. 20:17 Behold, the days come that all that is in your house, and that which your fathers have laid up in store to this day, shall be carried to Babylon. Nothing shall be left, says Yahweh. 20:18 Of your sons who shall issue from you, whom you shall father, shall they take away, and they shall be eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon. 20:19 Then said Hezekiah to Isaiah, Good is the word of Yahweh which you have spoken. He said moreover, Isn't it so, if peace and truth shall be in my days? 20:20 Now the rest of the acts of Hezekiah and all his might, and how he made the pool and the conduit and brought water into the city, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? 20:21 Hezekiah slept with his fathers, and Manasseh his son reigned in his place. 21:1 Manasseh was 12 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 55 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Hephzibah. 21:2 He did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, after the abominations of the nations, whom Yahweh cast out before the children of Israel. 21:3 For he built again the high places which Hezekiah his father had destroyed, and he reared up altars for Baal, and made an Asherah, as did Ahab king of Israel, and worshipped all the army of the sky and served them. 21:4 He built altars in the house of Yahweh, of which Yahweh said, In Jerusalem will I put my name. 21:5 He built altars for all the army of the sky in the two courts of the house of Yahweh. 21:6 He made his son to pass through the fire, and practiced sorcery, and used enchantments, and dealt with those who had familiar spirits and with wizards. He worked much evil in the sight of Yahweh to provoke him to anger. 21:7 He set the engraved image of Asherah that he had made, in the house of which Yahweh said to David and to Solomon his son, In this house, and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, will I put my name forever. 21:8 Neither will I cause the feet of Israel to wander any more out of the land, which I gave their fathers, if only they will observe to do according to all that I have commanded them, and according to all the law that my servant Moses commanded them. 21:9 But they didn't listen. And Manasseh seduced them to do that which is evil more than did the nations whom Yahweh destroyed before the children of Israel. 21:10 Yahweh spoke by his servants the prophets, saying, 21:11 Because Manasseh king of Judah has done these abominations, and has done wickedly above all that the Amorites did who were before him, and has made Judah also to sin with his idols. 21:12 Therefore thus says Yahweh, the God of Israel, Behold, I bring such evil on Jerusalem and Judah, that whoever hears of it, both his ears shall tingle. 21:13 I will stretch over Jerusalem the line of Samaria, and the plummet of the house of Ahab. And I will wipe Jerusalem as a man wipes a dish, wiping it and turning it upside down. 21:14 I will cast off the remnant of my inheritance, and deliver them into the hand of their enemies, and they shall become a prey and a spoil to all their enemies. 21:15 Because they have done that which is evil in my sight, and have provoked me to anger since the day their fathers came forth out of Egypt, even to this day. 21:16 Moreover Manasseh shed innocent blood very much, until he had filled Jerusalem from one end to another, besides his sin with which he made Judah to sin, in doing that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh. 21:17 Now the rest of the acts of Manasseh, and all that he did, and his sin that he sinned, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? 21:18 Manasseh slept with his fathers, and was buried in the garden of his own house, in the garden of Uzzah, and Ammon his son reigned in his place. 21:19 Ammon was 22 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 2 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Meshullemeth the daughter of Haraz of Jotbah. 21:20 He did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, as did Manasseh his father. 21:21 He walked in all the way that his father walked in, and served the idols that his father served, and worshipped them. 21:22 And he forsook Yahweh, the God of his fathers, and didn't walk in the way of Yahweh. 21:23 The servants of Ammon conspired against him, and put the king to death in his own house. 21:24 But the people of the land killed all those who had conspired against King Ammon, and the people of the land made Josiah his son king in his place. 21:25 Now the rest of the acts of Ammon which he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? 21:26 He was buried in his tomb in the garden of Uzzah, and Josiah his son reigned in his place. 22:1 Josiah was 8 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 31 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Jedidah, the daughter of Adiah of Bosketh. 22. 2. He did that which was right in the eyes of Yahweh, and walked in all the way of David his father, and didn't turn aside to the right hand or to the left. 22. 3. It happened in the 18th year of King Josiah, that the king sent Shaphan, the son of Azaliah, the son of Meshullam, the scribe, to the house of Yahweh, saying, 22. 4. Go up to Hilkiah the high priest, that he may sum the money which is brought into the house of Yahweh, which the keepers of the threshold have gathered of the people. 22. 5. And let them deliver it into the hand of the workmen who have the oversight of the house of Yahweh. And let them give it to the workmen who are in the house of Yahweh, to repair the breaches of the house. 22. 6. To the carpenters, and to the builders, and to the masons, and for buying timber and cut stone to repair the house. 22. 7. However, there was no reckoning made with them of the money that was delivered into their hand, for they dealt faithfully. 22. 8. Hilkiah the high priest said to Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of Yahweh. Hilkiah delivered the book to Shaphan, and he read it. 22. 9. Shaphan the scribe came to the king, and brought the king word again, and said, Your servants have emptied out the money that was found in the house, and have delivered it into the hand of the workmen who have the oversight of the house of Yahweh. 22:10 Shaphan the scribe told the king, saying, Hilkiah the priest has delivered me a book. Shaphan read it before the king. 22:11 It happened, when the king had heard the words of the book of the law, that he tore his clothes. 22:12 The king commanded Hilkiah the priest, and Ahikam the son of Shaphan, and Achbor the son of Micaiah, and Shaphan the scribe, and Asaiah the king's servant, saying, 22:13 Go you, inquire of Yahweh for me, and for the people, and for all Judah, concerning the words of this book that is found. For great is the wrath of Yahweh that is kindled against us, because our fathers have not listened to the words of this book, to do according to all that which is written concerning us. 22:14 So Hilkiah the priest, and Ahikam, and Achbor, and Shaphan, and Asaiah went to Huldah the prophetess, the wife of Shallum the son of Tikvah, the son of Harhez, keeper of the wardrobe. Now she lived in Jerusalem in the second quarter, and they talked with her. 22:15 She said to them, Thus says Yahweh, the God of Israel, Tell you the man who sent you to me. 22:16 Thus says Yahweh, Behold, I will bring evil on this place, and on its inhabitants, even all the words of the book which the king of Judah has read. 22:17 Because they have forsaken me, and have burned incense to other gods, that they might provoke me to anger with all the work of their hands. Therefore my wrath shall be kindled against this place, and it shall not be quenched. 22:18 But to the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire of Yahweh, thus you shall tell him, Thus says Yahweh, the God of Israel. As touching the words which you have heard, 22:19 Because your heart was tender, and you did humble yourself before Yahweh when you heard what I spoke against this place, and against its inhabitants, that they should become a desolation and a curse, and have torn your clothes and wept before me, I also have heard you, says Yahweh. 22:20 Therefore, behold, I will gather you to your fathers, and you shall be gathered to your grave in peace, neither shall your eyes see all the evil which I will bring on this place. They brought the king word again. 23:1 The king sent, and they gathered to him all the elders of Judah and of Jerusalem. 23:2 The king went up to the house of Yahweh, and all the men of Judah and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem with him, and the priests, and the prophets, and all the people, both small and great. And he read in their ears all the words of the book of the covenant which was found in the house of Yahweh. 23:3 The king stood by the pillar, and made a covenant before Yahweh to walk after Yahweh, and to keep his commandments and his testimonies and his statutes with all his heart and all his soul, to confirm the words of this covenant that were written in this book. And all the people stood to the covenant. 23:4 The king commanded Hilkiah the high priest, and the priests of the second order, and the keepers of the threshold, to bring forth out of the temple of Yahweh all the vessels that were made for Baal, and for the Asherah, and for all the army of the sky, and he burned them outside of Jerusalem in the fields of the Kidron, and carried the ashes of them to Bethel. 23:5 He put down the idolatrous priests, whom the kings of Judah had ordained to burn incense in the high places in the cities of Judah, and in the places around Jerusalem. Those also who burned incense to Baal, to the sun, and to the moon, and to the planets, and to all the army of the sky. 23:6 He brought out the Asherah from the house of Yahweh, outside of Jerusalem, to the brook Kidron, and burned it at the brook Kidron, and beat it to dust, and cast its dust on the graves of the common people. 23:7 He broke down the houses of the Sodomites that were in the house of Yahweh, where the women wove hangings for the Asherah. 23:8 He brought all the priests out of the cities of Judah, and defiled the high places where the priests had burned incense, from Jebah to Beersheba. And he broke down the high places of the gates that were at the entrance of the gate of Joshua, the governor of the city, which were on a man's left hand at the gate of the city. 23:9 Nevertheless, the priests of the high places didn't come up to the altar of Yahweh in Jerusalem, but they ate unleavened bread among their brothers. 23:10 He defiled Topheth, which is in the valley of the children of Hinnom, that no man might make his son or his daughter to pass through the fire to Melech. 23:11 He took away the horses that the kings of Judah had given to the sun, at the entrance of the house of Yahweh, by the chamber of Nathan Melech the officer, who was in the court. And he burned the chariots of the sun with fire. 23:12 The altars that were on the roof of the upper chamber of Ahaz, which the kings of Judah had made, and the altars which Manasseh had made in the two courts of the house of Yahweh, did the king break down, and beat them down from there, and cast the dust of them into the brook Kidron. 23:13 The high places that were before Jerusalem, which were on the right hand of the mountain of corruption, which Solomon the king of Israel had built for Ashtoreth the abomination of the Sidonians, and for Chemosh the abomination of Moab, and for Milcom the abomination of the children of Ammon, did the king defile. 23:14 He broke in pieces the pillars, and cut down the Asherim, and filled their places with the bones of men. 23:15 Moreover the altar that was at Bethel, and the high place which Jeroboam the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin, had made, even that altar and the high place he broke down. And he burned the high place and beat it to dust, and burned the Asherah. 23:16 As Josiah turned himself, he spied the tombs that were there in the mountain. And he sent and took the bones out of the tombs, and burned them on the altar, and defiled it, according to the word of Yahweh which the man of God proclaimed, who proclaimed these things. 23:17 Then he said, What monument is that which I see? The men of the city told him, It is the tomb of the man of God who came from Judah, and proclaimed these things that you have done against the altar of Bethel. 23:18 He said, Let him be, let no man move his bones. So they let his bones alone with the bones of the prophet who came out of Samaria. 23:19 All the houses also of the high places that were in the cities of Samaria, which the kings of Israel had made to provoke Yahweh to anger, Josiah took away, and did to them according to all the acts that he had done in Bethel. 23:20 He killed all the priests of the high places that were there, on the altars, and burned men's bones on them, and he returned to Jerusalem. 23:21 The king commanded all the people, saying, Keep the Passover to Yahweh your God, as it is written in this book of the covenant. 23:22 Surely there was not kept such a Passover from the days of the judges who judged Israel, nor in all the days of the kings of Israel, nor of the kings of Judah. 23:23 But in the 18th year of King Josiah was this Passover kept to Yahweh in Jerusalem. 23:24 Moreover those who had familiar spirits, and the wizards, and the teraphim, and the idols, and all the abominations that were seen in the land of Judah and in Jerusalem, did Josiah put away, that he might confirm the words of the law which were written in the book that Hilkiah the priest found in the house of Yahweh. 23:25 Like him was there no king before him, who turned to Yahweh with all his heart, and with all his soul, and with all his might, according to all the law of Moses. Neither after him arose there any like him. 23:26 Notwithstanding, Yahweh didn't turn from the fierceness of his great wrath, with which his anger was kindled against Judah, because of all the provocation with which Manasseh had provoked him. 23:27 Yahweh said, I will remove Judah also out of my sight, as I have removed Israel, and I will cast off the city which I have chosen, even Jerusalem, and the house of which I said, My name shall be there. 23:28 Now the rest of the acts of Josiah, and all that he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? 23:29 In his days Pharaoh Necho king of Egypt went up against the king of Assyria to the river Euphrates. And King Josiah went against him, and Pharaoh Necho killed him at Megiddo when he had seen him. 23:30 His servants carried him in a chariot dead from Megiddo, and brought him to Jerusalem, and buried him in his own tomb. The people of the land took Jehoahaz the son of Josiah, and anointed him, and made him king in his father's place. 23:31 Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Hamutal the daughter of Jeremiah of Libnah. 23:32 He did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, according to all that his fathers had done. 23:33 Pharaoh Necho put him in bonds at Riblah in the land of Hamath, that he might not reign in Jerusalem, and put the land to a tribute of 100 talents of silver and a talent of gold. 23:34 Pharaoh Necho made Eliakim the son of Josiah king in the room of Josiah his father, and changed his name to Jehoiakim. But he took Jehoahaz away, and he came to Egypt and died there. 23:35 Jehoiakim gave the silver and the gold to Pharaoh, but he taxed the land to give the money according to the commandment of Pharaoh. He exacted the silver and the gold of the people of the land, of everyone according to his taxation, to give it to Pharaoh Necho. 23:36 Jehoiakim was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Zebidah the daughter of Pedaiah of Rumah. 23:37 He did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, according to all that his fathers had done. 24:1 In his days Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon came up, and Jehoiakim became his servant 3 years. Then he turned and rebelled against him. 24:2 Yahweh sent against him bands of the Chaldeans, and bands of the Syrians, and bands of the Moabites, and bands of the children of Ammon, and sent them against Judah to destroy it, according to the word of Yahweh, which he spoke by his servants the prophets. 24:3 Surely at the commandment of Yahweh came this on Judah, to remove them out of his sight, for the sins of Manasseh, according to all that he did. 24:4 And also for the innocent blood that he shed. For he filled Jerusalem with innocent blood, and Yahweh would not pardon. 24:5 Now the rest of the acts of Jehoiakim, and all that he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? 24:6 So Jehoiakim slept with his fathers, and Jehoiachin his son reigned in his place. 24:7 The king of Egypt didn't come again out of his land anymore. For the king of Babylon had taken, from the brook of Egypt to the river Euphrates, all that pertained to the king of Egypt. 24:8 Jehoiachin was 18 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned in Jerusalem 3 months, and his mother's name was Nehushta the daughter of Elnathan of Jerusalem. 24:9 He did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, according to all that his father had done. 24:10 At that time the servants of Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon came up to Jerusalem, and the city was besieged. 24:11 Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon came to the city, while his servants were besieging it. 24:12 And Jehoiachin the king of Judah went out to the king of Babylon, he, and his mother, and his servants, and his princes, and his officers. And the king of Babylon took him in the 8th year of his reign. 24:13 He carried out there all the treasures of the house of Yahweh, and the treasures of the king's house, and cut in pieces all the vessels of gold, which Solomon king of Israel had made in the temple of Yahweh, as Yahweh had said. 24:14 He carried away all Jerusalem, and all the princes, and all the mighty men of valor, even 10,000 captives, and all the craftsmen and the smiths. None remained, save the poorest sort of the people of the land. 24:15 He carried away Jehoiachin to Babylon, and the king's mother, and the king's wives, and his officers, and the chief men of the land, carried he into captivity from Jerusalem to Babylon. 24:16 All the men of might, even 7,000, and the craftsmen and the smiths 1,000, all of them strong and apt for war. Even them the king of Babylon brought captive to Babylon. 24:17 The king of Babylon made Mattaniah, Jehoiachin's father's brother, king is his place, and changed his name to Zedekiah. 24:18 Zedekiah was 21 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Hamutal the daughter of Jeremiah of Libnah. 24:19 He did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, according to all that Jehoiakim had done. 24:24 Through the anger of Yahweh did it happen in Jerusalem and Judah, until he had cast them out from his presence. Zedekiah rebelled against the king of Babylon. 25 When it happened in the 9th year of his reign, in the 10th month, in the 10th day of the month, that Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon came, he and all his army, against Jerusalem and encamped against it, and they built forts against it around it. 25:2 So the city was besieged to the 11th year of King Zedekiah. 25:3 On the 9th day of the 4th month the famine was sore in the city, so that there was no bread for the people of the land. 25:4 Then a breach was made in the city, and all the men of war fled by night by the way of the gate between the two walls, which was by the king's garden. Now the Chaldeans were against the city around it. And the king went by the way of the Arabah. 25:5 But the army of the Chaldeans pursued after the king, and overtook him in the plains of Jericho, and all his army was scattered from him. 25:6 Then they took the king, and carried him up to the king of Babylon to Riblah, and they gave judgment on him. 25:7 They killed the sons of Zedekiah before his eyes, and put out the eyes of Zedekiah, and bound him in fetters, and carried him to Babylon. 25:8 Now in the 5th month, on the 7th day of the month, which was the 19th year of King Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came Nebuzaradan the captain of the guard, a servant of the king of Babylon, to Jerusalem. 25:9 He burnt the house of Yahweh, and the king's house, and all the houses of Jerusalem, even every great house burnt he with fire. 25:10 All the army of the Chaldeans who were with the captain of the guard broke down the walls around Jerusalem. 25:11 The residue of the people who were left in the city, and those who fell away, who fell to the king of Babylon, and the residue of the multitude, did Nebuzaradan the captain of the guard carry away captive. 25:12 But the captain of the guard left of the poorest of the land to work the vineyards and fields. 25:13 The pillars of brass that were in the house of Yahweh, and the bases and the bronze sea that were in the house of Yahweh, did the Chaldeans break in pieces, and carried the brass of them to Babylon. 25:14 The pots and the shovels and the snuffers and the spoons and all the vessels of brass with which they ministered took they away. 25:15 The firepans and the basins, that which was of gold in gold, and that which was of silver in silver, the captain of the guard took away. 25:16 The two pillars, the one sea and the bases, which Solomon had made for the house of Yahweh, the brass of all these vessels was without weight. 25:17 The height of the one pillar was 18 cubits, and a capital of brass was on it, and the height of the capital was 3 cubits, with network and pomegranates on the capital around it, all of brass. And like to these had the second pillar with network. 25:18 The captain of the guard took Sariah the chief priest, and Zephaniah the second priest, and the 3 keepers of the threshold. 25:19 And out of the city he took an officer who was set over the men of war, and 5 men of those who saw the king's face who were found in the city, and the scribe, the captain of the army, who mustered the people of the land, and 60 men of the people of the land who were found in the city. 25:20 Nebuzaradan the captain of the guard took them, and brought them to the king of Babylon to Riblah. 25:21 The king of Babylon struck them, and put them to death at Riblah in the land of Hamath. So Judah was carried away captive out of his land. 25:22 As for the people who were left in the land of Judah, whom Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon had left, even over them he made Gedaliah the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, governor. 25:23 Now when all the captains of the forces, they and their men, heard that the king of Babylon had made Gedaliah governor, they came to Gedaliah to Mizpah, even Ishmael the son of Nethaniah, and Johanan the son of Kareah, and Sariah the son of Tanhumeth the Netophathite, and Jazaniah the son of the Maachathite, they and their men. 25:24 Gedaliah swore to them and to their men, and said to them, Don't be afraid because of the servants of the Chaldeans. Dwell in the land and serve the king of Babylon, and it shall be well with you. 25:25 But it happened in the 7th month that Ishmael the son of Nethaniah, the son of Elishama of the royal seed came, and 10 men with him, and struck Gedaliah so that he died, and the Jews and the Chaldeans that were with him at Mizpah. 25:26 All the people, both small and great, and the captains of the forces, arose and came to Egypt, for they were afraid of the Chaldeans. 25:27 It happened in the 37th year of the captivity of Jehoiachin king of Judah, in the 12th month, on the 27th day of the month, that Evil-Merodach king of Babylon, in the year that he began to reign, did lift up the head of Jehoiachin king of Judah out of prison. 25:28 And he spoke kindly to him, and set his throne above the throne of the kings who were with him in Babylon. 25:29 And changed his prison garments. Jehoiachin ate bread before him continually all the days of his life. 25:30 And for his allowance, there was a continual allowance given him of the king, every day a portion, all the days of his life. Notes: The first book of Chronicles. 1 Adam, Seth, Enosh, 1 2 Kenan, Mahalalel, Jared, 1 3 Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, 1 4 Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. 1 5 The sons of Japheth, Gomer and Magog and Madai and Javan and Tubal and Meshech and Tiras. 1 6 The sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz and Dipheth and Togarmah. 1 7 The sons of Javan, Elisha and Tarshish, Kittim and Rodinim. 1 8 The sons of Ham, Cush and Mizraim, Put and Canaan. 1 9 The sons of Cush, Seba and Havilah and Sabta and Ramah and Sabteka. The sons of Ramah, Sheba and Dedan. 1 10 Cush became the father of Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. 1 11 Mizraim became the father of Ludim and Anamim and Lehabim and Naphtuhim. 1 12 And Pathrusim and Casluhim, from whence came the Philistines and Caphtorim. 1 13 Canaan became the father of Sidon his firstborn, and Heth. 1 14 And the Jebusite and the Amorite and the Girgashite. 1 15 And the Hivite and the Archite and the Sinite. 1 16 And the Arvadite and the Zemarite and the Hamathite. 1 17 The sons of Shem, Elam and Asher and Arpachshad and Lud and Aram and Uz and Hul and Gether and Meshech. 1 18 Arpachshad became the father of Shelah, and Shelah became the father of Eber. 1 19 To Eber were born 2 sons. The name of the one was Peleg, for in his days the earth was divided, and his brother's name was Joktan. 1 20 Joktan became the father of Almadad, and Sheleph and Hazarmaveth and Jerah. 1 21 And Hadaram and Uzal and Diklah. 122 and Ebal and Abimael and Sheba, 123 and Ophir and Havilah and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. 124 Shem, Arpachshad, Shelah, 125 Eber Peleg, Ru, 126 Serug Nahor Terah, 127 Abram the same as Abraham. 128 The sons of Abraham, Isaac and Ishmael. 129 These are their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael Nebaioth, then Kedar and Adbeel and Mibsam, 130 Mishma and Duma, Massa, Hadad and Tema, 131 Jeter, Naphish and Kedema. These are the sons of Ishmael. 132 The sons of Keturah, Abraham's concubine. She bore Zimran and Jokshan and Medan and Midian and Ishbak and Shua. The sons of Jokshan, Sheba and Dedan. 133 The sons of Midian, Ephah and Epher and Hanok and Abida and Eldah. All these were the sons of Keturah. 134 Abraham became the father of Isaac. The sons of Isaac, Esau and Israel. 135 The sons of Esau, Eliphaz, Ruel and Jeush and Jalem and Korah. 136 The sons of Eliphaz, Teman and Omar, Zephi and Gadim, Kenaz and Timnah and Amalek. 137 The sons of Ruel, Nahath, Zerah, Shammah and Mizah. 138 The sons of Ser, Lotan and Shobal and Zibon and Anna and Dishan and Ezer and Dishan. 139 The sons of Lotan, Hori and Hamim, and Timnah was Lotan's sister. 140 The sons of Shobal, Alian and Manahath and Ebal, Shephi and Anam. The sons of Zibon, Aya and Anna. 141 The sons of Anna, Dishan. The sons of Dishan, Hamran and Eshban and Ithran and Cheran. 142 The sons of Ezer, Bilhan and Zav and Jachin. The sons of Dishan, Uz and Aaron. 143 Now these are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom, before there resigned any king over the children of Israel. Bela the son of Beer, and the name of his city was Dinhabah. 144 Bela died, and Jobab the son of Zerah of Basra reigned in his place. 145 Jobab died, and Husham of the land of the Temanites reigned in his place. 146 Husham died, and Hadad the son of Bedad, who struck Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his place, and the name of his city was Avith. 147 Hadad died, and Samlah of Masrekah reigned in his place. 148 Samlah died, and Shaul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his place. 149 Shaul died, and Baal Hanan the son of Ichbor reigned in his place. 150 Baal Hanan died, and Hadad reigned in his place. And the name of his city was Pai, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. 151 Hadad died. The chiefs of Edom were Chief Timnah, Chief Aliah, Chief Jetheth, 152 Chief Oholibamah, Chief Elah, Chief Pinon, 153 Chief Kenaz, Chief Teman, Chief Mibzar, 154 Chief Magdil, Chief Aram. These are the chiefs of Edom. 1 These are the sons of Israel. Reuben, Simeon, Levi and Judah, Issachar and Zebulun. 2 Dan, Joseph and Benjamin, Naphtali, Gad and Asher. 3 The sons of Judah, and Onan and Shelah, which 3 were born to him of Shua's daughter the Canaanitess. Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of Yahweh, and he killed him. 4 Tamar his daughter-in-law bore him Perez and Zerah. All the sons of Judah were 5. 5 The sons of Perez, Hezron and Hamul. 6 The sons of Zerah, Zimri and Ethan and Heman and Calcol and Dara, 5 of them in all. 7 The sons of Carmi, Achar, the troubler of Israel, who committed a trespass in the devoted thing. 8 The sons of Ethan, Azariah. 9 The sons also of Hezron, who were born to him, Jerahmeel and Ram and Chelubai. 10 Ram became the father of Amminadab, and Amminadab became the father of Nahshon, prince of the children of Judah. 11 And Nahshon became the father of Salma, and Salma became the father of Boaz. 12 And Boaz became the father of Obed, and Obed became the father of Jesse. 13 And Jesse became the father of his firstborn Eliab, and Abinadab the second, and Shimea the third. 14 Nethanel the fourth, Radai the fifth. 15 Ozem the sixth, David the seventh. 16 And their sisters were Zeruiah and Abigail. The sons of Zeruiah, Abishai and Joab and Asahel. 17 Abigail bore Amasa, and the father of Amasa was Jether the Ishmaelite. 18 Caleb the son of Hezron became the father of children of Azubah his wife and of Jerioth, and these were her sons, Jesher and Shobab and Arden. 19 Azubah died, and Caleb took to him Ephrath, who bore him Hur. 20 Hur became the father of Uri, and Uri became the father of Bezalel. 21 Afterward, Hezron went in to the daughter of Machir the father of Gilead, whom he took as wife when he was 60 years old, and she bore him Segub. 22 Segub became the father of Jair, who had 23 cities in the land of Gilead. 23 Jesher and Aram took the towns of Jair from them, with Kenath and its villages, even 60 cities. All these were the sons of Machir the father of Gilead. 24 After that Hezron was dead and Caleb Ephrathah, Then Abijah Hezron's wife bore him Asher the father of Tekoa. 2:25 The sons of Jerahmeel the firstborn of Hezron were Ram the firstborn, and Bunah, and Oren, and Ozem Ahijah. 2:26 Jerahmeel had another wife, whose name was Atara. She was the mother of Onam. 2:27 The sons of Ram the firstborn of Jerahmeel were Maz, and Jamin, and Eker. 2:28 The sons of Onam were Shammai and Jada. The sons of Shammai, Nadab and Abishur. 2:29 The name of the wife of Abishur was Abihail, and she bore him Abin and Malid. 2:30 The sons of Nadab, Seld and Appim, but Seld died without children. 2:31 The sons of Appim, Ishi. The sons of Ishi, Sheshan. The sons of Sheshan, Alai. 2:32 The sons of Jada the brother of Shammai, Jether and Jonathan, and Jether died without children. 2:33 The sons of Jonathan, Peleth and Zaza. These were the sons of Jerahmeel. 2:34 Now Sheshan had no sons but daughters. Sheshan had a servant, an Egyptian, whose name was Jarha. 2:35 Sheshan gave his daughter to Jarha his servant as wife, and she bore him Attai. 2:36 Attai became the father of Nathan, and Nathan became the father of Zabed. 2:37 And Zabed became the father of Ephlal, and Ephlal became the father of Obed. 2:38 And Obed became the father of Jehu, and Jehu became the father of Azariah. 2:39 And Azariah became the father of Helez, and Helez became the father of Elisa. 2:40 And Elisa became the father of Sismai, and Sismai became the father of Shallum. 2:41 And Shallum became the father of Jechamiah, and Jechamiah became the father of Elishama. 2:42 The sons of Caleb the brother of Jerahmeel were Mesha his firstborn, who was the father of Ziph, and the sons of Mersha the father of Hebron. 2:43 The sons of Hebron, Korah and Tapua and Rechem and Shema. 2:44 Shema became the father of Raham, the father of Jorkim, and Rechem became the father of Shammai. 2:45 The son of Shammai was Maun, and Maun was the father of Beit Zur. 2:46 Ephah, Caleb's concubine, bore Haran and Moza and Gazez, and Haran became the father of Gazez. 2:47 The sons of Jadai, Rejem and Jothan and Jeshan and Pelet and Ephah and Shaph. 2:48 Maacah, Caleb's concubine, bore Sheber and Turhana. 2:49 She bore also Shaph the father of Madmenah, Sheva the father of Machbena and the father of Gibeah, and the daughter of Caleb was Achsah. 2:50 These were the sons of Caleb, the son of Hur, the firstborn of Ephrathah. Shobal the father of Kiriath Jearim. 2:51 Salma the father of Bethlehem, Herph the father of Beit Gader. 2:52 Shobal the father of Kiriath Jearim had sons, Harrow half of the Menuhath. 2:53 The families of Kiriath Jearim, the Ithrites and the Puthites and the Shumathites and the Misrates. Of them came the Zorathites and the Eshtalites. 2:54 The sons of Salma, Bethlehem and the Netophathites, Atroth Beit Joab and half of the Manahathites, the Zorites. 2:55 The families of scribes who lived at Jabez, the Turathites, the Shimathites, the Sukathites. These are the Kenites who came of Hamath, the father of the house of Rechab. 3:1 Now these were the sons of David who were born to him in Hebron, the firstborn Amnon of Ahinoam the Jezreelitess, the second Daniel of Abigail the Carmelitess. 3:2 The third Absalom the son of Maacah the daughter of Talmai king of Jeshur, the fourth Adonijah the son of Haggith. 3:3 The fifth Shephatiah of Abidal, the sixth Ithream by Eglah his wife. 3:4 6 were born to him in Hebron, and there he reigned 7 years and 6 months. In Jerusalem he reigned 33 years. 3:5 And these were born to him in Jerusalem, Shimea and Shobab and Nathan and Solomon 4 of Bathshua the daughter of Amiel. 3:6 And Ibhar and Elishama and Eliphelet. 3:7 And Naga and Nepheg and Japhia. 3:8 And Elishama and Eliada and Eliphelet. 9:3-9 All these were the sons of David, besides the sons of the concubines, and Tamar was their sister. 3:10 Solomon's son was Rehoboam, Abijah his son, Asa his son, Jehoshaphat his son. 3:11 Joram his son, Ahaziah his son, Josh his son. 3:12 Amaziah his son, Azariah his son, Jotham his son. 3:13 Ahaz his son, Hezekiah his son, Manasseh his son. 3:14 Ammon his son, Josiah his son. 3:15 The sons of Josiah, the firstborn Johanan, the second Jehoiakim, the third Zedekiah, the fourth Shallum. 3:16 The sons of Jehoiakim, Jeconiah his son, Zedekiah his son. 3:17 The sons of Jeconiah the captive, Sheltil his son. 3:18 And Malchiram and Pedaiah and Shenazar, Jechamiah, Hashama and Nedabiah. 3:19 The sons of Pedaiah, Zerubbabel and Shimei. The sons of Zerubbabel, Meshullam and Hananiah, and Shelemith was their sister. 3:20 And Hashubah and Ohol and Berechiah and Hasadiah, Jushab-hezed. 3:21 The sons of Hananiah, Pelatiah and Jeshiah. The sons of Raphiah, the sons of Arnan, the sons of Obadiah, the sons of Shechaniah. 3:22 The sons of Shechaniah, Shemaiah. The sons of Shemaiah, Haddash and Igal and Bariah and Neriah and Shaphat. 3:23 The sons of Neriah, Elionai and Hiskiah and Azrikam. 3:24 The sons of Elionai, Hodaviah and Eliashib and Peliah and Akub and Johanan and Deliah and Anani. 7:4 The sons of Judah, Perez, Hezron and Carmi and Hur and Shobal. 4:2 Reiah the son of Shobal became the father of Jahath, and Jahath became the father of Ahumai and Lahad. These are the families of the Zorathites. 4:3 These were the sons of the father of Edom, Jezreel and Ishma and Idbesh, and the name of their sister was Hazelelponi. 4:4 And Penel the father of Jedor, and Ezer the father of Husha. These are the sons of Hur, the firstborn of Ephrathah, the father of Bethlehem. 4:5 Asher the father of Tekoa had two wives, Hela and Nara. 4:6 Nara bore him Ahizam and Hefer and Temeni and Hahashtari. These were the sons of Nara. 4:7 The sons of Hela were Zereth, Ijar, and Ethnan. 4:8 Hakaz became the father of Anub and Zobah, and the families of Aharhul the son of Haram. 4:9 Jabez was more honorable than his brothers, and his mother named him Jabez, saying, Because I bore him with sorrow. 4:10 Jabez called on the God of Israel, saying, Oh, that you would bless me indeed, and enlarge my border, and that your hand might be with me, and that you would keep me from evil, that it not be to my sorrow. God granted him that which he requested. 4:11 Chelub the brother of Shuha became the father of Mehir, who was the father of Eshton. 4:12 Eshton became the father of Beit Rapha, and Pesa, and Tehinnah the father of Nahash. These are the men of Rekah. 4:13 The sons of Kenaz, Othniel and Sariah. The sons of Othniel, Hathith. 4:14 Meonotai became the father of Ophrah, and Sariah became the father of Joab, the father of Jehareshim, for they were craftsmen. 4:15 The sons of Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, Uru, Elah, and Nam, and the sons of Elah and Kenaz. 4:16 The sons of Jehalelel, Ziph and Ziphah, Tiria and Asarel. 4:17 The sons of Ezra, Jether and Murd and Epher and Jalon, and she bore Miriam and Shammai and Ishba the father of Eshtemoa. 4:18 His wife the Jewess bore Jerd the father of Jedor, and Heber the father of Soko, and Jekethiel the father of Zano. These are the sons of Bithiah the daughter of Pharaoh, whom Murd took. 4:19 The sons of the wife of Hodiah, the sister of Naham, were the father of Kala the Garmite and Eshtemoa the Maacathite. 4:20 The sons of Shimon, Amnon and Rinnah, Ben-Hanan and Tilon. The sons of Ishi, Zoeth and Ben-Zoeth. 4:21 The sons of Shelah the son of Judah, the father of Lekah, and Lada the father of Mersha, and the families of the house of those who worked fine linen, of the house of Ashbia. 4:22 And Joachim, and the men of Kozba, and Josh, and Saraph, who had dominion in Moab, and Jashubalham. The records are ancient. 4:23 These were the potters and the inhabitants of Nedam and Gedera, there they lived with the king for his work. 4:24 The sons of Simeon, Nemuel and Jamin, Jarib, Zerah, Shaul. 4:25 Shalom his son, Mibsam his son, Mishma his son. 4:26 The sons of Mishma, Hamuel his son, Zachar his son, Shimei his son. 4:27 Shimei had 16 sons and 6 daughters, but his brothers didn't have many children, neither did all their family multiply like the children of Judah. 4:28 They lived at Beersheba, and Maladah, and Hazarshul. 4:29 And at Bilhah, and at Ezem, and at Talad. 4:30 And at Bethuel, and at Hormah, and at Ziklag. 4:31 And at Beit Markaboth, and Hazar Suzim, and at Beit Biri, and at Sharim. These were their cities to the reign of David. 4:32 Their villages were Etam, and Ain, Rimmon, and Tachan, and Ashan, 5 cities. 4:33 And all their villages that were around the same cities to Baal. These were their habitations, and they have their genealogy. 4:34 Meshabab, and Jamlech, and Joshua the son of Amaziah. 4:35 And Joel, and Jehu the son of Joshabiah, the son of Sariah, the son of Asil. 4:36 And Elionai, and Jochebah, and Jeshoiah, and Asaiah, and Adiel, and Jesamiel, and Benaiah. 4:37 And Ziza the son of Shiphi, the son of Alon, the son of Jediah, the son of Shimri, the son of Shemaiah. 4:38 These mentioned by name were princes in their families, and their fathers' houses increased greatly. 4:39 They went to the entrance of Jedor, even to the east side of the valley, to seek pasture for their flocks. 4:40 They found fat pasture and good, and the land was wide and quiet and peaceable. For those who lived there before were of Ham. 4:41 These written by name came in the days of Hezekiah king of Judah, and struck their tents, and the Munim who were found there, and destroyed them utterly to this day, and lived in their place, because there was pasture there for their flocks. 4:42 Some of them, even of the sons of Simeon, 500 men went to Mount Seir, having for their captains Pelasha, and Neriah, and Raphiah, and Uzziel, the sons of Ishi. 4:43 They struck the remnant of the Amalekites who escaped, and have lived there to this day. 5:1 The sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, for he was the firstborn. But because he defiled his father's couch, his birthright was given to the sons of Joseph, the son of Israel, and the genealogy is not to be reckoned after the birthright. 5:2 For Judah prevailed above his brothers, and of him came the prince, but the birthright was Joseph's. 5:3 The sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, Hanok and Pulu, Hezron and Carmi. 5:4 The sons of Joel, Shemaiah his son, Gog his son, Shimei his son. 5:5 Micah his son, Reiah his son, Baal his son. 5:6 Bera his son, whom Tilgath-Pilneser king of Assyria carried away captive. He was prince of the Reubenites. 5:7 His brothers by their families, when the genealogy of their generations was reckoned. The chief, Jael and Zechariah. 5:8 And Bela the son of Azaz, the son of Shema, the son of Joel, who lived in Eror, even to Nebo and Baal Meon. 5:9 And eastward he lived even to the entrance of the wilderness from the river Euphrates, because their livestock were multiplied in the land of Gilead. 5:10 In the days of Saul they made war with the Hagrites, who fell by their hand, and they lived in their tents throughout all the land east of Gilead. 5:11 The sons of Gad lived over against them, in the land of Bashan to Salcah. 5:12 Joel the chief, and Shapham the second, and Jani and Shaphat in Bashan. 5:13 Their brothers of their fathers' houses, Michael and Meshullam and Sheba and Jorai and Jachin and Zia and Eber. 7. 5:14 These were the sons of Abihail, the son of Huri, the son of Jero, the son of Gilead, the son of Michael, the son of Jeshishai, the son of Jado, the son of Buz. 5:15 Ahi the son of Abdiel, the son of Guni, chief of their fathers' houses. 5:16 They lived in Gilead and Bashan, and in its towns, and in all the suburbs of Sharon as far as their borders. 5:17 All these were reckoned by genealogies in the days of Jotham king of Judah, and in the days of Jeroboam king of Israel. 5:18 The sons of Reuben, and the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, of valiant men, men able to bear buckler and sword, and to shoot with bow, and skillful in war, were 44,760, that were able to go forth to war. 5:19 They made war with the Hagrites, with Jeter and Naphish and Nadab. 5:20 They were helped against them, and the Hagrites were delivered into their hand, and all who were with them. For they cried to God in the battle, and he was entreated of them, because they put their trust in him. 5:21 They took away their livestock, of their camels 50,000, and of sheep 250,000, and of donkeys 2,000, and of men 100,000. 5:22 For there fell many slain, because the war was of God. They lived in their place until the captivity. 5:23 The children of the half-tribe of Manasseh lived in the land. They increased from Bashan to Baal, Hermon, and Senir, and Mount Hermon. 5:24 These were the heads of their fathers' houses, even Epher, and Ishi, and Eliel, and Azriel, and Jeremiah, and Hodaviah, and Jodiel, mighty men of valor, famous men, heads of their fathers' houses. 5:25 They trespassed against the God of their fathers, and played the prostitute after the gods of the peoples of the land, whom God destroyed before them. 5:26 The God of Israel stirred up the spirit of Pul king of Assyria, and the spirit of Tilgath-Pilneser king of Assyria, and he carried them away, even the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half-tribe of Manasseh, and brought them to Hala and Habor and Hara, and to the river of Gozan to this day. 6:1 The sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. 6:2 The sons of Kohath, Amram, Izhar, and Hebron, and Uzziel. 6:3 The children of Amram, Aaron, and Moses, and Miriam. The sons of Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. 6:4 Eleazar became the father of Phinehas. Phinehas became the father of Abishua. 6:5 And Abishua became the father of Buki, and Buki became the father of Uzi. 6:6 And Uzi became the father of Zerahiah, and Zerahiah became the father of Marioth. 6:7 Marioth became the father of Amariah, and Amariah became the father of Ahitub. 6:8 And Ahitub became the father of Zadok, and Zadok became the father of Ahimaaz. 6:9 And Ahimaaz became the father of Azariah, and Azariah became the father of Johanan. 6:10 And Johanan became the father of Azariah. He it is who executed the priest's office in the house that Solomon built in Jerusalem. 6:11 And Azariah became the father of Amariah, and Amariah became the father of Ahitub. 6:12 And Ahitub became the father of Zadok, and Zadok became the father of Shallum. 6:13 And Shallum became the father of Hilkiah, and Hilkiah became the father of Azariah. 6:14 And Azariah became the father of Sariah, and Sariah became the father of Jehozedek. 6:15 Jehozedek went into captivity, when Yahweh carried away Judah and Jerusalem by the hand of Nebuchadnezzar. 6:16 The sons of Levi, Gershom, Kohath, and Merari. 6:17 These are the names of the sons of Gershom, Libni and Shimei. 6:18 The sons of Kohath were Amram, and Izhar, and Hebron, and Uzziel. 6:19 The sons of Merari, Mali, and Mushi. These are the families of the Levites according to their fathers' houses. 6:20 of Jersham, Libni his son, Jahath his son, Zimah his son, 6:21 Jo his son, Ido his son, Zerah his son, Jetharai his son, 6:22 the sons of Kohath, Amminadab his son, Korah his son, Asir his son, 6:23 Elkanah his son, and Ebiasaph his son, and Asir his son, 6:24 Tahath his son, Uriel his son, Uzziah his son, and Shaul his son, 6:25 the sons of Elkanah, Amasai and Ahimoth, 6:26 as for Elkanah, the sons of Elkanah, Zophai his son, and Nahath his son, 6:27 Eliab his son, Jeroham his son, Elkanah his son, 6:28 the sons of Samuel, the firstborn Joel and the second Abijah, 6:29 the sons of Merari, Mali, Libni his son, Shimei his son, Uzzah his son, 6:30 Shimea his son, Haggiah his son, Asaiah his son, 6:31 these are they whom David set over the service of song in the house of Yahweh, after that the ark had rest. 6:32 they ministered with song before the tent of meeting, until Solomon had built the house of Yahweh in Jerusalem, and they waited on their office according to their order. 6:33 these are those who waited, and their sons, of the sons of the Kohathites. Heman the singer, the son of Joel, the son of Samuel, 6:34 the son of Elkanah, the son of Jeroham, the son of Eliel, the son of Toh, 6:35 the son of Zuph, the son of Elkanah, the son of Mahath, the son of Amasai, 6:36 the son of Elkanah, the son of Joel, the son of Azariah, the son of Zephaniah, 6:37 the son of Tahath, the son of Asir, the son of Ebiasaph, the son of Korah, 6:38 the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, the son of Israel. 6:39 his brother Asaph, who stood on his right hand, even Asaph the son of Berechiah, the son of Shimea, 6:40 the son of Michael, the son of Boschah, the son of Malchijah, 6:41 the son of Ethni, the son of Zerah, the son of Adiah, 6:42 the son of Ethan, the son of Zimmah, the son of Shimei, 6:43 the son of Jahath, the son of Jersham, the son of Levi, 6:44 on the left hand their brothers, the sons of Merari. Ethan the son of Kishi, the son of Abdi, the son of Malach, 6:45 the son of Hashabiah, the son of Amaziah, the son of Hilkiah, 6:46 the son of Amzi, the son of Bani, the son of Shemer, 6:47 the son of Mali, the son of Mushi, the son of Merari, the son of Levi. 6:48 their brothers, the Levites, were appointed for all the service of the tent of the house of God. 6:49 but Aaron and his sons offered on the altar of burnt offering, and on the altar of incense, for all the work of the most holy place, and to make atonement for Israel, according to all that Moses the servant of God had commanded. 6:50 these are the sons of Aaron. Eleazar his son, Phinehas his son, Abishur his son, 6:51 Bucky his son, Uzi his son, Zerahiah his son, 6:52 Marioth his son, Amariah his son, Ahitub his son, 6:53 Zadok his son, Ahimaaz his son. 6:54 Now these are their dwelling places according to their encampments in their borders. To the sons of Aaron, of the families of the Kohathites, for theirs was the first lot. 6:55 to them they gave Hebron in the land of Judah, and its suburbs around it. 6:56 But the fields of the city, and its villages, they gave to Caleb the son of Jephunneh. 6:57 To the sons of Aaron they gave the cities of refuge, Hebron, Libnah also with its suburbs, and Jatir, and Eshtemoa with its suburbs, 6:58 and Hilan with its suburbs, Debir with its suburbs, 6:59 and Ashan with its suburbs, and Beit Shemesh with its suburbs. 6:60 And out of the tribe of Benjamin, Jeba with its suburbs, and Alemeth with its suburbs, and Anathoth with its suburbs. All their cities throughout their families were 13 cities. 6:61 To the rest of the sons of Kohath were given by lot, out of the family of the tribe, out of the half-tribe, the half of Manasseh, 10 cities. 6:62 To the sons of Jersham, according to their families, out of the tribe of Issachar, and out of the tribe of Asher, and out of the tribe of Naphtali, and out of the tribe of Manasseh in Bashan, 13 cities. 6:63 To the sons of Merari were given by lot, according to their families, out of the tribe of Reuben, and out of the tribe of Gad, and out of the tribe of Zebulun, 12 cities. 6:64 The children of Israel gave to the Levites the cities with their suburbs. 6:65 They gave by lot out of the tribe of the children of Judah, and out of the tribe of the children of Simeon, and out of the tribe of the children of Benjamin, these cities which are mentioned by name. 6:66 Some of the families of the sons of Kohath had cities of their borders out of the tribe of Ephraim. 6:67 They gave to them the cities of refuge, Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim with its suburbs, Jezer also with its suburbs, 6:68 and Jokmeam with its suburbs, and Beit Horon with its suburbs, 6:69 and Ajalon with its suburbs, and Gath Rimmon with its suburbs, 6:70 and out of the half-tribe of Manasseh, Aner with its suburbs, and Bilim with its suburbs, for the rest of the family of the sons of Kohath. 6:71 To the sons of Jersham were given, out of the family of the half-tribe of Manasseh, Golan in Bashan with its suburbs, and Ashtaroth with its suburbs. 6:72 And out of the tribe of Issachar, Kedesh with its suburbs, Daberath with its suburbs, 73 and Ramoth with its suburbs, and Anem with its suburbs, 6, 74 and out of the tribe of Asher, Mashal with its suburbs, and Abdon with its suburbs, 6, 75 and Hukok with its suburbs, and Rehob with its suburbs, 6, 76 and out of the tribe of Naphtali, Kedesh in Galilee with its suburbs, and Hammon with its suburbs, and Kiriathaim with its suburbs, 6, 77 to the rest of the Levites, the sons of Merari, were given out of the tribe of Zebulun, Ramona with its suburbs, Tabor with its suburbs, 6, 78 and beyond the Jordan at Jericho on the east side of the Jordan, were given them out of the tribe of Reuben, Bezer in the wilderness with its suburbs, and Jaza with its suburbs, 6, 79 and Kedemoth with its suburbs, and Mephoth with its suburbs, 6, 80 and out of the tribe of Gad, Ramoth in Gilead with its suburbs, and Mahanaim with its suburbs, 6, 81 and Heshbon with its suburbs, and Jazer with its suburbs. 7 one of the sons of Issachar, Tola and Puah, Jashub and Shimron, 4, 7 2 the sons of Tola, Uzi and Raphiah and Jeriel and Jahmai and Ibsam and Shemuel, heads of their fathers' houses, to wit, of Tola, mighty men of valor in their generations. Their number in the days of David was 22,600. 7 3 the sons of Uzi, Izrahiah. The sons of Izrahiah, Michael and Obadiah and Joel, Ishiah, 5, all of them chief men. 7 4 with them, by their generations, after their fathers' houses, were bands of the army for war, 36,000. For they had many wives and sons. 7 5 their brothers among all the families of Issachar, mighty men of valor, reckoned in all by genealogy, were 87,000. 7 6 the sons of Benjamin, Bela and Becher and Jediel, 3. 7 7 the sons of Bela, Esbon and Uzi and Uzziel and Jeremoth and Eri, 5, heads of fathers' houses, mighty men of valor, and they were reckoned by genealogy 22,034. 7 8 the sons of Becher, Zemra and Josh and Eliezer and Elionai and Omri and Jeremoth and Abijah and Anathoth and Elimeth. All these were the sons of Becher. 7 9 they were reckoned by genealogy after their generations, heads of their fathers' houses, mighty men of valor, 20,200. 7 10 the sons of Jediel, Bilhan. The sons of Bilhan, Jeush and Benjamin and Ehud and Chenana and Zethan and Tarshish and Ahishahar. 7 11 all these were sons of Jediel, according to the heads of their fathers' houses, mighty men of valor, 17,200, who were able to go forth in the army for war. 7 12 Shuppim also, and Huppim, the sons of Hushim, the sons of Aher. 7 13 the sons of Naphtali, Jaziel and Guni and Jezer and Shalom, the sons of Bilhah. 7 14 the sons of Manasseh, Asriel, whom his concubine the Aramitess bore. She bore Machir, the father of Gilead. 7 15 and Machir took a wife of Huppim and Shuppim, whose sister's name was Maacah, and the name of the second was Zelophehad, and Zelophehad had daughters. 7 16 Maacah, the wife of Machir, bore a son, and she named him Peresh, and the name of his brother was Sheresh, and his sons were Ulam and Rakem. 7 17 the sons of Ulam, Bedan. These were the sons of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh. 7 18 his sister Hamelecheth bore Ishhad, and Abiezer and Mala. 7 19 the sons of Shemida were Ahian, and Shechem, and Likai, and Anium. 7 20 the sons of Ephraim, Shuthalah, and Bird his son, and Tahath his son, and Elida his son, and Tahath his son. 7 21 and Zabad his son, and Shuthalah his son, and Ezer, and Elid, whom the men of Gath who were born in the land killed, because they came down to take away their livestock. 7 22 Ephraim their father mourned many days, and his brothers came to comfort him. 7 23 he went in to his wife, and she conceived and bore a son, and he named him Beriah, because it went evil with his house. 7 24 his daughter was Shira, who built Beit Horon the lower and the upper, and Uzan Shira. 7 25 Rapha was his son, and Resheph and Tela his son, and Tahan his son. 7 26 Ladan his son, Amihud his son, Elishama his son. 7 27 Nun his son, Joshua his son. 7 28 their possessions and habitations were Bethel and its towns, and eastward Naran, and westward Jezer with its towns. Shechem also and its towns, to Azza and its towns. 7 29 and by the borders of the children of Manasseh, Beit Shean and its towns, Tanak and its towns, Megiddo and its towns, Dor and its towns. In these lived the children of Joseph the son of Israel. 7 30 the sons of Asher, Imnah and Ishva and Ishvi and Beriah and Sarah their sister. 7 31 the sons of Beriah, Heber and Malchiel, who was the father of Berzath. 7 32 Heber became the father of Japhlet, and Shomer, and Hotham, and Shua their sister. 7 33 the sons of Japhlet, Pasech and Bimhal and Ashveth. These are the children of Japhlet. 7 34 the sons of Shemer, Ahi and Roga, Jehubbah and Aram. 7 35 the sons of Helam his brother, Zapha and Imnah and Shelesh and Amal. 7 36 the sons of Zapha, Sua and Harnefer and Shul and Beri and Imrah. 7 37 Bezer and Had and Shammah and Shilsha and Ithran and Bera. 7 38 the sons of Jether, Jephaneh and Pispa and Ara. 739 the sons of Ulla, Era, and Haniel and Rizia. 740 all these were the children of Asher, heads of the fathers' houses, choice and mighty men of valor, chief of the princes. The number of them reckoned by genealogy for service in war was 26,000 men. 8. 1 Benjamin became the father of Bela his firstborn, Ashbel the second, and Ahara the third. 8. 2 Noah the fourth and Rapha the fifth. 8. 3 Bela had sons, Adar and Gera and Abihud. 8. 4 and Abishua and Naaman and Aho. 8. 5 and Gera and Shephaphan and Huram. 8. 6 These are the sons of Ehud. These are the heads of fathers' houses of the inhabitants of Jeba, and they carried them captive to Manahath. 8. 7 and Naaman and Ahijah and Gera, he carried them captive. And he became the father of Uzzah and Ahihud. 8. 8 Sharam became the father of children in the field of Moab, after he had sent them away. Hushim and Bara were his wives. 8. 9 He became the father of Hodish's wife, Jobab and Zibiah and Mesha, and Malcolm. 8. 10 And Jews and Shesha and Mirma. These were his sons, heads of fathers' houses. 8. 11 Of Hushim he became the father of Abitub and Elpal. 8. 12 The sons of Elpal, Eber and Misham and Shemd, who built Ono and Lod with its towns. 8. 13 And Beriah and Shema, who were heads of fathers' houses of the inhabitants of Ajalon, who put to flight the inhabitants of Gath. 8. 14 And Ahio, Shashak, and Jeremoth. 8. 15 And Zebediah and Arid and Eder. 8. 16 And Michael and Ishba and Joha, the sons of Beriah. 8. 17 And Zebediah and Meshullam and Hizki and Heber. 8. 18 And Ishmerai and Isliah and Jobab, the sons of Elpal. 8. 19 And Jachim and Zikri and Zabdi. 8. 20 And Elionai and Zilatai and Eliel. 8. 21 And Adiah and Beriah and Shimrath, the sons of Shimei. 8. 22 And Ishpen and Eber and Eliel. 8. 23 And Abdon and Zikri and Hanan. 8. 24 And Hananiah and Elam and Anthithijah. 8. 25 And Ifdeiah and Penuel, the sons of Shashak. 8. 26 And Shamsharai and Shehariah and Athaliah. 8. 27 And Jarashiah and Elijah and Zikri, the sons of Jeroham. 8. 28 These were heads of fathers' houses throughout their generations, chief men. These lived in Jerusalem. 8. 29 In Jibon there lived the father of Jibon, Jael, whose wife's name was Maacah. 8. 30 And his firstborn son Abdon, and Zur, and Kish, and Baal, and Nadab. 8. 31 And Jedor, and Ahio, and Zecher. 8. 32 Mikloth became the father of Shima. They also lived with their brothers in Jerusalem, over against their brothers. 8. 33 Ner became the father of Kish, and Kish became the father of Saul, and Saul became the father of Jonathan, and Malchishua, and Abinadab, and Eshbal. 8. 34 The son of Jonathan was Merib-Baal, and Merib-Baal became the father of Micah. 8. 35 The sons of Micah, Pithon, and Melech, and Teriah, and Ahaz. 8. 36 Ahaz became the father of Jehoda, and Jehoda became the father of Elimeth, and Asmaveth, and Zimri became the father of Moza. 8. 37 Moza became the father of Biniah. Rapha was his son, Elisa his son, Azel his son. 8. 38 Azel had 6 sons, whose names are these: Azrikam, Bacharu, and Ishmael, and Shariah, and Obadiah, and Hanan. All these were the sons of Azel. 8. 39 The sons of Eshek his brother, Ulam his firstborn, Jush the second, and Eliphalet the third. 8. 40 The sons of Ulam were mighty men of valor, archers, and had many sons, and sons' sons, 150. All these were of the sons of Benjamin. 9. 1 So all Israel were reckoned by genealogies, and behold, they are written in the book of the kings of Israel. And Judah was carried away captive to Babylon for their disobedience. 9. 2 Now the first inhabitants who lived in their possessions in their cities were Israel, the priests, the Levites, and the Nethinim. 9. 3 In Jerusalem lived of the children of Judah, and of the children of Benjamin, and of the children of Ephraim and Manasseh. 9. 4 Adai the son of Ammihud, the son of Omri, the son of Imri, the son of Bani, of the children of Perez, the son of Judah. 9. 5 Of the Shilonites, Asaiah the firstborn and his sons. 9. 6 Of the sons of Zerah, Jewel and their brothers, 690. 9. 7 Of the sons of Benjamin, Salu the son of Meshullam, the son of Hodaviah, the son of Hasanua. 9. 8 And Ibniah the son of Jeroham, and Elah the son of Uzi, the son of Mikri, and Meshullam the son of Shephatiah, the son of Ruel, the son of Ibnijah. 9 And their brothers, according to their generations, 956. All these men were heads of fathers' houses by their fathers' houses. 9. 10 Of the priests, Jediah and Jehurib Jachin. 9. 11 And Azariah the son of Hilkiah, the son of Meshullam, the son of Zadok, the son of Marioth, the son of Ahitub, the ruler of the house of God. 9. 12 And Adiah the son of Jeroham, the son of Pashur, the son of Malchijah, and Masai the son of Adiel, the son of Jozerah, the son of Meshullam, the son of Meshulemeth, the son of Immer. 9. 13 And their brothers, heads of their fathers' houses, 1,760. very able men for the work of the service of the house of God. 9:14 of the Levites. Shemaiah the son of Hashub, the son of Azrikam, the son of Hashabiah of the sons of Merari. 9:15 in Bakbakar, Harish and Galal and Mattaniah the son of Micah, the son of Zikri, the son of Asaph. 9:16 in Obadiah the son of Shemaiah, the son of Galal, the son of Jeduthun, and Berechiah the son of Asah, the son of Elkanah, who lived in the villages of the Netophathites. 9:17 the porters. Shallum and Akub and Talmon and Ahiman, and their brothers. Shallum was the chief. 9:18 who hitherto waited in the king's gate eastward. They were the porters for the camp of the children of Levi. 9:19 Shallum the son of Kori, the son of Ebiasaph, the son of Korah, and his brothers of his father's house. The Korahites were over the work of the service, keepers of the thresholds of the tent, and their fathers had been over the camp of Yahweh, keepers of the entry. 9:20 Phinehas the son of Eleazar was ruler over them in time past, and Yahweh was with him. 9:21 Zechariah the son of Meshelemiah was porter of the door of the tent of meeting. 9:22 All these who were chosen to be porters in the thresholds were 212. These were reckoned by genealogy in their villages, whom David and Samuel the seer did ordain in their office of trust. 9:23 So they and their children had the oversight of the gates of the house of Yahweh, even the house of the tent, by wards. 9:24 On the four sides were the porters, toward the east, west, north, and south. 9:25 Their brothers in their villages were to come in every 7 days from time to time to be with them. 9:26 For the four chief porters, who were Levites, were in an office of trust, and were over the chambers and over the treasuries in the house of God. 9:27 They lodged around the house of God, because that duty was on them, and to them pertained its opening morning by morning. 9:28 Certain of them were in charge of the vessels of service, for by count were these brought in, and by count were these taken out. 9:29 Some of them also were appointed over the furniture, and over all the vessels of the sanctuary, and over the fine flour, and the wine, and the oil, and the frankincense, and the spices. 9:30 Some of the sons of the priests prepared the confection of the spices. 9:31 Mattathiah, one of the Levites, who was the firstborn of Shallum the Korahite, had the office of trust over the things that were baked in pans. 9:32 Some of their brothers of the sons of the Kohathites were over the show bread, to prepare it every Sabbath. 9:33 These are the singers, heads of fathers' houses of the Levites, who lived in the chambers and were free from other service, for they were employed in their work day and night. 9:34 These were heads of fathers' houses of the Levites, throughout their generations, chief men. These lived at Jerusalem. 9:35 In Jibon there lived the father of Jibon, Jael, whose wife's name was Maacah. 9:36 And his firstborn son Abdon, and Zur, and Kish, and Baal, and Ner, and Nadab. 9:37 And Jedor, and Ahio, and Zechariah, and Mikloth. 9:38 Mikloth became the father of Shimem. They also lived with their brothers in Jerusalem, over against their brothers. 9:39 Ner became the father of Kish, and Kish became the father of Saul, and Saul became the father of Jonathan, and Malchishua, and Abinadab, and Eshbal. 9:40 The son of Jonathan was Merib-Baal, and Merib-Baal became the father of Micah. 9:41 The sons of Micah, Pithon, and Melech, and Tariah, and Ahaz. 9:42 Ahaz became the father of Jerah, and Jerah became the father of Elimeth, and Asmaveth, and Zimri became the father of Moza. 9:43 And Moza became the father of Bineah, and Raphiah his son, Elisa his son, Azel his son. 9:44 Azel had 6 sons, whose names are these: Azrikam, Bacharu, and Ishmael, and Shariah, and Obadiah, and Hanan. These were the sons of Azel. 10:1 Now the Philistines fought against Israel, and the men of Israel fled from before the Philistines, and fell down slain on Mount Gilboa. 10:2 The Philistines followed hard after Saul and after his sons, and the Philistines killed Jonathan, and Abinadab, and Malchishua, the sons of Saul. 10:3 The battle went sore against Saul, and the archers overtook him, and he was distressed by reason of the archers. 10:4 Then said Saul to his armor-bearer, Draw your sword, and thrust me through therewith, lest these uncircumcised come and abuse me. But his armor-bearer would not, for he was sore afraid. Therefore Saul took his sword and fell on it. 10:5 When his armor-bearer saw that Saul was dead, he likewise fell on his sword and died. 10:6 So Saul died, and his 3 sons, and all his house died together. 10:7 When all the men of Israel who were in the valley saw that they fled, and that Saul and his sons were dead, they forsook their cities and fled. And the Philistines came and lived in them. 10:8 It happened on the next day, when the Philistines came to strip the slain, that they found Saul and his sons fallen on Mount Gilboa. 10:9 They stripped him, and took his head and his armor, and sent into the land of the Philistines all around, to carry the news to their idols and to the people. 10:10 They put his armor in the house of their gods, and fastened his head in the house of Dagon. 10:11 When all Jabesh Gilead heard all that the Philistines had done to Saul. 10:12 All the valiant men arose, and took away the body of Saul, and the bodies of his sons, and brought them to Jabesh, and buried their bones under the oak in Jabesh, and fasted 7 days. 10:13 So Saul died for his trespass which he committed against Yahweh, because of the word of Yahweh which he didn't keep, and also because he asked counsel of one who had a familiar spirit, to inquire thereby. 10:14 And didn't inquire of Yahweh. Therefore he killed him, and turned the kingdom to David the son of Jesse. 11:1 Then all Israel gathered themselves to David to Hebron, saying, Behold, we are your bone and your flesh. 11:2 In times past, even when Saul was king, it was you who led out and brought in Israel. And Yahweh your God said to you, You shall be shepherd of my people Israel, and you shall be prince over my people Israel. 11:3 So all the elders of Israel came to the king to Hebron, and David made a covenant with them in Hebron before Yahweh, and they anointed David king over Israel, according to the word of Yahweh by Samuel. 11:4 David and all Israel went to Jerusalem, the same as Jebus, and the Jebusites, the inhabitants of the land, were there. 11:5 The inhabitants of Jebus said to David, You shall not come in here. Nevertheless, David took the stronghold of Zion, the same is the city of David. 11:6 David said, Whoever strikes the Jebusites first shall be chief and captain. Joab the son of Zeruiah went up first and was made chief. 11:7 David lived in the stronghold, therefore they called it the city of David. 11:8 He built the city all around, from Millo even around, and Joab repaired the rest of the city. 11:9 David grew greater and greater, for Yahweh of armies was with him. 11:10 Now these are the chief of the mighty men whom David had, who showed themselves strong with him in his kingdom, together with all Israel, to make him king, according to the word of Yahweh concerning Israel. 11:11 This is the number of the mighty men whom David had. Jashobam, the son of a Hachmonite, the chief of the 30. He lifted up his spear against 300 and killed them at one time. 11:12 After him was Eleazar the son of Dodo, the Ahohite, who was one of the 3 mighty men. 11:13 He was with David at Pasdammim, and there the Philistines were gathered together to battle, where there was a plot of ground full of barley. And the people fled from before the Philistines. 11:14 They stood in the midst of the plot and defended it and killed the Philistines, and Yahweh saved them by a great victory. 11:15 Three of the 30 chief men went down to the rock to David, into the cave of Adullam, and the army of the Philistines were encamped in the valley of Rephaim. 11:16 David was then in the stronghold, and the garrison of the Philistines was then in Bethlehem. 11:17 David longed, and said, Oh, that one would give me water to drink of the well of Bethlehem, which is by the gate. 11:18 The 3 broke through the army of the Philistines, and drew water out of the well of Bethlehem, that was by the gate, and took it and brought it to David. But David would not drink of it, but poured it out to Yahweh. 11:19 And said, My God forbid it me that I should do this. Shall I drink the blood of these men who have put their lives in jeopardy? For with the jeopardy of their lives they brought it, therefore he would not drink it. These things did the 3 mighty men. 11:20 Abishai, the brother of Joab, he was chief of the 3, for he lifted up his spear against 300 and killed them, and had a name among the 3. 11:21 Of the 3, he was more honorable than the 2, and was made their captain. However, he didn't attain to the first 3. 11:22 Benaiah the son of Jehuiada, the son of a valiant man of Kabzeel, who had done mighty deeds, he killed the 2 sons of Ariel of Moab. He went down also and killed a lion in the midst of a pit in time of snow. 11:23 He killed an Egyptian, a man of great stature, 5 cubits high, and in the Egyptian's hand was a spear like a weaver's beam. And he went down to him with a staff and plucked the spear out of the Egyptian's hand, and killed him with his own spear. 11:24 These things did Benaiah the son of Jehuiada, and had a name among the 3 mighty men. 11:25 Behold, he was more honorable than the 30, but he didn't attain to the first 3. And David set him over his guard. 11:26 Also the mighty men of the armies. Asahel the brother of Joab, Elhanan the son of Dodo of Bethlehem. 11:27 Shamoth the Hararite, Helez the Pelonite. 11:28 Ira the son of Ikish the Tekite, Abiezer the Anathothite. 11:29 Sibbecai the Hushathite, Eli the Ahohite. 11:30 Merai the Netophathite, Held the son of Bana the Netophathite. 11:31 Idai the son of Ribai of Jiba of the children of Benjamin, Benaiah the Pirathonite. 11:32 Hurai of the brooks of Gosh, Abil the Arbathite. 11:33 Asmaveth the Baharumite, Eliabah the Shalbanite. 11:34 The sons of Hashem the Gizonite, Jonathan the son of Shaji the Hararite. 11:35 Ahiam the son of Sakar the Hararite, Eliphel the son of Ur. 11:36 Hefer the Mecharathite, Ahijah the Pelonite, 11:37 Hezro the Carmelite, Nari the son of Ezbai, 11:38 Joel the brother of Nathan, Mibhar the son of Hagri, 11:39 Zelek the Ammonite, Naharai the Barathite, the armor-bearer of Joab the son of Zeruiah, 11:40 Ira the Ithrite, Gerb the Ithrite, 11:41 Uriah the Hittite, Zabed the son of Ali, 11:42 Adnah the son of Shiza the Reubenite, a chief of the Reubenites, and 30 with him, 11:43 Hanan the son of Makkah, and Joshaphat the Mithnite, 11:44 Uzziah the Ashtarathite, Shammah and Jael the sons of Hotham the Arorite, 11:45 Jediel the son of Shimri, and Joha his brother the Tizite, 11:46 Eliel the Mahavite, and Jerubai and Jeshaviah the sons of Elnam, and Ithma the Moabite, 11:47 Eliel and Obed and Josil the Mezabite. 12:1 Now these are those who came to David to Ziklag, while he yet kept himself close because of Saul the son of Kish. And they were among the mighty men, his helpers in war. 12:2 They were armed with bows, and could use both the right hand and the left in slinging stones, and in shooting arrows from the bow. They were of Saul's brothers of Benjamin. 12:3 The chief was Ahiezer. Then Josh, the sons of Shema the Jibbathite, and Jeziel, and Pelet, the sons of Asmaveth and Barakah, and Jehu the Anathothite, 12:4 And Ishmaiah the Jibonite, a mighty man among the 30, and over the 30, and Jeremiah, and Jehaziel, and Johanan, and Jozabad the Jederathite, 12:5 Eluzai, and Jeremoth, and Beliah, and Shemariah, and Shephatia the Haraphite, 12:6 Elkanah, and Ishiah, and Azarel, and Jozer, and Jashobam, the Korahites, 12:7 And Jola, and Zebediah, the sons of Jeroham of Jedor. 12:8 Of the Gadites there separated themselves to David to the stronghold in the wilderness, mighty men of valor, men trained for war that could handle shield and spear, whose faces were like the faces of lions, and they were as swift as the roes on the mountains. 12:9 Ezer the chief, Obadiah the second, Eliab the third, 12:10 Mishmannah the fourth, Jeremiah the fifth, 12:11 Attai the sixth, Eliel the seventh, 12:12 Johanan the eighth, Elzabad the ninth, 12:13 Jeremiah the tenth, Machbenai the 11th, 12:14 These of the sons of Gad were captains of the army. He who was least was equal to 100, and the greatest to 1,000. 12:15 These are those who went over the Jordan in the first month, when it had overflowed all its banks. And they put to flight all them of the valleys, both toward the east and toward the west. 12:16 There came of the children of Benjamin and Judah to the stronghold to David. 12:17 David went out to meet them, and answered them, If you become peaceably to me to help me, my heart shall be knit to you. But if you become to betray me to my adversaries, seeing there is no wrong in my hands, the God of our fathers look thereon, and rebuke it. 12:18 Then the Spirit came on Amasai, who was chief of the 30, and he said, We are yours, David, and on your side, you son of Jesse. Peace, peace be to you, and peace be to your helpers, for your God helps you. Then David received them and made them captains of the band. 12:19 Of Manasseh also there fell away some to David, when he came with the Philistines against Saul to battle. But they didn't help them, for the lords of the Philistines sent him away after consultation, saying, He will fall away to his master Saul to the jeopardy of our heads. 12:20 As he went to Ziklag, there fell to him of Manasseh, Adnah, and Jozabad, and Jediel, and Michael, and Jozabad, and Elihu, and Zillattai, captains of thousands who were of Manasseh. 12:21 They helped David against the band of rovers, for they were all mighty men of valor, and were captains in the army. 12:22 For from day to day men came to David to help him, until there was a great army, like the army of God. 12:23 These are the numbers of the heads of those who were armed for war, who came to David to Hebron, to turn the kingdom of Saul to him, according to the word of Yahweh. 12:24 The children of Judah who bore shield and spear were 6,800, armed for war. 12:25 Of the children of Simeon, mighty men of valor for the war, 7,100. 12:26 Of the children of Levi 4,600. 12:27 Jehudah was the leader of the house of Aaron, and with him were 3,700. 12:28 And Zadok, a young man mighty of valor, and of his father's house 22 captains. 12:29 Of the children of Benjamin, the brothers of Saul, 3,000, for hitherto the greatest part of them had kept their allegiance to the house of Saul. 12:30 Of the children of Ephraim 20,800, mighty men of valor, famous men in their fathers' houses. 12:31 Of the half-tribe of Manasseh 18,000, who were mentioned by name, to come and make David king. 12:32 Of the children of Issachar, men who had understanding of the times, to know what Israel ought to do, the heads of them were 200, and all their brothers were at their commandment. 12:33 Of Zebulun, such as were able to go out in the army, who could set the battle in array, with all manner of instruments of war, 50,000, and who could order the battle array, and were not of double heart. 12. 34 of Naphtali 1,000 captains, and with them with shield and spear 37,000. 12. 35 of the Danites who could set the battle in array, 28,600. 12. 36 of Asher, such as were able to go out in the army, who could set the battle in array, 40,000. 12. 37 on the other side of the Jordan, of the Reubenites and the Gadites, and of the half-tribe of Manasseh, with all manner of instruments of war for the battle, 120,000. 12. 38 all these being men of war, who could order the battle array, came with a perfect heart to Hebron, to make David king over all Israel. And all the rest also of Israel were of one heart to make David king. 12. 39 they were there with David 3 days, eating and drinking, for their brothers had made preparation for them. 12. 40 moreover those who were near to them, even as far as Issachar and Zebulun and Naphtali, brought bread on donkeys and on camels and on mules and on oxen, food of meal, cakes of figs and clusters of raisins and wine and oil and cattle and sheep in abundance. For there was joy in Israel. 13. 1 David consulted with the captains of thousands and of hundreds, even with every leader. 13. 2 David said to all the assembly of Israel, if it seem good to you, and if it be of Yahweh our God, let us send abroad everywhere to our brothers who are left in all the land of Israel, with whom the priests and Levites are in their cities that have suburbs, that they may gather themselves to us. 13. 3 And let us bring again the ark of our God to us. For we didn't seek it in the days of Saul. 13. 4 All the assembly said that they would do so, for the thing was right in the eyes of all the people. 13. 5 So David assembled all Israel together, from the Shihor the brook of Egypt even to the entrance of Hamath, to bring the ark of God from Kiriath Jearim. 13. 6 David went up, and all Israel to Bala, that is, to Kiriath Jearim, which belonged to Judah, to bring up from there the ark of God Yahweh that sits above the cherubim, that is called by the name. 13. 7 They carried the ark of God on a new cart, and brought it out of the house of Abinadab, and Uzzah and Ahio drove the cart. 13. 8 David and all Israel played before God with all their might, even with songs and with harps and with stringed instruments and with tambourines and with cymbals and with trumpets. 13. 9 When they came to the thrashing floor of Chidon, Uzzah put forth his hand to hold the ark, for the oxen stumbled. 13. 10 The anger of Yahweh was kindled against Uzzah, and he struck him, because he put forth his hand to the ark, and there he died before God. 13. 11 David was displeased, because Yahweh had broken forth on Uzzah, and he called that place Perez Uzzah to this day. 13. 12 David was afraid of God that day, saying, how shall I bring the ark of God home to me? 13. 13 So David didn't move the ark to him into the city of David, but carried it aside into the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite. 13. 14 The ark of God remained with the family of Obed-Edom in his house 3 months, and Yahweh blessed the house of Obed-Edom and all that he had. 14 1 Hiram king of Tyre sent messengers to David, and cedar trees, and masons, and carpenters to build him a house. 14 2 David perceived that Yahweh had established him king over Israel, for his kingdom was exalted on high, for his people Israel's sake. 14 3 David took more wives at Jerusalem, and David became the father of more sons and daughters. 14 4 These are the names of the children whom he had in Jerusalem: Shammua and Shobab, Nathan and Solomon. 14 5 And Ibhar and Elishua and Elpelet. 14 6 And Naga and Nepheg and Japhia. 14 7 And Elishama and Biliada and Eliphelet. 14 8 When the Philistines heard that David was anointed king over all Israel, all the Philistines went up to seek David, and David heard of it and went out against them. 14 9 Now the Philistines had come and made a raid in the valley of Rephaim. 14 10 David inquired of God, saying, shall I go up against the Philistines? And will you deliver them into my hand? Yahweh said to him, go up, for I will deliver them into your hand. 14 11 So they came up to Baal Perazim, and David struck them there. And David said, God has broken my enemies by my hand, like the breach of waters. Therefore they called the name of that place Baal Perazim. 14:12 They left their gods there, and David gave commandment, and they were burned with fire. 14:13 The Philistines yet again made a raid in the valley. 14:14 David inquired again of God, and God said to him, you shall not go up after them. Turn away from them, and come on them over against the mulberry trees. 14:15 It shall be, when you hear the sound of marching in the tops of the mulberry trees, that then you shall go out to battle, for God is gone out before you to strike the army of the Philistines. 14:16 David did as God commanded him, and they struck the army of the Philistines from Jibon even to Jezer. 14:17 The fame of David went out into all lands, and Yahweh brought the fear of him on all nations. 15:1 David made him houses in the city of David, and he prepared a place for the ark of God, and pitched for it a tent. 15:2 Then David said, None ought to carry the ark of God but the Levites. For them has Yahweh chosen to carry the ark of God, and to minister to him forever. 15:3 David assembled all Israel at Jerusalem, to bring up the ark of Yahweh to its place, which he had prepared for it. 15:4 David gathered together the sons of Aaron and the Levites. 15:5 of the sons of Kohath, Uriel the chief and his brothers 120. 15:6 of the sons of Merari, Asaiah the chief and his brothers 220. 15:7 of the sons of Gershom, Joel the chief, and his brothers 130. 15:8 of the sons of Elizaphan, Shemaiah the chief and his brothers 200. 15:9 of the sons of Hebron, Eliel the chief and his brothers 80. 15:10 of the sons of Uzziel, Amminadab the chief and his brothers 112. 15:11 David called for Zadok and Abiathar the priests, and for the Levites, for Uriel, Asaiah and Joel, Shemaiah and Eliel and Amminadab. 15:12 And said to them, You are the heads of the fathers' houses of the Levites. Sanctify yourselves, both you and your brothers, that you may bring up the ark of Yahweh, the God of Israel, to the place that I have prepared for it. 15:13 For because you didn't carry it at the first, Yahweh our God made a breach on us, because we didn't seek him according to the ordinance. 15:14 So the priests and the Levites sanctified themselves to bring up the ark of Yahweh, the God of Israel. 15:15 The children of the Levites bore the ark of God on their shoulders with the poles thereon, as Moses commanded according to the word of Yahweh. 15:16 David spoke to the chief of the Levites to appoint their brothers the singers, with instruments of music, stringed instruments and harps and cymbals, sounding aloud and lifting up the voice with joy. 15:17 So the Levites appointed Heman the son of Joel, and of his brothers Asaph the son of Berechiah, and of the sons of Merari their brothers, Ethan the son of Kashiah. 15:18 And with them their brothers of the second degree, Zechariah, Ben and Jaziel and Shemiramoth and Jehiel and Unni, Eliab and Benaiah and Masiah and Mattathiah and Eliphalehu and Mikneiah and Obed-Edom and Jael the doorkeepers. 15:19 So the singers, Heman, Asaph and Ethan, were appointed with cymbals of brass to sound aloud. 15:20 And Zechariah and Aziel and Shemiramoth and Jehiel and Unni and Eliab and Masiah and Benaiah, with stringed instruments set to Elamoth. 15:21 And Mattathiah and Eliphalehu and Mikneiah and Obed-Edom and Jael and Azaziah with harps tuned to the eight-stringed lyre to lead. 15:22 Chenaniah, chief of the Levites, was over the song. He instructed about the song because he was skillful. 15:23 Berechiah and Elkanah were doorkeepers for the ark. 15:24 Shebaniah and Joshaphat and Nethanel and Amasai and Zechariah and Benaiah and Eliezer the priests did blow the trumpets before the ark of God. And Obed-Edom and Jehiah were doorkeepers for the ark. 15:25 So David, and the elders of Israel, and the captains over thousands, went to bring up the ark of the covenant of Yahweh out of the house of Obed-Edom with joy. 15:26 It happened, when God helped the Levites who bore the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, that they sacrificed 7 bulls and 7 rams. 15:27 David was clothed with a robe of fine linen, and all the Levites who bore the ark, and the singers, and Chenaniah the master of the song with the singers. And David had on him an ephod of linen. 15:28 Thus all Israel brought up the ark of the covenant of Yahweh with shouting, and with sound of the cornet, and with trumpets, and with cymbals, sounding aloud with stringed instruments and harps. 15:29 It happened, as the ark of the covenant of Yahweh came to the city of David, that Michal the daughter of Saul looked out at the window, and saw King David dancing and playing, and she despised him in her heart. 16:1 They brought in the ark of God, and set it in the midst of the tent that David had pitched for it, and they offered burnt offerings and peace offerings before God. 16:2 When David had made an end of offering the burnt offering and the peace offerings, he blessed the people in the name of Yahweh. 16:3 He dealt to every one of Israel, both man and woman, to every one a loaf of bread, and a portion of flesh, and a cake of raisins. 16:4 He appointed certain of the Levites to minister before the ark of Yahweh, and to celebrate and to thank and praise Yahweh, the God of Israel. 16:5 Asaph the chief, and second to him Zechariah, Jael, and Shemiramoth, and Jehiel, and Mattathiah, and Eliab, and Benaiah, and Obed-Edom, and Jael, with stringed instruments and with harps, and Asaph with cymbals, sounding aloud. 16:6 And Benaiah and Jahaziel the priests with trumpets continually, before the ark of the covenant of God. 16:7 Then on that day David first ordained to give thanks to Yahweh, by the hand of Asaph and his brothers. 16:8 Oh, give thanks to Yahweh. Call on his name. Make his doings known among the peoples. 16:9 Sing to him. Sing praises to him. Tell of all his marvelous works. 16:10 Glory in his holy name. Let the heart of those who seek Yahweh rejoice. 16:11 Seek you Yahweh and his strength. Seek his face forevermore. 16:12 Remember his marvelous works that he has done, his wonders and the judgments of his mouth. 16:13 You seed of Israel his servant. You children of Jacob, his chosen ones. 16:14 He is Yahweh our God. His judgments are in all the earth. 16:15 Remember his covenant forever, the word which he commanded to 1,000 generations. 16:16 The covenant which he made with Abraham, his oath to Isaac. 16:17 He confirmed the same to Jacob for a statute, and to Israel for an everlasting covenant. 16:18 Saying, I will you give the land of Canaan, the lot of your inheritance. 16:19 When you were but a few men in number. Yes, very few, and foreigners were in it. 16:20 They went about from nation to nation, from one kingdom to another people. 16:21 He allowed no man to do them wrong. Yes, he reproved kings for their sakes. 16:22 Saying, Don't touch my anointed ones. Do my prophets no harm. 16:23 Sing to Yahweh, all the earth. Display his salvation from day to day. 16:24 Declare his glory among the nations, and his marvelous works among all the peoples. 16:25 For great is Yahweh, and greatly to be praised. He also is to be feared above all gods. 16:26 For all the gods of the peoples are idols, but Yahweh made the heavens. 16:27 Honor and majesty are before him. Strength and gladness are in his place. 16:28 Ascribe to Yahweh, you relatives of the peoples. Ascribe to Yahweh glory and strength. 16:29 Ascribe to Yahweh the glory due to his name. Bring an offering and come before him. Worship Yahweh in holy array. 16:30 Tremble before him, all the earth. The world also is established that it can't be moved. 16:31 Let the heavens be glad, and let the earth rejoice. Let them say among the nations, Yahweh reigns. 16:32 Let the sea roar and its fullness. Let the field exult and all that is therein. 16:33 Then the trees of the forest will sing for joy before Yahweh, for he comes to judge the earth. 16:34 Oh, give thanks to Yahweh, for he is good, for his loving kindness endures forever. 16:35 Say, Save us, God of our salvation. Gather us together and deliver us from the nations, to give thanks to your holy name, to triumph in your praise. 16:36 Blessed be Yahweh, the God of Israel, from everlasting even to everlasting. All the people said, Amen, and praised Yahweh. 16:37 So he left there, before the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, Asaph and his brothers, to minister before the ark continually, as every day's work required. 16:38 And Obed-Edom with their brothers, 68. Obed-Edom also the son of Jeduthun and Hassa, to be doorkeepers. 16:39 And Zadok the priest, and his brothers the priests, before the tent of Yahweh in the high place that was at Gibon. 16:40 To offer burnt offerings to Yahweh on the altar of burnt offering continually morning and evening, even according to all that is written in the law of Yahweh which he commanded to Israel. 16:41 And with them Heman and Jeduthun, and the rest who were chosen, who were mentioned by name, to give thanks to Yahweh, because his loving kindness endures forever. 16:42 And with them Heman and Jeduthun with trumpets and cymbals for those that should sound aloud, and with instruments for the songs of God, and the sons of Jeduthun to be at the gate. 16:43 All the people departed every man to his house, and David returned to bless his house. 17:1 It happened, when David lived in his house, that David said to Nathan the prophet, Behold, I dwell in a house of cedar, but the ark of the covenant of Yahweh dwells under curtains. 17:2 Nathan said to David, Do all that is in your heart, for God is with you. 17:3 It happened the same night that the word of God came to Nathan, saying, 17:4 Go and tell David my servant, Thus says Yahweh, You shall not build me a house to dwell in. 17:5 For I have not lived in a house since the day that I brought up Israel to this day, but have gone from tent to tent, and from one tent to another. 17:6 In all places in which I have walked with all Israel, spoke I a word with any of the judges of Israel, whom I commanded to be shepherd of my people, saying, Why have you not built me a house of cedar? 17:7 Now therefore thus you shall tell my servant David, Thus says Yahweh of armies, I took you from the sheep pen, from following the sheep, that you should be prince over my people Israel. 17:8 And I have been with you wherever you have gone, and have cut off all your enemies from before you. And I will make you a name, like the name of the great ones who are in the earth. 17:9 I will appoint a place for my people Israel, and will plant them that they may dwell in their own place and be moved no more. Neither shall the children of wickedness waste them any more. As at the first, 17:10 And as from the day that I commanded judges to be over my people Israel, and I will subdue all your enemies. Moreover, I tell you that Yahweh will build you a house. 17:11 It shall happen, when your days are fulfilled that you must go to be with your fathers, that I will set up your seed after you, who shall be of your sons, and I will establish his kingdom. 17:12 He shall build me a house, and I will establish his throne forever. 17:13 I will be his father, and he shall be my son, and I will not take my loving kindness away from him, as I took it from him that was before you. 17:14 But I will settle him in my house and in my kingdom forever, and his throne shall be established forever. 17:15 According to all these words, and according to all this vision, so did Nathan speak to David. 17:16 Then David the king went in and sat before Yahweh, and he said, Who am I, Yahweh God, and what is my house, that you have brought me thus far? 17:17 This was a small thing in your eyes, God, but you have spoken of your servant's house for a great while to come, and have regarded me according to the estate of a man of high degree, Yahweh God. 17:18 What can David say yet more to you concerning the honor which is done to your servant? For you know your servant. 17:19 Yahweh, for your servant's sake, and according to your own heart, have you worked all this greatness, to make known all these great things. 17:20 Yahweh, there is none like you, neither is there any God besides you, according to all that we have heard with our ears. 17:21 What one nation in the earth is like your people Israel, whom God went to redeem to himself for a people, to make you a name by great and awesome things, in driving out nations from before your people, whom you redeem out of Egypt? 17:22 For your people Israel did you make your own people forever, and you, Yahweh, became their God. 17:23 Now, Yahweh, let the word that you have spoken concerning your servant, and concerning his house, be established forever, and do as you have spoken. 17:24 Let your name be established and magnified forever, saying, Yahweh of armies is the God of Israel, even a God to Israel, and the house of David your servant is established before you. 17:25 For you, my God, have revealed to your servant that you will build him a house. Therefore has your servant found in his heart to pray before you. 17:26 Now, Yahweh, you are God, and have promised this good thing to your servant. 17:27 And now it has pleased you to bless the house of your servant, that it may continue forever before you. For you, Yahweh, have blessed, and it is blessed forever. 18:1 After this it happened, that David struck the Philistines, and subdued them, and took Gath and its towns out of the hand of the Philistines. 18:2 He struck Moab, and the Moabites became servants to David and brought tribute. 18:3 David struck Hadadezer king of Zobah to Hamath, as he went to establish his dominion by the river Euphrates. 18:4 David took from him 1,000 chariots, and 7,000 horsemen, and 20,000 footmen. And David hamstrung all the chariot horses, but reserved of them for 100 chariots. 18:5 When the Syrians of Damascus came to help Hadadezer king of Zobah, David struck of the Syrians 22,000 men. 18:6 Then David put garrisons in Syria of Damascus, and the Syrians became servants to David and brought tribute. Yahweh gave victory to David wherever he went. 18:7 David took the shields of gold that were on the servants of Hadadezer, and brought them to Jerusalem. 18:8 From Tibbath and from Cun, cities of Hadadezer, David took very much brass with which Solomon made the bronze sea, and the pillars and the vessels of brass. 18:9 When king of Hamath heard that David had struck all the army of Hadadezer king of Zobah, 18:10 he sent Hadaram his son to King David, to greet him, and to bless him, because he had fought against Hadadezer and struck him. For Hadadezer had wars with two, and he had with him all manner of vessels of gold and silver and brass. 18:11 These also did King David dedicate to Yahweh, with the silver and the gold that he carried away from all the nations, from Edom, and from Moab, and from the children of Ammon, and from the Philistines, and from Amalek. 18:12 Moreover Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, struck of the Edomites in the valley of Salt 18,000. 18:13 He put garrisons in Edom, and all the Edomites became servants to David. Yahweh gave victory to David wherever he went. 18:14 David reigned over all Israel, and he executed justice and righteousness to all his people. 18:15 Joab the son of Zeruiah was over the army, and Jehoshaphat the son of Ahilud was recorder. 18:16 And Zadok the son of Ahitub and Abimelech the son of Abiathar were priests, and Shavsha was scribe. 18:17 And Benaiah the son of Jehoiada was over the Cherethites and the Pelethites, and the sons of David were chief about the king. 19 When it happened after this, that Nahash the king of the children of Ammon died, and his son reigned in his place. 19:2 David said, I will show kindness to Hanun the son of Nahash, because his father showed kindness to me. So David sent messengers to comfort him concerning his father. David's servants came into the land of the children of Ammon to Hanun, to comfort him. 19:3 But the princes of the children of Ammon said to Hanun, Think you that David does honor your father, in that he has sent comforters to you? Aren't his servants come to you to search, and to overthrow, and to spy out the land? 19 For so Hanun took David's servants and shaved them, and cut off their garments in the middle, even to their buttocks, and sent them away. 19:5 Then there went certain persons, and told David how the men were served. He sent to meet them, for the men were greatly ashamed. The king said, Stay at Jericho until your beards are grown, and then return. 19:6 When the children of Ammon saw that they had made themselves odious to David, Hanun and the children of Ammon sent 1,000 talents of silver to hire them chariots and horsemen out of Mesopotamia, and out of Aramaka, and out of Zobah. 19:7 So they hired them 32,000 chariots, and the king of Makkah and his people, who came and encamped before Medeba. The children of Ammon gathered themselves together from their cities and came to battle. 19:8 When David heard of it, he sent Joab and all the army of the mighty men. 19:9 The children of Ammon came out and put the battle in array at the gate of the city, and the kings who had come were by themselves in the field. 19:10 Now, when Joab saw that the battle was set against him before and behind, he chose of all the choice men of Israel, and put them in array against the Syrians. 19:11 The rest of the people he committed into the hand of Abishai his brother, and they put themselves in array against the children of Ammon. 19:12 He said, If the Syrians are too strong for me, then you shall help me, but if the children of Ammon are too strong for you, then I will help you. 19:13 Be of good courage, and let us be strong for our people, and for the cities of our God, and Yahweh do that which seems him good. 19:14 So Joab and the people who were with him drew near before the Syrians to the battle, and they fled before him. 19:15 When the children of Ammon saw that the Syrians had fled, they likewise fled before Abishai his brother, and entered into the city. Then Joab came to Jerusalem. 19:16 When the Syrians saw that they were defeated by Israel, they sent messengers, and drew forth the Syrians who were beyond the river, with Shaphat the captain of the army of Hadadezer at their head. 19:17 It was told David, and he gathered all Israel together, and passed over the Jordan, and came on them, and set the battle in array against them. So when David had put the battle in array against the Syrians, they fought with him. 19:18 The Syrians fled before Israel, and David killed of the Syrians the men of 7,000 chariots and 40,000 footmen, and killed Shaphat the captain of the army. 19:19 When the servants of Hadadezer saw that they were defeated by Israel, they made peace with David and served him. Neither would the Syrians help the children of Ammon any more. 20 When it happened, at the time of the return of the year, at the time when kings go out to battle, that Joab led forth the army, and wasted the country of the children of Ammon, and came and besieged Rabbah. But David stayed at Jerusalem. Joab struck Rabbah and overthrew it. 22 David took the crown of their king from off his head, and found it to weigh a talent of gold, and there were precious stones in it, and it was set on David's head, and he brought forth the spoil of the city exceeding much. 23 He brought forth the people who were therein, and cut them with saws, and with iron picks, and with axes. David did so to all the cities of the children of Ammon. David and all the people returned to Jerusalem. 24 It happened after this, that there arose war at Jezer with the Philistines. Then Sibbecai the Hushathite killed Sippai, of the sons of the giant, and they were subdued. 25 There was again war with the Philistines, and Elhanan the son of Jair killed Lami, the brother of Goliath the Gittite, the staff of whose spear was like a weaver's beam. 26 There was again war at Gath, where there was a man of great stature, whose fingers and toes were 24, 6 on each hand and 6 on each foot, and he also was born to the giant. 27 When he defied Israel, Jonathan the son of Shimea David's brother killed him. 28 These were born to the giant in Gath, and they fell by the hand of David and by the hand of his servants. 21 One Satan stood up against Israel, and moved David to number Israel. 21:2 David said to Joab and to the princes of the people, Go, Number Israel from Beersheba even to Dan, and bring me word that I may know the sum of them. 21:3 Joab said, Yahweh make his people 100 times as many as they are. But my lord the king, aren't they all my lord's servants? Why does my lord require this thing? Why will he be a cause of guilt to Israel? 21:4 Nevertheless the king's word prevailed against Joab. Therefore Joab departed, and went throughout all Israel, and came to Jerusalem. 21:5 Joab gave up the sum of the numbering of the people to David. All those of Israel were 1,100,000 men who drew sword, and in Judah were 470,000 men who drew sword. 21:6 But he didn't count Levi and Benjamin among them, for the king's word was abominable to Joab. 21:7 God was displeased with this thing, therefore he struck Israel. 21:8 David said to God, I have sinned greatly in that I have done this thing. But now put away, I beg you, the iniquity of your servant, for I have done very foolishly. 21:9 Yahweh spoke to Gad, David's seer, saying, 21:10 Go and speak to David, saying, Thus says Yahweh, I offer you 3 things. Choose one of them that I may do it to you. 21:11 So Gad came to David, and said to him, Thus says Yahweh, take your choice. 21:12 Either 3 years of famine, or 3 months to be consumed before your foes, while the sword of your enemies overtakes you, or else 3 days the sword of Yahweh, even pestilence in the land, and the angel of Yahweh destroying throughout all the borders of Israel. Now therefore consider what answer I shall return to him who sent me. 21:13 David said to Gad, I am in distress. Let me fall, I pray, into the hand of Yahweh, for very great are his mercies, and let me not fall into the hand of man. 21:14 So Yahweh sent a pestilence on Israel, and there fell of Israel 70,000 men. 21:15 God sent an angel to Jerusalem to destroy it. And as he was about to destroy, Yahweh saw, and he relented of the disaster, and said to the destroying angel, It is enough. Now stay your hand. The angel of Yahweh was standing by the thrashing floor of Ornan the Jebusite. 21:16 David lifted up his eyes, and saw the angel of Yahweh standing between earth and the sky, having a drawn sword in his hand stretched out over Jerusalem. Then David and the elders, clothed in sackcloth, fell on their faces. 21:17 David said to God, Isn't it I who commanded the people to be numbered? It is even I who have sinned and done very wickedly. But these sheep, what have they done? Please let your hand, O Yahweh my God, be against me and against my father's house, but not against your people, that they should be plagued. 21:18 Then the angel of Yahweh commanded Gad to tell David that David should go up and raise an altar to Yahweh in the thrashing floor of Ornan the Jebusite. 21:19 David went up at the saying of Gad, which he spoke in the name of Yahweh. 21:20 Ornan turned back and saw the angel, and his 4 sons who were with him hid themselves. Now Ornan was thrashing wheat. 21:21 As David came to Ornan, Ornan looked and saw David, and went out of the thrashing floor, and bowed himself to David with his face to the ground. 21:22 Then David said to Ornan, Give me the place of this thrashing floor, that I may build thereon an altar to Yahweh. For the full price you shall give it to me, that the plague may be stopped from afflicting the people. 21:23 Ornan said to David, Take it to yourself, and let my lord the king do that which is good in his eyes. Behold, I give you the oxen for burnt offerings, and the thrashing instruments for wood, and the wheat for the meal offering. I give it all. 21:24 King David said to Ornan, No, but I will most certainly buy it for the full price. For I will not take that which is yours for Yahweh, nor offer a burnt offering without cost. 21:25 So David gave to Ornan for the place 600 shekels of gold by weight. 21:26 David built there an altar to Yahweh, and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings, and called on Yahweh, and he answered him from the sky by fire on the altar of burnt offering. 21:27 Yahweh commanded the angel, and he put up his sword again into its sheath. 21:28 At that time, when David saw that Yahweh had answered him in the thrashing floor of Ornan the Jebusite, then he sacrificed there. 21:29 For the tent of Yahweh, which Moses made in the wilderness, and the altar of burnt offering, were at that time in the high place at Gibeon. 21:30 But David couldn't go before it to inquire of God, for he was afraid because of the sword of the angel of Yahweh. 22:1 Then David said, This is the house of Yahweh God, and this is the altar of burnt offering for Israel. 22:2 David commanded to gather together the foreigners who were in the land of Israel, and he set masons to cut worked stones to build the house of God. 22:3 David prepared iron in abundance for the nails for the doors of the gates, and for the couplings, and brass in abundance without weight. 22:4 And cedar trees without number. For the Sidonians and they of Tyre brought cedar trees in abundance to David. 22:5 David said, Solomon my son is young and tender, and the house that is to be built for Yahweh must be exceedingly magnificent, of fame and of glory throughout all countries. I will therefore make preparation for it. So David prepared abundantly before his death. 22:6 Then he called for Solomon his son, and commanded him to build a house for Yahweh, the God of Israel. 22:7 David said to Solomon his son, As for me, it was in my heart to build a house to the name of Yahweh my God. 22:8 But the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, You have shed blood abundantly, and have made great wars. You shall not build a house to my name, because you have shed much blood on the earth in my sight. 22:9 Behold, a son shall be born to you, who shall be a man of rest, and I will give him rest from all his enemies all around. For his name shall be Solomon, and I will give peace and quietness to Israel in his days. 22:10 He shall build a house for my name, and he shall be my son, and I will be his father. And I will establish the throne of his kingdom over Israel forever. 22:11 Now, my son, Yahweh be with you, and prosper you, and build the house of Yahweh your God as he has spoken concerning you. 22:12 May Yahweh give you discretion and understanding, and put you in charge of Israel, that so you may keep the law of Yahweh your God. 22:13 Then you shall prosper, if you observe to do the statutes and the ordinances which Yahweh gave Moses concerning Israel. Be strong and of good courage. Don't be afraid, neither be dismayed. 22:14 Now, behold, in my affliction I have prepared for the house of Yahweh 100,000 talents of gold, and 1,000,000 talents of silver, and of brass and iron without weight. For it is in abundance. Timber also and stone have I prepared, and you may add to them. 22:15 There are also workmen with you in abundance, cutters and workers of stone and timber, and all kinds of men who are skillful in every kind of work. 22:16 Of the gold, the silver, and the brass, and the iron there is no number. Arise and be doing, and Yahweh be with you. 22:17 David also commanded all the princes of Israel to help Solomon his son, saying, 22:18 Isn't Yahweh your God with you? Hasn't he given you rest on every side? For he has delivered the inhabitants of the land into my hand, and the land is subdued before Yahweh and before his people. 22:19 Now set your heart and your soul to seek after Yahweh your God. Arise, therefore, and build the sanctuary of Yahweh God, to bring the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, and the holy vessels of God, into the house that is to be built to the name of Yahweh. 23:1 Now David was old and full of days, and he made Solomon his son king over Israel. 23:2 He gathered together all the princes of Israel, with the priests and the Levites. 23:3 The Levites were numbered from 30 years old and upward, and their number by their polls, man by man, was 38,000. 23:4 Of these, 24,000 were to oversee the work of the house of Yahweh, and 6,000 were officers and judges. 23:5 and 4,000 were doorkeepers, and 4,000 praised Yahweh with the instruments which I made, said David, for giving praise. 23:6 David divided them into divisions according to the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. 23:7 Of the Gershonites, Ladan and Shimei. 23:8 The sons of Ladan, Jehiel the chief, and Zetham and Joel 3. 23:9 The sons of Shimei, Shelomoth and Haziel and Haran 3. These were the heads of the fathers' houses of Ladan. 23:10 The sons of Shimei, Jahath, Zena, and Jush and Beriah. These four were the sons of Shimei. 23:11 Jahath was the chief, and Ziza the second, but Jush and Beriah didn't have many sons, therefore they became a father's house in one reckoning. 23:12 The sons of Kohath, Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel 4. 23:13 The sons of Amram, Aaron and Moses. And Aaron was separated, that he should sanctify the most holy things, he and his sons forever, to burn incense before Yahweh, to minister to him, and to bless in his name forever. 23:14 But as for Moses the man of God, his sons were named among the tribe of Levi. 23:15 The sons of Moses, Gershom and Eliezer. 23:16 The sons of Gershom, Shebuel the chief. 23:17 The sons of Eliezer were, Rehabiah the chief, and Eliezer had no other sons, but the sons of Rehabiah were very many. 23:18 The sons of Izhar, Shelomith the chief. 23:19 The sons of Hebron, Jeriah the chief, Amariah the second, Jahaziel the third, and Jechimam the fourth. 23:20 The sons of Uzziel, Micah the chief, and Ishiah the second. 23:21 The sons of Merari, Mali and Mushi. The sons of Mali, Eleazar and Kish. 23:22 Eleazar died and had no sons but daughters only, and their brothers the sons of Kish took them to wife. 23:23 The sons of Mushi, Mali and Eder and Jeremoth 3. 23:24 These were the sons of Levi after their fathers' houses, even the heads of the fathers' houses of those who were counted individually, in the number of names by their polls, who did the work for the service of the house of Yahweh from 20 years old and upward. 23:25 For David said, Yahweh, the God of Israel, has given rest to his people, and he dwells in Jerusalem forever. 23:26 And also the Levites shall no more have need to carry the tent and all its vessels for its service. 23:27 For by the last words of David, the sons of Levi were numbered, from 20 years old and upward. 23:28 For their office was to wait on the sons of Aaron for the service of the house of Yahweh, in the courts and in the chambers, and in the purifying of all holy things, even the work of the service of the house of God. 23:29 For the showbread also, and for the fine flour for a meal offering, whether of unleavened wafers, or of that which is baked in the pan, or of that which is soaked, and for all manner of measure and size. 23:30 Stand every morning to thank and praise Yahweh, and likewise in the evening. 23:31 And to offer all burnt offerings to Yahweh on the Sabbaths, on the new moons, and on the set feasts, in number according to the ordinance concerning them, continually before Yahweh. 23:32 And that they should keep the duty of the tent of meeting, and the duty of the holy place, and the duty of the sons of Aaron their brothers, for the service of the house of Yahweh. 24:1 These were the divisions of the sons of Aaron. The sons of Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. 24:2 But Nadab and Abihu died before their father and had no children, therefore Eleazar and Ithamar executed the priest's office. 24:3 David with Zadok of the sons of Eleazar, and Ahimelech of the sons of Ithamar, divided them according to their ordering in their service. 24:4 There were more chief men found of the sons of Eleazar than of the sons of Ithamar, and thus were they divided. Of the sons of Eleazar there were 16 heads of fathers' houses, and of the sons of Ithamar, according to their fathers' houses, 8. 24:5 Thus were they divided impartially by drawing lots. For there were princes of the sanctuary, and princes of God, both of the sons of Eleazar, and of the sons of Ithamar. 24:6 Shemaiah the son of Nethanel the scribe, who was of the Levites, wrote them in the presence of the king, and the princes, and Zadok the priest, and Ahimelech the son of Abiathar, and the heads of the fathers' houses of the priests and of the Levites. One father's house being taken for Eleazar, and one taken for Ithamar. 24:7 Now the first lot came forth to Jehirib, the second to Jediah. 24:8 The third to Harim, the fourth to Seorim. 24:9 The fifth to Malchijah, the sixth to Mijamin. 24:10 The seventh to Hakaz, the eighth to Abijah. 24:11 The ninth to Jeshua, the 10th to Shechaniah. 24:12 The 11th to Eliashib, the 12th to Jachim. 24:13 The 13th to Huppah, the 14th to Jeshabib. 24:14 The 15th to Bilgah, the 16th to Immer. 24:15 The 17th to Hezir, the 18th to Hapizzez. 24:16 The 19th to Pethahiah, the 20th to Jehezkel. 24:17 The 21st to Jachin, the 22nd to Gamal. 24:18 The 23rd to Deliah, the 24th to Mosiah. 24:19 This was the ordering of them in their service, to come into the house of Yahweh according to the ordinance given to them by Aaron their father, as Yahweh, the God of Israel, had commanded him. 24:20 Of the rest of the sons of Levi. Of the sons of Amram, Shubil. Of the sons of Shubil, Jadiah. 24:21 Of Rehabiah. Of the sons of Rehabiah, Ishiah the chief. 24:22 Of the Israelites, Shelomoth. Of the sons of Shelomoth, Jahath. 24:23 The sons of Hebron, Jeriah the chief, Amariah the second, Jehazel the third, Jechimam the fourth. 24:24 The sons of Uzziel, Micah. Of the sons of Micah, Shamir. 24:25 The brother of Micah, Ishiah. Of the sons of Ishiah, Zechariah. 24:26 The sons of Merari, Mali and Mushi. The sons of Josiah, Beno. 24:27 The sons of Merari, of Josiah, Beno and Shoham and Zachar and Ibri. 24:28 Of Mali, Eleazar who had no sons. 24:29 Of Kish, the sons of Kish, Jerahmeel. 24:30 The sons of Mushi, Mali and Eder and Jeremoth. These were the sons of the Levites after their fathers' houses. 24:31 These likewise cast lots even as their brothers the sons of Aaron in the presence of David the king, and Zadok, and Ahimelech, and the heads of the fathers' houses of the priests and of the Levites, the fathers' houses of the chief, even as those of his younger brother. 25:1 Moreover, David and the captains of the army set apart for the service certain of the sons of Asaph, and of Heman, and of Jeduthun, who should prophesy with harps, with stringed instruments, and with cymbals. And the number of those who did the work according to their service was 25:2 Of the sons of Asaph, Zachar and Joseph, and Nethaniah and Asherlah, the sons of Asaph under the hand of Asaph, who prophesied after the order of the king. 25:3 Of Jeduthun, the sons of Jeduthun, Jedaliah and Zeri and Jeshiah, Hashabiah and Mattathiah, 6, under the hands of their father Jeduthun with the harp, who prophesied in giving thanks and praising Yahweh. 25 4 of Heman. The sons of Heman: Bechiah, Mattaniah, Uzziel, Shebuel, and Jeremoth, Hananiah, Hanani, Eliathah, Giddalti, and Ramamtiezer, Joshbekashah, Malothi, Hothir, Mahazieth. 25 5 All these were the sons of Heman, the king's seer in the words of God, to lift up the horn. God gave to Heman 14 sons and 3 daughters. 25 6 All these were under the hands of their father for song in the house of Yahweh, with cymbals, stringed instruments, and harps, for the service of the house of God, Asaph, Jeduthun, and Heman being under the order of the king. 25 7 The number of them with their brothers who were instructed in singing to Yahweh, even all who were skillful, was 288. 25 8 They cast lots for their offices, all alike, as well the small as the great, the teacher as the scholar. 25 9 Now the first lot came forth for Asaph to Joseph, the second to Jedaliah. He and his brothers and sons were 12. 25 10 The third to Zachar, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 11 The fourth to Isri, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 12 The fifth to Nethaniah, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 13 The sixth to Bechiah, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 14 The seventh to Jeshurla, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 15 The eighth to Jeshiah, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 16 The ninth to Mattaniah, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 17 The tenth to Shimei, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 18 The 11th to Azarel, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 19 The 12th to Hashabiah, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 20 For the 13th, Shubil, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 21 For the 14th, Mattathiah, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 22 For the 15th to Jeremoth, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 23 For the 16th to Hananiah, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 24 For the 17th to Joshbekashah, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 25 For the 18th to Hanani, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 26 For the 19th to Malothi, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 27 For the 20th to Eliathah, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 28 For the 1 and 20th to Hothir, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 29 For the 2 and 20th to Giddalti, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 30 For the 3 and 20th to Mahazieth, his sons and his brothers 12. 25 31 For the 4 and 20th to Ramamtezer, his sons and his brothers 12. 26 1 For the divisions of the doorkeepers. Of the Korahites, Meshelemiah the son of Kori, of the sons of Asaph. 26 2 Meshelemiah had sons: Zechariah the firstborn, Jediel the second, Zebediah the third, Jathniel the fourth. 26 3 Elam the fifth, Jehohanan the sixth, Elihonai the seventh. 26 4 Obed-Edom had sons: Shemaiah the firstborn, Jehozabad the second, Joe the third, and Sacar the fourth, and Nethanel the fifth. 26 5 Amiel the sixth, Issachar the seventh, Pulatai the eighth, for God blessed him. 26 6 Also to Shemaiah his son were sons born, who ruled over the house of their father, for they were mighty men of valor. 26 7 The sons of Shemaiah: Othni and Raphael and Obed-Elzabad, whose brothers were valiant men, Elihu and Semashah. 26 8 All these were of the sons of Obed-Edom, they and their sons and their brothers, able men in strength for the service. 62 of Obed-Edom. 26 9 Meshelemiah had sons and brothers, valiant men, 18. 26 10 Also Hassa of the children of Merari had sons: Shimri the chief, for though he was not the firstborn, yet his father made him chief. 26 11 Hilkiah the second, Tebaliah the third, Zechariah the fourth. All the sons and brothers of Hassa were 13. 26 12 Of these were the divisions of the doorkeepers, even of the chief men, having offices like their brothers, to minister in the house of Yahweh. 26 13 They cast lots, the small as well as the great, according to their fathers' houses, for every gate. 26 14 The lot eastward fell to Shelemiah. Then for Zechariah his son, a wise counselor, they cast lots, and his lot came out northward. 26 15 To Obed-Edom southward, and to his sons the storehouse. 26 16 To Shuppim and Hassa westward, by the gate of Shalacheth, at the causeway that goes up watch against watch. 26 17 Eastward were 6 Levites, northward 4 a day, southward 4 a day, and for the storehouse 2 and 2. 26 18 For Parbar westward, 4 at the causeway and 2 at Parbar. 26 19 These were the divisions of the doorkeepers, of the sons of the Korahites, and of the sons of Merari. 26 20 Of the Levites, Ahijah was over the treasures of the house of God, and over the treasures of the dedicated things. 26 21 The sons of Ladan, the sons of the Gershonites belonging to Ladan, the heads of the fathers' houses belonging to Ladan the Gershonite, Jehili. 26 22 The sons of Jehili: Zetham, and Joel his brother, over the treasures of the house of Yahweh. 26, 23 of the Amramites, of the Izharites, of the Hebronites, of the Uzzielites. 26, 24 and Shebuel the son of Jersham, the son of Moses, was ruler over the treasures. 26, 25 his brothers. Of Eliezer came Rehabiah his son, and Jeshiah his son, and Joram his son, and Zichri his son, and Shelomoth his son. 26, 26 This Shelomoth and his brothers were over all the treasures of the dedicated things, which David the king, and the heads of the fathers' houses, the captains over thousands and hundreds, and the captains of the army had dedicated. 26, 27 Out of the spoil won in battles did they dedicate to repair the house of Yahweh. 26, 28 All that Samuel the seer, and Saul the son of Kish, and Abner the son of Ner, and Joab the son of Zeruiah had dedicated, whoever had dedicated anything, it was under the hand of Shelomoth and of his brothers. 26, 29 of the Izharites, Chenaniah and his sons were for the outward business over Israel, for officers and judges. 26, 30 of the Hebronites, Hashabiah and his brothers, men of valor, 1,700, had the oversight of Israel beyond the Jordan westward, for all the business of Yahweh, and for the service of the king. 26, 31 of the Hebronites was Jerijah the chief, even of the Hebronites, according to their generations by fathers' houses. In the 40th year of the reign of David they were sought for, and there were found among them mighty men of valor at Jazer of Gilead. 26, 32 his brothers, men of valor, were 2,700, heads of fathers' houses, whom King David made overseers over the Reubenites, and the Gadites, and the half-tribe of the Manassites, for every matter pertaining to God, and for the affairs of the king. 27, 1 Now the children of Israel after their number, the heads of fathers' houses, and the captains of thousands and of hundreds, and their officers who served the king, in any matter of the divisions which came in and went out month by month throughout all the months of the year of every division were 24,000. 27, 2 Over the first division for the first month was Jashobem the son of Zabdiel, and in his division were 24,000. 27, 3 He was of the children of Perez, the chief of all the captains of the army for the first month. 27, 4 Over the division of the second month was Dodai the Ahohite, and his division, and Mikloth the ruler, and in his division were 24,000. 27, 5 The third captain of the army for the third month was Benaiah, the son of Jehudah the priest, chief, and in his division were 24,000. 27, 6 This is that Benaiah, who was the mighty man of the 30, and over the 30, and of his division was Ammizabad his son. 27, 7 The fourth captain for the fourth month was Asahel the brother of Joab, and Zebediah his son after him, and in his division were 24,000. 27, 8 The fifth captain for this fifth month was Shamhuth the Izrahite, and in his division were 24,000. 27, 9 The sixth captain for the sixth month was Ira the son of Ikesh the Tekoite, and in his division were 24,000. 27, 10 The seventh captain for the seventh month was Helez the Pelonite, of the children of Ephraim, and in his division were 24,000. 27, 11 The eighth captain for the eighth month was Sibbecai the Hushathite, of the Zerahites, and in his division were 24,000. 27, 12 The ninth captain for the ninth month was Abiezer the Anathothite, of the Benjamites, and in his division were 24,000. 27, 13 The tenth captain for the 10th month was Maharai the Netophathite, of the Zerahites, and in his division were 24,000. 27, 14 The 11th captain for the 11th month was Benaiah the Pirathonite, of the children of Ephraim, and in his division were 24,000. 27, 15 The 12th captain for the 12th month was Heldai the Netophathite, of Othniel, and in his division were 24,000. 27, 16 Furthermore over the tribes of Israel, of the Reubenites was Eliezer the son of Zichri the ruler, of the Simonites Shephatiah the son of Makkah. 27, 17 Of Levi Hashabiah the son of Kemuel, of Aaron Zadok. 27, 18 Of Judah Elihu, one of the brothers of David, of Issachar Omri the son of Michael. 27, 19 Of Zebulun Ishmaiah the son of Obadiah, of Naphtali Jeremoth the son of Azriel. 27, 20 Of the children of Ephraim Hoshea the son of Azaziah, of the half-tribe of Manasseh Joel the son of Pedaiah. 27, 21 Of the half-tribe of Manasseh in Gilead Iddo the son of Zechariah, of Benjamin Josiel the son of Abner. 27, 22 Of Dan Azarel the son of Jeroham. These were the captains of the tribes of Israel. 27, 23 But David didn't take the number of them from 20 years old and under, because Yahweh had said he would increase Israel like the stars of the sky. 27, 24 Joab the son of Zeruiah began to number, but didn't finish. And there came wrath for this on Israel. neither was the number put into the account in the Chronicles of King David. 27:25 over the king's treasures was Asmaveth the son of Adiel. And over the treasures in the fields, in the cities, and in the villages, and in the towers, was Jonathan the son of Uzziah. 27:26 over those who did the work of the field for tillage of the ground was Ezri the son of Chelub. 27:27 and over the vineyards was Shimei the Ramathite, and over the increase of the vineyards for the wine cellars was Zabdi the Shifmite. 27:28 and over the olive trees and the sycamore trees that were in the lowland was Baal Hanan the Jederite, and over the cellars of oil was Josh. 27:29 and over the herds that fed in Sharon was Shitrai the Sharonite, and over the herds that were in the valleys was Shaphat the son of Adlai. 27:30 and over the camels was Abel the Ishmaelite, and over the donkeys was Jadga the Maranothite, and over the flocks was Jaziz the Hagrite. 27:31 all these were the rulers of the substance which was King David's. 27:32 also Jonathan, David's uncle, was a counselor, a man of understanding and a scribe. And Jehiel the son of Hachmoni was with the king's sons. 27:33 Ahithophel was the king's counselor, and Hushai the Archite was the king's friend. 27:34 and after Ahithophel was Jehudah the son of Benaiah, and Abiathar, and the captain of the king's army was Joab. 28:1 David assembled all the princes of Israel, the princes of the tribes, and the captains of the companies who served the king by division, and the captains of thousands, and the captains of hundreds, and the rulers over all the substance and possessions of the king and of his sons, with the officers, and the mighty men, even all the mighty men of valor, to Jerusalem. 28:2 Then David the king stood up on his feet, and said, Hear me, my brothers and my people. As for me, it was in my heart to build a house of rest for the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, and for the footstool of our God, and I had made ready for the building. 28:3 But God said to me, You shall not build a house for my name, because you are a man of war and have shed blood. 28:4 However Yahweh, the God of Israel, chose me out of all the house of my father to be king over Israel forever. For he has chosen Judah to be prince, and in the house of Judah, the house of my father. And among the sons of my father he took pleasure in me to make me king over all. Israel 28:5 Of all my sons, for Yahweh has given me many sons, he has chosen Solomon my son to sit on the throne of the kingdom of Yahweh over Israel. 28:6 He said to me, Solomon your son, he shall build my house and my courts, for I have chosen him to be my son, and I will be his father. 28:7 I will establish his kingdom forever, if he be constant to do my commandments and my ordinances, as at this day. 28:8 Now therefore, in the sight of all Israel, the assembly of Yahweh, and in the audience of our God, observe and seek out all the commandments of Yahweh your God, that you may possess this good land, and leave it for an inheritance to your children after you forever. 28:9 You, Solomon my son, know the God of your father, and serve him with a perfect heart and with a willing mind, for Yahweh searches all hearts and understands all the imaginations of the thoughts. If you seek him, he will be found of you, but if you forsake him, he will cast you off forever. 28:10 Take heed now, for Yahweh has chosen you to build a house for the sanctuary. Be strong and do it. 28:11 Then David gave to Solomon his son the pattern of the porch of the temple, and of its houses, and of its treasuries, and of the upper rooms of it, and of the inner chambers of it, and of the place of the mercy seat. 28:12 And the pattern of all that he had by the Spirit for the courts of the house of Yahweh, and for all the surrounding rooms, for the treasuries of the house of God, and for the treasuries of the dedicated things. 28:13 Also for the divisions of the priests and the Levites, and for all the work of the service of the house of Yahweh, and for all the vessels of service in the house of Yahweh. 28:14 Of gold by weight for the vessels of gold, for all vessels of every kind of service. Of silver for all the vessels of silver by weight, for all vessels of every kind of service. 28:15 By weight also for the lampstands of gold, and for its lamps of gold, by weight for every lampstand and for its lamps. And for the lampstands of silver, silver by weight for every lampstand and for its lamps, according to the use of every lampstand. 28:16 And the gold by weight for the tables of showbread for every table, and silver for the tables of silver. 28:17 And the forks and the basins and the cups of pure gold, and for the golden bowls by weight for every bowl, and for the silver bowls by weight for every bowl. 28:18 And for the altar of incense refined gold by weight, and gold for the pattern of the chariot, even the cherubim that spread out their wings, and covered the ark of the covenant of Yahweh. 28:19 All this, said David, have I been made to understand in writing from the hand of Yahweh, even all the works of this pattern. 28:20 David said to Solomon his son, Be strong and of good courage, and do it, Don't be afraid nor be dismayed. For Yahweh God, even my God, is with you. He will not fail you nor forsake you until all the work for the service of the house of Yahweh is finished. 28, 21. Behold, there are the divisions of the priests and the Levites, for all the service of the house of God. And there shall be with you in all manner of work every willing man who has skill, for any manner of service. Also the captains and all the people will be entirely at your command. 29. 1. David the king said to all the assembly, Solomon my son, whom alone God has chosen, is yet young and tender, and the work is great. For the palace is not for man, but for Yahweh God. 29. 2. Now I have prepared with all my might for the house of my God the gold for the things of gold, and the silver for the things of silver, and the brass for the things of brass, the iron for the things of iron, and wood for the things of wood, onyx stones and stones to be set, stones for inlaid work and of various colors, and all manner of precious stones, and marble stones in abundance. 29. 3. In addition, because I have set my affection on the house of my God, seeing that I have a treasure of my own of gold and silver, I give it to the house of my God, over and above all that I have prepared for the holy house. 29. For even 3,000 talents of the gold of Ophir, and 7,000 talents of refined silver, with which to overlay the walls of the houses. 29. 5 of gold for the things of gold, and of silver for the things of silver, and for all manner of work to be made by the hands of artificers, who then offers willingly to consecrate himself this day to Yahweh. 29. 6. Then the princes of the fathers' houses, and the princes of the tribes of Israel, and the captains of thousands and of hundreds, with the rulers over the king's work, offered willingly. 29. 7. And they gave for the service of the house of God of gold 5,000 talents, and 10,000 derricks, and of silver 10,000 talents, and of brass 18,000 talents, and of iron 100,000 talents. 29. 8. They with whom precious stones were found gave them to the treasure of the house of Yahweh, under the hand of Jehiel the Gershonite. 29. 9. Then the people rejoiced, because they offered willingly, because with a perfect heart they offered willingly to Yahweh. And David the king also rejoiced with great joy. 29:10. Therefore David blessed Yahweh before all the assembly. And David said, You are blessed, Yahweh, the God of Israel our Father, forever and ever. 29:11. Yours, Yahweh, is the greatness, the power, the glory, the victory, and the majesty. For all that is in the heavens and in the earth is yours. Yours is the kingdom, Yahweh, and you are exalted as head above all. 29:12. Both riches and honor come of you, and you rule over all, and in your hand is power and might, and it is in your hand to make great and to give strength to all. 29:13. Now therefore, our God, we thank you and praise your glorious name. 29:14. But who am I, and what is my people, that we should be able to offer so willingly as this? For all things come of you, and of your own have we given you. 29:15. For we are strangers before you, and foreigners as all our fathers were. Our days on the earth are as a shadow, and there is no abiding. 29:16. Yahweh our God, all the store that we have prepared to build you a house for your holy name comes of your hand, and is all your own. 29:17. I know also, my God, that you try the heart and have pleasure in uprightness. As for me, in the uprightness of my heart, I have willingly offered all these things. And now have I seen with joy your people that are present here, offer willingly to you. 29:18. Yahweh, the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Israel our fathers, keep this forever in the imagination of the thoughts of the heart of your people, and prepare their heart to you. 29:19. And give to Solomon my son a perfect heart, to keep your commandments, your testimonies, and your statutes, and to do all these things, and to build the palace for which I have made provision. 29:20. David said to all the assembly, Now bless Yahweh your God. All the assembly blessed Yahweh, the God of their fathers, and bowed down their heads and prostrated themselves before Yahweh and the king. 29:21. They sacrificed sacrifices to Yahweh, and offered burnt offerings to Yahweh on the next day after that day, even 1,000 bulls, 1,000 rams, and 1,000 lambs, with their drink offerings, and sacrifices in abundance for all Israel. 29:22. And ate and drink before Yahweh on that day with great gladness. They made Solomon the son of David king the second time, and anointed him to Yahweh to be prince, and Zadok to be priest. 29:23. Then Solomon sat on the throne of Yahweh as king instead of David his father, and prospered, and all Israel obeyed him. 29:24. All the princes, the mighty men, and also all of the sons of King David submitted themselves to Solomon the king. 29:25. Yahweh magnified Solomon exceedingly in the sight of all Israel, and bestowed on him such royal majesty as had not been on any king before him in Israel. 29:26. Now David the son of Jesse reigned over all Israel. 29:27. The time that he reigned over Israel was 40 years. he reigned 7 years in Hebron, and 33 years reigned he in Jerusalem. 29-28 he died in a good old age, full of days, riches, and honor. And Solomon his son reigned in his place. 29-29 Now the acts of David the king, first and last, behold, they are written in the history of Samuel the seer, and in the history of Nathan the prophet, and in the history of Gad the seer. 29-30 With all his reign and his might, and the times that went over him, and over Israel, and over all the kingdoms of the countries. The second book of Chronicles. 1 Solomon the son of David was strengthened in his kingdom, and Yahweh his God was with him, and magnified him exceedingly. 2 Solomon spoke to all Israel, to the captains of thousands and of hundreds, and to the judges, and to every prince in all Israel, the heads of the fathers' houses. 3 So Solomon, and all the assembly with him, went to the high place that was at Gibon, for there was the tent of meeting of God, which Moses the servant of Yahweh had made in the wilderness. 4 But David had brought the ark of God up from Kiriath Jearim to the place that David had prepared for it, for he had pitched a tent for it at Jerusalem. 5 Moreover the bronze altar, that Bezalel the son of Uri, the son of Hur, had made, was there before the tent of Yahweh. And Solomon and the assembly were seeking counsel there. 6 Solomon went up there to the bronze altar before Yahweh, which was at the tent of meeting, and offered 1,000 burnt offerings on it. 7 In that night God appeared to Solomon and said to him, Ask what I shall give you. 8 Solomon said to God, You have shown great loving kindness to David my father, and have made me king in his place. 9 Now, Yahweh God, let your promise to David my father be established, for you have made me king over a people like the dust of the earth in multitude. 10 Give me now wisdom and knowledge, that I may go out and come in before this people. For who can judge this your people, that is so great? 11 God said to Solomon, Because this was in your heart, and you have not asked riches, wealth, or honor, nor the life of those who hate you, neither yet have asked long life, but have asked wisdom and knowledge for yourself, that you may judge my people, over whom I have made you king. 12 Wisdom and knowledge is granted to you, and I will give you riches and wealth and honor such as none of the kings have had who have been before you, neither shall there any after you have the like. 13 So Solomon came from the high place that was at Gibon, from before the tent of meeting, to Jerusalem, and he reigned over Israel. 14 Solomon gathered chariots and horsemen, and he had 1,400 chariots and 12,000 horsemen, that he placed in the chariot cities, and with the king at Jerusalem. 15 The king made silver and gold to be in Jerusalem as stones, and cedars made he to be as the sycamore trees that are in the lowland, for abundance. 16 The horses which Solomon had were brought out of Egypt and from Cu. The king's merchants purchased them from Cu. 17 They brought up and brought out of Egypt a chariot for 600 pieces of silver, and a horse for 150. And so for all the kings of the Hittites, and the kings of Syria, did they bring them out by their means. 1 Now Solomon purposed to build a house for the name of Yahweh, and a house for his kingdom. 2 Solomon counted out 70,000 men to bear burdens, and 80,000 men who were stone cutters in the mountains, and 3,600 to oversee them. 3 Solomon sent to Huram the king of Tyre, saying, As you dealt with David my father, and sent him cedars to build him a house in which to dwell, even so deal with me. 4 Behold, I am about to build a house for the name of Yahweh my God, to dedicate it to him, and to burn before him incense of sweet spices, and for the continual showbread, and for the burnt offerings morning and evening, on the Sabbaths, and on the new moons, and on the set feasts of Yahweh our God. This is an ordinance forever to Israel. 5 The house which I build is great, for great is our God above all gods. 6 But who is able to build him a house, seeing heaven and the heaven of heavens can't contain him? Who am I then that I should build him a house, save only to burn incense before him? 7 Now therefore send me a man skillful to work in gold, and in silver, and in brass, and in iron, and in purple and crimson and blue, and who knows how to engrave all manner of engravings, to be with the skillful men who are with me in Judah and in Jerusalem, whom David my father did provide. 8 Send me also cedar trees, fir trees, and algum trees out of Lebanon, for I know that your servants know how to cut timber in Lebanon. And behold, my servants shall be with your servants. 9 Even to prepare me timber in abundance. For the house which I am about to build shall be great and wonderful. 10 Behold, I will give to your servants, the cutters who cut timber, 20,000 measures of beaten wheat, and 20,000 measures of barley, and 20,000 baths of wine, and 20,000 baths of oil. 11 Then Huram the king of Tyre answered in writing, which he sent to Solomon, Because Yahweh loves his people, he has made you king over them. 12 Huram continued, Blessed be Yahweh, the God of Israel, that made heaven and earth, who has given to David the king a wise son, endowed with discretion and understanding, that should build a house for Yahweh and a house for his kingdom. 2:13 Now I have sent a skillful man, endowed with understanding, of Huram my father's. 2:14 The son of a woman of the daughters of Dan. And his father was a man of Tyre, skillful to work in gold, and in silver, in brass, in iron, in stone, and in timber, in purple, in blue, and in fine linen, and in crimson, also to engrave any manner of engraving, and to devise any device, that there may be a place appointed to him with your skillful men, and with the skillful men of my lord David your father. 2:15 Now therefore the wheat and the barley, the oil and the wine, which my lord has spoken of, let him send to his servants. 2:16 And we will cut wood out of Lebanon, as much as you shall need, and we will bring it to you in floats by sea to Joppa, and you shall carry it up to Jerusalem. 2:17 Solomon numbered all the foreigners who were in the land of Israel, after the numbering with which David his father had numbered them, and they were found 153,600. 2:18 He set 70,000 of them to bear burdens, and 80,000 who were stone cutters in the mountains, and 3,600 overseers to set the people at work. 3:1 Then Solomon began to build the house of Yahweh at Jerusalem on Mount Moriah, where Yahweh appeared to David his father, which he made ready in the place that David had appointed, in the thrashing floor of Ornan the Jebusite. 3:2 He began to build in the second day of the second month, in the fourth year of his reign. 3:3 Now these are the foundations which Solomon laid for the building of the house of God. The length by cubits after the first measure was 60 cubits, and the breadth 20 cubits. 3:4 The porch that was before the house, its length, according to the breadth of the house, was 20 cubits, and the height 120, and he overlaid it within with pure gold. 3:5 The greater house he made a ceiling with fir wood, which he overlaid with fine gold, and ornamented it with palm trees and chains. 3:6 He garnished the house with precious stones for beauty, and the gold was gold of Parvaim. 3:7 He overlaid also the house, the beams, the thresholds, and its walls and its doors with gold, and engraved cherubim on the walls. 3:8 He made the most holy house. Its length, according to the breadth of the house, was 20 cubits, and its breadth 20 cubits, and he overlaid it with fine gold, amounting to 600 talents. 3:9 The weight of the nails was 50 shekels of gold. He overlaid the upper chambers with gold. 3:10 In the most holy house he made 2 cherubim of image work, and they overlaid them with gold. 3:11 The wings of the cherubim were 20 cubits long. The wing of the one cherub was 5 cubits, reaching to the wall of the house, and the other wing was likewise 5 cubits, reaching to the wing of the other cherub. 3:12 The wing of the other cherub was 5 cubits, reaching to the wall of the house, and the other wing was 5 cubits also, joining to the wing of the other cherub. 3:13 The wings of these cherubim spread themselves forth 20 cubits, and they stood on their feet, and their faces were toward the house. 3:14 He made the veil of blue, and purple, and crimson, and fine linen, and ornamented it with cherubim. 3:15 Also he made before the house 2 pillars of 35 cubits high, and the capital that was on the top of each of them was 5 cubits. 3:16 He made chains in the oracle and put them on the tops of the pillars, and he made 100 pomegranates and put them on the chains. 3:17 He set up the pillars before the temple, one on the right hand and the other on the left, and called the name of that on the right hand Jachin, and the name of that on the left Boaz. 4:1 Then he made an altar of brass, 20 cubits its length, and 20 cubits its breadth, and 10 cubits its height. 4:2 Also he made the molten sea of 10 cubits from brim to brim, round in compass, and its height was 5 cubits, and a line of 30 cubits encircled it. 4:3 Under it was the likeness of oxen, which encircled it for 10 cubits encircling the sea. The oxen were in 2 rows cast when it was cast. 4:4 It stood on 12 oxen, 3 looking toward the north, and 3 looking toward the west, and 3 looking toward the south, and 3 looking toward the east. And the sea was set on them above, and all their hinder parts were inward. 4:5 It was a handbreadth thick, and its brim was worked like the brim of a cup, like the flower of a lily. It received and held 3,000 baths. 4:6 He made also 10 basins, and put 5 on the right hand, and 5 on the left, to wash in them. Such things as belonged to the burnt offering they washed in them, but the sea was for the priests to wash in. 4:7 He made the 10 lampstands of gold according to the ordinance concerning them, and he set them in the temple, 5 on the right hand, and 5 on the left. 4:8 He made also 10 tables, and placed them in the temple, 5 on the right side, and 5 on the left. He made 100 basins of gold. 4:9 Furthermore he made the court of the priests, and the great court, and doors for the court, and overlaid the doors of them with brass. 4:10 He set the sea on the right side of the house eastward, toward the south. 4:11 Huram made the pots, and the shovels and the basins. So Huram made an end of doing the work that he did for King Solomon in the house of God. 4:12 The two pillars, and the bowls, and the two capitals which were on the top of the pillars, and the two networks to cover the two bowls of the capitals that were on the top of the pillars. 4:13 And the 400 pomegranates for the two networks, 2 rows of pomegranates for each network, to cover the two bowls of the capitals that were on the pillars. 4:14 He made also the bases, and the basins made he on the bases. 4:15 1c, and the 12 oxen under it. 4:16 The pots also, and the shovels, and the forks, and all its vessels, did Huram his father make for King Solomon for the house of Yahweh of bright brass. 4:17 In the plain of the Jordan did the king cast them, in the clay ground between Sukkot and Zereda. 4:18 Thus Solomon made all these vessels in great abundance, for the weight of the brass could not be found out. 4:19 Solomon made all the vessels that were in the house of God, the golden altar also, and the tables with the show bread on them. 4:20 And the lampstands with their lamps, to burn according to the ordinance before the oracle of pure gold. 4:21 And the flowers and the lamps and the tongs of gold and that perfect gold. 4:22 And the snuffers and the basins and the spoons and the fire pans of pure gold. And as for the entry of the house, the inner doors of it for the most holy place, and the doors of the main hall of the temple were of gold. 5:1 Thus all the work that Solomon did for the house of Yahweh was finished. Solomon brought in the things that David his father had dedicated, even the silver and the gold and all the vessels, and put them in the treasuries of the house of God. 5:2 Then Solomon assembled the elders of Israel, and all the heads of the tribes, the princes of the fathers' houses of the children of Israel, to Jerusalem to bring up the ark of the covenant of Yahweh out of the city of David, which is Zion. 5:3 And all the men of Israel assembled themselves to the king at the feast, which was in the 7th month. 5:4 All the elders of Israel came, and the Levites took up the ark. 5:5 And they brought up the ark, and the tent of meeting, and all the holy vessels that were in the tent. These did the priests the Levites bring up. 5:6 King Solomon and all the congregation of Israel that were assembled to him were before the ark, sacrificing sheep and cattle that could not be counted nor numbered for multitude. 5:7 The priests brought in the ark of the covenant of Yahweh to its place, into the oracle of the house, to the most holy place, even under the wings of the cherubim. 5:8 For the cherubim spread forth their wings over the place of the ark, and the cherubim covered the ark and its poles above. 5:9 The poles were so long that the ends of the poles were seen from the ark before the oracle, but they were not seen outside, and there it is to this day. 5:10 There was nothing in the ark save the 2 tables which Moses put there at Horeb, when Yahweh made a covenant with the children of Israel, when they came out of Egypt. 5:11 It happened, when the priests were come out of the holy place. For all the priests who were present had sanctified themselves, and did not keep their divisions. 5:12 Also the Levites who were the singers, all of them, even Asaph, Heman, Jeduthun and their sons and their brothers, arrayed in fine linen, with cymbals and stringed instruments and harps, stood at the east end of the altar, and with them 120 priests sounding with trumpets. 5:13 It happened, when the trumpeters and singers were as one, to make one sound to be heard in praising and thanking Yahweh. And when they lifted up their voice with the trumpets and cymbals and instruments of music, and praised Yahweh, saying, For he is good, for his loving kindness endures forever. That then the house was filled with a cloud, even the house of Yahweh. 5:14 So that the priests could not stand to minister by reason of the cloud. For the glory of Yahweh filled the house of God. 6:1 Then spoke Solomon, Yahweh has said that he would dwell in the thick darkness. 6:2 But I have built you a house of habitation, and a place for you to dwell in forever. 6:3 The king turned his face and blessed all the assembly of Israel, and all the assembly of Israel stood. 6:4 He said, Blessed be Yahweh, the God of Israel, who spoke with his mouth to David my father, and has with his hands fulfilled it, saying, 6:5 Since the day that I brought forth my people out of the land of Egypt, I chose no city out of all the tribes of Israel to build a house in, that my name might be there. Neither chose I any man to be prince over my people Israel. 6:6 But I have chosen Jerusalem, that my name might be there, and have chosen David to be over my people Israel. 6:7 Now it was in the heart of David my father to build a house for the name of Yahweh, the God of Israel. 6:8 But Yahweh said to David my father, Whereas it was in your heart to build a house for my name, you did well that it was in your heart. 6:9 Nevertheless you shall not build the house, but your son who shall come forth out of your body, he shall build the house for my name. 6:10 Yahweh has performed his word that he spoke. For I am risen up in the room of David my father, and sit on the throne of Israel, as Yahweh promised, and have built the house for the name of Yahweh, the God of Israel. 6:11 There have I set the ark, in which is the covenant of Yahweh, which he made with the children of Israel. 6:12 He stood before the altar of Yahweh in the presence of all the assembly of Israel, and spread forth his hands. 6:13 For Solomon had made a bronze scaffold, 5 cubits long, and 5 cubits broad, and 3 cubits high, and had set it in the midst of the court. And on it he stood, and kneeled down on his knees before all the assembly of Israel, and spread forth his hands toward heaven. 6:14 And he said, Yahweh the God of Israel, there is no God like you, in heaven or on earth, who keep covenant and loving kindness with your servants, who walk before you with all their heart. 6:15 Who have kept with your servant David my father that which you did promise him. Yes, you spoke with your mouth, and have fulfilled it with your hand, as it is this day. 6:16 Now therefore, Yahweh the God of Israel, keep with your servant David my father that which you have promised him, saying, There shall not fail you a man in my sight to sit on the throne of Israel, if only your children take heed to their way, to walk in my law as you have walked before me. 6:17 Now therefore, Yahweh the God of Israel, let your word be verified, which you spoke to your servant David. 6:18 But will God indeed dwell with men on the earth? Behold, heaven and the heaven of heavens can't contain you. How much less this house which I have built? 6:19 Yet have you respect to the prayer of your servant, and to his supplication, Yahweh my God, to listen to the cry and to the prayer which your servant prays before you. 6:20 That your eyes may be open toward this house day and night, even toward the place where you have said that you would put your name, to listen to the prayer which your servant shall pray toward this place. 6:21 Listen to the petitions of your servant and of your people Israel when they shall pray toward this place. Yes, hear from your dwelling place, even from heaven, and when you hear, forgive. 6:22 If a man sin against his neighbor, and an oath is laid on him to cause him to swear, and he comes and swears before your altar in this house. 6:23 Then hear from heaven, and do, and judge your servants, bringing retribution to the wicked, to bring his way on his own head, and justifying the righteous, to give him according to his righteousness. 6:24 If your people Israel be struck down before the enemy, because they have sinned against you, and shall turn again and confess your name, and pray and make supplication before you in this house. 6:25 Then hear from heaven, and forgive the sin of your people Israel, and bring them again to the land which you gave to them and to their fathers. 6:26 When the sky is shut up, and there is no rain because they have sinned against you, if they pray toward this place and confess your name and turn from their sin when you do afflict them. 6:27 Then hear in heaven, and forgive the sin of your servants and of your people Israel, when you teach them the good way in which they should walk, and send rain on your land, which you have given to your people for an inheritance. 6:28 If there be in the land famine, if there be pestilence, if there is blight or mildew, locust or caterpillar, if their enemies besiege them in the land of their cities, whatever plague or whatever sickness there be. 6:29 Whatever prayer and supplication be made by any man, or by all your people Israel, who shall know every man his own plague and his own sorrow, and shall spread forth his hands toward this house. 6:30 Then hear from heaven, your dwelling place, and forgive, and render to every man according to all his ways, whose heart you know. For you, even you only, know the hearts of the children of men. 6:31 That they may fear you, to walk in your ways, so long as they live in the land which you gave to our fathers. 6:32 Moreover concerning the foreigner, who is not of your people Israel, when he shall come from a far country for your great name's sake, and your mighty hand and your outstretched arm, when they shall come and pray toward this house. 6:33 Then hear from heaven, even from your dwelling place, and do according to all that the foreigner calls to you for, that all the peoples of the earth may know your name and fear you, as does your people Israel, and that they may know that this house which I have built is called by your name. 6:34 If your people go out to battle against their enemies, by whatever way you shall send them, and they pray to you toward the city which you have chosen, and the house which I have built for your name. 6:35 Then hear from heaven their prayer and their supplication, and maintain their cause. 6:36 If they sin against you, for there is no man who doesn't sin, and you are angry with them, and deliver them to the enemy, so that they carry them away captive to a land far off or near. 6:37 Yet if they shall repent themselves in the land where they are carried captive, and turn again, and make supplication to you in the land of their captivity, saying, We have sinned, we have done perversely, and have dealt wickedly. 6:38 If they return to you with all their heart and with all their soul in the land of their captivity, where they have carried them captive, and pray toward their land which you gave to their fathers, and the city which you have chosen, and toward the house which I have built for your name. 6:39 Then hear from heaven, even from your dwelling place, their prayer and their petitions, and maintain their cause, and forgive your people who have sinned against you. 640 Now, my God, let, I beg you, your eyes be open, and let your ears be attentive to the prayer that is made in this place. 641 Now therefore arise, Yahweh God, into your resting place, you in the ark of your strength. Let your priests, Yahweh God, be clothed with salvation, and let your saints rejoice in goodness. 642 Yahweh God, don't turn away the face of your anointed. Remember your loving kindnesses to David your servant. 7:1 Now when Solomon had made an end of praying, the fire came down from heaven, and consumed the burnt offering and the sacrifices, and the glory of Yahweh filled the house. 7:2 The priests could not enter into the house of Yahweh, because the glory of Yahweh filled Yahweh's house. 7:3 All the children of Israel looked on, when the fire came down, and the glory of Yahweh was on the house. And they bowed themselves with their faces to the ground on the pavement, and worshipped, and gave thanks to Yahweh, saying, For he is good, for his loving kindness endures forever. 7:4 Then the king and all the people offered sacrifice before Yahweh. 7:5 King Solomon offered a sacrifice of 22,000 head of cattle and 120,000 sheep. So the king and all the people dedicated the house of God. 7:6 The priests stood, according to their offices, the Levites also with instruments of music of Yahweh, which David the king had made to give thanks to Yahweh, for his loving kindness endures forever, when David praised by their ministry. And the priests sounded trumpets before them, and all Israel stood. 7:7 Moreover Solomon made the middle of the court holy that was before the house of Yahweh. For there he offered the burnt offerings, and the fat of the peace offerings, because the bronze altar which Solomon had made was not able to receive the burnt offering, and the meal offering, and the fat. 7:8 So Solomon held the feast at that time 7 days, and all Israel with him, a very great assembly, from the entrance of Hamath to the brook of Egypt. 7:9 On the 8th day they held a solemn assembly, for they kept the dedication of the altar 7 days, and the feast 7 days. 7:10 On the 23rd day of the 7th month he sent the people away to their tents, joyful and glad of heart for the goodness that Yahweh had shown to David, and to Solomon, and to Israel his people. 7:11 Thus Solomon finished the house of Yahweh, and the king's house. And he successfully completed all that came into Solomon's heart to make in the house of Yahweh, and in his own house. 7:12 Yahweh appeared to Solomon by night, and said to him, I have heard your prayer, and have chosen this place to myself for a house of sacrifice. 7:13 If I shut up the sky so that there is no rain, or if I command the locust to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people. 7:14 If my people, who are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. 7:15 Now my eyes shall be open, and my ears attentive to the prayer that is made in this place. 7:16 For now have I chosen and made this house holy, that my name may be there forever, and my eyes and my heart shall be there perpetually. 7:17 As for you, if you will walk before me as David your father walked, and do according to all that I have commanded you, and will keep my statutes and my ordinances. 7:18 Then I will establish the throne of your kingdom, according as I covenanted with David your father, saying, There shall not fail you a man to be ruler in Israel. 7:19 But if you turn away, and forsake my statutes and my commandments which I have set before you, and shall go and serve other gods and worship them. 7:20 Then will I pluck them up by the roots out of my land which I have given them. And this house, which I have made holy for my name, will I cast out of my sight, and I will make it a proverb and a byword among all peoples. 7:21 This house, which is so high, everyone who passes by it shall be astonished, and shall say, Why has Yahweh done thus to this land and to this house? 7:22 They shall answer, because they abandoned Yahweh, the God of their fathers, who brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, and laid hold on other gods, and worshipped them, and served them. Therefore has he brought all this evil on them. 8 When it happened at the end of 20 years, in which Solomon had built the house of Yahweh, and his own house, 8:2 That the cities which Huram had given to Solomon, Solomon built them, and caused the children of Israel to dwell there. 8:3 Solomon went to Hamath Zobah, and prevailed against it. 8:4 He built Tadmor in the wilderness, and all the storage cities which he built in Hamath. 8:5 Also he built Beit Horon the upper, and Beit Horon the lower, fortified cities, with walls, gates, and bars. 8:6 And Baalath, and all the storage cities that Solomon had, and all the cities for his chariots, and the cities for his horsemen, and all that Solomon desired to build for his pleasure in Jerusalem, and in Lebanon, and in all the land of his dominion. 8:7 As for all the people who were left of the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, who were not of Israel. Eight of their children who were left after them in the land, whom the children of Israel didn't consume, of them did Solomon conscripted forced labor to this day. 9 But of the children of Israel did Solomon make no servants for his work, but they were men of war, and chief of his captains, and rulers of his chariots and of his horsemen. 10 These were the chief officers of King Solomon, even 250, who ruled over the people. 11 Solomon brought up the daughter of Pharaoh out of the city of David to the house that he had built for her. For he said, My wife shall not dwell in the house of David king of Israel, because the places where the ark of Yahweh has come are holy. 12 Then Solomon offered burnt offerings to Yahweh on the altar of Yahweh, which he had built before the porch. 13 Even as the duty of every day required, offering according to the commandment of Moses on the Sabbaths and on the new moons and on the set feasts 3 times in the year, even in the feast of unleavened bread and in the feast of weeks and in the feast of tents. 14 He appointed, according to the ordinance of David his father, the divisions of the priests to their service, and the Levites to their offices to praise, and to minister before the priests as the duty of every day required. The doorkeepers also by their divisions at every gate. For so had David the man of God commanded. 15 They didn't depart from the commandment of the king to the priests and Levites concerning any matter or concerning the treasures. 16 Now all the work of Solomon was prepared to the day of the foundation of the house of Yahweh, and until it was finished. So the house of Yahweh was completed. 17 Then went Solomon to Ezion-Geber, and to Elath, on the seashore in the land of Edom. 18 Huram sent him ships and servants who had knowledge of the sea by the hands of his servants. And they came with the servants of Solomon to Ophir, and fetched from there 450 talents of gold, and brought them to King Solomon. 1 When the queen of Sheba heard of the fame of Solomon, she came to prove Solomon with hard questions at Jerusalem, with a very great train, and camels that bore spices, and gold in abundance and precious stones. And when she was come to Solomon, she talked with him of all that was in her heart. 2 Solomon told her all her questions, and there was not anything hid from Solomon which he didn't tell her. 3 When the queen of Sheba had seen the wisdom of Solomon, and the house that he had built. 4 And the food of his table, and the sitting of his servants, and the attendance of his ministers and their clothing, his cupbearers also, and their clothing, and his ascent by which he went up to the house of Yahweh. There was no more spirit in her. 5 She said to the king, It was a true report that I heard in my own land of your acts and of your wisdom. 6 However I didn't believe their words until I came, and my eyes had seen it, and behold, the half of the greatness of your wisdom was not told me. You exceed the fame that I heard. 7 Happy are your men, and happy are these your servants, who stand continually before you and hear your wisdom. 8 Blessed be Yahweh your God, who delighted in you to set you on his throne, to be king for Yahweh your God. Because your God loved Israel to establish them forever, therefore made he you king over them, to do justice and righteousness. 9 She gave the king 120 talents of gold, and spices in great abundance and precious stones. Neither was there any such spice as the queen of Sheba gave to King Solomon. 10 The servants also of Huram, and the servants of Solomon, who brought gold from Ophir, brought algum trees and precious stones. 11 The king made of the algum trees terraces for the house of Yahweh, and for the king's house, and harps and stringed instruments for the singers, and there were none like these seen before in the land of Judah. 12 King Solomon gave to the queen of Sheba all her desire, whatever she asked, besides that which she had brought to the king. So she turned and went to her own land, she and her servants. 13 Now the weight of gold that came to Solomon in 1 year was 666 talents of gold. 14 Besides that which the traders and merchants brought. And all the kings of Arabia and the governors of the country brought gold and silver to Solomon. 15 King Solomon made 200 bucklers of beaten gold. 600 shekels of beaten gold went to one buckler. 16 He made 300 shields of beaten gold. 300 shekels of gold went to one shield, and the king put them in the house of the forest of Lebanon. 17 Moreover, the king made a great throne of ivory, and overlaid it with pure gold. 18 And there were 6 steps to the throne, with a footstool of gold, which were fastened to the throne, and stays on either side by the place of the seat, and 2 lions standing beside the stays. 12 Lions stood there on the one side, and on the other on the 6 steps. There was nothing like it made in any kingdom. 20 All King Solomon's drinking vessels were of gold, and all the vessels of the house of the forest of Lebanon were of pure gold. Silver was nothing accounted of in the days of Solomon. 21 For the king had ships that went to Tarshish with the servants of Huram. Once every 3 years came the ships of Tarshish. bringing gold and silver, ivory and apes and peacocks. 922 So King Solomon exceeded all the kings of the earth in riches and wisdom. 923 All the kings of the earth sought the presence of Solomon, to hear his wisdom which God had put in his heart. 924 They brought every man his tribute, vessels of silver and vessels of gold, and clothing, armor and spices, horses and mules, a rate year by year. 925 Solomon had 4,000 stalls for horses and chariots, and 12,000 horsemen that he stationed in the chariot cities, and with the king at Jerusalem. 926 He ruled over all the kings from the river, even to the land of the Philistines, and to the border of Egypt. 927 The king made silver to be in Jerusalem as stones, and he made cedars to be as the sycamore trees that are in the lowland, for abundance. 928 They brought horses for Solomon out of Egypt, and out of all lands. 929 Now the rest of the acts of Solomon, first and last, aren't they written in the history of Nathan the prophet, and in the prophecy of Ahijah the Shilonite, and in the visions of Iddo the seer concerning Jeroboam the son of Nebat? 930 Solomon reigned in Jerusalem over all Israel 40 years. 931 Solomon slept with his fathers, and he was buried in the city of David his father, and Rehoboam his son reigned in his place. 10:1 Rehoboam went to Shechem, for all Israel were come to Shechem to make him king. 10:2 It happened, when Jeroboam the son of Nebat heard of it, for he was in Egypt, where he had fled from the presence of King Solomon, that Jeroboam returned out of Egypt. 10:3 They sent and called him, and Jeroboam and all Israel came, and they spoke to Rehoboam, saying, 10 For your father made our yoke grievous. Now therefore make you the grievous service of your father, and his heavy yoke which he put on us lighter, and we will serve you. 10:5 He said to them, Come again to me after 3 days. The people departed. 10:6 King Rehoboam took counsel with the old men, who had stood before Solomon his father while he yet lived, saying, What counsel give you me to return answer to this people? 10:7 They spoke to him, saying, If you are kind to this people and please them and speak good words to them, then they will be your servants forever. 10:8 But he forsook the counsel of the old men which they had given him, and took counsel with the young men who had grown up with him, who stood before him. 10:9 He said to them, What counsel give you, that we may return answer to this people who have spoken to me, saying, Make the yoke that your father did put on us lighter. 10:10 The young men who had grown up with him spoke to him, saying, Thus you shall tell the people who spoke to you, saying, Your father made our yoke heavy, but make you it lighter to us. Thus you shall say to them, My little finger is thicker than my father's waist. 10:11 Now whereas my father did lade you with a heavy yoke, I will add to your yoke. My father chastised you with whips, but I will chastise you with scorpions. 10:12 So Jeroboam and all the people came to Rehoboam the third day, as the king bade, saying, Come to me again the third day. 10:13 The king answered them roughly. And King Rehoboam forsook the counsel of the old men. 10:14 And spoke to them after the counsel of the young men, saying, My father made your yoke heavy, but I will add thereto. My father chastised you with whips, but I will chastise you with scorpions. 10:15 So the king didn't listen to the people, for it was brought about of God, that Yahweh might establish his word, which he spoke by Ahijah the Shilonite to Jeroboam the son of Nebat. 10:16 When all Israel saw that the king didn't listen to them, the people answered the king, saying, What portion have we in David? Neither have we inheritance in the son of Jesse. Every man to your tents, Israel. Now see to your own house, David. So all Israel departed to their tents. 10:17 But as for the children of Israel who lived in the cities of Judah, Rehoboam reigned over them. 10:18 Then King Rehoboam sent Hadoram, who was over the men subject to forced labor, and the children of Israel stoned him to death with stones. King Rehoboam made speed to get him up to his chariot, to flee to Jerusalem. 10:19 So Israel rebelled against the house of David to this day. 11:1 When Rehoboam was come to Jerusalem, he assembled the house of Judah and Benjamin, 180,000 chosen men, who were warriors, to fight against Israel, to bring the kingdom again to Rehoboam. 11:2 But the word of Yahweh came to Shemaiah the man of God, saying, 11:3 Speak to Rehoboam the son of Solomon, king of Judah, and to all Israel in Judah and Benjamin, saying, 11 For thus says Yahweh, You shall not go up, nor fight against your brothers. Return every man to his house, for this thing is of me. So they listened to the words of Yahweh, and returned from going against Jeroboam. 11:5 Rehoboam lived in Jerusalem, and built cities for defense in Judah. 11:6 He built Bethlehem, and Etam, and Tekoa. 11:7 Beit-Zur, and Soko, and Adullam. 11:8 And Gath, and Mersha, and Ziph. 11:9 And Adoram, and Lachish, and Azekah. 11:10 And Zorah, and Ajalon, and Hebron, which are in Judah and in Benjamin, fortified cities. 11:11 He fortified the strongholds, and put captains in them, and stores of food, and oil and wine. 11:12 In every city he put shields and spears, and made them exceeding strong. Judah and Benjamin belonged to him. 11:13 The priests and the Levites who were in all Israel resorted to him out of all their border. 11:14 For the Levites left their suburbs and their possession, and came to Judah and Jerusalem. For Jeroboam and his sons cast them off, that they should not execute the priest's office to Yahweh. 11:15 And he appointed him priests for the high places, and for the male goats, and for the calves which he had made. 11:16 After them, out of all the tribes of Israel, such as set their hearts to seek Yahweh, the God of Israel, came to Jerusalem to sacrifice to Yahweh, the God of their fathers. 11:17 So they strengthened the kingdom of Judah, and made Rehoboam the son of Solomon strong, 3 years. For they walked 3 years in the way of David and Solomon. 11:18 Rehoboam took him a wife, Mahalath the daughter of Jeremoth the son of David, and of Abihail the daughter of Eliab the son of Jesse. 11:19 And she bore him sons, Jeush and Shemariah and Zaham. 11:20 After her he took Maacah the daughter of Absalom, and she bore him Abijah, and Attai, and Ziza, and Shelemith. 11:21 Rehoboam loved Maacah the daughter of Absalom above all his wives and his concubines. For he took 18 wives and 60 concubines, and became the father of 28 sons and 60 daughters. 11:22 Rehoboam appointed Abijah the son of Maacah to be chief, even the prince among his brothers, for he was minded to make him king. 11:23 He dealt wisely, and dispersed of all his sons throughout all the lands of Judah and Benjamin to every fortified city, and he gave them food in abundance. He sought for them many wives. 12 When it happened, when the kingdom of Rehoboam was established, and he was strong, that he forsook the law of Yahweh and all Israel with him. 12:2 It happened in the 5th year of King Rehoboam, that Shishak king of Egypt came up against Jerusalem, because they had trespassed against Yahweh. 12:3 With 1,200 chariots and 60,000 horsemen. The people were without number who came with him out of Egypt, the Lubim, the Sukkiim, and the Ethiopians. 12:4 He took the fortified cities which pertained to Judah, and came to Jerusalem. 12:5 Now Shemaiah the prophet came to Rehoboam, and to the princes of Judah, who were gathered together to Jerusalem because of Shishak, and said to them, Thus says Yahweh, You have forsaken me, therefore have I also left you in the hand of Shishak. 12:6 Then the princes of Israel and the king humbled themselves, and they said, Yahweh is righteous. 12:7 When Yahweh saw that they humbled themselves, the word of Yahweh came to Shemaiah, saying, They have humbled themselves. I will not destroy them, but I will grant them some deliverance, and my wrath shall not be poured out on Jerusalem by the hand of Shishak. 12:8 Nevertheless they shall be his servants, that they may know my service, and the service of the kingdoms of the countries. 12:9 So Shishak king of Egypt came up against Jerusalem, and took away the treasures of the house of Yahweh, and the treasures of the king's house. He took all away. He took away also the shields of gold which Solomon had made. 12:10 King Rehoboam made in their place shields of brass, and committed them to the hands of the captains of the guard, who kept the door of the king's house. 12:11 It was so, that as often as the king entered into the house of Yahweh, the guard came and bore them and brought them back into the guard chamber. 12:12 When he humbled himself, the wrath of Yahweh turned from him, so as not to destroy him altogether. And moreover in Judah there were good things found. 12:13 So King Rehoboam strengthened himself in Jerusalem, and reigned. For Rehoboam was 41 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 17 years in Jerusalem, the city which Yahweh had chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, to put his name there. And his mother's name was Naamah the Ammonitess. 12:14 He did that which was evil, because he didn't set his heart to seek Yahweh. 12:15 Now the acts of Rehoboam, first and last, aren't they written in the histories of Shemaiah the prophet and of Iddo the seer, after the manner of genealogies? There were wars between Rehoboam and Jeroboam continually. 12:16 Rehoboam slept with his fathers and was buried in the city of David, and Abijah his son reigned in his place. 13:1 In the 18th year of King Jeroboam began Abijah to reign over Judah. 13:2 3 years reigned he in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Micaiah the daughter of Uriel of Jibah. There was war between Abijah and Jeroboam. 13:3 Abijah joined battle with an army of valiant men of war, even 400,000 chosen men. And Jeroboam set the battle in array against him with 800,000 chosen men, who were mighty men of valor. 13:4 Abijah stood up on Mount Zemaraim, which is in the hill country of Ephraim, and said, Hear me, Jeroboam and all Israel. 13:5 Ought you not to know that Yahweh, the God of Israel, gave the kingdom over Israel to David forever, even to him and to his sons by a covenant of salt? 13:6 Yet Jeroboam the son of Nebat, the servant of Solomon the son of David, rose up and rebelled against his Lord. 13:7 There were gathered to him worthless men, base fellows, who strengthened themselves against Rehoboam the son of Solomon, when Rehoboam was young and tender-hearted, and could not withstand them. 13:8 Now you think to withstand the kingdom of Yahweh in the hand of the sons of David, and you are a great multitude, and there are with you the golden calves which Jeroboam made you for gods. 13:9 Haven't you driven out the priests of Yahweh, the sons of Aaron, and the Levites, and made you priests after the manner of the peoples of other lands? So that whoever comes to consecrate himself with a young bull and 7 rams, the same may be a priest of those who are no gods. 13:10 But as for us, Yahweh is our God, and we have not forsaken him, and we have priests ministering to Yahweh, the sons of Aaron, and the Levites in their work. 13:11 And they burn to Yahweh every morning and every evening burnt offerings and sweet incense. The showbread also set they in order on the pure table, and the lampstand of gold with its lamps to burn every evening. For we keep the instruction of Yahweh our God, but you have forsaken him. 13:12 Behold, God is with us at our head, and his priests with the trumpets of alarm to sound an alarm against you. Children of Israel, don't you fight against Yahweh, the God of your fathers, for you shall not prosper. 13:13 But Jeroboam caused an ambush to come about behind them. So they were before Judah, and the ambush was behind them. 13:14 When Judah looked back, behold, the battle was before and behind them. And they cried to Yahweh, and the priests sounded with the trumpets. 13:15 Then the men of Judah gave a shout. And as the men of Judah shouted, it happened, that God struck Jeroboam and all Israel before Abijah and Judah. 13:16 The children of Israel fled before Judah, and God delivered them into their hand. 13:17 Abijah and his people killed them with a great slaughter. So there fell down slain of Israel 500,000 chosen men. 13:18 Thus the children of Israel were brought under at that time, and the children of Judah prevailed, because they relied on Yahweh, the God of their fathers. 13:19 Abijah pursued after Jeroboam, and took cities from him, Bethel with its towns, and Jeshanah with its towns, and Ephron with its towns. 13:20 Neither did Jeroboam recover strength again in the days of Abijah, and Yahweh struck him, and he died. 13:21 But Abijah grew mighty, and took to himself 14 wives, and became the father of 22 sons and 16 daughters. 13:22 The rest of the acts of Abijah, and his ways and his sayings, are written in the commentary of the prophet Iddo. 14:1 So Abijah slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David, and Asa his son reigned in his place. In his days the land was quiet 10 years. 14:2 Asa did that which was good and right in the eyes of Yahweh his God. 14:3 For he took away the foreign altars and the high places, and broke down the pillars, and cut down the Asherim. 14:4 And commanded Judah to seek Yahweh, the God of their fathers, and to do the law and the commandment. 14:5 Also he took away out of all the cities of Judah the high places and the sun images, and the kingdom was quiet before him. 14:6 He built fortified cities in Judah, for the land was quiet, and he had no war in those years, because Yahweh had given him rest. 14:7 For he said to Judah, Let us build these cities, and make about them walls, and towers, gates, and bars. The land is yet before us, because we have sought Yahweh our God. We have sought him, and he has given us rest on every side. So they built and prospered. 14:8 Asa had an army that bore bucklers and spears, out of Judah 300,000, and out of Benjamin that bore shields and drew bows, 280,000. All these were mighty men of valor. 14:9 There came out against them Zerah the Ethiopian with an army of 1,000,000 troops and 300 chariots, and he came to Mersha. 14:10 Then Asa went out to meet him, and they set the battle in array in the valley of Zephathah at Mersha. 14:11 Asa cried to Yahweh his God, and said, Yahweh, there is none besides you to help, between the mighty and him who has no strength. Help us, Yahweh our God, for we rely on you, and in your name are we come against this multitude. Yahweh, you are our God, don't let man prevail against you. 14:12 So Yahweh struck the Ethiopians before Asa and before Judah, and the Ethiopians fled. 14:13 Asa and the people who were with him pursued them to Gerar. And there fell of the Ethiopians so many that they could not recover themselves. For they were destroyed before Yahweh and before his army, and they carried away very much booty. 14:14 They struck all the cities around Gerar, for the fear of Yahweh came on them, and they despoiled all the cities, for there was much spoil in them. 14:15 They struck also the tents of livestock, and carried away sheep in abundance and camels, and returned to Jerusalem. 15:1 The Spirit of God came on Azariah the son of Oded. 15:2 And he went out to meet Asa, and said to him, Hear you me, Asa, and all Judah and Benjamin. Yahweh is with you, while you are with him, and if you seek him, he will be found of you, but if you forsake him, he will forsake you. 15. 3 Now for a long season Israel was without the true God, and without a teaching priest, and without law. 15. 4 But when in their distress they turned to Yahweh, the God of Israel, and sought him, he was found of them. 15. 5 In those times there was no peace to him who went out, nor to him who came in, but great troubles were on all the inhabitants of the lands. 15. 6 They were broken in pieces, nation against nation, and city against city, for God troubled them with all adversity. 15. 7 But be you strong, and don't let your hands be slack, for your work shall be rewarded. 15. 8 When Asa heard these words and the prophecy of Oded the prophet, he took courage and put away the abominations out of all the land of Judah and Benjamin, and out of the cities which he had taken from the hill country of Ephraim. And he renewed the altar of Yahweh that was before the porch of Yahweh. 15. 9 He gathered all Judah and Benjamin, and those who sojourned with them out of Ephraim and Manasseh, and out of Simeon. For they fell to him out of Israel in abundance, when they saw that Yahweh his God was with him. 15. 10 So they gathered themselves together at Jerusalem in the 3rd month, in the 15th year of the reign of Asa. 15. 11 They sacrificed to Yahweh in that day, of the spoil which they had brought, 700 head of cattle and 7,000 sheep. 15. 12 They entered into the covenant to seek Yahweh, the God of their fathers, with all their heart and with all their soul. 15. 13 And that whoever would not seek Yahweh, the God of Israel, should be put to death, whether small or great, whether man or woman. 15. 14 They swore to Yahweh with a loud voice, and with shouting, and with trumpets, and with cornets. 15. 15 All Judah rejoiced at the oath, for they had sworn with all their heart and sought him with their whole desire, and he was found of them. And Yahweh gave them rest all around. 15. 16 Also Maacah, the mother of Asa the king, he removed from being queen, because she had made an abominable image for an Asherah. And Asa cut down her image and made dust of it and burnt it at the brook Kidron. 15. 17 But the high places were not taken away out of Israel. Nevertheless, the heart of Asa was perfect all his days. 15. 18 He brought into the house of God the things that his father had dedicated, and that he himself had dedicated, silver and gold and vessels. 15. 19 There was no more war to the 35th year of the reign of Asa. 16. 1 In the 36th year of the reign of Asa, Baasha king of Israel went up against Judah, and built Ramah, that he might not allow anyone to go out or come in to Asa king of Judah. 16. 2 Then Asa brought out silver and gold out of the treasures of the house of Yahweh and of the king's house, and sent to Ben-Hadad king of Syria, who lived at Damascus, saying, 16. 3 There is a league between me and you, as there was between my father and your father. Behold, I have sent you silver and gold. Go, break your league with Baasha king of Israel, that he may depart from me. 16 For Ben-Hadad listened to King Asa, and sent the captains of his armies against the cities of Israel, and they struck Ijon, and Dan, and Abel-Maim, and all the storage cities of Naphtali. 16 5 It happened when Baasha heard of it that he left off building Ramah and let his work cease. 16 6 Then Asa the king took all Judah, and they carried away the stones of Ramah and its timber with which Baasha had built, and he built therewith Jebah and Mizpah. 16 7 At that time Hanani the seer came to Asa king of Judah, and said to him, Because you have relied on the king of Syria, and have not relied on Yahweh your God, therefore is the army of the king of Syria escaped out of your hand. 16 8 Weren't the Ethiopians and the Lubim a huge army, with chariots and horsemen exceeding many? Yet because you did rely on Yahweh, he delivered them into your hand. 16 9 For the eyes of Yahweh run back and forth throughout the whole earth, to show himself strong in the behalf of them whose heart is perfect toward him. Herein you have done foolishly, for from henceforth you shall have wars. 16:10 Then Asa was angry with the seer, and put him in the prison, for he was in a rage with him because of this thing. Asa oppressed some of the people at the same time. 16:11 Behold, the acts of Asa, first and last, behold, they are written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. 16:12 In the 39th year of his reign Asa was diseased in his feet. His disease was exceeding great. Yet in his disease he didn't seek Yahweh, but to the physicians. 16:13 Asa slept with his fathers, and died in the 41st year of his reign. 16:14 They buried him in his own tombs, which he had dug out for himself in the city of David, and laid him in the bed which was filled with sweet odors and various kinds of spices prepared by the perfumer's art. And they made a very great burning for him. 17:1 Jehoshaphat his son reigned in his place, and strengthened himself against Israel. 17:2 He placed forces in all the fortified cities of Judah, and set garrisons in the land of Judah, and in the cities of Ephraim, which Asa his father had taken. 17:3 Yahweh was with Jehoshaphat, because he walked in the first ways of his father David, and didn't seek the Baals. 17:4 4 But sought to the God of his father, and walked in his commandments, and not after the doings of Israel. 17 5 Therefore Yahweh established the kingdom in his hand, and all Judah brought to Jehoshaphat tribute, and he had riches and honor in abundance. 17 6 His heart was lifted up in the ways of Yahweh, and furthermore he took away the high places and the Asherim out of Judah. 17:7 Also in the 3rd year of his reign he sent his princes, even Ben-Hail and Obadiah and Zechariah and Nethanel and Micaiah, to teach in the cities of Judah. 17:8 And with them the Levites, even Shemaiah and Nethaniah and Zebediah and Asahel and Shemiramoth and Jehonathan and Adonijah and Tobijah and Tobadonijah, the Levites, and with them Elishama and Jehoram, the priests. 17:9 They taught in Judah, having the book of the law of Yahweh with them, and they went about throughout all the cities of Judah and taught among the people. 17:10 The fear of Yahweh fell on all the kingdoms of the lands that were around Judah, so that they made no war against Jehoshaphat. 17:11 Some of the Philistines brought Jehoshaphat presents and silver for tribute. The Arabians also brought him flocks, 7,700 rams and 7,700 male goats. 17:12 Jehoshaphat grew great exceedingly, and he built in Judah castles and cities of store. 17:13 He had many works in the cities of Judah, and men of war, mighty men of valor, in Jerusalem. 17:14 This was the numbering of them according to their fathers' houses. Of Judah, the captains of thousands. Adnah the captain, and with him mighty men of valor 300,000. 17:15 And next to him Jehohanan the captain, and with him 280,000. 17:16 And next to him Amasiah the son of Zichri, who willingly offered himself to Yahweh, and with him 200,000 mighty men of valor. 17:17 Of Benjamin, Eliada a mighty man of valor, and with him 200,000 armed with bow and shield. 17:18 And next to him Jehozabad, and with him 180,000 ready prepared for war. 17:19 These were those who waited on the king, besides those whom the king put in the fortified cities throughout all Judah. 18:1 Now Jehoshaphat had riches and honor in abundance, and he joined affinity with Ahab. 18:2 After certain years he went down to Ahab to Samaria. Ahab killed sheep and cattle for him in abundance, and for the people who were with him, and moved him to go up with him to Ramoth Gilead. 18:3 Ahab king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat king of Judah, Will you go with me to Ramoth Gilead? He answered him, I am as you are, and my people as your people, and we will be with you in the war. 18:4 Jehoshaphat said to the king of Israel, Please inquire first for the word of Yahweh. 18:5 Then the king of Israel gathered the prophets together, 400 men, and said to them, Shall we go to Ramoth Gilead to battle, or shall I forbear? They said, Go up, for God will deliver it into the hand of the king. 18:6 But Jehoshaphat said, Isn't there here a prophet of Yahweh besides, that we may inquire of him? 18:7 The king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, There is yet one man by whom we may inquire of Yahweh, but I hate him, for he never prophesies good concerning me, but always evil. The same is Micaiah the son of Imlah. Jehoshaphat said, Don't let the king say so. 18:8 Then the king of Israel called an officer and said, Get quickly Micaiah the son of Imlah. 18:9 Now the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat the king of Judah sat each on his throne, arrayed in their robes, and they were sitting in an open place at the entrance of the gate of Samaria. And all the prophets were prophesying before them. 18:10 Zedekiah the son of Chenaanah made him horns of iron, and said, Thus says Yahweh, With these you shall push the Syrians until they be consumed. 18:11 All the prophets prophesied so, saying, Go up to Ramoth Gilead and prosper, for Yahweh will deliver it into the hand of the king. 18:12 The messenger who went to call Micaiah spoke to him, saying, Behold, the words of the prophets declare good to the king with one mouth. Let your word, therefore, please be like one of theirs, and speak you good. 18:13 Micaiah said, As Yahweh lives, what my God says, that will I speak. 18:14 When he was come to the king said to him, Micaiah, Shall we go to Ramoth Gilead to battle, or shall I forbear? He said, Go up and prosper, and they shall be delivered into your hand. 18:15 The king said to him, How many times shall I adjure you that you speak to me nothing but the truth in the name of Yahweh? 18:16 He said, I saw all Israel scattered on the mountains, as sheep that have no shepherd. And Yahweh said, These have no master. Let them return every man to his house in peace. 18:17 The king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, Didn't I tell you that he would not prophesy good concerning me, but evil? 18:18 Micaiah said, Therefore hear you the word of Yahweh. I saw Yahweh sitting on his throne, and all the army of heaven standing on his right hand and on his left. 18:19 Yahweh said, Who shall entice Ahab king of Israel that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead? One spoke saying after this manner, and another saying after that manner. 18 20 There came forth a spirit and stood before Yahweh and said, I will entice him. Yahweh said to him, How? 18:21 He said, I will go forth and will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. He said, You shall entice him and shall prevail also. Go forth and do so. 18:22 Now therefore, behold, Yahweh has put a lying spirit in the mouth of these your prophets, and Yahweh has spoken evil concerning you. 18:23 Then Zedekiah the son of Chenaanah came near, and struck Micaiah on the cheek, and said, Which way went the spirit of Yahweh from me to speak to you? 18:24 Micaiah said, Behold, you shall see on that day, when you shall go into an inner chamber to hide yourself. 18:25 The king of Israel said, Take Micaiah, and carry him back to Ammon the governor of the city, and to Joash the king's son. 18:26 And say, Thus says the king, Put this fellow in the prison, and feed him with bread of affliction and with water of affliction, until I return in peace. 18:27 Micaiah said, If you return at all in peace, Yahweh has not spoken by me. He said, Hear, you peoples, all of you. 18:28 So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat the king of Judah went up to Ramoth Gilead. 18:29 The king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, I will disguise myself and go into the battle, but put you on your robes. So the king of Israel disguised himself, and they went into the battle. 18:30 Now the king of Syria had commanded the captains of his chariots, saying, Fight neither with small nor great, save only with the king of Israel. 18:31 It happened, when the captains of the chariots saw Jehoshaphat, that they said, It is the king of Israel. Therefore they turned about to fight against him. But Jehoshaphat cried out, and Yahweh helped him, and God moved them to depart from him. 18:32 It happened, when the captains of the chariots saw that it was not the king of Israel, that they turned back from pursuing him. 18:33 A certain man drew his bow at a venture, and struck the king of Israel between the joints of the armor. Therefore he said to the driver of the chariot, Turn your hand, and carry me out of the army, for I am sore wounded. 18:34 The battle increased that day. However, the king of Israel stayed himself up in his chariot against the Syrians until the even, and about the time of the going down of the sun he died. 19:1 Jehoshaphat the king of Judah returned to his house in peace to Jerusalem. 19:2 Jehu the son of Hanani, the seer, went out to meet him, and said to King Jehoshaphat, Should you help the wicked, and love those who hate Yahweh? For this thing wrath is on you from before Yahweh. 19:3 Nevertheless, there are good things found in you, in that you have put away the Asheroth out of the land, and have set your heart to seek God. 19:4 Jehoshaphat lived at Jerusalem, and he went out again among the people from Beersheba to the hill country of Ephraim, and brought them back to Yahweh, the God of their fathers. 19:5 He set judges in the land throughout all the fortified cities of Judah, city by city. 19:6 And said to the judges, Consider what you do. For you don't judge for man, but for Yahweh, and he is with you in the judgment. 19:7 Now therefore let the fear of Yahweh be on you. Take heed and do it. For there is no iniquity with Yahweh our God, nor respect of persons, nor taking of bribes. 19:8 Moreover in Jerusalem did Jehoshaphat set of the Levites and the priests, and of the heads of the fathers' houses of Israel, for the judgment of Yahweh and for controversies. They returned to Jerusalem. 19:9 He commanded them, saying, Thus you shall do in the fear of Yahweh faithfully, and with a perfect heart. 19:10 Whenever any controversy shall come to you from your brothers who dwell in their cities, between blood and blood, between law and commandment, statutes and ordinances, you shall warn them, that they not be guilty towards Yahweh, and so wrath come on you and on your brothers. This do, and you shall not be guilty. 19:11 Behold, Amariah the chief priest is over you in all matters of Yahweh, and Zebediah the son of Ishmael, the ruler of the house of Judah, in all the king's matters. Also the Levites shall be officers before you. Deal courageously, and Yahweh be with the good. 20 When it happened after this, that the children of Moab and the children of Ammon, and with them some of the Ammonites, came against Jehoshaphat to battle. 22 Then there came some who told Jehoshaphat, saying, There comes a great multitude against you from beyond the sea from Syria, and behold, they are in Hazaz and Tamar, the same as En-gedi. 23 Jehoshaphat feared and set himself to seek to Yahweh, and he proclaimed a fast throughout all Judah. 24 Judah gathered themselves together to seek help of Yahweh. Even out of all the cities of Judah they came to seek Yahweh. 25 Jehoshaphat stood in the assembly of Judah and Jerusalem, in the house of Yahweh before the new court. 26 And he said, Yahweh, the God of our fathers, aren't you God in heaven? And aren't you ruler over all the kingdoms of the nations? And in your hand is power and might, so that none is able to withstand you. 27 Did not you, our God, drive out the inhabitants of this land before your people Israel, and give it to the seed of Abraham your friend forever? 28 They lived therein, and have built you a sanctuary therein for your name, saying, 29 9 If evil come on us, the sword, judgment, or pestilence, or famine, we will stand before this house and before you, for your name is in this house, and cry to you in our affliction, and you will hear and save. 10 Now behold, the children of Ammon and Moab and Mount Seir, whom you would not let Israel invade when they came out of the land of Egypt, but they turned aside from them and didn't destroy them. 11 Behold, how they reward us to come to cast us out of your possession, which you have given us to inherit. 12 Our God, will you not judge them? For we have no might against this great company that comes against us, neither know we what to do, but our eyes are on you. 13 All Judah stood before Yahweh with their little ones, their wives, and their children. 14 Then on Jahaziel the son of Zechariah, the son of Benaiah, the son of Jael, the son of Mattaniah, the Levite of the sons of Asaph, came the Spirit of Yahweh in the midst of the assembly. 15 And he said, Listen you, all Judah, and you inhabitants of Jerusalem, and you King Jehoshaphat. Thus says Yahweh to you, Don't be afraid you, neither be dismayed by reason of this great multitude. For the battle is not yours, but God's. 16 Tomorrow go you down against them. Behold, they come up by the ascent of Ziz, and you shall find them at the end of the valley, before the wilderness of Jeruel. 17 You shall not need to fight in this battle. Set yourselves, stand you still, and see the salvation of Yahweh with you, O Judah and Jerusalem. Don't be afraid, nor be dismayed. Tomorrow go out against them, for Yahweh is with you. 18 Jehoshaphat bowed his head with his face to the ground, and all Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem fell down before Yahweh, worshipping Yahweh. 19 The Levites, of the children of the Kohathites and of the children of the Korahites, stood up to praise Yahweh, the God of Israel, with an exceeding loud voice. 20 They rose early in the morning and went forth into the wilderness of Tekoa. And as they went forth, Jehoshaphat stood and said, Hear me, Judah, and you inhabitants of Jerusalem. Believe in Yahweh your God, so you shall be established. Believe his prophets, so you shall prosper. 21 When he had taken counsel with the people, he appointed those who should sing to Yahweh, and give praise in holy array, as they went out before the army, and say, Give thanks to Yahweh, for his loving kindness endures forever. 22 When they began to sing and to praise, Yahweh set ambushers against the children of Ammon, Moab, and Mount Seir, who had come against Judah, and they were struck. 23 For the children of Ammon and Moab stood up against the inhabitants of Mount Seir, utterly to kill and destroy them. And when they had made an end of the inhabitants of Seir, everyone helped to destroy another. 24 When Judah came to the place overlooking the wilderness, they looked at the multitude, and behold, they were dead bodies fallen to the earth, and there were none who escaped. 25 When Jehoshaphat and his people came to take the spoil of them, they found among them in abundance both riches and dead bodies, and precious jewels, which they stripped off for themselves, more than they could carry away. And they were 3 days in taking the spoil, it was so much. 26 On the 4th day they assembled themselves in the valley of Barakah, for there they blessed Yahweh. Therefore the name of that place was called the Valley of Barakah to this day. 27 Then they returned, every man of Judah and Jerusalem, and Jehoshaphat in the forefront of them, to go again to Jerusalem with joy. For Yahweh had made them to rejoice over their enemies. 28 They came to Jerusalem, with stringed instruments and harps and trumpets to the house of Yahweh. 29 The fear of God was on all the kingdoms of the countries, when they heard that Yahweh fought against the enemies of Israel. 30 So the realm of Jehoshaphat was quiet, for his God gave him rest all around. 31 Jehoshaphat reigned over Judah. He was 35 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 25 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Azubah the daughter of Shilhi. 32 He walked in the way of Asa his father, and didn't turn aside from it, doing that which was right in the eyes of Yahweh. 33 However the high places were not taken away, neither as yet had the people set their hearts to the God of their fathers. 34 Now the rest of the acts of Jehoshaphat, first and last, behold, they are written in the history of Jehu the son of Hanani, which is inserted in the book of the kings of Israel. 35 After this did Jehoshaphat king of Judah join himself with Ahaziah king of Israel. The same did very wickedly. 36 And he joined himself with him to make ships to go to Tarshish, and they made the ships in Ezion Geber. 37 Then Eliezer the son of Dodavahu of Mersha prophesied against Jehoshaphat, saying, Because you have joined yourself with Ahaziah, Yahweh has destroyed your works. The ships were broken, so that they were not able to go to Tarshish. 1 Jehoshaphat slept with his fathers, and was buried with his fathers in the city of David, and Jehoram his son reigned in his place. 2 He had brothers, the sons of Jehoshaphat, Azariah and Jehiel, and Zechariah, and Azariah, and Michael, and Shephatiah. All these were the sons of Jehoshaphat king of Israel. 21:3 Their father gave them great gifts of silver and of gold and of precious things with fortified cities in Judah. But the kingdom gave he to Jehoram, because he was the firstborn. 21 For now when Jehoram was risen up over the kingdom of his father, and had strengthened himself, he killed all his brothers with the sword, and various also of the princes of Israel. 21:5 Jehoram was 32 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 8 years in Jerusalem. 21:6 He walked in the way of the kings of Israel, as did the house of Ahab, for he had the daughter of Ahab as wife. And he did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh. 21:7 However, Yahweh would not destroy the house of David, because of the covenant that he had made with David, and as he promised to give a lamp to him and to his children always. 21:8 In his days Edom revolted from under the hand of Judah, and made a king over themselves. 21:9 Then Jehoram passed over with his captains and all his chariots with him, and he rose up by night and struck the Edomites who surrounded him, along with the captains of the chariots. 21:10 So Edom revolted from under the hand of Judah to this day. Then did Libnah revolt at the same time from under his hand, because he had forsaken Yahweh, the God of his fathers. 21:11 Moreover, he made high places in the mountains of Judah, and made the inhabitants of Jerusalem to play the prostitute, and led Judah astray. 21:12 There came a writing to him from Elijah the prophet, saying, Thus says Yahweh, the God of David your father, because you have not walked in the ways of Jehoshaphat your father, nor in the ways of Asa king of Judah, 21:13 But have walked in the way of the kings of Israel, and have made Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem to play the prostitute, like as the house of Ahab did, and also have slain your brothers of your father's house, who were better than yourself. 21:14 Behold, Yahweh will strike with a great plague your people, and your children, and your wives, and all your substance. 21:15 And you shall have great sickness by disease of your bowels, until your bowels fall out by reason of the sickness, day by day. 21:16 Yahweh stirred up against Jehoram the spirit of the Philistines, and of the Arabians who are beside the Ethiopians. 21:17 And they came up against Judah, and broke into it, and carried away all the substance that was found in the king's house, and his sons also, and his wives, so that there was never a son left him, save Jehoahaz, the youngest of his sons. 21:18 After all this Yahweh struck him in his bowels with an incurable disease. 21:19 It happened, in process of time, at the end of 2 years, that his bowels fell out by reason of his sickness, and he died of sore diseases. His people made no burning for him, like the burning of his fathers. 21:20 32 years old was he when he began to reign, and he reigned in Jerusalem 8 years, and he departed without being desired, and they buried him in the city of David, but not in the tombs of the kings. 22:1 The inhabitants of Jerusalem made Ahaziah his youngest son king in his place. For the band of men who came with the Arabians to the camp had slain all the eldest. So Ahaziah, the son of Jehoram king of Judah reigned. 42 years old was Ahaziah when he began to reign, and he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Athaliah the daughter of Omri. 22:3 He also walked in the ways of the house of Ahab, for his mother was his counselor to do wickedly. 22:4 He did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, as did the house of Ahab, for they were his counselors after the death of his father, to his destruction. 22:5 He walked also after their counsel, and went with Jehoram the son of Ahab king of Israel to war against Hazael king of Syria at Ramoth Gilead, and the Syrians wounded Joram. 22:6 He returned to be healed in Jezreel of the wounds which they had given him at Ramah, when he fought against Hazael king of Syria. Azariah the son of Jehoram king of Judah went down to see Jehoram the son of Ahab in Jezreel, because he was sick. 22:7 Now the destruction of Ahaziah was of God, in that he went to Joram. For when he was come, he went out with Jehoram against Jehu the son of Nimshi, whom Yahweh had anointed to cut off the house of Ahab. 22:8 It happened, when Jehu was executing judgment on the house of Ahab, that he found the princes of Judah and the sons of the brothers of Ahaziah, ministering to Ahaziah, and killed them. 22:9 He sought Ahaziah, and they caught him. Now he was hiding in Samaria, and they brought him to Jehu and killed him. And they buried him, for they said, He is the son of Jehoshaphat, who sought Yahweh with all his heart. The house of Ahaziah had no power to hold the kingdom. 22:10 Now when Athaliah the mother of Ahaziah saw that her son was dead, she arose and destroyed all the royal seed of the house of Judah. 22:11 But Jehoshabeth, the daughter of the king, took Joash the son of Ahaziah, and stole him away from among the king's sons who were slain, and put him and his nurse in the bedchamber. So Jehoshabeth, the daughter of King Jehoram, the wife of Jehoiada the priest, for she was the sister of Ahaziah, hid him from Athaliah so that she didn't kill him. 22:12 He was with them hid in the house of God 6 years, and Athaliah reigned over the land. 23:1 In the 7th year Jehoiada strengthened himself, and took the captains of hundreds, Azariah the son of Jeroham, and Ishmael the son of Jehohanan, and Azariah the son of Obed, and Mosca the son of Adiah, and Elishaphat the son of Zichri, into covenant with him. 23:2 They went about in Judah, and gathered the Levites out of all the cities of Judah, and the heads of fathers' houses of Israel, and they came to Jerusalem. 23:3 All the assembly made a covenant with the king in the house of God. He said to them, Behold, the king's son shall reign, as Yahweh has spoken concerning the sons of David. 23 For this is the thing that you shall do. A third part of you, who come in on the Sabbath, of the priests and of the Levites, shall be porters of the thresholds. 23:5 And a third part shall be at the king's house, and a third part at the gate of the foundation. And all the people shall be in the courts of the house of Yahweh. 23:6 But let none come into the house of Yahweh, save the priests and those who minister of the Levites. They shall come in, for they are holy. But all the people shall keep the instruction of Yahweh. 23:7 The Levites shall surround the king, every man with his weapons in his hand, and whoever comes into the house, let him be slain, and be you with the king when he comes in and when he goes out. 23:8 So the Levites and all Judah did according to all that Jehoiada the priest commanded, and they took every man his men, those who were to come in on the Sabbath, with those who were to go out on the Sabbath. For Jehoiada the priest didn't dismiss the shift. 23:9 Jehoiada the priest delivered to the captains of hundreds the spears, and bucklers, and shields that had been King David's, which were in the house of God. 23:10 He set all the people, every man with his weapon in his hand, from the right side of the house to the left side of the house, along by the altar and the house, around the king. 23:11 Then they brought out the king's son, and put the crown on him, and gave him the testimony, and made him king, and Jehoiada and his sons anointed him. And they said, Long live the king. 23:12 When Athaliah heard the noise of the people running and praising the king, she came to the people into the house of Yahweh. 23:13 And she looked, and behold, the king stood by his pillar at the entrance, and the captains and the trumpets by the king, and all the people of the land rejoiced and blew trumpets. The singers also played on instruments of music, and led the singing of praise. Then Athaliah tore her clothes and said, Treason, treason. 23:14 Jehoiada the priest brought out the captains of hundreds who were set over the army, and said to them, Have her forth between the ranks, and whoever follows her, let him be slain with the sword. For the priest said, Don't kill her in the house of Yahweh. 23:15 So they made way for her, and she went to the entrance of the horse gate to the king's house, and they killed her there. 23:16 Jehoiada made a covenant between himself, and all the people, and the king, that they should be Yahweh's people. 23:17 All the people went to the house of Baal, and broke it down, and broke his altars and his images in pieces, and killed Mattan the priest of Baal before the altars. 23:18 Jehoiada appointed the officers of the house of Yahweh under the hand of the priests the Levites, whom David had distributed in the house of Yahweh, to offer the burnt offerings of Yahweh, as it is written in the law of Moses, with rejoicing and with singing, according to the order of David. 23:19 He set the porters at the gates of the house of Yahweh, that no one who was unclean in anything should enter in. 23:20 He took the captains of hundreds, and the nobles, and the governors of the people, and all the people of the land, and brought down the king from the house of Yahweh. And they came through the upper gate to the king's house, and set the king on the throne of the kingdom. 23:21 So all the people of the land rejoiced, and the city was quiet. Athaliah they had slain with the sword. 24:1 Joash was 7 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 40 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Zibiah of Beersheba. 24:2 Joash did that which was right in the eyes of Yahweh all the days of Jehoiada the priest. 24:3 Jehoiada took for him 2 wives, and he became the father of sons and daughters. 24:4 It happened after this, that Joash was minded to restore the house of Yahweh. 24:5 He gathered together the priests and the Levites, and said to them, Go out to the cities of Judah, and gather of all Israel money to repair the house of your God from year to year, and see that you hasten the matter. However, the Levites didn't hurry. 24:6 The king called for Jehoiada the chief, and said to him, Why haven't you required of the Levites to bring in out of Judah and out of Jerusalem the tax of Moses the servant of Yahweh, and of the assembly of Israel, for the tent of the testimony? 24:7 For the sons of Athaliah, that wicked woman, had broken up the house of God, and also all the dedicated things of the house of Yahweh did they bestow on the Baals. 24:8 So the king commanded, and they made a chest, and set it outside at the gate of the house of Yahweh. 24:9 They made a proclamation through Judah and Jerusalem, to bring in for Yahweh the tax that Moses the servant of God laid on Israel in the wilderness. 24:10 All the princes and all the people rejoiced, and brought in, and cast into the chest, until they had made an end. 24:11 It was so, that whenever the chest was brought to the king's officers by the hand of the Levites, and when they saw that there was much money, the king's scribe and the chief priest's officer came and emptied the chest, and took it, and carried it to its place again. Thus they did day by day, and gathered money in abundance. 24:12 The king and Jehudah gave it to such as did the work of the service of the house of Yahweh. And they hired masons and carpenters to restore the house of Yahweh, and also such as worked iron and brass to repair the house of Yahweh. 24:13 So the workmen worked, and the work of repairing went forward in their hands, and they set up the house of God in its state and strengthened it. 24:14 When they had made an end, they brought the rest of the money before the king and Jehudah, of which were made vessels for the house of Yahweh, even vessels with which to minister and to offer, and spoons, and vessels of gold and silver. They offered burnt offerings in the house of Yahweh continually all the days of Jehudah. 24:15 But Jehudah grew old and was full of days, and he died. 130 years old was he when he died. 24:16 They buried him in the city of David among the kings, because he had done good in Israel and toward God and his house. 24:17 Now after the death of Jehudah came the princes of Judah, and made obeisance to the king. Then the king listened to them. 24:18 They forsook the house of Yahweh, the God of their fathers, and served the Asherim and the idols. And wrath came on Judah and Jerusalem for this their guiltiness. 24:19 Yet he sent prophets to them, to bring them again to Yahweh, and they testified against them, but they would not give ear. 24:20 The Spirit of God came on Zechariah the son of Jehudah the priest. And he stood above the people, and said to them, Thus says God, why disobey you the commandments of Yahweh so that you can't prosper? Because you have forsaken Yahweh, he has also forsaken you. 24:21 They conspired against him, and stoned him with stones at the commandment of the king in the court of the house of Yahweh. 24:22 Thus Joash the king didn't remember the kindness which Jehudah his father had done to him, but killed his son. When he died, he said, Yahweh look on it and require it. 24:23 It happened at the end of the year, that the army of the Syrians came up against him. And they came to Judah and Jerusalem, and destroyed all the princes of the people from among the people, and sent all the spoil of them to the king of Damascus. 24:24 For the army of the Syrians came with a small company of men, and Yahweh delivered a very great army into their hand, because they had forsaken Yahweh, the God of their fathers. So they executed judgment on Joash. 24:25 When they were departed for him, for they left him very sick, his own servants conspired against him for the blood of the sons of Jehudah the priest, and killed him on his bed, and he died. And they buried him in the city of David, but they didn't bury him in the tombs of the kings. 24:26 These are those who conspired against him: Zabad the son of Shimeth the Ammonitess, and Jehozabad the son of Shimrith the Moabitess. 24:27 Now concerning his sons, and the greatness of the burdens laid on him, and the rebuilding of the house of God, behold, they are written in the commentary of the book of the kings. Amaziah his son reigned in his place. 25 When Amaziah was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Jehodan of Jerusalem. 25:2 He did that which was right in the eyes of Yahweh, but not with a perfect heart. 25:3 Now it happened, when the kingdom was established to him, that he killed his servants who had killed the king his father. 25:4 But he didn't put their children to death, but did according to that which is written in the law in the book of Moses, as Yahweh commanded, saying, The fathers shall not die for the children, neither shall the children die for the fathers, but every man shall die for his own sin. 25:5 Moreover Amaziah gathered Judah together, and ordered them according to their fathers' houses, under captains of thousands and captains of hundreds, even all Judah and Benjamin. And he numbered them from 20 years old and upward, and found them 300,000 chosen men, able to go forth to war, who could handle spear and shield. 25:6 He hired also 100,000 mighty men of valor out of Israel for 100 talents of silver. 25:7 But there came a man of God to him, saying, O king, don't let the army of Israel go with you. For Yahweh is not with Israel, to wit, with all the children of Ephraim. 25:8 But if you will go, do valiantly, be strong for the battle. God will cast you down before the enemy, for God has power to help and to cast down. 25:9 Amaziah said to the man of God, But what shall we do for the 100 talents which I have given to the army of Israel? The man of God answered, Yahweh is able to give you much more than this. 25:10 Then Amaziah separated them, to wit, the army that had come to him out of Ephraim to go home again. Therefore their anger was greatly kindled against Judah, and they returned home in fierce anger. 25:11 Amaziah took courage and led forth his people, and went to the valley of Salt, and struck of the children of Seir 10,000. 25:12 Other 10,000 did the children of Judah carry away alive, and brought them to the top of the rock, and cast them down from the top of the rock, so that they all were broken in pieces. 25:13 But the men of the army whom Amaziah sent back, that they should not go with him to battle, fell on the cities of Judah, from Samaria even to Beit Horon, and struck of them 3,000, and took much spoil. 25:14 Now it happened, after that Amaziah was come from the slaughter of the Edomites, that he brought the gods of the children of Seir, and set them up to be his gods, and bowed down himself before them, and burned incense to them. 25:15 Therefore the anger of Yahweh was kindled against Amaziah, and he sent to him a prophet, who said to him, Why have you sought after the gods of the people, which have not delivered their own people out of your hand? 25:16 It happened, as he talked with him, that the king said to him, Have we made you of the king's counsel? Stop. Why should you be struck down? Then the prophet stopped and said, I know that God has determined to destroy you, because you have done this, and have not listened to my counsel. 25:17 Then Amaziah king of Judah took advice, and sent to Joash, the son of Jehoahaz the son of Jehu, king of Israel, saying, Come, let us look one another in the face. 25:18 Joash king of Israel sent to Amaziah king of Judah, saying, The thistle that was in Lebanon sent to the cedar that was in Lebanon, saying, Give your daughter to my son as wife. And there passed by a wild animal that was in Lebanon, and trod down the thistle. 25:19 You say, Behold, you have struck Edom, and your heart lifts you up to boast. Abide now at home. Why should you meddle to your hurt, that you should fall, even you and Judah with you? 25:20 But Amaziah would not hear, for it was of God, that he might deliver them into the hand of their enemies, because they had sought after the gods of Edom. 25:21 So Joash king of Israel went up, and he and Amaziah king of Judah looked one another in the face at Beit Shemesh, which belongs to Judah. 25:22 Judah was defeated by Israel, and they fled every man to his tent. 25:23 Joash king of Israel took Amaziah king of Judah, the son of Joash the son of Jehoahaz, at Beit Shemesh, and brought him to Jerusalem, and broke down the wall of Jerusalem from the gate of Ephraim to the corner gate, 400 cubits. 25:24 He took all the gold and silver, and all the vessels that were found in the house of God with Obed-Edom, and the treasures of the king's house, the hostages also, and returned to Samaria. 25:25 Amaziah the son of Joash king of Judah lived after the death of Joash son of Jehoahaz king of Israel 15 years. 25:26 Now the rest of the acts of Amaziah, first and last, behold, aren't they written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel? 25:27 Now from the time that Amaziah did turn away from following Yahweh, they made a conspiracy against him in Jerusalem, and he fled to Lachish. But they sent after him to Lachish and killed him there. 25:28 They brought him on horses and buried him with his fathers in the city of Judah. 26 When all the people of Judah took Uzziah, who was 16 years old, and made him king in the room of his father Amaziah. 26:2 He built Elath and restored it to Judah. After that the king slept with his fathers. 26:3 16 years old was Uzziah when he began to reign, and he reigned 52 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Jechaliah of Jerusalem. 26:4 He did that which was right in the eyes of Yahweh, according to all that his father Amaziah had done. 26:5 He set himself to seek God in the days of Zechariah, who had understanding in the vision of God, and as long as he sought Yahweh, God made him to prosper. 26:6 He went forth and warred against the Philistines, and broke down the wall of Gath, and the wall of Jabneh, and the wall of Ashdod, and he built cities in the country of Ashdod, and among the Philistines. 26:7 God helped him against the Philistines, and against the Arabians who lived in Gur-baal and the Munim. 26:8 The Ammonites gave tribute to Uzziah, and his name spread abroad even to the entrance of Egypt, for he grew exceeding strong. 26:9 Moreover Uzziah built towers in Jerusalem at the corner gate, and at the valley gate, and at the turning of the wall, and fortified them. 26:10 He built towers in the wilderness, and dug out many cisterns, for he had much livestock, in the lowland also, and in the plain, and he had farmers and vineyard keepers in the mountains and in the fruitful fields, for he loved farming. 26:11 Moreover Uzziah had an army of fighting men, who went out to war by bands, according to the number of their reckoning made by Jael the scribe and Maschah the officer, under the hand of Hananiah, one of the king's captains. 26:12 The whole number of the heads of fathers' houses, even the mighty men of valor, was 2,600. 26:13 Under their hand was an army, 300,000 and 7,500, who made war with mighty power, to help the king against the enemy. 26:14 Uzziah prepared for them, even for all the army, shields and spears and helmets, and coats of mail and bows and stones for slinging. 26:15 He made in Jerusalem engines, invented by skillful men, to be on the towers and on the battlements with which to shoot arrows and great stones. His name spread far abroad, for he was marvelously helped until he was strong. 26:16 But when he was strong, his heart was lifted up, so that he did corruptly, and he trespassed against Yahweh his God. For he went into the temple of Yahweh to burn incense on the altar of incense. 26:17 Azariah the priest went in after him, and with him 80 priests of Yahweh who were valiant men. 26:18 And they withstood Uzziah the king, and said to him, It pertains not to you, Uzziah, to burn incense to Yahweh, but to the priests the sons of Aaron, who are consecrated to burn incense. Go out of the sanctuary, for you have trespassed, neither shall it be for your honor from Yahweh God. 26:19 Then Uzziah was angry, and he had a censer in his hand to burn incense. And while he was angry with the priests, the leprosy broke forth in his forehead before the priests in the house of Yahweh, beside the altar of incense. 26:20 Azariah the chief priest, and all the priests looked on him, and behold, he was leprous in his forehead, and they thrust him out quickly from there. Yes, himself hurried also to go out, because Yahweh had struck him. 26:21 Uzziah the king was a leper to the day of his death, and lived in a separate house, being a leper. For he was cut off from the house of Yahweh. And Jotham his son was over the king's house, judging the people of the land. 26:22 Now the rest of the acts of Uzziah, first and last, did Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amoz, write. 26:23 So Uzziah slept with his fathers, and they buried him with his fathers in the field of burial which belonged to the kings. For they said, He is a leper. And Jotham his son reigned in his place. 27:1 Jotham was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Jerusha the daughter of Zadok. 27:2 He did that which was right in the eyes of Yahweh, according to all that his father Uzziah had done. However, he didn't enter into the temple of Yahweh. The people did yet corruptly. 27:3 He built the upper gate of the house of Yahweh, and on the wall of Ophel he built much. 27:4 Moreover, he built cities in the hill country of Judah, and in the forests he built castles and towers. 27:5 He fought also with the king of the children of Ammon, and prevailed against them. The children of Ammon gave him the same year 100 talents of silver, and 10,000 measures of wheat, and 10,000 of barley. So much did the children of Ammon render to him, in the second year also, and in the third. 27:6 So Jotham became mighty, because he ordered his ways before Yahweh his God. 27:7 Now the rest of the acts of Jotham, and all his wars, and his ways, behold, they are written in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. 27:8 He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. 27:9 Jotham slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David, and Ahaz his son reigned in his place. 28:1 Ahaz was 20 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. And he didn't do that which was right in the eyes of Yahweh, like David his father. 28:2 But he walked in the ways of the kings of Israel, and made also molten images for the Baals. 28:3 Moreover, he burnt incense in the valley of the son of Hinnom, and burnt his children in the fire, according to the abominations of the nations, whom Yahweh cast out before the children of Israel. 28:4 He sacrificed and burnt incense in the high places, and on the hills, and under every green tree. 28:5 Therefore Yahweh his God delivered him into the hand of the king of Syria, and they struck him, and carried away of his a great multitude of captives, and brought them to Damascus. He was also delivered into the hand of the king of Israel, who struck him with a great slaughter. 28:6 For Pekah the son of Remaliah killed in Judah 120,000 in one day, all of them valiant men, because they had forsaken Yahweh, the God of their fathers. 28:7 Zikri, a mighty man of Ephraim, killed Mosca the king's son, and Azrikam the ruler of the house, and Elkanah who was next to the king. 28:8 The children of Israel carried away captive of their brothers 200,000, women, sons, and daughters, and took also away much spoil from them, and brought the spoil to Samaria. 28:9 But a prophet of Yahweh was there, whose name was Oded. And he went out to meet the army that came to Samaria, and said to them, Behold, because Yahweh, the God of your fathers, was angry with Judah, he has delivered them into your hand, and you have slain them in a rage which has reached up to heaven. 28:10 Now you purpose to keep under the children of Judah and Jerusalem for bondservants and bondmaids to you. But aren't there even with you trespasses of your own against Yahweh your God? 28:11 Now hear me therefore, and send back the captives, that you have taken captive of your brothers. For the fierce wrath of Yahweh is on you. 28:12 Then certain of the heads of the children of Ephraim, Azariah the son of Johanan, Berechiah the son of Meshillemoth, and Jehizkiah the son of Shallum, and Amasa the son of Hadlai, stood up against those who came from the war. 28:13 And said to them, You shall not bring in the captives here, for you purpose that which will bring on us a trespass against Yahweh, to add to our sins and to our trespass. For our trespass is great, and there is fierce wrath against Israel. 28:14 So the armed men left the captives, and the spoil before the princes and all the assembly. 28:15 The men who have been mentioned by name rose up and took the captives, and with the spoil clothed all who were naked among them, and arrayed them and shod them, and gave them to eat and to drink, and anointed them, and carried all the feeble of them on donkeys, and brought them to Jericho, the city of palm trees, to their brothers. Then they returned to Samaria. 28:16 At that time did King Ahaz send to the kings of Assyria to help him. 28:17 For again the Edomites had come and struck Judah and carried away captives. 28:18 The Philistines also had invaded the cities of the lowland and of the south of Judah, and had taken Beit Shemesh and Ajalon and Gederoth and Soko with its towns, and Timnah with its towns, Gimzo also and its towns, and they lived there. 28:19 For Yahweh brought Judah low because of Ahaz king of Israel, for he had dealt wantonly in Judah, and trespassed severely against Yahweh. 28:20 Tilgath-Pilneser king of Assyria came to him, and distressed him, but didn't strengthen him. 28:21 For Ahaz took away a portion out of the house of Yahweh, and out of the house of the king and of the princes, and gave it to the king of Assyria. But it didn't help him. 28:22 In the time of his distress did he trespass yet more against Yahweh, this same King Ahaz. 28:23 For he sacrificed to the gods of Damascus, which struck him. And he said, Because the gods of the kings of Syria helped them, therefore will I sacrifice to them, that they may help me. But they were the ruin of him, and of all Israel. 28:24 Ahaz gathered together the vessels of the house of God, and cut in pieces the vessels of the house of God, and shut up the doors of the house of Yahweh. And he made him altars in every corner of Jerusalem. 28:25 In every city of Judah he made high places to burn incense to other gods, and provoked to anger Yahweh, the God of his fathers. 28:26 Now the rest of his acts, and all his ways, first and last, behold, they are written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. 28:27 Ahaz slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city, even in Jerusalem, for they didn't bring him into the tombs of the kings of Israel. And Hezekiah his son reigned in his place. 29:1 Hezekiah began to reign when he was 25 years old, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Abijah, the daughter of Zechariah. 29:2 He did that which was right in the eyes of Yahweh, according to all that David his father had done. 29:3 He in the first year of his reign, in the first month, opened the doors of the house of Yahweh and repaired them. 29:4 He brought in the priests and the Levites, and gathered them together into the broad place on the east. 29:5 And said to them, Hear me, you Levites, now sanctify yourselves and sanctify the house of Yahweh, the God of your fathers, and carry forth the filthiness out of the holy place. 29:6 For our fathers have trespassed, and done that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh our God, and have forsaken him, and have turned away their faces from the habitation of Yahweh, and turned their backs. 29:7 Also they have shut up the doors of the porch, and put out the lamps, and have not burned incense, nor offered burnt offerings in the holy place to the God of Israel. 29:8 Therefore the wrath of Yahweh was on Judah and Jerusalem, and he has delivered them to be tossed back and forth, to be an astonishment and a hissing, as you see with your eyes. 29:9 For behold, our fathers have fallen by the sword, and our sons and our daughters and our wives are in captivity for this. 29:10 Now it is in my heart to make a covenant with Yahweh, the God of Israel, that his fierce anger may turn away from us. 29:11 My sons, don't be negligent now, for Yahweh has chosen you to stand before him, to minister to him, and that you should be his ministers and burn incense. 29:12 Then the Levites arose, Mahath, the son of Amasai, and Joel, the son of Azariah, of the sons of the Kohathites, and of the sons of Merari, Kish the son of Abdi, and Azariah the son of Jehalelel, and of the Gershonites, Joe the son of Zimmah, and Eden the son of Joe. 29:13 And of the sons of Elizaphan, Shimri and Jewel, and of the sons of Asaph, Zechariah and Mattaniah. 29:14 And of the sons of Heman, Jehiel and Shimei, and of the sons of Jeduthun, Shemaiah and Uzziel. 29:15 They gathered their brothers and sanctified themselves, and went in, according to the commandment of the king by the words of Yahweh, to cleanse the house of Yahweh. 29, 16 The priests went into the inner part of the house of Yahweh to cleanse it, and brought out all the uncleanness that they found in the temple of Yahweh into the court of the house of Yahweh. The Levites took it to carry it out abroad to the brook Kidron. 29, 17 Now they began on the first day of the first month to sanctify. And on the 8th day of the month came they to the porch of Yahweh. And they sanctified the house of Yahweh in 8 days. And on the 16th day of the first month they made an end. 29, 18 Then they went in to Hezekiah the king within the palace, and said, We have cleansed all the house of Yahweh, and the altar of burnt offering, with all its vessels, and the table of show bread with all its vessels. 29, 19 Moreover all the vessels, which King Ahaz in his reign did cast away when he trespassed, have we prepared and sanctified. And behold, they are before the altar of Yahweh. 29:20 Then Hezekiah the king arose early, and gathered the princes of the city, and went up to the house of Yahweh. 29:21 They brought 7 bulls, and 7 rams, and 7 lambs, and 7 male goats, for a sin offering for the kingdom and for the sanctuary and for Judah. He commanded the priests the sons of Aaron to offer them on the altar of Yahweh. 29:22 So they killed the bulls, and the priests received the blood and sprinkled it on the altar. And they killed the rams and sprinkled the blood on the altar. They killed also the lambs and sprinkled the blood on the altar. 29:23 They brought near the male goats for the sin offering before the king and the assembly, and they laid their hands on them. 29:24 And the priests killed them, and they made a sin offering with their blood on the altar, to make atonement for all Israel. For the king commanded that the burnt offering and the sin offering should be made for all Israel. 29:25 He set the Levites in the house of Yahweh with cymbals, with stringed instruments, and with harps, according to the commandment of David, and of Gad the king's seer, and Nathan the prophet. For the commandment was of Yahweh by his prophets. 29:26 The Levites stood with the instruments of David, and the priests with the trumpets. 29:27 Hezekiah commanded to offer the burnt offering on the altar. When the burnt offering began, the song of Yahweh began also, and the trumpets, together with the instruments of David king of Israel. 29:28 All the assembly worshipped, and the singers sang, and the trumpeters sounded. All this continued until the burnt offering was finished. 29:29 When they had made an end of offering, the king and all who were present with him bowed themselves and worshipped. 29:30 Moreover, Hezekiah the king and the princes commanded the Levites to sing praises to Yahweh with the words of David and of Asaph the seer. They sang praises with gladness, and they bowed their heads and worshipped. 29:31 Then Hezekiah answered, Now you have consecrated yourselves to Yahweh. Come near and bring sacrifices and thank offerings into the house of Yahweh. The assembly brought in sacrifices and thank offerings, and as many as were of a willing heart brought burnt offerings. 29:32 The number of the burnt offerings which the assembly brought was 70 bulls, 100 rams, and 200 lambs. All these were for a burnt offering to Yahweh. 29:33 The consecrated things were 600 head of cattle and 3,000 sheep. 29:34 But the priests were too few, so that they could not flay all the burnt offerings. Therefore their brothers the Levites helped them, until the work was ended, and until the priests had sanctified themselves. For the Levites were more upright in heart to sanctify themselves than the priests. 29:35 Also the burnt offerings were in abundance, with the fat of the peace offerings, and with the drink offerings for every burnt offering. So the service of the house of Yahweh was set in order. 29:36 Hezekiah rejoiced, and all the people, because of that which God had prepared for the people, for the thing was done suddenly. 31 Hezekiah sent to all Israel and Judah, and wrote letters also to Ephraim and Manasseh, that they should come to the house of Yahweh at Jerusalem, to keep the Passover to Yahweh, the God of Israel. 32 For the king had taken counsel, and his princes, and all the assembly in Jerusalem, to keep the Passover in the 2nd month. 33 For they could not keep it at that time, because the priests had not sanctified themselves in sufficient number, neither had the people gathered themselves together to Jerusalem. 34 The thing was right in the eyes of the king and of all the assembly. 35 So they established a decree to make proclamation throughout all Israel, from Beersheba even to Dan, that they should come to keep the Passover to Yahweh, the God of Israel, at Jerusalem. For they had not kept it in great numbers in such sort as it is written. 36 So the posts went with the letters from the king and his princes throughout all Israel and Judah, and according to the commandment of the king, saying, You children of Israel, turn again to Yahweh, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, that he may return to the remnant that have escaped of you out of the hand of the kings of Assyria. 37 Don't be you like your fathers, and like your brothers who trespassed against Yahweh, the God of their fathers, so that he gave them up to desolation, as you see. 38 8 Now don't you be stiff-necked as your fathers were, but yield yourselves to Yahweh and enter into his sanctuary, which he has sanctified forever, and serve Yahweh your God, that his fierce anger may turn away from you. 39 For if you turn again to Yahweh, your brothers and your children shall find compassion before those who led them captive, and shall come again into this land. For Yahweh your God is gracious and merciful, and will not turn away his face from you, if you return to him. 10 So the posts passed from city to city through the country of Ephraim and Manasseh, even to Zebulun, but they ridiculed them and mocked them. 11 Nevertheless, certain men of Asher and Manasseh and of Zebulun humbled themselves and came to Jerusalem. 12 Also on Judah came the hand of God to give them one heart, to do the commandment of the king, and of the princes by the word of Yahweh. 13 There assembled at Jerusalem much people to keep the feast of unleavened bread in the 2nd month, a very great assembly. 14 They arose and took away the altars that were in Jerusalem, and all the altars for incense took they away, and cast them into the brook Kidron. 15 Then they killed the Passover on the 14th day of the 2nd month, and the priests and the Levites were ashamed, and sanctified themselves, and brought burnt offerings into the house of Yahweh. 16 They stood in their place after their order, according to the law of Moses, the man of God. The priests sprinkled the blood which they received of the hand of the Levites. 17 For there were many in the assembly who had not sanctified themselves. Therefore the Levites were in charge of killing the Passovers for everyone who was not clean, to sanctify them to Yahweh. 18 For a multitude of the people, even many of Ephraim and Manasseh, Issachar and Zebulun, had not cleansed themselves, yet did they eat the Passover otherwise than it is written. For Hezekiah had prayed for them, saying, The good Yahweh pardon everyone. 19 Who sets his heart to seek God, Yahweh, the God of his fathers, though not cleansed according to the purification of the sanctuary. 20 Yahweh listened to Hezekiah and healed the people. 21 The children of Israel who were present at Jerusalem kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with great gladness. And the Levites and the priests praised Yahweh day by day, singing with loud instruments to Yahweh. 22 Hezekiah spoke comfortably to all the Levites who had good understanding in the service of Yahweh. So they ate throughout the feast for the 7 days, offering sacrifices of peace offerings, and making confession to Yahweh, the God of their fathers. 23 The whole assembly took counsel to keep other 7 days, and they kept other 7 days with gladness. 24 For Hezekiah king of Judah did give to the assembly for offerings 1,000 bulls and 7,000 sheep. And the princes gave to the assembly 1,000 bulls and 10,000 sheep. And a great number of priests sanctified themselves. 25 All the assembly of Judah, with the priests and the Levites, and all the assembly who came out of Israel, and the foreigners who came out of the land of Israel, and who lived in Judah, rejoiced. 26 So there was great joy in Jerusalem. For since the time of Solomon, the son of David king of Israel, there was not the like in Jerusalem. 27 Then the priests the Levites arose and blessed the people, and their voice was heard, and their prayer came up to his holy habitation, even to heaven. 1 Now when all this was finished, all Israel who were present went out to the cities of Judah, and broke in pieces the pillars, and cut down the Asherim, and broke down the high places and the altars out of all Judah and Benjamin, in Ephraim also and Manasseh, until they had destroyed them all. Then all the children of Israel returned, every man to his possession, into their own cities. 2 Hezekiah appointed the divisions of the priests and the Levites after their divisions, every man according to his service, both the priests and the Levites, for burnt offerings and for peace offerings, to minister, and to give thanks, and to praise in the gates of the camp of Yahweh. 3 He appointed also the king's portion of his substance for the burnt offerings, to wit, for the morning and evening burnt offerings, and the burnt offerings for the Sabbaths, and for the new moons, and for the set feasts, as it is written in the law of Yahweh. 4 Moreover, he commanded the people who lived in Jerusalem to give the portion of the priests and the Levites, that they might give themselves to the law of Yahweh. 5 As soon as the commandment came abroad, the children of Israel gave in abundance the first fruits of grain, new wine and oil and honey, and of all the increase of the field. And the tithe of all things brought they in abundantly. 6 The children of Israel and Judah, who lived in the cities of Judah, they also brought in the tithe of cattle and sheep, and the tithe of dedicated things which were consecrated to Yahweh their God, and laid them by heaps. 7 In the 3rd month they began to lay the foundation of the heaps, and finished them in the 7th month. 8 When Hezekiah and the princes came and saw the heaps, they blessed Yahweh and his people Israel. 31:9 Then Hezekiah questioned the priests and the Levites concerning the heaps. 31:10 Azariah the chief priest of the house of Zadok answered him and said, Since the people began to bring the offerings into the house of Yahweh, we have eaten and had enough and have left plenty. For Yahweh has blessed his people, and that which is left is this great store. 31:11 Then Hezekiah commanded to prepare chambers in the house of Yahweh, and they prepared them. 31:12 They brought in the offerings and the tithes and the dedicated things faithfully, and over them Cananiah the Levite was ruler, and Shimei his brother was second. 31:13 Jehiel, and Azaziah, and Nahath, and Asahel, and Jeremoth, and Jozabad, and Eliel, and Ismashah, and Mahath, and Benaiah were overseers under the hand of Cananiah and Shimei his brother, by the appointment of Hezekiah the king, and Azariah the ruler of the house of God. 31:14 Kori the son of Imnah the Levite, the porter at the east gate, was over the freewill offerings of God, to distribute the offerings of Yahweh and the most holy things. 31:15 Under him were Eden, and Miniamin, and Jeshua, and Shemaiah, Amariah, and Shechaniah, in the cities of the priests in their office of trust, to give to their brothers by divisions, as well to the great as to the small. 31:16 Besides those who were reckoned by genealogy of males, from 3 years old and upward, even everyone who entered into the house of Yahweh, as the duty of every day required, for their service in their offices according to their divisions. 31:17 And those who were reckoned by genealogy of the priests by their fathers' houses, and the Levites from 20 years old and upward, in their offices by their divisions. 31:18 And those who were reckoned by genealogy of all their little ones, their wives and their sons and their daughters, through all the congregation, for in their office of trust they sanctified themselves in holiness. 31:19 Also for the sons of Aaron the priests, who were in the fields of the suburbs of their cities, in every city there were men who were mentioned by name, to give portions to all the males among the priests, and to all who were reckoned by genealogy among the Levites. 31:20 Hezekiah did so throughout all Judah, and he worked that which was good and right and faithful before Yahweh his God. 31:21 In every work that he began in the service of the house of God, and in the law, and in the commandments to seek his God, he did it with all his heart, and prospered. 32:1 After these things, and this faithfulness, Sennacherib king of Assyria came, and entered into Judah, and encamped against the fortified cities, and thought to win them for himself. 32:2 When Hezekiah saw that Sennacherib was come, and that he was purposed to fight against Jerusalem, 32:3 He took counsel with his princes and his mighty men to stop the waters of the springs which were outside of the city, and they helped him. 32:4 So there was gathered much people together, and they stopped all the springs, and the brook that flowed through the midst of the land, saying, Why should the kings of Assyria come and find much water? 32:5 He took courage, and built up all the wall that was broken down, and raised it up to the towers, and the other wall outside, and strengthened Millo in the city of David, and made weapons and shields in abundance. 32:6 He set captains of war over the people, and gathered them together to him in the broad place at the gate of the city, and spoke comfortably to them, saying, 32:7 Be strong and of good courage, don't be afraid nor dismayed for the king of Assyria, nor for all the multitude who is with him, for there is a greater with us than with him. 32:8 With him is an arm of flesh, but with us is Yahweh our God to help us and to fight our battles. The people rested themselves on the words of Hezekiah king of Judah. 32:9 After this did Sennacherib king of Assyria send his servants to Jerusalem. Now he was before Lachish and all his power with him, to Hezekiah king of Judah, and to all Judah who were at Jerusalem, saying, 32:10 Thus says Sennacherib king of Assyria, Whereon do you trust, that you abide the siege in Jerusalem? 32:11 Does not Hezekiah persuade you, to give you over to die by famine and by thirst, saying, Yahweh our God will deliver us out of the hand of the king of Assyria? 32:12 Has not the same Hezekiah taken away his high places and his altars, and commanded Judah and Jerusalem, saying, You shall worship before one altar, and on it you shall burn incense. 32:13 Don't you know what I and my fathers have done to all the peoples of the lands? Were the gods of the nations of the lands in any wise able to deliver their land out of my hand? 32:14 Who was there among all the gods of those nations, which my fathers utterly destroyed, that could deliver his people out of my hand, that your God should be able to deliver you out of my hand? 32:15 Now therefore don't let Hezekiah deceive you, nor persuade you after this manner, neither believe you him. For no God of any nation or kingdom was able to deliver his people out of my hand, and out of the hand of my fathers. How much less shall your God deliver you out of my hand? 32:16 His servants spoke yet more against Yahweh God, and against his servant Hezekiah. 32:17 He wrote also letters, to rail on Yahweh, the God of Israel, and to speak against him, saying, As the gods of the nations of the lands, which have not delivered their people out of my hand, so shall the God of Hezekiah not deliver his people out of my hand. 32:18 They cried with a loud voice in the Jews' language to the people of Jerusalem who were on the wall to frighten them and to trouble them, that they might take the city. 32:19 They spoke of the God of Jerusalem, as of the gods of the peoples of the earth, which are the work of men's hands. 32:20 Hezekiah the king and Isaiah the prophet the son of Amoz prayed because of this and cried to heaven. 32:21 Yahweh sent an angel, who cut off all the mighty men of valor and the leaders and captains in the camp of the king of Assyria. So he returned with shame of face to his own land. When he was come into the house of his God, those who came forth from his own bowels killed him there with the sword. 32:22 Thus Yahweh saved Hezekiah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem from the hand of Sennacherib the king of Assyria, and from the hand of all others, and guided them on every side. 32:23 Many brought gifts to Yahweh to Jerusalem, and precious things to Hezekiah king of Judah, so that he was exalted in the sight of all nations from thenceforth. 32:24 In those days Hezekiah was sick even to death, and he prayed to Yahweh, and he spoke to him, and gave him a sign. 32:25 But Hezekiah didn't render again according to the benefit done to him, for his heart was lifted up. Therefore there was wrath on him, and on Judah and Jerusalem. 32:26 Notwithstanding Hezekiah humbled himself for the pride of his heart, both he and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so that the wrath of Yahweh didn't come on them in the days of Hezekiah. 32:27 Hezekiah had exceeding much riches and honor, and he provided him treasuries for silver, and for gold, and for precious stones, and for spices, and for shields, and for all manner of goodly vessels. 32:28 Storehouses also for the increase of grain and new wine and oil, and stalls for all manner of animals and flocks in folds. 32:29 Moreover, he provided him cities, and possessions of flocks and herds in abundance, for God had given him very much substance. 32:30 This same Hezekiah also stopped the upper spring of the waters of Gihon, and brought them straight down on the west side of the city of David. Hezekiah prospered in all his works. 32:31 However, in the business of the ambassadors of the princes of Babylon, who sent to him to inquire of the wonder that was done in the land, God left him, to try him, that he might know all that was in his heart. 32:32 Now the rest of the acts of Hezekiah, and his good deeds, behold, they are written in the vision of Isaiah the prophet the son of Amoz, in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. 32:33 Hezekiah slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the ascent of the tombs of the sons of David. And all Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem did him honor at his death. Manasseh his son reigned in his place. 33:1 Manasseh was 12 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 55 years in Jerusalem. 33:2 He did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, after the abominations of the nations whom Yahweh cast out before the children of Israel. 33:3-4 He built again the high places which Hezekiah his father had broken down, and he reared up altars for the Baals, and made Asheroth, and worshipped all the army of the sky, and served them. 33:4 He built altars in the house of Yahweh, of which Yahweh said, In Jerusalem shall my name be forever. 33:5 He built altars for all the army of the sky, in the two courts of the house of Yahweh. 33:6 He also made his children to pass through the fire in the valley of the son of Hinnom, and he practiced sorcery, and used enchantments, and practiced sorcery, and dealt with those who had familiar spirits, and with wizards. He worked much evil in the sight of Yahweh to provoke him to anger. 33:7 He set the engraved image of the idol, which he had made in the house of God, of which God said to David and to Solomon his son, In this house, and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, will I put my name forever. 33:8 Neither will I any more remove the foot of Israel from off the land which I have appointed for your fathers, if only they will observe to do all that I have commanded them, even all the law and the statutes and the ordinances given by Moses. 33:9 Manasseh seduced Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so that they did evil more than did the nations whom Yahweh destroyed before the children of Israel. 33:10 Yahweh spoke to Manasseh and to his people, but they gave no heed. 33:11 Therefore Yahweh brought on them the captains of the army of the king of Assyria, who took Manasseh in chains, and bound him with fetters, and carried him to Babylon. 33:12 When he was in distress, he begged Yahweh his God, and humbled himself greatly before the God of his fathers. 33:13 He prayed to him, And he was entreated of him, and heard his supplication, and brought him again to Jerusalem into his kingdom. Then Manasseh knew that Yahweh he was God. 33:14 Now after this he built an outer wall to the city of David, on the west side of Jehon, in the valley, even to the entrance at the fish gate. And he encircled Ophel with it, and raised it up to a very great height. And he put valiant captains in all the fortified cities of Judah. 33:15 He took away the foreign gods, and the idol out of the house of Yahweh, and all the altars that he had built in the mountain of the house of Yahweh, and in Jerusalem, and cast them out of the city. 33:16 He built up the altar of Yahweh, and offered thereon sacrifices of peace offerings and of thanksgiving, and commanded Judah to serve Yahweh, the God of Israel. 33:17 Nevertheless, the people sacrificed still in the high places, but only to Yahweh their God. 33:18 Now the rest of the acts of Manasseh, and his prayer to his God, and the words of the seers who spoke to him in the name of Yahweh, the God of Israel, behold, they are written among the acts of the kings of Israel. 33:19 His prayer also, and how God was entreated of him, and all his sin and his trespass, and the places in which he built high places, and set up the Asherim and the engraved images before he humbled himself. Behold, they are written in the history of Hosea. 33:20 So Manasseh slept with his fathers, and they buried him in his own house. And Ammon his son reigned in his place. 33:21 Ammon was 22 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 2 years in Jerusalem. 33:22 He did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, as did Manasseh his father. And Ammon sacrificed to all the engraved images which Manasseh his father had made, and served them. 33:23 He didn't humble himself before Yahweh, as Manasseh his father had humbled himself. But this same Ammon trespassed more and more. 33:24 His servants conspired against him, and put him to death in his own house. 33:25 But the people of the land killed all those who had conspired against King Ammon, and the people of the land made Josiah his son king in his place. 34:1 Josiah was 8 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 31 years in Jerusalem. 34:2 He did that which was right in the eyes of Yahweh, and walked in the ways of David his father, and didn't turn aside to the right hand or to the left. 34:34 In the 8th year of his reign, while he was yet young, he began to seek after the God of David his father. And in the 12th year he began to purge Judah and Jerusalem from the high places, and the Asherim, and the engraved images, and the molten images. 34:4 They broke down the altars of the Baals in his presence, and the incense altars that were on high above them he cut down, and the Asherim, and the engraved images, and the molten images, he broke in pieces and made dust of them, and strewed it on the graves of those who had sacrificed to them. 34:5 He burnt the bones of the priests on their altars, and purged Judah and Jerusalem. 34:6 So did he in the cities of Manasseh and Ephraim and Simeon, even to Naphtali, around in their ruins. 34:7 He broke down the altars, and beat the Asherim and the engraved images into powder, and cut down all the incense altars throughout all the land of Israel, and returned to Jerusalem. 34:8 Now in the 18th year of his reign, when he had purged the land and the house, he sent Shaphan the son of Azaliah, and Mosca the governor of the city, and Joe the son of Johaz the recorder, to repair the house of Yahweh his God. 34:9 They came to Hilkiah the high priest, and delivered the money that was brought into the house of God, which the Levites, the keepers of the threshold, had gathered of the hand of Manasseh and Ephraim, and of all the remnant of Israel, and of all Judah and Benjamin, and of the inhabitants of Jerusalem. 34:10 They delivered it into the hand of the workmen who had the oversight of the house of Yahweh. And the workmen who labored in the house of Yahweh gave it to mend and repair the house. 34:11 Even to the carpenters and to the builders gave they it, to buy cut stone and timber for couplings, and to make beams for the houses which the kings of Judah had destroyed. 34:12 The men did the work faithfully, and the overseers of them were Jahath and Obadiah, the Levites of the sons of Merari, and Zechariah and Meshullam of the sons of the Kohathites to set it forward, and others of the Levites, all who were skillful with instruments of music. 34:13 Also they were over the bearers of burdens, and set forward all who did the work in every manner of service. And of the Levites there were scribes and officers and porters. 34:14 When they brought out the money that was brought into the house of Yahweh, Hilkiah the priest found the book of the law of Yahweh given by Moses. 34:15 Hilkiah answered Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of Yahweh. Hilkiah delivered the book to Shaphan. 34:16 Shaphan carried the book to the king, and moreover brought back word to the king, saying, All that was committed to your servants they are doing. 34:17 They have emptied out the money that was found in the house of Yahweh, and have delivered it into the hand of the overseers, and into the hand of the workmen. 34:18 Shaphan the scribe told the king, saying, Hilkiah the priest has delivered me a book. Shaphan read therein before the king. 34:19 It happened, when the king had heard the words of the law, that he tore his clothes. 34:20 The king commanded Hilkiah, and Ahikam the son of Shaphan, and Abdon the son of Micah, and Shaphan the scribe, and Asaiah the king's servant, saying, 34:21 Go you, inquire of Yahweh for me, and for those who are left in Israel and in Judah, concerning the words of the book that is found. For great is the wrath of Yahweh that is poured out on us, because our fathers have not kept the word of Yahweh, to do according to all that is written in this book. 34:22 So Hilkiah, and they whom the king had commanded, went to Huldah the prophetess, the wife of Shallum the son of Tokhath, the son of Hasrah, keeper of the wardrobe. Now she lived in Jerusalem in the second quarter, and they spoke to her to that effect. 34:23 She said to them, Thus says Yahweh, the God of Israel. Tell you the man who sent you to me? 34:24 Thus says Yahweh, Behold, I will bring evil on this place, and on its inhabitants, even all the curses that are written in the book which they have. Read before the king of Judah. 34:25 Because they have forsaken me, and have burned incense to other gods, that they might provoke me to anger with all the works of their hands. Therefore is my wrath poured out on this place, and it shall not be quenched. 34:26 But to the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire of Yahweh, thus you shall tell him, Thus says Yahweh, the God of Israel. As touching the words which you have heard, 34:27 Because your heart was tender, and you did humble yourself before God, when you heard his words against this place, and against its inhabitants, and have humbled yourself before me, and have torn your clothes and wept before me, I also have heard you, says Yahweh. 34:28 Behold, I will gather you to your fathers, and you shall be gathered to your grave in peace, neither shall your eyes see all the evil that I will bring on this place, and on its inhabitants. They brought back word to the king. 34:29 Then the king sent and gathered together all the elders of Judah and Jerusalem. 34:30 The king went up to the house of Yahweh, and all the men of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and the priests, and the Levites, and all the people, both great and small. And he read in their ears all the words of the book of the covenant that was found in the house of Yahweh. 34:31 The king stood in his place, and made a covenant before Yahweh to walk after Yahweh, and to keep his commandments and his testimonies and his statutes, with all his heart and with all his soul, to perform the words of the covenant that were written in this book. 34:32 He caused all who were found in Jerusalem and Benjamin to stand to it. The inhabitants of Jerusalem did according to the covenant of God, the God of their fathers. 34:33 Josiah took away all the abominations out of all the countries that pertained to the children of Israel, and made all who were found in Israel to serve, even to serve Yahweh their God. All his days they didn't depart from following Yahweh, the God of their fathers. 35:1 Josiah kept a Passover to Yahweh in Jerusalem, and they killed the Passover on the 14th day of the first month. 35:2 He set the priests in their offices, and encouraged them to the service of the house of Yahweh. 35:3 He said to the Levites who taught all Israel, who were holy to Yahweh, Put the holy ark in the house which Solomon the son of David king of Israel did build. There shall no more be a burden on your shoulders. Now serve Yahweh your God and his people Israel. 35:4 Prepare yourselves after your fathers' houses by your divisions, according to the writing of David king of Israel, and according to the writing of Solomon his son. 35:5 Stand in the holy place, according to the divisions of the fathers' houses of your brothers, the children of the people, and let there be for each a portion of a father's house of the Levites. 35:6 Kill the Passover, and sanctify yourselves, and prepare for your brothers to do according to the word of Yahweh by Moses. 35:7 Josiah gave to the children of the people, of the flock, lambs and kids, all of them for the Passover offerings, to all who were present, to the number of 30,000 and 3,000 bulls. These were of the king's substance. 35:8 His princes gave for a freewill offering to the people, to the priests, and to the Levites. Hilkiah and Zechariah and Jehiel, the rulers of the house of God, gave to the priests for the Passover offerings 2,600 small livestock, and 300 head of cattle. 35:9 Canaaniah also, and Shemaiah and Nethanel, his brothers, and Hashabiah and Jael and Jozabad, the chiefs of the Levites, gave to the Levites for the Passover offerings 5,000 small livestock, and 500 head of cattle. 35:10 So the service was prepared, and the priests stood in their place, and the Levites by their divisions, according to the king's commandment. 35:11 They killed the Passover, and the priests sprinkled the blood which they received of their hand, and the Levites flayed them. 35:12 They removed the burnt offerings, that they might give them according to the divisions of the fathers' houses of the children of the people, to offer to Yahweh, as it is written in the book of Moses. So did they with the cattle. 35:13 They roasted the Passover with fire according to the ordinance. And the holy offerings boiled they in pots, and in cauldrons, and in pans, and carried them quickly to all the children of the people. 35:14 Afterward they prepared for themselves, and for the priests, because the priests the sons of Aaron were busied in offering the burnt offerings and the fat until night. Therefore the Levites prepared for themselves, and for the priests the sons of Aaron. 35:15 The singers the sons of Asaph were in their place, according to the commandment of David, and Asaph, and Heman, and Jeduthun the king's seer. And the porters were at every gate. They didn't need to depart from their service, for their brothers the Levites prepared for them. 35:16 So all the service of Yahweh was prepared the same day, to keep the Passover, and to offer burnt offerings on the altar of Yahweh, according to the commandment of King Josiah. 35:17 The children of Israel who were present kept the Passover at that time, and the feast of unleavened bread 7 days. 35:18 There was no Passover like that kept in Israel from the days of Samuel the prophet. Neither did any of the kings of Israel keep such a Passover as Josiah kept, and the priests, and the Levites, and all Judah and Israel who were present, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. 35:19 In the 18th year of the reign of Josiah was this Passover kept. 35:20 After all this, when Josiah had prepared the temple, Necho king of Egypt went up to fight against Carchemish by the Euphrates, and Josiah went out against him. 35:21 But he sent ambassadors to him, saying, What have I to do with you, you king of Judah? I come not against you this day, but against the house with which I have war. And God has commanded me to make haste. Forbear you from meddling with God, who is with me, that he not destroy you. 35:22 Nevertheless Josiah would not turn his face from him, but disguised himself that he might fight with him, and didn't listen to the words of Necho from the mouth of God, and came to fight in the valley of Megiddo. 35:23 The archers shot at King Josiah, and the king said to his servants, Have me away, for I am sore wounded. 35:24 So his servants took him out of the chariot, and put him in the second chariot that he had, and brought him to Jerusalem, and he died, and was buried in the tombs of his fathers. All Judah and Jerusalem mourned for Josiah. 35:25 Jeremiah lamented for Josiah. And all the singing men and singing women spoke of Josiah in their lamentations to this day. And they made them an ordinance in Israel. And behold, they are written in the lamentations. 35:26 Now the rest of the acts of Josiah, and his good deeds, according to that which is written in the law of Yahweh. 35:27 And his acts, first and last, behold, they are written in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. 36:1 Then the people of the land took Jehoahaz the son of Josiah, and made him king in his father's place in Jerusalem. 36:2 Joahaz was 23 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem. 36:3 The king of Egypt deposed him at Jerusalem, and fined the land 100 talents of silver and a talent of gold. 36:4 The king of Egypt made Eliakim his brother king over Judah and Jerusalem, and changed his name to Jehoiakim. Necho took Joahaz his brother, and carried him to Egypt. 36:5 Jehoiakim was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem, and he did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh his God. 36:6 Against him came up Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, and bound him in fetters, to carry him to Babylon. 36:7 Nebuchadnezzar also carried of the vessels of the house of Yahweh to Babylon, and put them in his temple at Babylon. 36:8 Now the rest of the acts of Jehoiakim, and his abominations which he did, and that which was found in him, behold, they are written in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. And Jehoiachin his son reigned in his place. 36:9 Jehoiachin was 8 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months and 10 days in Jerusalem. And he did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh. 36:10 At the return of the year King Nebuchadnezzar sent, and brought him to Babylon, with the goodly vessels of the house of Yahweh, and made Zedekiah his brother king over Judah and Jerusalem. 36:11 Zedekiah was 21 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. 36:12 And he did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh his God. He didn't humble himself before Jeremiah the prophet speaking from the mouth of Yahweh. 36:13 He also rebelled against King Nebuchadnezzar, who had made him swear by God. But he stiffened his neck and hardened his heart against turning to Yahweh, the God of Israel. 36:14 Moreover, all the chiefs of the priests and the people trespassed very greatly after all the abominations of the nations, And they polluted the house of Yahweh which he had made holy in Jerusalem. 36:15 Yahweh, the God of their fathers, sent to them by his messengers, rising up early and sending, because he had compassion on his people and on his dwelling place. 36:16 But they mocked the messengers of God, and despised his words, and scoffed at his prophets, until the wrath of Yahweh arose against his people, until there was no remedy. 36:17 Therefore he brought on them the king of the Chaldeans, who killed their young men with the sword in the house of their sanctuary, and had no compassion on young man or virgin, old man or gray-headed. He gave them all into his hand. 36:18 All the vessels of the house of God, great and small, and the treasures of the house of Yahweh, and the treasures of the king, and of his princes, all these he brought to Babylon. 36:19 They burnt the house of God, and broke down the wall of Jerusalem, and burnt all its palaces with fire, and destroyed all the goodly vessels of it. 36:20 He carried those who had escaped from the sword away to Babylon, and they were servants to him and his sons until the reign of the kingdom of Persia. 36:21 To fulfill the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah, until the land had enjoyed its Sabbaths. For as long as it lay desolate it kept Sabbath, to fulfill 70 years. 36:22 Now in the first year of Cyrus king of Persia, that the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah might be accomplished. Yahweh stirred up the spirit of Cyrus king of Persia, so that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and put it also in writing, saying, 36:23 Thus says Cyrus king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth has Yahweh, the God of heaven, given me, and he has commanded me to build him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Whoever there is among you of all his people, Yahweh his God be with him, and let him go up. Ezra 1:1 Now in the first year of Cyrus king of Persia, that the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah might be accomplished, Yahweh stirred up the spirit of Cyrus king of Persia, so that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and put it also in writing, saying, 1:2 Thus says Cyrus king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth has Yahweh, the God of heaven, given me, and he has commanded me to build him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Judah. 1:3 Whoever there is among you of all his people, his God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and build the house of Yahweh, the God of Israel. He is God, which is in Jerusalem. 1:4 Whoever is left in any place where he sojourns, let the men of his place help him with silver, and with gold, and with goods, and with animals, besides the freewill offering for the house of God which is in Jerusalem. 1:5 Then rose up the heads of fathers' houses of Judah and Benjamin, and the priests, and the Levites, even all whose spirit God had stirred to go up to build the house of Yahweh which is in Jerusalem. 1:6 All those who were around them strengthened their hands with vessels of silver, with gold, with goods, and with animals, and with precious things, besides all that was willingly offered. 1:7 Also Cyrus, the king brought forth the vessels of the house of Yahweh, which Nebuchadnezzar had brought forth out of Jerusalem, and had put in the house of his gods. 1:8 Even those did Cyrus, king of Persia, bring forth by the hand of Mithridath the treasurer, and numbered them to Sheshbazzar, the prince of Judah. 1:9 This is the number of them: 30 platters of gold, 1,000 platters of silver, 29 knives, 110 30 bowls of gold, silver bowls of a second sort 410, and other vessels 1,000. 111 All the vessels of gold and of silver were 5,400. All these did Sheshbazzar bring up, when they of the captivity were brought up from Babylon to Jerusalem. 2:1 Now these are the children of the province, who went up out of the captivity of those who had been carried away, whom Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon had carried away to Babylon, and who returned to Jerusalem and Judah, every one to his city. 2:2 Who came with Zerubbabel, Jeshua, Nehemiah, Sariah, Reliah, Mordecai, Bilshan, Mispar, Bigvai, Rehum, Bana. The number of the men of the people of Israel: 2:3 The children of Parash, 2,172. 2:4 The children of Shephatiah, 372. 2:5 The children of Era, 775. 2:6 The children of Pahath-Moab, of the children of Jeshua and Joab, 2,812. 2:7 The children of Elam, 1,254. 2:8 The children of Zadu, 945. 2:9 The children of Zakkai, 760. 2:10 The children of Bani, 642. 2:11 The children of Babai, 623. 2:12 The children of Azgad, 1,222. 2:13 The children of Adnikam, 666. 2:14 The children of Bigvai, 2,056. 2:15 The children of Adin, 454. 2:16 The children of Ader of Hezekiah, 98. 2:17 The children of Bezai, 323. 2:18 The children of Jorah, 112. 2:19 The children of Hashem, 223. 2:20 The children of Gibar, 95. 2:21 The children of Bethlehem, 123. 222 the men of Netapha, 56 223 the men of Anathoth, 128 224 the children of Asmaveth, 42. 225 the children of Kiriath Aram, Chephra and Beeroth, 743. 226 the children of Ramah and Jeba, 621. 227 the men of Michmas, 122. 228 the men of Bethel and Ai, 223. 229 the children of Nebo, 52. 230 the children of Magbish, 156. 231 the children of the other Elam, 1254. 232 the children of Harim, 322-33 the children of Lod, Hadid, and Ono, 725. 234 the children of Jericho, 345-235 the children of Senah, 3630. 236 the priests, the children of Jediah of the house of Jeshua, 973. 237 the children of Immer, 1052. 238 the children of Pashur, 1247. 239 the children of Harim, 1017. 240 the Levites, the children of Jeshua and Kadmiel of the children of Hodaviah, 74. 241 the singers, the children of Asaph, 128. 242 the children of the porters, the children of Shallum, the children of Ader, the children of Talmon, the children of Akub, the children of Hatita, the children of Shobai, in all 139. 243 the Nethinim, the children of Ziha, the children of Hasapha, the children of Tabioth, 244 the children of Kiros, the children of Saiha, the children of Padon, 245 the children of Lebanah, the children of Hagabah, the children of Akub, 246 the children of Hagab, the children of Shamlai, the children of Hanan, 247 the children of Giddel, the children of Gahar, the children of Reiah, 248 the children of Rezin, the children of Nekoda, the children of Gazam, 249 the children of Uzzah, the children of Pesa, the children of Besai, 250 the children of Asna, the children of Munim, the children of Nephisim, 251 the children of Bakbuk, the children of Hakapha, the children of Harhur, 252 the children of Baslath, the children of Mehida, the children of Harsha, 253 the children of Barkos, the children of Sisra, the children of Tema, 254 the children of Neziah, the children of Hatipha, 255 the children of Solomon's servants, the children of Sadai, the children of Hassaphareth, the children of Peruda, 256 the children of Jala, the children of Darkin, the children of Giddel, 257 the children of Shephasha, the children of Hatil, the children of Pachereth Hazabaim, the children of Ami. 258 all the Nethinim, and the children of Solomon's servants were 392. 259 these were those who went up from Tel Melah, Tel Harsha, Cherub, Adon, and Immer. But they could not show their fathers' houses, and their seed, whether they were of Israel. 260 the children of Deliah, the children of Tobiah, the children of Nekoda, 652. 261 of the children of the priests, the children of Habiah, the children of Hakaz, the children of Barzillai, who took a wife of the daughters of Barzillai the Gileadite, and was called after their name. 262 these sought their register among those who were reckoned by genealogy, but they were not found. Therefore were they deemed polluted and put from the priesthood. 263 the governor said to them that they should not eat of the most holy things, until there stood up a priest with Urim and with Thummim. 264 the whole assembly together was 42,360. 265 besides their male servants and their female servants, of whom there were 7,337, and they had 200 singing men and singing women. 266 their horses were 736, their mules 245, 267 their camels, 435, their donkeys, 6,720. 268 some of the heads of fathers' houses, when they came to the house of Yahweh which is in Jerusalem, offered willingly for the house of God to set it up in its place. 269 they gave after their ability into the treasury of the work, 61,000 derricks of gold and 5,000 minas of silver and 100 priests' garments. 270 so the priests and the Levites and some of the people, and the singers, and the porters, and the Nethinim, lived in their cities, and all Israel in their cities. 3:1 When the 7th month was come, and the children of Israel were in the cities, the people gathered themselves together as one man to Jerusalem. 3:2 Then stood up Jeshua the son of Jozadak, and his brothers the priests, and Zerubbabel the son of Shealtiel, and his brothers, and built the altar of the God of Israel, to offer burnt offerings thereon, as it is written in the law of Moses the man of God. 3:3 They set the altar on its base, for fear was on them because of the peoples of the countries, and they offered burnt offerings thereon to Yahweh, even burnt offerings morning and evening. 3:4 They kept the feast of tents, as it is written, and offered the daily burnt offerings by number, according to the ordinance, as the duty of every day required. 3:5 And afterward the continual burnt offering, and the offerings of the new moons, and of all the set feasts of Yahweh that were consecrated, and of everyone who willingly offered a freewill offering to Yahweh. 3:6 From the first day of the seventh month began they to offer burnt offerings to Yahweh, but the foundation of the temple of Yahweh was not yet laid. 3:7 They gave money also to the masons, and to the carpenters, and food and drink and oil to them of Sidon, and to them of Tyre, to bring cedar trees from Lebanon to the sea, to Joppa, according to the grant that they had of Cyrus king of Persia. 3:8 Now in the second year of their coming to the house of God at Jerusalem, in the second month, began Zerubbabel the son of Shealtiel, and Jeshua the son of Jozadak, and the rest of their brothers, the priests and the Levites, and all those who were come out of the captivity to Jerusalem, and appointed the Levites, from 20 years old and upward, to have the oversight of the work of the house of Yahweh. 3:9 Then stood Jeshua with his sons and his brothers, Kadmiel and his sons, the sons of Judah, together, to have the oversight of the workmen in the house of God. The sons of Henadad, with their sons and their brothers, the Levites. 3:10 When the builders laid the foundation of the temple of Yahweh, they set the priests in their clothing with trumpets, and the Levites, the sons of Asaph, with cymbals, to praise Yahweh, after the order of David king of Israel. 3:11 They sang one to another in praising and giving thanks to Yahweh, saying, For he is good, for his loving kindness endures forever toward Israel. All the people shouted with a great shout when they praised Yahweh, because the foundation of the house of Yahweh was laid. 3:12 But many of the priests and Levites and heads of fathers' houses, the old men who had seen the first house, when the foundation of this house was laid before their eyes, wept with a loud voice, and many shouted aloud for joy. 3:13 So that the people could not discern the noise of the shout of joy from the noise of the weeping of the people. For the people shouted with a loud shout, and the noise was heard afar off. 4:1 Now when the adversaries of Judah and Benjamin heard that the children of the captivity were building a temple to Yahweh, the God of Israel. 4:2 Then they drew near to Zerubbabel, and to the heads of fathers' houses, and said to them, Let us build with you, for we seek your God, as you do, and we sacrifice to him since the days of Esarhaddon king of Assyria, who brought us up here. 4:3 But Zerubbabel, and Jeshua, and the rest of the heads of fathers' houses of Israel, said to them, You have nothing to do with us in building a house to our God, but we ourselves together will build to Yahweh, the God of Israel, as King Cyrus the king of Persia has commanded us. For then the people of the land weakened the hands of the people of Judah, and troubled them in building, 4:5 And hired counselors against them, to frustrate their purpose, all the days of Cyrus king of Persia, even until the reign of Darius king of Persia. 4:6 In the reign of Ahasuerus, in the beginning of his reign, wrote they an accusation against the inhabitants of Judah and Jerusalem. 4:7 In the days of Artaxerxes wrote Bishlam, Mithridath, Tabeel, and the rest of his companions, to Artaxerxes king of Persia, and the writing of the letter was written in the Syrian character, and set forth in the Syrian language. 4:8 Rehum the chancellor and Shimshai the scribe wrote a letter against Jerusalem to Artaxerxes the king in this sort. 4:9 Then wrote Rehum the chancellor, and Shimshai the scribe, and the rest of their companions, the Dinates and the Apharsathites, the Tarpelites, the Apharsites, the Archevites, the Babylonians, the Shushanchites, the Dehates, the Elamites, 4:10 And the rest of the nations, whom the great and noble Osnappar brought over, and set in the city of Samaria, and in the rest of the country beyond the river, and so forth. 4:11 This is the copy of the letter that they sent to Artaxerxes the king, your servants the men beyond the river, and so forth. 4:12 Be it known to the king, that the Jews who came up from you are come to us to Jerusalem. They are building the rebellious and the bad city, and have finished the walls and repaired the foundations. 4:13 Be it known now to the king that if this city is built and the walls finished, they will not pay tribute, custom, or toll, and in the end it will be hurtful to the kings. 4:14 Now, because we eat the salt of the palace, and it is not appropriate for us to see the king's dishonor, therefore have we sent and informed the king. 4:15 That search may be made in the book of the records of your fathers. So you shall find in the book of the records, and know that this city is a rebellious city, and hurtful to kings and provinces, and that they have moved sedition within the same of old time, for which cause was this city laid waste. 4:16 We inform the king that, if this city be built, and the walls finished, by this means you shall have no portion beyond the river. 4:17 Then sent the king an answer to Rehum the chancellor, and to Shimshai the scribe, and to the rest of their companions who dwell in Samaria, and in the rest of the country beyond the river, peace, and so forth. 4:18 The letter which you sent to us has been plainly read before me. 4:19 I decreed, and search has been made, and it is found that this city of old time has made insurrection against kings, and that rebellion and sedition have been made therein. 420 There have been mighty kings also over Jerusalem, who have ruled over all the country beyond the river, and tribute, custom, and toll was paid to them. 421 Make you now a decree to cause these men to cease, and that this city not be built, until a decree shall be made by me. 422 Take heed that you not be slack herein. Why should damage grow to the hurt of the kings? 423 Then, when the copy of King Artaxerxes' letter was read before Rehum, and Shimshai the scribe, and their companions, they went in haste to Jerusalem to the Jews, and made them to cease by force and power. 424 Then ceased the work of the house of God which is at Jerusalem, and it ceased until the 2nd year of the reign of Darius king of Persia. 5:1 Now the prophets, Haggai the prophet, and Zechariah the son of Iddo, prophesied to the Jews who were in Judah and Jerusalem. In the name of the God of Israel prophesied they to them. 5:2 Then rose up Zerubbabel the son of Shealtiel, and Jeshua the son of Jozadak, and began to build the house of God which is at Jerusalem. And with them were the prophets of God, helping them. 5:3 At the same time came to them Tatnai, the governor beyond the river, and Shethar-boznai, and their companions, and said thus to them, Who gave you a decree to build this house, and to finish this wall? 5:4 Then we told them after this manner, what the names of the men were who were making this building. 5:5 But the eye of their God was on the elders of the Jews, and they did not make them cease, until the matter should come to Darius, and then answer should be returned by letter concerning it. 5:6 The copy of the letter that Tatnai, the governor beyond the river, and Shethar-boznai, and his companions the Apharsachites who were beyond the river, sent to Darius the king. 5:7 They sent a letter to him, in which was written thus, to Darius, the king, all peace. 5:8 Be it known to the king, that we went into the province of Judah, to the house of the great God, which is built with great stones, and timber is laid in the walls, and this work goes on with diligence and prospers in their hands. 5:9 Then asked we those elders, and said to them thus, Who gave you a decree to build this house, and to finish this wall? 5:10 We asked them their names also, to inform you that we might write the names of the men who were at the head of them. 5:11 Thus they returned us answer, saying, We are the servants of the God of heaven and earth, and are building the house that was built these many years ago, which a great king of Israel built and finished. 5:12 But after that our fathers had provoked the God of heaven to wrath, he gave them into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, the Chaldean, who destroyed this house, and carried the people away into Babylon. 5:13 But in the 1st year of Cyrus king of Babylon, Cyrus the king made a decree to build this house of God. 5:14 The gold and silver vessels also of the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took out of the temple that was in Jerusalem, and brought into the temple of Babylon, those did Cyrus the king take out of the temple of Babylon, and they were delivered to one whose name was Sheshbazzar, whom he had made governor. 5:15 And he said to him, Take these vessels, go, put them in the temple that is in Jerusalem, and let the house of God be built in its place. 5:16 Then came the same Sheshbazzar, and laid the foundations of the house of God which is in Jerusalem. And since that time even until now has it been in building, and yet it is not completed. 5:17 Now therefore, if it seem good to the king, let there be search made in the king's treasure house, which is there at Babylon, whether it be so, that a decree was made of Cyrus the king to build this house of God at Jerusalem, and let the king send his pleasure to us concerning this matter. 6:1 Then Darius the king made a decree, and search was made in the house of the archives, where the treasures were laid up in Babylon. 6:2 There was found at Achmetha, in the palace that is in the province of Media, a scroll, and therein was thus written for a record. 6:3 In the 1st year of Cyrus the king made a decree, concerning the house of God at Jerusalem, let the house be built, the place where they offer sacrifices, and let its foundations be strongly laid. Its height 60 cubits, and its breadth 60 cubits, 6:4 with 3 courses of great stones, and a course of new timber. And let the expenses be given out of the king's house. 6:5 Also let the gold and silver vessels of the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took forth out of the temple which is at Jerusalem, and brought to Babylon, be restored, and brought again to the temple which is at Jerusalem, every one to its place. And you shall put them in the house of God. 6:6 Now therefore, Tatnai, governor beyond the river, Shethar-boznai, and your companions the Apharsachites, who are beyond the river, be you far from there. 6:7 Let the work of this house of God alone. Let the governor of the Jews and the elders of the Jews build this house of God in its place. 6:8 Moreover, I make a decree what you shall do to these elders of the Jews for the building of this house of God. That of the king's goods, even of the tribute beyond the river, expenses be given with all diligence to these men, that they be not hindered. 6:9 That which they have need of, both young bulls and rams and lambs, for burnt offerings to the God of heaven. Also wheat, salt, wine, and oil, according to the word of the priests who are at Jerusalem, let it be given them day by day without fail. 6:10 That they may offer sacrifices of pleasant aroma to the God of heaven, and pray for the life of the king and of his sons. 6:11 Also I have made a decree, that whoever shall alter this word, let a beam be pulled out from his house, and let him be lifted up and fastened thereon, and let his house be made a dunghill for this. 6:12 And the God who has caused his name to dwell there overthrow all kings and peoples who shall put forth their hand to alter the same, to destroy this house of God which is at Jerusalem. I Darius have made a decree, let it be done with all diligence. 6:13 Then Tatnai, the governor beyond the river, Shethar-boznai, and their companions, because that Darius the king had sent, did accordingly with all diligence. 6:14 The elders of the Jews built and prospered, through the prophesying of Haggai the prophet and Zechariah the son of Iddo. They built and finished it, according to the commandment of the God of Israel, and according to the decree of Cyrus and Darius and Artaxerxes king of Persia. 6:15 This house was finished on the third day of the month Adar, which was in the 6th year of the reign of Darius the king. 6:16 The children of Israel, the priests and the Levites, and the rest of the children of the captivity, kept the dedication of this house of God with joy. 6:17 They offered at the dedication of this house of God 100 bulls, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and for a sin offering for all Israel, 12 male goats according to the number of the tribes of Israel. 6:18 They set the priests in their divisions, and the Levites in their courses, for the service of God, which is at Jerusalem, as it is written in the book of Moses. 6:19 The children of the captivity kept the Passover on the 14th day of the first month. 6:24 The priests and the Levites had purified themselves together. All of them were pure. And they killed the Passover for all the children of the captivity, and for their brothers the priests, and for themselves. 6:21 The children of Israel who had come again out of the captivity, and all such as had separated themselves to them from the filthiness of the nations of the land, to seek Yahweh, the God of Israel, 8:622 and kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with joy. For Yahweh had made them joyful, and had turned the heart of the king of Assyria to them, to strengthen their hands in the work of the house of God, the God of Israel. 7:1 Now after these things, in the reign of Artaxerxes king of Persia, Ezra the son of Sariah, the son of Azariah, the son of Hilkiah, 7:2 the son of Shallum, the son of Zadok, the son of Ahitub, 7:3 the son of Amariah, the son of Azariah, the son of Marioth, 7:4 the son of Zerahiah, the son of Uzi, the son of Buki, 7:5 the son of Abishua, the son of Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the chief priest, 7:6 This Ezra went up from Babylon, and he was a ready scribe in the law of Moses, which Yahweh, the God of Israel, had given, and the king granted him all his request, according to the hand of Yahweh his God on him. 7:7 There went up some of the children of Israel, and of the priests, and the Levites, and the singers, and the porters, and the Nethinim, to Jerusalem, in the 7th year of Artaxerxes the king. 7:8 He came to Jerusalem in the 5th month, which was in the 7th year of the king. 7:9 On the first day of the first month began he to go up from Babylon, and on the first day of the 5th month came he to Jerusalem, according to the good hand of his God on him. 7:10 For Ezra had set his heart to seek the law of Yahweh, and to do it, and to teach in Israel statutes and ordinances. 7:11 Now this is the copy of the letter that the king Artaxerxes gave to Ezra the priest, the scribe, even the scribe of the words of the commandments of Yahweh, and of his statutes to Israel. 7:12 Artaxerxes, king of kings, to Ezra the priest, the scribe of the law of the God of heaven, perfect and so forth. 7:13 I make a decree, that all those of the people of Israel, and their priests and the Levites in my realm, who are minded of their own free will to go to Jerusalem, go with you. 7:14 Because you are sent of the king and his 7 counselors, to inquire concerning Judah and Jerusalem, according to the law of your God which is in your hand. 7:15 And to carry the silver and gold, which the king and his counselors have freely offered to the God of Israel, whose habitation is in Jerusalem. 7:16 And all the silver and gold that you shall find in all the province of Babylon, with the freewill offering of the people, and of the priests, offering willingly for the house of their God which is in Jerusalem. 7:17 Therefore you shall with all diligence buy with this money bulls, rams, lambs, with their meal offerings and their drink offerings, and shall offer them on the altar of the house of your God which is in Jerusalem. 7:18 Whatever shall seem good to you and to your brothers to do with the rest of the silver and the gold, that do you after the will of your God. 7:19 The vessels that are given you for the service of the house of your God, deliver you before the God of Jerusalem. 720 Whatever more shall be needful for the house of your God, which you shall have occasion to bestow it out of the king's treasure house. 721 I Artaxerxes the king, do make a decree to all the treasurers who are beyond the river, that whatever Ezra the priest, the scribe of the law of the God of heaven, shall require of you, it be done with all diligence. 722 to 100 talents of silver, and to 100 measures of wheat, and to 100 baths of wine, and to 100 baths of oil and salt without prescribing how much. 723 Whatever is commanded by the God of heaven, let it be done exactly for the house of the God of heaven. For why should there be wrath against the realm of the king and his sons? 724 Also we inform you that touching any of the priests and Levites, the singers, porters, Nethinim, or servants of this house of God, it shall not be lawful to impose tribute, custom, or toll on them. 725 You, Ezra, after the wisdom of your God who is in your hand, appoint magistrates and judges, who may judge all the people who are beyond the river, all such as know the laws of your God, and teach you him who doesn't know them. 726 Whoever will not do the law of your God, and the law of the king, let judgment be executed on him with all diligence, whether it be to death, or to banishment, or to confiscation of goods, or to imprisonment. 727 Blessed be Yahweh, the God of our fathers, who has put such a thing as this in the king's heart, to beautify the house of Yahweh which is in Jerusalem. 728 And has extended loving kindness to me before the king, and his counselors, and before all the king's mighty princes. I was strengthened according to the hand of Yahweh my God on me, and I gathered together out of Israel chief men to go up with me. 8:1 Now these are the heads of their fathers' houses, and this is the genealogy of those who went up with me from Babylon, in the reign of Artaxerxes the king. 8:2 Of the sons of Phinehas, Gershom. Of the sons of Ithamar, Daniel. Of the sons of David, Haddash. 8:3 Of the sons of Shechaniah. Of the sons of Parash, Zechariah. And with him were reckoned by genealogy of the males 150. 8:4 Of the sons of Pahath Moab, Elihonai the son of Zerahiah, and with him 200 males. 8:5 Of the sons of Shechaniah, the son of Jahaziel, and with him 300 males. 8:6 Of the sons of Adin, Ebed the son of Jonathan, and with him 50 males. 8:7 Of the sons of Elam, Jeshiah the son of Athaliah, and with him 70 males. 8:8 Of the sons of Shephatiah, Zebediah the son of Michael, and with him 80 males. 8:9 Of the sons of Joab, Obadiah the son of Jehiel, and with him 218 males. 8:10 Of the sons of Shelemith, the son of Josaphiah, and with him 160 males. 8:11 Of the sons of Babai, Zechariah the son of Babai, and with him 28 males. 8:12 Of the sons of Asgad, Johanan the son of Hakkatin, and with him 110 males. 8:13 Of the sons of Adnikam, who were the last, and these are their names, Eliphelet, Jewel, and Shemaiah, and with them 60 males. 8:14 Of the sons of Bigvai, Uttai, and Zabad, and with them 70 males. 8:15 I gathered them together to the river that runs to Ahava, and there we encamped 3 days. And I viewed the people and the priests, and found there none of the sons of Levi. 8:16 Then sent I for Eliezer, for Ariel, for Shemaiah, and for Elnathan, and for Jarib, and for Elnathan, and for Nathan, and for Zechariah, and for Meshullam, chief men, also for Joiarib, and for Elnathan, who were teachers. 8:17 I sent them forth to Iddo the chief at the place Casiphia, and I told them what they should tell Iddo and his brothers the Nethinim at the place Casiphia, that they should bring to us ministers for the house of our God. 8:18 According to the good hand of our God on us, they brought us a man of discretion, of the sons of Mali, the son of Levi, the son of Israel, and Sherebiah with his sons and his brothers, 18, 8:19 and Hashabiah, and with him Jeshiah of the sons of Merari, his brothers and their sons, 20, 8:20 and of the Nethinim, whom David and the princes had given for the service of the Levites, 220 Nethinim. All of them were mentioned by name. 8:21 Then I proclaimed a fast there, at the river Ahava, that we might humble ourselves before our God, to seek of him a straight way for us, and for our little ones, and for all our substance. 8:22 For I was ashamed to ask of the king a band of soldiers and horsemen to help us against the enemy in the way, because we had spoken to the king, saying, The hand of our God is on all those who seek him, for good, but his power and his wrath is against all those who forsake him. 8:23 So we fasted and begged our God for this, and he was entreated of us. 8:24 Then I set apart 12 of the chiefs of the priests, even Sherebiah, Hashabiah, and 10 of their brothers with them, 8:25 and weighed to them the silver, and the gold, and the vessels, even the offering for the house of our God, which the king, and his counselors, and his princes, and all Israel there present had offered. 8:26 I weighed into their hands 650 talents of silver, and silver vessels 100 talents, of gold 100 talents, 8:27 and 20 bowls of gold of 1,000 derricks, and 2 vessels of fine bright brass, precious as gold. 8:28 I said to them, You are holy to Yahweh, and the vessels are holy, and the silver and the gold are a freewill offering to Yahweh, the God of your fathers. 8:29 Watch you, and keep them, until you weigh them before the chiefs of the priests and the Levites, and the princes of the fathers' houses of Israel, at Jerusalem, in the chambers of the house of Yahweh. 8:30 So the priests and the Levites received the weight of the silver and the gold, and the vessels, to bring them to Jerusalem to the house of our God. 8:31 Then we departed from the river Ahava on the 12th day of the first month, to go to Jerusalem, and the hand of our God was on us, and he delivered us from the hand of the enemy and the bandit by the way. 8:32 We came to Jerusalem, and abode there 3 days. 8:33 On the 4th day the silver and the gold, and the vessels were weighed in the house of our God into the hand of Meremoth, the son of Uriah the priest. And with him was Eleazar the son of Phinehas. And with them was Jozabad the son of Jeshua, and Nodiah the son of Binnui, the Levite. 8:30 For the whole by number and by weight. And all the weight was written at that time. 8:35 The children of the captivity, who had come out of exile, offered burnt offerings to the God of Israel, 12 bulls for all Israel, 96 rams, 77 lambs, and 12 male goats for a sin offering. All this was a burnt offering to Yahweh. 8:36 They delivered the king's commissions to the king's satraps, and to the governors beyond the river. And they furthered the people and the house of God. 9:1 Now when these things were done, the princes drew near to me, saying, The people of Israel and the priests and the Levites have not separated themselves from the peoples of the lands, doing according to their abominations, even of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Ammonites, the Moabites, the Egyptians, and the Amorites. 9:2 For they have taken of their daughters for themselves, and for their sons, so that the holy seed have mixed themselves with the peoples of the lands. Yes, the hand of the princes and rulers has been chief in this trespass. 9:3 When I heard this thing, I tore my garment and my robe, and plucked off the hair of my head and of my beard, and sat down confounded. 9:4 Then were assembled to me everyone who trembled at the words of the God of Israel, because of the trespass of them of the captivity. And I sat confounded until the evening offering. 9:5 At the evening offering I arose up from my humiliation, even with my garment and my robe torn. And I fell on my knees and spread out my hands to Yahweh my God. 9:6 And I said, My God, I am ashamed and blush to lift up my face to you, my God, for our iniquities are increased over our head, and our guiltiness is grown up to the heavens. 9:7 Since the days of our fathers we have been exceeding guilty to this day, and for our iniquities have we, our kings and our priests, been delivered into the hand of the kings of the lands, to the sword, to captivity, and to plunder, and to confusion of face as it is this day. 9:8 Now for a little moment grace has been shown from Yahweh our God, to leave us a remnant to escape, and to give us a nail in his holy place, that our God may lighten our eyes, and give us a little reviving in our bondage. 9:9 For we are bondservants. Yet our God has not forsaken us in our bondage, but has extended loving kindness to us in the sight of the kings of Persia, to give us a reviving, to set up the house of our God, and to repair its ruins, and to give us a wall in Judah and in Jerusalem. 9:10 Now, our God, what shall we say after this? For we have forsaken your commandments. 9:11 Which you have commanded by your servants the prophets, saying, The land to which you go to possess it is an unclean land through the uncleanness of the peoples of the lands, through their abominations, which have filled it from one end to another with their filthiness. 9:12 Now therefore don't give your daughters to their sons, neither take their daughters to your sons, nor seek their peace or their prosperity forever, that you may be strong, and eat the good of the land, and leave it for an inheritance to your children forever. 9:13 After all that is come on us for our evil deeds, and for our great guilt, seeing that you our God have punished us less than our iniquities deserve, and have given us such a remnant, 9:14 Shall we again break your commandments, and join in affinity with the peoples that do these abominations? Would not you be angry with us until you had consumed us, so that there should be no remnant, nor any to escape? 9:15 Yahweh, the God of Israel, you are righteous, for we are left a remnant that is escaped as it is this day. Behold, we are before you in our guiltiness, for none can stand before you because of this. 10:1 Now while Ezra prayed and made confession, weeping and casting himself down before the house of God, there was gathered together to him out of Israel a very great assembly of men and women and children, for the people wept very sore. 10:2 Shechaniah the son of Jehiel, one of the sons of Elam, answered Ezra, We have trespassed against our God, and have married foreign women of the peoples of the land. Yet now there is hope for Israel concerning this thing. 10:3 Now therefore let us make a covenant with our God to put away all the wives, and such as are born of them, according to the counsel of my Lord, and of those who tremble at the commandment of our God, and let it be done according to the law. 10:4 Arise, for the matter belongs to you, and we are with you. Be of good courage, and do it. 10:5 Then arose Ezra, and made the chiefs of the priests, the Levites, and all Israel to swear that they would do according to this word. So they swore. 10:6 Then Ezra rose up from before the house of God, and went into the chamber of Jehohanan the son of Eliashib. And when he came there, he ate no bread, nor drank water, for he mourned because of the trespass of them of the captivity. 10:7 They made proclamation throughout Judah and Jerusalem to all the children of the captivity, that they should gather themselves together to Jerusalem. 10:8 And that whoever didn't come within 3 days, according to the counsel of the princes and the elders, all his substance should be forfeited, and himself separated from the assembly of the captivity. 10:9 Then all the men of Judah and Benjamin gathered themselves together to Jerusalem within the 3 days. It was the 9th month, on the 20th day of the month. And all the people sat in the broad place before the house of God, trembling because of this matter, and for the great rain. 10:10 Ezra the priest stood up and said to them, You have trespassed and have married foreign women to increase the guilt of Israel. 10:11 Now therefore make confession to Yahweh, the God of your fathers, and do his pleasure, and separate yourselves from the peoples of the land and from the foreign women. 10:12 Then all the assembly answered with a loud voice, As you have said concerning us, so must we do. 10:13 But the people are many, and it is a time of much rain, and we are not able to stand outside. Neither is this a work of 1 day or 2, for we have greatly transgressed in this matter. 10:14 Let now our princes be appointed for all the assembly, and let all those who are in our cities who have married foreign women come at appointed times, and with them the elders of every city and its judges, until the fierce wrath of our God be turned from us, until this matter be dispatched. 10:15 Only Jonathan the son of Asahel and Josiah the son of Tikvah stood up against this matter, and Meshullam and Shabbatai the Levite helped them. 10:16 The children of the captivity did so. Ezra the priest, with certain heads of fathers' houses, after their fathers' houses, and all of them by their names, were set apart. And they sat down in the first day of the 10th month to examine the matter. 10:17 They made an end with all the men who had married foreign women by the first day of the first month. 10:18 Among the sons of the priests there were found who had married foreign women, namely, of the sons of Jeshua, the son of Jozadak, and his brothers Mosca and Eleazar and Jarib and Jedaliah. 10:19 They gave their hand that they would put away their wives, and being guilty, they offered a ram of the flock for their guilt. 10:20 Of the sons of Immer, Hanani and Zebediah. 10:21 Of the sons of Harim, Mosca and Elijah and Shemaiah and Jehiel and Uzziah. 10:22 Of the sons of Pashur, Elionai, Mosca, Ishmael, Nethanel, Jozabad, and Elasa. 10:23 Of the Levites, Jozabad and Shimei and Keliah, the same as Kelida, Pethahiah, Judah, and Eleazar. 10:24 Of the singers, Eliashib. Of the porters, Shallum and Telem and Uri. 10:25 Of Israel, of the sons of Parash, Ramiah and Isaiah and Malchijah and Mijamin and Eleazar and Malchijah and Benaiah. 10:26 Of the sons of Elam, Mattaniah, Zechariah and Jehiel and Abdi and Jeremoth and Elijah. 10:27 Of the sons of Zadu, Elionai, Eliashib, Mattaniah and Jeremoth and Zabad and Azazel. 10:28 Of the sons of Babai, Jehohanan, Hananiah, Zabai, Athli. 10:29 Of the sons of Bani, Meshullam, Malach and Adiah, Jashub and Sheel, Jeremoth. 10:30 Of the sons of Pahith Moab, Idnah and Chelal, Benaiah, Mosca, Mattaniah, Bezalel and Binui and Manasseh. 10:31 Of the sons of Harim, Eleazar, Ishijah, Malchijah, Shemaiah, Shimon. 10:32 Benjamin, Malach, Shemariah. 10:33 Of the sons of Hashem, Matnai, Matata, Zabad, Eliphelet, Jeremiah, Manasseh, Shimei. 10:34 Of the sons of Bani, Madai, Amram, and Yul. 10:35 Benaiah, Bidaiah, Cheluhi. 10:36 Vaniah, Meremoth, Eliashib. 10:37 Mattaniah, Matnai, and Josu. 10:38 and Bani and Binui, Shimei. 10:39 and Shelemiah, and Nathan and Adiah. 10:40 Machnidbai, Shashai, Sharai. 10:41 Azarel, and Shelemiah, Shemariah. 10:42 Shalom, Amariah, Joseph. 10:43 Of the sons of Nebo, Jael, Mattathiah, Zabad, Zebina, Ido, and Joel, Benaiah. 10:44 All these had taken foreign wives, and some of them had wives by whom they had children. Nehemiah 1:1 The words of Nehemiah, the son of Hakaliah. Now it happened in the month Kislev, in the 20th year, as I was in Shushan the palace, 1:2 that Hanani, one of my brothers, came, he and certain men out of Judah. And I asked them concerning the Jews who had escaped, who were left of the captivity, and concerning Jerusalem. 1:3 They said to me, The remnant who are left of the captivity there in the province are in great affliction and reproach. The wall of Jerusalem also is broken down, and its gates are burned with fire. 1 For it happened, when I heard these words, that I sat down and wept, and mourned certain days. And I fasted and prayed before the God of heaven. 1:5 And said, I beg you, Yahweh, the God of heaven, the great and awesome God, who keeps covenant and loving kindness with those who love him and keep his commandments. 1:6 Let your ear now be attentive, and your eyes open, that you may listen to the prayer of your servant, which I pray before you at this time, day and night, for the children of Israel your servants, while I confess the sins of the children of Israel, which we have sinned against you. Yes, I and my father's house have sinned. 1:7 We have dealt very corruptly against you, and have not kept the commandments, nor the statutes, nor the ordinances, which you commanded your servant Moses. 1:8 Remember, I beg you, the word that you commanded your servant Moses, saying, If you trespass, I will scatter you abroad among the peoples. 1:9 But if you return to me and keep my commandments and do them, though your outcasts were in the uttermost part of the heavens, yet will I gather them from there, and will bring them to the place that I have chosen, to cause my name to dwell there. 1:10 Now these are your servants and your people, whom you have redeemed by your great power, and by your strong hand. 1:11 Lord, I beg you, let now your ear be attentive to the prayer of your servant, and to the prayer of your servants, who delight to fear your name, and please prosper your servant this day, and grant him mercy in the sight of this man. Now I was cupbearer to the king. 2:1 It happened in the month Nisan, in the 20th year of Artaxerxes the king, when wine was before him, that I took up the wine, and gave it to the king. Now I had not been before sad in his presence. 2:2 The king said to me, Why is your face sad, seeing you are not sick? This is nothing else but sorrow of heart. Then I was very sore afraid. 2:3 I said to the king, Let the king live forever. Why should not my face be sad, when the city, the place of my father's tombs, lies waste, and its gates are consumed with fire? 2:4 Then the king said to me, For what do you make request? So I prayed to the God of heaven. 2:5 I said to the king, If it please the king, and if your servant have found favor in your sight, that you would send me to Judah, to the city of my father's tombs, that I may build it. 2:6 The king said to me, the queen also sitting by him, For how long shall your journey be? And when will you return? So it pleased the king to send me, and I set him a time. 2:7 Moreover I said to the king, If it please the king, let letters be given me to the governors beyond the river, that they may let me pass through until I come to Judah. 2:8 And a letter to Asaph the keeper of the king's forest, that he may give me timber to make beams for the gates of the castle, which appertains to the house, and for the wall of the city, and for the house that I shall enter into. The king granted me, according to the good hand of my God on me. 2:9 Then I came to the governors beyond the river, and gave them the king's letters. Now the king had sent with me captains of the army and horsemen. 2:10 When Sanballat the Horonite, and Tobiah the servant, the Ammonite, heard of it, it grieved them exceedingly, because a man had come to seek the welfare of the children of Israel. 2:11 So I came to Jerusalem, and was there 3 days. 2:12 I arose in the night, I and some few men with me. Neither told I any man what my God put into my heart to do for Jerusalem. Neither was there any animal with me, except the animal that I rode on. 2:13 I went out by night by the valley gate, even toward the jackal's well, and to the dung gate, and viewed the walls of Jerusalem, which were broken down, and its gates were consumed with fire. 2:14 Then I went on to the spring gate and to the king's pool, but there was no place for the animal that was under me to pass. 2:15 Then went I up in the night by the brook, and viewed the wall, and I turned back, and entered by the valley gate, and so returned. 2:16 The rulers didn't know where I went, or what I did. Neither had I as yet told it to the Jews, nor to the priests, nor to the nobles, nor to the rulers, nor to the rest who did the work. 2:17 Then said I to them, You see the evil case that we are in, how Jerusalem lies waste, and its gates are burned with fire. Come, and let us build up the wall of Jerusalem, that we be no more a reproach. 2:18 I told them of the hand of my God which was good on me, as also of the king's words that he had spoken to me. They said, Let us rise up and build. So they strengthened their hands for the good work. 2:19 But when Sanballat the Horonite, and Tobiah the servant, the Ammonite, and Geshem the Arabian heard it, they ridiculed us and despised us, and said, What is this thing that you do? Will you rebel against the king? 2:20 Then answered I them, and said to them, The God of heaven, he will prosper us. Therefore we his servants will arise and build. But you have no portion, nor right, nor memorial in Jerusalem. 3:1 Then Eliashib the high priest rose up with his brothers the priests, and they built the sheep gate. They sanctified it, and set up its doors. Even to the tower of Hammi they sanctified it, to the tower of Hananel. 3:2 Next to him built the men of Jericho. Next to them built Zachar the son of Imri. 3:3 The fish gate did the sons of Hassanah build. They laid its beams, and set up its doors, its bolts, and its bars. 3-4 next to them repaired Meremoth the son of Uriah, the son of Hakaz. Next to them repaired Meshullam the son of Berechiah, the son of Meshezabel. Next to them repaired Zadok the son of Bana. 3-5 next to them the Tekoites repaired, but their nobles didn't put their necks to the work of their lord. 3-6 the old gate repaired Joiada the son of Pesa and Meshullam the son of Besodiah. They laid its beams, and set up its doors and its bolts and its bars. 3-7 next to them repaired Malasha the Jibonite, and Jadon the Meronothite, the men of Jibon, and of Mizpah, that appertained to the throne of the governor beyond the river. 3-8 next to him repaired Uzziel the son of Harhiah, goldsmiths. Next to him repaired Hananiah one of the perfumers, and they fortified Jerusalem even to the broad wall. 3-9 next to them repaired Raphiah the son of Hur, the ruler of half the district of Jerusalem. 3-10 next to them repaired Jediah the son of Harumaph, over against his house. Next to him repaired Haddush the son of Hashabneiah. 3-11 Malchijah the son of Harim, and Hashub the son of Pahath-Moab, repaired another portion, and the tower of the furnaces. 3-12 next to him repaired Shallum the son of Halohesh, the ruler of half the district of Jerusalem, he and his daughters. 3-13 the valley gate repaired Hanan, and the inhabitants of Zano. They built it and set up its doors, its bolts, and its bars, and 1,000 cubits of the wall to the dung gate. 3-14 the dung gate repaired Malchijah the son of Rechab, the ruler of the district of Beit Hakerem. He built it and set up its doors, its bolts, and its bars. 3-15 the spring gate repaired Shallun the son of Kalhose, the ruler of the district of Mizpah. He built it and covered it and set up its doors, its bolts, and its bars, and the wall of the pool of Shelah by the king's garden, even to the stairs that go down from the city of David. 3-16 after him repaired Nehemiah the son of Azbuk, the ruler of half the district of Beit Zur, to the place over against the tombs of David, and to the pool that was made, and to the house of the mighty men. 3-17 after him repaired the Levites, Rehum the son of Bani. Next to him repaired Hashabiah, the ruler of half the district of Keilah, for his district. 3-18 after him repaired their brothers, Bavai the son of Henadad, the ruler of half the district of Keilah. 3-19 next to him repaired Ezer the son of Jeshua, the ruler of Mizpah, another portion, over against the ascent to the armory at the turning of the wall. 3-20 after him Baruch, the son of Zabbai, earnestly repaired another portion, from the turning of the wall to the door of the house of Eliashib the high priest. 3-21 after him repaired Meremoth the son of Uriah the son of Hakaz another portion, from the door of the house of Eliashib even to the end of the house of Eliashib. 3-22 after him repaired the priests, the men of the plain. 3-23 after them repaired Benjamin and Hashub over against their house. After them repaired Azariah the son of Mosca, the son of Ananiah, beside his own house. 3-24 after him repaired Binui the son of Henadad another portion, from the house of Azariah to the turning of the wall and to the corner. 3-25 Palal the son of Uzai repaired over against the turning of the wall, and the tower that stands out from the upper house of the king, which is by the court of the guard. After him Pedaiah the son of Parash repaired. 3-26 Now the Nethinim lived in Ophel, to the place over against the water gate toward the east, and the tower that stands out. 3-27 after him the Tekoites repaired another portion, over against the great tower that stands out, and to the wall of Ophel. 3-28 above the horse gate repaired the priests, everyone over against his own house. 3-29 after them repaired Zadok the son of Immer over against his own house. After him repaired Shemaiah the son of Shechaniah, the keeper of the east gate. 3-30 after him repaired Hananiah the son of Shelemiah, and Hanan the sixth son of Zalaph, another portion. After him repaired Meshullam the son of Berechiah over against his chamber. 3-31 after him repaired Malchijah one of the goldsmiths to the house of the Nethinim, and of the merchants, over against the gate of Hamathkad, and to the ascent of the corner. 3-32 between the ascent of the corner and the sheep gate repaired the goldsmiths and the merchants. 4-1 But it happened that, when Sanballat heard that we were building the wall, he was angry, and took great indignation, and mocked the Jews. 4-2 He spoke before his brothers and the army of Samaria, and said, What are these feeble Jews doing? Will they fortify themselves? Will they sacrifice? Will they make an end in a day? Will they revive the stones out of the heaps of rubbish, seeing they are burned? 4-3 Now Tobiah the Ammonite was by him, and he said, Even that which they are building, if a fox go up, he shall break down their stone wall. 4-4 Hear our God, for we are despised, and turn back their reproach on their own head, and give them up for a spoil in a land of captivity. 4-5 And don't cover their iniquity, and don't let their sin be blotted out from before you, for they have provoked you to anger before the builders. 4-6 So we built the wall, and all the wall was joined together to half the height of it. For the people had a mind to work. 4:7 But it happened that when Sanballat, Tobiah, the Arabians, the Ammonites, and the Ashdodites heard that the repairing of the walls of Jerusalem went forward, and that the breaches began to be stopped, then they were very angry. 4:8 And they conspired all of them together to come and fight against Jerusalem, and to cause confusion therein. 4:9 But we made our prayer to our God, and set a watch against them day and night because of them. 4:10 Judah said, The strength of the bearers of burdens is decayed, and there is much rubbish, so that we are not able to build the wall. 4:11 Our adversaries said, They shall not know, neither see, until we come into the midst of them, and kill them, and cause the work to cease. 4:12 It happened that, when the Jews who lived by them came, they said to us 10 times from all places, You must return to us. 4:13 Therefore set I in the lowest parts of the space behind the wall, in the open places, I set there the people after their families with their swords, their spears, and their bows. 4:14 I looked and rose up and said to the nobles, and to the rulers, and to the rest of the people, Don't be you afraid of them. Remember the Lord, who is great and awesome, and fight for your brothers, your sons, and your daughters, your wives, and your houses. 4:15 It happened, when our enemies heard that it was known to us, and God had brought their counsel to nothing, that we returned all of us to the wall, everyone to his work. 4:16 It happened from that time forth, that half of my servants worked in the work, and half of them held the spears, the shields, and the bows, and the coats of mail, and the rulers were behind all the house of Judah. 4:17 They all built the wall, and those who bore burdens loaded themselves. Everyone with one of his hands worked in the work, and with the other held his weapon. 4:18 And the builders, everyone had his sword girded by his side, and so built. He who sounded the trumpet was by me. 4:19 I said to the nobles, and to the rulers and to the rest of the people, The work is great and large, and we are separated on the wall, one far from another. 4:20 In whatever place you hear the sound of the trumpet, resort you there to us. Our God will fight for us. 4:21 So we worked in the work, and half of them held the spears from the rising of the morning until the stars appeared. 4:22 Likewise at the same time said I to the people, Let everyone with his servant lodge within Jerusalem, that in the night they may be a guard to us and may labor in the day. 4:23 So neither I, nor my brothers, nor my servants, nor the men of the guard who followed me, none of us put off our clothes, everyone went with his weapon to the water. 5:1 Then there arose a great cry of the people and of their wives against their brothers the Jews. 5:2 For there were that said, We, our sons and our daughters, are many, let us get grain that we may eat and live. 5:3 Some also there were that said, We are mortgaging our fields and our vineyards and our houses, let us get grain because of the dearth. 5:4 There were also that said, We have borrowed money for the king's tribute on our fields and our vineyards. 5:5 Yet now our flesh is as the flesh of our brothers, our children as their children. And behold, we bring into bondage our sons and our daughters to be servants, and some of our daughters are brought into bondage already. Neither is it in our power to help it, for other men have our fields and our vineyards. 5:6 I was very angry when I heard their cry and these words. 5:7 Then I consulted with myself, and contended with the nobles and the rulers, and said to them, You exact usury, every one of his brother. I held a great assembly against them. 5:8 I said to them, We after our ability have redeemed our brothers the Jews that were sold to the nations, and would you even sell your brothers, and should they be sold to us? Then held they their peace and found never a word. 5:9 Also I said, The thing that you do is not good. Ought you not to walk in the fear of our God, because of the reproach of the nations our enemies? 5:10 I likewise, my brothers and my servants, do lend them money and grain. Please let us leave off this usury. 5:11 Please restore to them, even this day, their fields, their vineyards, their olive groves, and their houses, also the 100th part of the money, and of the grain, the new wine, and the oil that you exact of them. 5:12 Then said they, We will restore them, and will require nothing of them. So will we do, even as you say. Then I called the priests, and took an oath of them, that they would do according to this promise. 5:13 Also I shook out my lap, and said, So God shake out every man from his house, and from his labor that doesn't perform this promise, even thus be he shaken out and emptied. All the assembly said, Amen, and praised Yahweh. The people did according to this promise. 5:14 Moreover, from the time that I was appointed to be their governor in the land of Judah, from the 20th year even to the 32nd year of Artaxerxes, the king, that is, 12 years, I and my brothers have not eaten the bread of the governor. 5:15 But the former governors who were before me were supported by the people, and took bread and wine from them, besides 40 shekels of silver. Yes, even their servants ruled over the people. But I didn't do so because of the fear of God. 5:16 Yes, also I continued in the work of this wall, neither bought we any land, and all my servants were gathered there to the work. 5:17 Moreover, there were at my table of the Jews and the rulers, 150 men, besides those who came to us from among the nations that were around us. 5:18 Now that which was prepared for one day was 1 ox and 6 choice sheep. Also fowls were prepared for me, and once in 10 days' store of all sorts of wine. Yet for all this I didn't demand the bread of the governor, because the bondage was heavy on this people. 5:19 Remember to me, my God, for good, all that I have done for this people. 6:1 Now it happened, when it was reported to Sanballat and Tobiah, and to Geshem the Arabian, and to the rest of our enemies that I had built the wall, and that there was no breach left therein. Though even to that time I had not set up the doors and the gates. 6:2 That Sanballat and Geshem sent to me, saying, Come, let us meet together in one of the villages in the plain of Ono. But they thought to do me mischief. 6:3 I sent messengers to them, saying, I am doing a great work so that I can't come down. Why should the work cease while I leave it and come down to you? 6:4 They sent to me 4 times after this sort, and I answered them after the same manner. 6:5 Then sent Sanballat his servant to me in like manner the 5th time with an open letter in his hand. 6:6 In which was written, It is reported among the nations, and Gashmu says it, that you and the Jews think to rebel, for which cause you are building the wall, and you would be their king, according to these words. 6:7 You have also appointed prophets to preach of you at Jerusalem, saying, There is a king in Judah, and now shall it be reported to the king according to these words. Come now therefore, and let us take counsel together. 6:8 Then I sent to him, saying, There are no such things done as you say, but you feign them out of your own heart. 6:9 For they all would have made us afraid, saying, Their hands shall be weakened from the work, that it not be done. But now, God, strengthen you my hands. 6:10 I went to the house of Shemaiah the son of Deliah the son of Mehetabel, who was shut up. And he said, Let us meet together in the house of God, within the temple, and let us shut the doors of the temple. For they will come to kill you. Yes, in the night will they come to kill you. 6:11 I said, Should such a man as I flee? And who is there that, being such as I, would go into the temple to save his life? I will not go in. 6:12 I discerned, and behold, God had not sent him, but he pronounced this prophecy against me, and Tobiah and Sanballat had hired him. 6:13 For this cause was he hired, that I should be afraid, and do so, and sin, and that they might have matter for an evil report, that they might reproach me. 6:14 Remember, my God, Tobiah and Sanballat according to these their works, and also the prophetess Noadiah, and the rest of the prophets that would have put me in fear. 6:15 So the wall was finished in the 25th day of the month Elul, in 52 days. 6:16 It happened, when all our enemies heard of it, that all the nations that were about us feared, and were much cast down in their own eyes. For they perceived that this work was worked of our God. 6:17 Moreover in those days, the nobles of Judah sent many letters to Tobiah, and the letters of Tobiah came to them. 6:18 For there were many in Judah sworn to him, because he was the son-in-law of Shechaniah the son of Era, and his son Jehohanan had taken the daughter of Meshullam, the son of Berechiah, as wife. 6:19 Also they spoke of his good deeds before me, and reported my words to him. Tobiah sent letters to put me in fear. 7:1 Now it happened, when the wall was built, and I had set up the doors, and the porters and the singers and the Levites were appointed. 7:2 That I put my brother Hanani, and Hananiah the governor of the castle, in charge of Jerusalem. For he was a faithful man, and feared God above many. 7:3 I said to them, Don't let the gates of Jerusalem be opened until the sun be hot. And while they stand on guard, let them shut the doors and bar you them. And appoint watches of the inhabitants of Jerusalem, everyone in his watch, and everyone to be over against his house. 7:4 Now the city was wide and large, but the people were few therein, and the houses were not built. 7:5 My God put into my heart to gather together the nobles, and the rulers, and the people, that they might be reckoned by genealogy. I found the book of the genealogy of those who came up at the first, and I found written therein. 7:6 These are the children of the province, who went up out of the captivity of those who had been carried away, whom Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon had carried away, and who returned to Jerusalem and to Judah, everyone to his city. 7:7 Who came with Zerubbabel, Jeshua, Nehemiah, Azariah, Ramiah, Nehemani, Mordecai, Bilshan, Mispereth, Bigvai, Nehem, Bana. The number of the men of the people of Israel. 7:8 The children of Parash, 2,172. 7:9 The children of Shephatiah, 372. 7:10 The children of Era, 652. 7:11 The children of Pahath Moab, of the children of Jeshua and Joab, 2,818. 7:12 The children of Elam, 1,254. 7:13 The children of Zadu, 845. 7:14 The children of Zakkai, 760. 7:15 The children of Binui, 648. 7:16 The children of Babai, 628. 717 the children of Azgad, 2322. 718 the children of Adonikim, 667. 719 the children of Bigvai, 2067. 720 the children of Adin, 655. 721 the children of Ader, of Hezekiah, 98. 722 the children of Hashem, 328. 723 the children of Bezai, 324. 724 the children of Hariph, 112. 725 the children of Jibon, 95. 726 the men of Bethlehem and Netopha, 188. 727 the men of Anathoth, 128. 728 the men of Beit Asmaveth, 42. 729 the men of Kiriath Jearim, Chephra, and Beeroth, 743. 730 the men of Ramah and Jebah, 621. 731 the men of Michmas, 122. 732 the men of Bethel and Ai, 123. 733 the men of the other Nebo, 52. 734 the children of the other Elam, 1254. 735 the children of Harim, 320. 736 the children of Jericho, 345. 737 the children of Lod, Hadid, and Ono, 721. 738 the children of Senah, 3930. 739 the priests, the children of Jediah of the house of Jeshua, 973. 740 the children of Immer, 1052. 741 the children of Pashur, 1247. 742 the children of Harim, 1017. 743 the Levites, the children of Jeshua of Kadmiel of the children of Hodva, 74. 744 the singers, the children of Asaph, 148. 745 the porters, the children of Shalom, the children of Ader, the children of Talmon, the children of Akub, the children of Hatita, the children of Shobai, 138. 746 the Nethinim, the children of Ziha, the children of Hasapha, the children of Tabioth, 747 the children of Kiros, the children of Jah, the children of Paddan, 748 the children of Lebana, the children of Hagaba, the children of Salmai, 749 the children of Hanan, the children of Giddel, the children of Gahar, 750 the children of Reiah, the children of Rezin, the children of Nekoda, 751 the children of Gazem, the children of Uzzah, the children of Pesa, 752 the children of Besai, the children of Munim, the children of Nepheshesim, 753 the children of Bakbuk, the children of Hakapha, the children of Harhur, 754 the children of Baslith, the children of Mehida, the children of Harsha, 755 the children of Barkos, the children of Sisra, the children of Tema, 756 the children of Neziah, the children of Hatapha, 757 the children of Solomon's servants, the children of Sadai, the children of Sophereth, the children of Perida, 758 the children of Jala, the children of Darkin, the children of Giddel, 759 the children of Shephasha, the children of Hadal, the children of Pachereth Hazabaim, the children of Ammon. 760 all the Nethinim, and the children of Solomon's servants were 392. 761 these were those who went up from Tel Melah, Tel Harsha, Cherub, Adon, and Immer, but they could not show their fathers' houses, nor their seed, whether they were of Israel. 762 the children of Deliah, the children of Tobiah, the children of Nekoda, 642. 763 of the priests, the children of Hobiah, the children of Hakaz, the children of Barzillai, who took a wife of the daughters of Barzillai the Gileadite, and was called after their name. 764 these sought their register among those who were reckoned by genealogy, but it was not found. Therefore were they deemed polluted and put from the priesthood. 765 the governor said to them that they should not eat of the most holy things, until there stood up a priest with Urim and Thummim. 766 the whole assembly together was 42,360. 767 besides their male servants and their female servants, of whom there were 7,337. And they had 245 singing men and singing women. 768 their horses were 736, their mules 245, 769 their camels 435, their donkeys 6,720. 770 some from among the heads of fathers' houses gave to the work. The governor gave to the treasury 1,000 derricks of gold, 50 basins, and 530 priests' garments. 771 some of the heads of fathers' houses gave into the treasury of the work 20,000 derricks of gold, and 2,200 minas of silver. 772 that which the rest of the people gave was 20,000 derricks of gold, and 2,000 minas of silver, and 67 priests' garments. 773 so the priests, and the Levites, and the porters, and the singers, and some of the people and the Nethinim and all Israel lived in their cities. When the 7th month was come, the children of Israel were in their cities. 8:1 All the people gathered themselves together, as one man, into the broad place that was before the water gate. And they spoke to Ezra the scribe to bring the book of the law of Moses, which Yahweh had commanded to Israel. 8:2 Ezra the priest brought the law before the assembly, both men and women, and all who could hear with understanding, on the first day of the 7th month. 8:3 He read therein before the broad place that was before the water gate from early morning until midday, in the presence of the men and the women, and of those who could understand. And the ears of all the people were attentive to the book of the law. 8:4 Ezra the scribe stood on a pulpit of wood which they had made for the purpose, and beside him stood Mattithiah, and Shema, and Anaiah, and Uriah, and Hilkiah, and Mosiah on his right hand, and on his left hand Pedaiah, and Mishael, and Malchijah, and Hashem, and Hashbaddanah, Zechariah, and Meshullam. 8:5 Ezra opened the book in the sight of all the people, for he was above all the people, and when he opened it, all the people stood up. 8:6 And Ezra blessed Yahweh, the great God. All the people answered, Amen, Amen, with the lifting up of their hands, and they bowed their heads and worshipped Yahweh with their faces to the ground. 8:7 Also Jeshua, and Bani, and Sherebiah, Jamin, Akub, Shabbatai, Hodiah, Masiah, Kelida, Azariah, Jozabad, Hanan, Peliah, and the Levites caused the people to understand the law, and the people stood in their place. 8:8 They read in the book, in the law of God, distinctly, and they gave the sense so that they understood the reading. 8:9 Nehemiah, who was the governor, and Ezra the priest the scribe, and the Levites who taught the people, said to all the people, This day is holy to Yahweh your God. Don't mourn nor weep. For all the people wept when they heard the words of the law. 8:10 Then he said to them, Go your way, eat the fat, and drink the sweet, and send portions to him for whom nothing is prepared. For this day is holy to our Lord. Don't be grieved, for the joy of Yahweh is your strength. 8:11 So the Levites stilled all the people, saying, Hold your peace, for the day is holy, neither be you grieved. 8:12 All the people went their way to eat and to drink and to send portions and to make great mirth, because they had understood the words that were declared to them. 8:13 On the second day were gathered together the heads of fathers' houses of all the people, the priests, and the Levites, to Ezra the scribe, even to give attention to the words of the law. 8:14 They found written in the law, how that Yahweh had commanded by Moses, that the children of Israel should dwell in booths in the feast of the 7th month. 8:15 And that they should publish and proclaim in all their cities, and in Jerusalem, saying, Go forth to the mountain, and get olive branches, and branches of wild olive, and myrtle branches, and palm branches, and branches of thick trees, to make booths, as it is written. 8:16 So the people went forth, and brought them, and made themselves booths, every one on the roof of his house, and in their courts, and in the courts of the house of God, and in the broad place of the water gate, and in the broad place of the gate of Ephraim. 8:17 All the assembly of those who were come again out of the captivity made booths, and lived in the booths. For since the days of Jeshua the son of Nun to that day, the children of Israel had not done so. There was very great gladness. 8:18 Also day by day, from the first day to the last day, he read in the book of the law of God. They kept the feast 7 days, and on the 8th day was a solemn assembly, according to the ordinance. 9:1 Now in the 24th day of this month, the children of Israel were assembled with fasting, and with sackcloth and earth on them. 9:2 The seed of Israel separated themselves from all foreigners, and stood and confessed their sins, and the iniquities of their fathers. 9:3 They stood up in their place, and read in the book of the law of Yahweh their God a fourth part of the day, and another fourth part they confessed, and worshipped Yahweh their God. 9:4 Then stood up on the stairs of the Levites, Jeshua and Bani, Kadmiel, Shebaniah, Bunni, Sherebiah, Bani, and Chenani, and cried with a loud voice to Yahweh their God. 9:5 Then the Levites, Jeshua and Kadmiel, Bani, Hashabneiah, Sherebiah, Hodiah, Shebaniah, and Pethahiah, said, Stand up and bless Yahweh your God from everlasting to everlasting. And blessed be your glorious name, which is exalted above all blessing and praise. 9:6 You are Yahweh, even you alone. You have made heaven, the heaven of heavens, with all their army, the earth and all things that are thereon, the seas and all that is in them, and you preserve them all. And the army of heaven worships you. 9:7 You are Yahweh the God, who did choose Abram, and brought him forth out of Ur of the Chaldees, and gave him the name of Abraham. 9:8 And found his heart faithful before you, and made a covenant with him to give the land of the Canaanite, the Hittite, the Amorite, and the Perizzite, and the Jebusite, and the Girgashite, to give it to his seed, and have performed your words. For you are righteous. 9:9 You saw the affliction of our fathers in Egypt, and heard their cry by the Red Sea. 9:10 And showed signs and wonders on Pharaoh, and on all his servants, and on all the people of his land. For you knew that they dealt proudly against them, and did get you a name as it is this day. 9:11 you divided the sea before them, so that they went through the midst of the sea on the dry land, and their pursuers you did cast into the depths, as a stone into the mighty waters. 9:12 Moreover, in a pillar of cloud you led them by day, and in a pillar of fire by night, to give them light in the way in which they should go. 9:13 You came down also on Mount Sinai, and spoke with them from heaven, and gave them right ordinances and true laws, good statutes and commandments. 9:14 And made known to them your holy Sabbath, and commanded them commandments and statutes, and a law by Moses your servant. 9:15 And gave them bread from the sky for their hunger, and brought forth water for them out of the rock for their thirst, and commanded those who they should go in to possess the land which you had sworn to give them. 9:16 But they and our fathers dealt proudly and hardened their neck, and didn't listen to your commandments. 9:17 And refused to obey, neither were mindful of your wonders that you did among them, but hardened their neck, and in their rebellion appointed a captain to return to their bondage. But you are a God ready to pardon, gracious and merciful, slow to anger and abundant in loving kindness, and didn't forsake them. 9:18 Yes, when they had made them a molten calf, and said, This is your God who brought you up out of Egypt, and had committed awful blasphemies. 9:19 Yet you in your manifold mercies didn't forsake them in the wilderness. The pillar of cloud didn't depart from over them by day to lead them in the way, neither the pillar of fire by night to show them light and the way in which they should go. 9:20 You gave also your good spirit to instruct them, and didn't withhold your manna from their mouth, and gave them water for their thirst. 9:21 Yes, 40 years did you sustain them in the wilderness, and they lacked nothing. Their clothes didn't grow old, and their feet didn't swell. 9:22 Moreover you gave them kingdoms and peoples, which you did allot after their portions. So they possessed the land of Sihon, even the land of the king of Heshbon, and the land of Og king of Bashan. 9:23 Their children also multiplied you as the stars of the sky, and brought them into the land concerning which you did say to their fathers, that they should go in to possess it. 9:24 So the children went in and possessed the land, and you subdued before them the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, and gave them into their hands, with their kings, and the peoples of the land, that they might do with them as they would. 9:25 They took fortified cities, and a fat land, and possessed houses full of all good things, cisterns dug out, vineyards and olive groves and fruit trees in abundance. So they ate and were filled and became fat, and delighted themselves in your great goodness. 9:26 Nevertheless they were disobedient, and rebelled against you, and cast your law behind their back, and killed your prophets that testified against them to turn them again to you, and they committed awful blasphemies. 9:27 Therefore you delivered them into the hand of their adversaries, who distressed them. And in the time of their trouble, when they cried to you, you heard from heaven. And according to your manifold mercies, you gave them saviors who saved them out of the hand of their adversaries. 9:28 But after they had rest, they did evil again before you. Therefore left you them in the hand of their enemies, so that they had the dominion over them. Yet when they returned and cried to you, you heard from heaven. And many times did you deliver them according to your mercies. 9:29 And testified against them, that you might bring them again to your law. Yet they dealt proudly, and didn't listen to your commandments, but sinned against your ordinances, which if a man do, he shall live in them, and withdrew the shoulder, and hardened their neck, and would not hear. 9:30 Yet many years did you bear with them, and testified against them by your spirit through your prophets. Yet would they not give ear. Therefore gave you them into the hand of the peoples of the lands. 9:31 Nevertheless, in your manifold mercies, you did not make a full end of them, nor forsake them, for you are a gracious and merciful God. 9:32 Now therefore, our God, the great, the mighty, and the awesome God, who keep covenant and loving kindness, don't let all the travails seem little before you, that has come on us, on our kings, on our princes, and on our priests, and on our prophets, and on our fathers, and on all your people since the time of the kings of Assyria to this day. 9:33 However you are just in all that has come on us, for you have dealt truly, but we have done wickedly. 9:34 Neither have our kings, our princes, our priests, nor our fathers kept your law, nor listened to your commandments and your testimonies with which you did testify against them. 9:35 For they have not served you in their kingdom, and in your great goodness that you gave them, and in the large and fat land which you gave before them, neither turned they from their wicked works. 9:36 Behold, we are servants this day. And as for the land that you gave to our fathers to eat its fruit and its good, behold, we are servants in it. 9:37 It yields much increase to the kings whom you have set over us because of our sins. Also they have power over our bodies, and over our livestock at their pleasure, and we are in great distress. 9:38 Yet for all this we make a sure covenant, and write it, and our princes, our Levites, and our priests seal to it. 10:1 Now those who sealed were Nehemiah the governor, the son of Hakaliah and Zedekiah; 10:2 Sariah, Azariah, Jeremiah; 10:3 Pashur, Amariah, Malchijah; 10:4 Haddash, Shebaniah, Malach; 10:5 Harim, Meremoth, Obadiah; 10:6 Daniel, Jonathan, Baruch; 10:7 Meshullam, Abijah, Mijamin; 10:8 Mosiah, Bilgai, Shemaiah. These were the priests. 10:9 The Levites, namely Jeshua the son of Azaniah, Binui of the sons of Henadad, Kadmiel; 10:10 and their brothers Shebaniah, Hodiah, Kelida, Peliah, Hanan; 10:11 Micah, Rahab, Hashabiah; 10:12 Zachar, Sherebiah, Shebaniah; 10:13 Hodiah, Bani, Beninu; 10:14 The chiefs of the people: Parosh, Pahath-Moab, Elam, Zadu, Bani; 10:15 Bunni, Asgad, Babai; 10:16 Adnijah, Bigvai, Adin; 10:17 Ader, Hezekiah, Azar; 10:18 Hodiah, Hashem, Bezai; 10:19 Harif, Anathoth, Nobai; 10:20 Magbiash, Meshullam, Hezir; 10:21 Meshezabel, Zadok, Jadua; 10:22 Pelasha, Hanan, Aniah; 10:23 Hoshea, Hananiah, Haschub; 10:24 Halohesh, Pilhas, Shobik; 10:25 Rehum, Hashabnah, Mosca; 10:26 and Ahiah, Hanan, Onan; 10:27 Malach, Harim, Bana; 10:28 The rest of the people: the priests, the Levites, the porters, the singers, the Nethinim, and all those who had separated themselves from the peoples of the lands to the law of God, their wives, their sons, and their daughters, everyone who had knowledge and understanding. 10:29 They joined with their brothers there, nobles, and entered into a curse and into an oath to walk in God's law, which was given by Moses the servant of God, and to observe and do all the commandments of Yahweh our Lord, and his ordinances and his statutes. 10:30 And that we would not give our daughters to the peoples of the land, nor take their daughters for our sons. 10:31 And if the peoples of the land bring wares or any grain on the Sabbath day to sell, that we would not buy of them on the Sabbath or on a holy day, and that we would forgo the 7th year and the exaction of every debt. 10:32 Also we made ordinances for us, to charge ourselves yearly with the third part of a shekel for the service of the house of our God; 10:33 For the showbread, and for the continual meal offering, and for the continual burnt offering, for the Sabbaths, for the new moons, for the set feasts, and for the holy things, and for the sin offerings to make atonement for Israel, and for all the work of the house of our God. 10:34 We cast lots, the priests, the Levites, and the people, for the wood offering, to bring it into the house of our God, according to our fathers' houses at times appointed, year by year, to burn on the altar of Yahweh our God, as it is written in the law. 10:35 And to bring the first fruits of our ground, and the first fruits of all fruit of all manner of trees, year by year, to the house of Yahweh. 10:36 Also the firstborn of our sons, and of our livestock, as it is written in the law, and the firstborn of our herds and of our flocks, to bring to the house of our God, to the priests who minister in the house of our God. 10:37 And that we should bring the first fruits of our dough, and our wave offerings, and the fruit of all manner of trees, the new wine and the oil, to the priests, to the chambers of the house of our God, and the tithes of our ground to the Levites. For they, the Levites, take the tithes in all the cities of our tillage. 10:38 The priest, the son of Aaron, shall be with the Levites, when the Levites take tithes. And the Levites shall bring up the tithe of the tithes to the house of our God, to the chambers, into the treasure house. 10:39 For the children of Israel and the children of Levi shall bring the wave offering of the grain, of the new wine, and of the oil, to the chambers, where are the vessels of the sanctuary, and the priests who minister, and the porters, and the singers. And we will not forsake the house of our God. 11:1 The princes of the people lived in Jerusalem. The rest of the people also cast lots, to bring one of 10 to dwell in Jerusalem the holy city, and 9 parts in the other cities. 11:2 The people blessed all the men who willingly offered themselves to dwell in Jerusalem. 11:3 Now these are the chiefs of the province who lived in Jerusalem. But in the cities of Judah lived everyone in his possession in their cities, to wit, Israel, the priests and the Levites, and the Nethinim, and the children of Solomon's servants. 11:4 In Jerusalem lived certain of the children of Judah, and of the children of Benjamin. Of the children of Judah, Adgah the son of Uzziah, the son of Zechariah, the son of Amariah, the son of Shephatiah, the son of Mahalalel of the children of Perez. 11:5 And Mosca the son of Baruch, the son of Colhose, the son of Haziah, the son of Adiah, the son of Joiarib, the son of Zechariah, the son of the Shilonite. 11:6 All the sons of Perez who lived in Jerusalem were 468 valiant men. 11:7 These are the sons of Benjamin: Salu the son of Meshullam, the son of Jod, the son of Pedaiah, the son of Kaliah, the son of Mosca, the son of Ithiel, the son of Jeshiah. 11:8 After him Gabbai, Salai, 928. 11:9 Joel the son of Zichri was their overseer, and Judah the son of Hasanua was second over the city. 11:10 of the priests. Jediah the son of Joiarib Jachin, 11:11 Sariah the son of Hilkiah, the son of Meshullam, the son of Zadok, the son of Marioth, the son of Ahitub, the ruler of the house of God, 11:12 and their brothers who did the work of the house, 822. And Adiah the son of Jeroham, the son of Pelaliah, the son of Amzi, the son of Zechariah, the son of Pashur, the son of Malchijah, 11:13 and his brothers, chiefs of fathers' houses, 242. And Amishsai the son of Azarel, the son of Ozai, the son of Meshalemoth, the son of Immer, 11:14 and their brothers, mighty men of valor, 128. And their overseer was Zabdiel, the son of Haggedalim, 11:15 of the Levites. Shemaiah the son of Hashub, the son of Azrikam, the son of Hashabiah, the son of Bunni, 11:16 and Shabbatai and Jozabad, of the chiefs of the Levites, who had the oversight of the outward business of the house of God. 11:17 and Mattaniah the son of Micah, the son of Zabdi, the son of Asaph, who was the chief to begin the thanksgiving in prayer, and Bakbukiah, the second among his brothers. And Abda the son of Shammua, the son of Galal, the son of Jeduthun. 11:18 all the Levites in the holy city were 284. 11:19 moreover the porters, Akub, Talman, and their brothers, who kept watch at the gates, were 172. 11:20 the residue of Israel of the priests, the Levites, were in all the cities of Judah, everyone in his inheritance. 11:21 but the Nethinim lived in Ophel, and Ziha and Jishba were over the Nethinim. 11:22 the overseer also of the Levites at Jerusalem was Uzi the son of Bani, the son of Hashabiah, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Micah, of the sons of Asaph, the singers, over the business of the house of God. 11:23 for there was a commandment from the king concerning them, and a settled provision for the singers, as every day required. 11:24 Pethahiah the son of Meshezabel, of the children of Zerah the son of Judah, was at the king's hand in all matters concerning the people. 11:25 as for the villages with their fields, some of the children of Judah lived in Kiriath Arba and its towns, and in Dibon and its towns, and in Jekabzeel and its villages, 11:26 and in Jeshua, and in Maladah, and Beit Pelet, 11:27 and in Hazar Shul, and in Beersheba and its towns, 11:28 and in Ziklag, and in Mechana and in its towns, 11:29 and in En-Rimmon, and in Zorah, and in Jarmuth, 11:30 Zano, Adullam and their villages, Lachish and its fields, Azekah and its towns. So they encamped from Beersheba to the valley of Hinnom. 11:31 the children of Benjamin also lived from Jeba onward, at Michmesh and Ajah, and at Bethel and its towns, 11:32 at Anathoth, Nob, and Aniah, 11:33 Hazer, Ramah, Gidam, 11:34 Hadid, Zeboim, Nebalat, 11:35 Lod, and Ono, the valley of craftsmen. 11:36 of the Levites, certain divisions in Judah were joined to Benjamin. 12:1 now these are the priests and the Levites who went up with Zerubbabel the son of Shealtiel, and Jeshua, Sariah, Jeremiah, Ezra, 12:2 Amariah, Malach, Haddush, 12:3 Shechaniah, Rehum, Meremoth, 12:4 Iddo, Ginnithoi, Abijah, 12:5 Mijamin, Madiah, Bilgah, 12:6 Shemaiah and Joiarib, Jediah, 12:7 Salu, Amok, Hilkiah, Jediah. These were the chiefs of the priests and of their brothers in the days of Jeshua. 12:8 moreover the Levites, Jeshua, Binui, Kadmiel, Sherebiah, Judah, and Mattaniah, who was over the thanksgiving, he and his brothers. 12:9 also Bakbukiah and Unno, their brothers, were over against them according to their offices. 12:10 Jeshu became the father of Joachim, and Joachim became the father of Eliashib, and Eliashib became the father of Joiada. 12:11 and Joiada became the father of Jonathan, and Jonathan became the father of Jaddua. 12:12 in the days of Joachim were priests, heads of fathers' houses, of Sariah, Moriah, of Jeremiah, Hananiah, 12:13 of Ezra, Meshullam, of Amariah, Jehohanan, 12:14 of Malachi, Jonathan, of Shebaniah, Joseph, 12:15, of Harim, Adnah, of Marioth, Helkai, 12:16 of Iddo, Zechariah, of Ginnathan, Meshullam, 12:17 of Abijah, Zikri, of Miniamin, of Modiah, Piltai, 12:18 of Bilgah, Shammua, of Shemaiah, Jehinathan, 12:19 and of Joiarib, Mattanai, of Jediah, Uzi, 12:20 of Salai, Kalai, of Amok, Eber, 12:21 of Hilkiah, Hashabiah, of Jediah, Nethanel. 12:22 as for the Levites, in the days of Eliashib, Joiada, and Johanan and Jaddua, there were recorded the heads of fathers' houses, also the priests in the reign of Darius the Persian. 12:23 the sons of Levi, heads of fathers' houses, were written in the book of the Chronicles, even until the days of Johanan the son of Eliashib. 12:24 the chiefs of the Levites, Hashabiah, Sherebiah, and Jeshua the son of Kadmiel, with their brothers over against them, to praise and give thanks, according to the commandment of David the man of God, watch next to watch. 12:25 Mattaniah, and Bakbukiah, Obadiah, Meshullam, Talman, Akub, were porters keeping the watch at the storehouses of the gates. 1226 These were in the days of Joachim the son of Jeshua, the son of Jozadak, and in the days of Nehemiah the governor, and of Ezra the priest the scribe. 1227 At the dedication of the wall of Jerusalem, they sought the Levites out of all their places, to bring them to Jerusalem, to keep the dedication with gladness, both with giving thanks, and with singing, with cymbals, stringed instruments, and with harps. 1228 The sons of the singers gathered themselves together, both out of the plain around Jerusalem, and from the villages of the Netophathites. 1229 Also from Beit Gilgal, and out of the fields of Jeba and Asmaveth. For the singers had built them villages around Jerusalem. 1230 The priests and the Levites purified themselves, and they purified the people, and the gates, and the wall. 1231 Then I brought up the princes of Judah on the wall, and appointed two great companies who gave thanks and went in procession. One went on the right hand on the wall toward the dung gate. 1232 And after them went Hashaiah, and half of the princes of Judah. 1233 And Azariah, Ezra, and Meshullam. 1234 Judah, and Benjamin, and Shemaiah, and Jeremiah. 1235 And certain of the priest's sons with trumpets. Zechariah the son of Jonathan, the son of Shemaiah, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Micaiah, the son of Zachar, the son of Asaph. 1236 And his brothers Shemaiah and Azarel, Milalai, Gilalai, Mai, Nethanel, and Judah. Hanani with the musical instruments of David the man of God. And Ezra the scribe was before them. 1237 By the spring gate, and straight before them, they went up by the stairs of the city of David, at the ascent of the wall, above the house of David, even to the water gate eastward. 1238 The other company of those who gave thanks went to meet them, and I after them with the half of the people on the wall, above the tower of the furnaces, even to the broad wall. 1239 And above the gate of Ephraim, and by the old gate, and by the fish gate, and the tower of Hananel, and the tower of Hami, even to the sheep gate. And they stood still in the gate of the guard. 1240 So stood the two companies of those who gave thanks in the house of God, and I, and the half of the rulers with me. 1241 And the priests, Eliakim, Mosiah, Miniamin, Micaiah, Elionai, Zechariah, and Hananiah with trumpets. 1242 And Mosiah, and Shemaiah, and Eleazar, and Uzi, and Jehohanan, and Malchijah, and Elam, and Ezer. The singers sang loud, with Jezrahiah their overseer. 1243 They offered great sacrifices that day, and rejoiced, for God had made them rejoice with great joy, and the women also and the children rejoiced, so that the joy of Jerusalem was heard even afar off. 1244 On that day were men appointed over the chambers for the treasures, for the wave offerings, for the first fruits, and for the tithes, to gather into them, according to the fields of the cities, the portions appointed by the law for the priests and Levites. For Judah rejoiced for the priests and for the Levites who waited. 1245 They performed the duty of their God, and the duty of the purification, and so did the singers and the porters, according to the commandment of David and of Solomon his son. 1246 For in the days of David and Asaph of old, there was a chief of the singers, and songs of praise and thanksgiving to God. 1247 All Israel in the days of Zerubbabel, and in the days of Nehemiah, gave the portions of the singers and the porters, as every day required, and they set apart that which was for the Levites, and the Levites set apart that which was for the sons of Aaron. 13:1 On that day they read in the book of Moses in the audience of the people, and therein was found written, that an Ammonite and a Moabite should not enter into the assembly of God forever. 13:2 Because they didn't meet the children of Israel with bread and with water, but hired Balaam against them to curse them. However our God turned the curse into a blessing. 13:3 It came to pass, when they had heard the law, that they separated from Israel all the mixed multitude. 13:4 Now before this, Eliashib the priest, who was appointed over the chambers of the house of our God, being allied to Tobiah, 13:5 had prepared for him a great chamber, where before they laid the meal offerings, the frankincense, and the vessels, and the tithes of the grain, the new wine, and the oil, which were given by commandment to the Levites, and the singers, and the porters, and the wave offerings for the priests. 13:6 But in all this time I was not at Jerusalem, for in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes king of Babylon I went to the king, and after certain days asked I leave of the king. 13:7 And I came to Jerusalem, and understood the evil that Eliashib had done for Tobiah, in preparing him a chamber in the courts of the house of God. 13:8 It grieved me sore, therefore I cast forth all the household stuff of Tobiah out of the chamber. 13:9 Then I commanded, and they cleansed the chambers, and there brought I again the vessels of the house of God, with the meal offerings and the frankincense. 13:10 I perceived that the portions of the Levites had not been given them, so that the Levites and the singers, who did the work, had fled everyone to his field. 13:11 Then contended I with the rulers, and said, Why is the house of God forsaken? I gathered them together and set them in their place. 1312 then brought all Judah the tithe of the grain, and the new wine, and the oil to the treasuries. 1313 I made treasurers over the treasuries, Shelemiah the priest, and Zadok the scribe, and of the Levites, Pedaiah. And next to them was Hanan the son of Zachar, the son of Mattaniah. For they were counted faithful, and their business was to distribute to their brothers. 1314 Remember me, my God, concerning this, and don't wipe out my good deeds that I have done for the house of my God, and for its observances. 1315 In those days saw I in Judah some men treading winepresses on the Sabbath, and bringing in sheaves and loading donkeys therewith, as also wine, grapes, and figs, and all manner of burdens, which they brought into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. And I testified against them in the day in which they sold food. 1316 There lived men of Tyre also therein, who brought in fish and all manner of wares, and sold on the Sabbath to the children of Judah, and in Jerusalem. 1317 Then I contended with the nobles of Judah, and said to them, What evil thing is this that you do, and profane the Sabbath day? 1318 Didn't your fathers do thus, and did not our God bring all this evil on us and on this city? Yet you bring more wrath on Israel by profaning the Sabbath. 1319 It came to pass that, when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Sabbath, I commanded that the doors should be shut, and commanded that they should not be opened until after the Sabbath. I set some of my servants over the gates, that no burden should be brought in on the Sabbath day. 1320 So the merchants and sellers of all kinds of wares lodged outside of Jerusalem once or twice. 1321 Then I testified against them, and said to them, Why lodge you about the wall? If you do so again, I will lay hands on you. From that time forth came they no more on the Sabbath. 1322 I commanded the Levites that they should purify themselves, and that they should come and keep the gates to sanctify the Sabbath day. Remember to me, my God, this also, and spare me according to the greatness of your loving kindness. 1323 In those days also saw I the Jews who had married women of Ashdod, of Ammon, and of Moab. 1324 And their children spoke half in the speech of Ashdod, and could not speak in the Jews' language, but according to the language of each people. 1325 I contended with them, and cursed them, and struck certain of them, and plucked off their hair, and made them swear by God, saying, You shall not give your daughters to their sons, nor take their daughters for your sons or for yourselves. 1326 Did not Solomon king of Israel sin by these things? Yet among many nations was there no king like him, and he was beloved of his God, and God made him king over all Israel. Nevertheless, even him did foreign women cause to sin. 1327 Shall we then listen to you to do all this great evil, to trespass against our God in marrying foreign women? 1328 One of the sons of Joiada, the son of Eliashib the high priest, was son-in-law to Sanballat the Horonite. Therefore I chased him from me. 1329 Remember them, my God, because they have defiled the priesthood, and the covenant of the priesthood and of the Levites. 1330 Thus cleansed I them from all foreigners, and appointed duties for the priests and for the Levites, everyone in his work. 1331 And for the wood offering at times appointed, and for the first fruits. Remember me, my God, for good. Notes. Esther 1:1 Now it happened in the days of Ahasuerus. This is Ahasuerus who reigned from India even to Ethiopia, over 127 provinces. 1:2 That in those days, when the king Ahasuerus sat on the throne of his kingdom, which was in Shushan the palace, 1:3 In the third year of his reign, he made a feast for all his princes and his servants. The power of Persia and Media, the nobles and princes of the provinces, being before him. 1:4 He displayed the riches of his glorious kingdom, and the honor of his excellent majesty many days, even 180 days. 1:5 When these days were fulfilled, the king made a 7-day feast for all the people who were present in Shushan the palace, both great and small, in the court of the garden of the king's palace. 1:6 There were hangings of white, green, and blue material, fastened with cords of fine linen, and purple to silver rings and marble pillars. The couches were of gold and silver, on a pavement of red, white, yellow, and black marble. 1:7 They gave them drinks in golden vessels of various kinds, including royal wine in abundance, according to the bounty of the king. 1:8 In accordance with the law, the drinking was not compulsory, for so the king had instructed all the officials of his house, that they should do according to every man's pleasure. 1:9 Also Vashti, the queen, made a feast for the women in the royal house which belonged to King Ahasuerus. 1:10 On the 7th day, when the heart of the king was merry with wine, he commanded Mehuman, Biztha, Harbona, Bigtha, and Abagtha, Zethar, and Carcass, the 7 eunuchs who served in the presence of Ahasuerus the king, 1:11 to bring Vashti the queen before the king with the royal crown, to show the people and the princes her beauty, for she was beautiful. 112 But the queen Vashti refused to come at the king's commandment by the eunuchs. Therefore the king was very angry, and his anger burned in him. 113 Then the king said to the wise men who knew the times, for it was the king's custom to consult those who knew law and judgment. 114 And the next to him were Karshina, Shethar, Edmatha, Tarshish, Meres, Marcina, and Memucan, the 7 princes of Persia and Media, who saw the king's face and sat first in the kingdom. 115 What shall we do to the queen Vashti according to law, because she has not done the bidding of the king Ahasuerus by the eunuchs? 116 Memucan answered before the king and the princes, Vashti the queen has not done wrong to just the king, but also to all the princes, and to all the people who are in all the provinces of the king Ahasuerus. 117 For this deed of the queen will become known to all women, causing them to show contempt for their husbands. When it is reported, King Ahasuerus commanded Vashti the queen to be brought in before him, but she didn't come. 118 Today, the princesses of Persia and Media who have heard of the queen's deed will tell all the king's princes. This will cause much contempt and wrath. 119 If it please the king, let a royal commandment go from him, and let it be written among the laws of the Persians and the Medes, so that it cannot be altered, that Vashti may never again come before King Ahasuerus, and let the king give her royal estate to another who is better than she. 120 When the king's decree which he shall make is published throughout all his kingdom, for it is great, all the wives will give their husbands honor, both great and small. 121 This advice pleased the king and the princes, and the king did according to the word of Memucan. 122 For he sent letters into all the king's provinces, into every province according to its writing, and to every people in their language, that every man should rule his own house, speaking in the language of his own people. 2:1 After these things, when the wrath of King Ahasuerus was pacified, he remembered Vashti, and what she had done, and what was decreed against her. 2:2 Then the king's servants who served him said, Let beautiful young virgins be sought for the king. 2:3 Let the king appoint officers in all the provinces of his kingdom, that they may gather together all the beautiful young virgins to the citadel of Susa, to the women's house, to the custody of Hegai the king's eunuch, keeper of the women. Let cosmetics be given them. 2:4 And let the maiden who pleases the king be queen instead of Vashti. The thing pleased the king, and he did so. 2:5 There was a certain Jew in the citadel of Susa, whose name was Mordecai, the son of Jair, the son of Shimei, the son of Kish, a Benjamite. 2:6 Who had been carried away from Jerusalem with the captives who had been carried away with Jeconiah king of Judah, whom Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon had carried away. 2:7 He brought up Hadassah, that is, Esther his uncle's daughter, for she had neither father nor mother. The maiden was fair and beautiful, and when her father and mother were dead, Mordecai took her for his own daughter. 2:8 So it happened, when the king's commandment and his decree was heard, and when many maidens were gathered together to the citadel of Susa, to the custody of Hegai, that Esther was taken into the king's house, to the custody of Hegai, keeper of the women. 2:9 The maiden pleased him, and she obtained kindness from him. He quickly gave her cosmetics and her portions of food, and the 7 choice maidens who were to be given her out of the king's house. He moved her and her maidens to the best place in the women's house. 2:10 Esther had not made known her people nor her relatives, because Mordecai had instructed her that she should not make it known. 2:11 Mordecai walked every day in front of the court of the women's house, to find out how Esther did, and what would become of her. 2:12 Each young woman's turn came to go into King Ahasuerus after her purification for 12 months, for so were the days of their purification accomplished, 6 months with oil of myrrh, and 6 months with sweet fragrances, and with preparations for beautifying women. 2:13 The young woman then came to the king like this. Whatever she desired was given her to go with her out of the women's house to the king's house. 2:14 In the evening she went, and on the next day she returned into the second women's house, to the custody of Shoshgaz, the king's eunuch, who kept the concubines. She came into the king no more, unless the king delighted in her, and she was called by name. 2:15 Now when the turn of Esther, the daughter of Abihail the uncle of Mordecai, who had taken her for his daughter, came to go into the king, she required nothing but what Hegai the king's eunuch, the keeper of the women, advised. Esther obtained favor in the sight of all those who looked at her. 2:16 So Esther was taken to King Ahasuerus into his royal house in the 10th month, which is the month Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign. 2:17 The king loved Esther more than all the women, and she obtained favor and kindness in his sight more than all the virgins, so that he set the royal crown on her head and made her queen instead of Vashti. 2:18 Then the king made a great feast for all his princes and his servants, even Esther's feast, and he proclaimed a holiday in the provinces and gave gifts according to the king's bounty. 2:19, when the virgins were gathered together the second time, Mordecai was sitting in the king's gate. 2:20, Esther had not yet made known her relatives nor her people, as Mordecai had commanded her. For Esther obeyed Mordecai, like she did when she was brought up by him. 2:21, in those days, while Mordecai was sitting in the king's gate, two of the king's eunuchs, Bigthan and Teresh, who were doorkeepers, were angry and sought to lay hands on the king Ahasuerus. 2:22, this thing became known to Mordecai, who informed Esther the queen, and Esther informed the king in Mordecai's name. 2:23, when this matter was investigated and it was found to be so, they were both hanged on a tree, and it was written in the book of the Chronicles in the king's presence. 3:1, after these things, King Ahasuerus promoted Haman the son of Hammedatha the Agagite, and advanced him, and set his seat above all the princes who were with him. 3:2, all the king's servants who were in the king's gate bowed down, and paid homage to Haman, for the king had so commanded concerning him. But Mordecai didn't bow down or pay him homage. 3:3, then the king's servants who were in the king's gate said to Mordecai, "Why do you disobey the king's commandment?" 3:4, now it came to pass, when they spoke daily to him, and he didn't listen to them, that they told Haman, to see whether Mordecai's reason would stand. For he had told them that he was a Jew. 3:5, when Haman saw that Mordecai didn't bow down, nor pay him homage, Haman was full of wrath. 3:6, but he scorned the thought of laying hands on Mordecai alone, for they had made known to him Mordecai's people. Therefore Haman sought to destroy all the Jews who were throughout the whole kingdom of Ahasuerus, even the Mordecai's people. 3:7, in the first month, which is the month Nisan in the 12th year of King Ahasuerus, they cast that is, the lot, before Haman from day to day, and from month to month, and chose the 12th month, which is the month Adar. 3:8, Haman said to King Ahasuerus, "There is a certain people scattered abroad and dispersed among the peoples in all the provinces of your kingdom, and their laws are different than other peoples. They don't keep the king's laws, therefore it is not for the king's profit to allow them to remain. 3:9, if it pleases the king, let it be written that they be destroyed, and I will pay 10,000 talents of silver into the hands of those who are in charge of the king's business, to bring it into the king's treasuries." 3:10, the king took his ring from his hand, and gave it to Haman the son of Hammedatha the Agagite, the Jews' enemy. 3:11, the king said to Haman, "The silver is given to you, the people also, to do with them as it seems good to you." 3:12, then the king's scribes were called in on the first month, on the 13th day of the month. And all that Haman commanded was written to the king's satraps, and to the governors who were over every province, and to the princes of every people, to every province according its writing, and to every people in their language. It was written in the name of King Ahasuerus, and it was sealed with the king's ring. 3:13, letters were sent by couriers into all the king's provinces, to destroy, to kill, and to cause to perish all Jews, both young and old, little children and women, in one day, even on the 13th day of the 12th month, which is the month Adar, and to plunder their possessions. 3:14, a copy of the letter, that the decree should be given out in every province, was published to all the peoples, that they should be ready against that day. 3:15, the couriers went forth in haste by the king's commandment, and the decree was given out in the citadel of Susa. The king and Haman sat down to drink, but the city of Shushan was perplexed. For one, now when Mordecai found out all that was done, Mordecai tore his clothes, and put on sackcloth with ashes, and went out into the midst of the city, and wailed loudly and bitterly. For 2, he came even before the king's gate, for no one is allowed inside the king's gate clothed with sackcloth. 4:3, in every province, wherever the king's commandment and his decree came, there was great mourning among the Jews, and fasting, and weeping, and wailing, and many lay in sackcloth and ashes. 4:4, Esther's maidens and her eunuchs came and told her this, and the queen was exceedingly grieved. She sent clothing to Mordecai to replace his sackcloth, but he didn't receive it. 4:5, then Esther called for Hathach, one of the king's eunuchs, whom he had appointed to attend her, and commanded him to go to Mordecai, to find out what this was, and why it was. 4:6, so Hathach went out to Mordecai, to City Square, which was before the king's gate. 4:7, Mordecai told him of all that had happened to him, and the exact sum of the money that Haman had promised to pay to the king's treasuries for the destruction of the Jews. 4:8, he also gave him the copy of the writing of the decree that was given out in Shushan to destroy them, to show it to Esther, and to declare it to her, and to urge her to go into the king, to make supplication to him, and to make request before him for her people. For 9, Hathach came and told Esther the words of Mordecai. For 10, then Esther spoke to Hathach, and gave him a message to Mordecai. 4:11, all the king's servants, and the people of the king's provinces know that whoever, whether man or woman, comes to the king into the inner court without being called, there is one law for him, that he be put to death, except those to whom the king might hold out the golden scepter, that he may live. I have not been called to come into the king these 30 days. 4:12 They told to Mordecai Esther's words. 4:13 Then Mordecai asked them return answer to Esther, don't think to yourself that you will escape in the king's house any more than all the Jews. 4:14 For if you remain silent now, then relief and deliverance will come to the Jews from another place, but you and your father's house will perish. Who knows if you haven't come to the kingdom for such a time as this? 4:15 Then Esther asked them to answer Mordecai. 4:16 Go, gather together all the Jews who are present in Shushan, and fast for me, and neither eat nor drink 3 days, night or day. I and my maidens will also fast the same way. Then I will go into the king, which is against the law, and if I perish, I perish. 4:17 So Mordecai went his way, and did according to all that Esther had commanded him. 5:1 Now it happened on the third day that Esther put on her royal clothing, and stood in the inner court of the king's house, next to the king's house. The king sat on his royal throne in the royal house, next to the entrance of the house. 5:2 When the king saw Esther the queen standing in the court, she obtained favor in his sight, and the king held out to Esther the golden scepter that was in his hand. So Esther came near and touched the top of the scepter. 5:3 Then the king asked her, What would you like, Queen Esther? What is your request? It shall be given you even to the half of the kingdom. 5:4 Esther said, If it seems good to the king, let the king and Haman come today to the banquet that I have prepared for him. 5:5 Then the king said, Bring Haman quickly, so that it may be done as Esther has said. So the king and Haman came to the banquet that Esther had prepared. 5:6 The king said to Esther at the banquet of wine, What is your petition? It shall be granted you. What is your request? Even to the half of the kingdom it shall be performed. 5:7 Then Esther answered and said, My petition and my request is this. 5:8 If I have found favor in the sight of the king, and if it please the king to grant my petition and to perform my request, let the king and Haman come to the banquet that I will prepare for them, and I will do tomorrow as the king has said. 5:9 Then Haman went out that day joyful and glad of heart. But when Haman saw Mordecai in the king's gate, that he didn't stand up nor move for him, he was filled with wrath against Mordecai. 5:10 Nevertheless Haman restrained himself and went home. There, he sent and called for his friends and Zeresh his wife. 5:11 Haman recounted to them the glory of his riches, the multitude of his children, all the things in which the king had promoted him, and how he had advanced him above the princes and servants of the king. 5:12 Haman also said, Yes, Esther the queen let no man come in with the king to the banquet that she had prepared but myself, and tomorrow I am also invited by her together with the king. 5:13 Yet all this avails me nothing, so long as I see Mordecai the Jew sitting at the king's gate. 5:14 Then Zeresh his wife and all his friends said to him, Let a gallows be made 50 cubits high, and in the morning speak to the king about hanging Mordecai on it. Then go in merrily with the king to the banquet. This pleased Haman, so he had the gallows made. 6:1 On that night the king couldn't sleep. He commanded the book of records of the chronicles to be brought, and they were read to the king. 6:2 It was found written that Mordecai had told of Bigthana and Teresh, two of the king's eunuchs, who were doorkeepers, who had tried to lay hands on the king Ahasuerus. 6:3 The king said, What honor and dignity has been bestowed on Mordecai for this? Then the king's servants who attended him said, Nothing has been done for him. 6:4 The king said, Who is in the court? Now Haman had come into the outer court of the king's house, to speak to the king about hanging Mordecai on the gallows that he had prepared for him. 6:5 The king's servant said to him, Behold, Haman stands in the court. The king said, Let him come in. 6:6 So Haman came in. The king said to him, What shall be done to the man whom the king delights to honor? Now Haman said in his heart, Who would the king delight to honor more than myself? 6:7 Haman said to the king, For the man whom the king delights to honor. 6:8 Let royal clothing be brought which the king uses to wear, and the horse that the king rides on, and on the head of which a crown royal is set. 6:9 Let the clothing and the horse be delivered to the hand of one of the king's most noble princes, that they may array the man whom the king delights to honor with them, and have him ride on horseback through the city square, and proclaim before him, Thus shall it be done to the man whom the king delights to honor. 6:10 Then the king said to Haman, Hurry and take the clothing and the horse, as you have said, and do this for Mordecai the Jew, who sits at the king's gate. Let nothing fail of all that you have spoken. 6:11 Then Haman took the clothing and the horse, and arrayed Mordecai, and had him ride through the city square, and proclaimed before him, Thus shall it be done to the man whom the king delights to honor. 6:12 Mordecai came back to the king's gate, but Haman hurried to his house, mourning and having his head covered. 6:13 Haman recounted to Zeresh his wife and all his friends everything that had happened to him. Then his wise men and Zeresh his wife said to him, "If Mordecai, before whom you have begun to fall, is of Jewish descent, you will not prevail against him, but you will surely fall before him." 6:14 While they were yet talking with him, the king's eunuchs came and hurried to bring Haman to the banquet that Esther had prepared. 7:1 So the king and Haman came to banquet with Esther the queen. 7:2 The king said again to Esther on the second day at the banquet of wine, "What is your petition, Queen Esther? It shall be granted you. What is your request? Even to the half of the kingdom it shall be performed." 7:3 Then Esther the queen answered, "If I have found favor in your sight, O king, and if it please the king, let my life be given me at my petition, and my people at my request." 7:4 We are sold, I and my people, to be destroyed, to be slain, and to perish. But if we had been sold for bondservants and bondmaids, I would have held my peace, although the adversary could not have compensated for the king's loss. 7:5 Then King Ahasuerus said to Esther the queen, "Who is he, and where is he who dared presume in his heart to do so?" 7:6 Esther said, "An adversary and an enemy, even this wicked Haman." Then Haman was afraid before the king and the queen. 7:7 The king arose in his wrath from the banquet of wine and went into the palace garden. Haman stood up to make request for his life to Esther the queen, for he saw that there was evil determined against him by the king. 7:8 Then the king returned out of the palace garden into the place of the banquet of wine, and Haman had fallen on the couch where Esther was. Then the king said, "Will he even assault the queen in front of me in the house?" As the word went out of the king's mouth, they covered Haman's face. 7:9 Then Harbana, one of the eunuchs who were with the king, said, "Behold, the gallows 50 cubits high, which Haman has made for Mordecai, who spoke good for the king, is standing at Haman's house." The king said, "Hang him on it." 7:10 So they hanged Haman on the gallows that he had prepared for Mordecai. Then was the king's wrath pacified. 8:1 On that day, King Ahasuerus gave the house of Haman, the Jews' enemy, to Esther the queen. Mordecai came before the king, for Esther had told what he was to her. 8:2 The king took off his ring, which he had taken from Haman, and gave it to Mordecai. Esther set Mordecai over the house of Haman. 8:3 Esther spoke yet again before the king, and fell down at his feet, and begged him with tears to put away the mischief of Haman the Agagite, and his device that he had devised against the Jews. 8:4 Then the king held out to Esther the golden scepter. So Esther arose and stood before the king. 8:5 She said, "If it pleases the king, and if I have found favor in his sight, and the things seem right to the king, and I am pleasing in his eyes, let it be written to reverse the letters devised by Haman, the son of Hammedatha the Agagite, which he wrote to destroy the Jews who are in all the king's provinces." 8:6 For how can I endure to see the evil that would come to my people? How can I endure to see the destruction of my relatives? 8:7 Then King Ahasuerus said to Esther the queen and to Mordecai the Jew, "See, I have given Esther the house of Haman, and him they have hanged on the gallows because he laid his hand on the Jews. 8:8 Write also to the Jews, as it pleases you in the king's name, and seal it with the king's ring. For the writing which is written in the king's name, and sealed with the king's ring, may not be reversed by any man." 8:9 Then the king's scribes were called at that time, in the 3rd month Sivan, on the 23rd day of the month. And it was written according to all that Mordecai commanded to the Jews, and to the satraps, and the governors and princes of the provinces which are from India to Ethiopia, 127 provinces, to every province according to its writing, and to every people in their language, and to the Jews in their writing, and in their language. 8:10 He wrote in the name of King Ahasuerus, and sealed it with the king's ring, and sent letters by courier on horseback, riding on royal horses that were bred from swift steeds. 8:11 In those letters, the king granted the Jews who were in every city to gather themselves together, and to defend their life, to destroy, to kill, and to cause to perish all the power of the people and province that would assault them, their little ones and women, and to plunder their possessions. 8:12 On one day in all the provinces of King Ahasuerus, on the 13th day of the 12th month, which is the month Adar. 8:13 A copy of the letter, that the decree should be given out in every province, was published to all the peoples, that the Jews should be ready for that day to avenge themselves on their enemies. 8:14 So the couriers who rode on royal horses went out, hastened and pressed on by the king's commandment. The decree was given out in the citadel of Susa. 8:15 Mordecai went out of the presence of the king in royal clothing of blue and white, and with a great crown of gold, and with a robe of fine linen and purple. And the city of Susa shouted and was glad. 8:16 The Jews had light, gladness, joy, and honor. 8:17 In every province and in every city wherever the king's commandment and his decree came, the Jews had gladness, joy, a feast, and a good day. Many from among the peoples of the land became Jews, for the fear of the Jews was fallen on them. 9:1 Now in the 12th month, which is the month Adar, on the 13th day of the month, when the king's commandment and his decree drew near to be put in execution, on the day that the enemies of the Jews hoped to conquer them. But it was turned out the opposite happened, that the Jews conquered those who hated them. 9:2 The Jews gathered themselves together in their cities throughout all the provinces of the king Ahasuerus, to lay hands on those who wanted to harm them. No one could withstand them, because the fear of them had fallen on all the people. 9:3 All the princes of the provinces, the satraps, the governors, and those who did the king's business helped the Jews, because the fear of Mordecai had fallen on them. 9:4 For Mordecai was great in the king's house, and his fame went out throughout all the provinces. For the man Mordecai grew greater and greater. 9:5 The Jews struck all their enemies with the stroke of the sword, and with slaughter and destruction, and did what they wanted to those who hated them. 9:6 In the citadel of Susa, the Jews killed and destroyed 500 men. 9:7 They killed Parshandatha, Dalpon, Espatha. 9:8 Paratha, Adalia, Aridatha. 9:9 Parmeshta, Arisai, Aridai, and Vezatha. 9:10 The 10 sons of Haman, the son of Hamadatha, the Jews' enemy, but they didn't lay their hand on the plunder. 9:11 On that day, the number of those who were slain in the citadel of Susa was brought before the king. 9:12 The king said to Esther the queen, the Jews have slain and destroyed 500 men in the citadel of Susa, including the 10 sons of Haman. What then have they done in the rest of the king's provinces? Now what is your petition? It shall be granted you. What is your further request? It shall be done. 9:13 Then Esther said, if it pleases the king, let it be granted to the Jews who are in Shushan to do tomorrow, also according to this day's decree, and let Haman's 10 sons be hanged on the gallows. 9:14 The king commanded this to be done. A decree was given out in Shushan, and they hanged Haman's 10 sons. 9:15 The Jews who were in Shushan gathered themselves together on the 14th day also of the month Adar, and killed 300 men in Shushan, but they didn't lay their hand on the spoil. 9:16 The other Jews who were in the king's provinces gathered themselves together, defended their lives, had rest from their enemies, and killed 75,000 of those who hated them, but they didn't lay their hand on the plunder. 9:17 This was done on the 13th day of the month Adar, and on the 14th day of that month they rested, and made it a day of feasting and gladness. 9:18 But the Jews who were in Shushan assembled together on the 13th and on the 14th days of the month, and on the 15th day of that month they rested, and made it a day of feasting and gladness. 9:19 Therefore the Jews of the villages, who live in the unwalled towns, make the 14th day of the month Adar a day of gladness and feasting, a good day, and a day of sending presents of food to one another. 9:20 Mordecai wrote these things, and sent letters to all the Jews who were in all the provinces of the king Ahasuerus, both near and far. 9:21 To enjoin them that they should keep the 14th and 15th days of the month Adar yearly. 9:22 As the days in which the Jews had rest from their enemies, and the month which was turned to them from sorrow to gladness, and from mourning into a good day, that they should make them days of feasting and gladness, and of sending presents of food to one another and gifts to the needy. 9:23 The Jews accepted the custom that they had begun, as Mordecai had written to them. 9:24 Because Haman the son of Hamadatha, the Agagite, the enemy of all the Jews, had plotted against the Jews to destroy them, and had cast that is the lot, to consume them, and to destroy them. 9:25 But when this became known to the king, he commanded by letters that his wicked device, which he had devised against the Jews, should return on his own head, and that he and his sons should be hanged on the gallows. 9:26 Therefore they called these days Purim, from the word pur. Therefore, because of all the words of this letter, and of that which they had seen concerning this matter, and that which had come to them, 9:27 The Jews established and imposed on themselves, and on their descendants, and on all those who joined themselves to them, so that it should not fail that they would keep these 2 days according to what was written, and according to its appointed time, every year. 9:28 And that these days should be remembered and kept throughout every generation, every family, every province, and every city, and that these days of Purim should not fail from among the Jews, nor the memory of them perish from their seed. 9:29 Then Esther the queen, the daughter of Abihail, and Mordecai the Jew, wrote with all authority to confirm this second letter of Purim. 9:30 He sent letters to all the Jews, to the 127 provinces of the kingdom of Ahasuerus, with words of peace and truth. 931 to confirm these days of Purim in their appointed times, as Mordecai the Jew and Esther the queen had decreed, and as they had imposed upon themselves and their descendants, in the matter of the fastings and their cry. 932 The commandment of Esther confirmed these matters of Purim, and it was written in the book. 10:1 King Ahasuerus laid a tribute on the land, and on the islands of the sea. 10:2 All the acts of his power and of his might, and the full account of the greatness of Mordecai, to which the king advanced him, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Media and Persia? 10:3 For Mordecai the Jew was next to King Ahasuerus, and great among the Jews, and accepted by the multitude of his brothers, seeking the good of his people, and speaking peace to all his descendants. Notes. Job. 1:1 There was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job. That man was blameless and upright, and one who feared God and turned away from evil. 1:2 There were born to him 7 sons and 3 daughters. 1:3 His possessions also were 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels, 500 yoke of oxen, 500 female donkeys, and a very great household. So that this man was the greatest of all the children of the East. 1:4 His sons went and held a feast in the house of each one on his birthday, and they sent and called for their 3 sisters to eat and to drink with them. 1:5 It was so, when the days of their feasting had run their course, that Job sent and sanctified them, and rose up early in the morning, and offered burnt offerings according to the number of them all. For Job said, It may be that my sons have sinned and renounced God in their hearts. Job did so continually. 1:6 Now it happened on the day when the God's sons came to present themselves before Yahweh, that Satan also came among them. 1:7 Yahweh said to Satan, Where have you come from? Then Satan answered Yahweh and said, From going back and forth in the earth, and from walking up and down in it. 1:8 Yahweh said to Satan, Have you considered my servant Job? For there is none like him in the earth, a blameless and an upright man, one who fears God and turns away from evil. 1:9 Then Satan answered Yahweh and said, Does Job fear God for nothing? 1:10 Haven't you made a hedge around him, and around his house, and around all that he has on every side? You have blessed the work of his hands, and his substance is increased in the land. 1:11 But put forth your hand now, and touch all that he has, and he will renounce you to your face. 1:12 Yahweh said to Satan, Behold, all that he has is in your power. Only on himself don't put forth your hand. So Satan went forth from the presence of Yahweh. 1:13 It fell on a day when his sons and his daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. 1:14 That there came a messenger to Job, and said, The oxen were plowing, and the donkeys feeding beside them. 1:15 And the Sabeans attacked and took them away. Yes, they have killed the servants with the edge of the sword, and I alone have escaped to tell you. 1:16 While he was still speaking, there also came another and said, The fire of God has fallen from the sky, and has burned up the sheep and the servants, and consumed them, and I alone have escaped to tell you. 1:17 While he was still speaking, there came also another and said, The Chaldeans made 3 bands and swept down on the camels, and have taken them away, yes, and killed the servants with the edge of the sword, and I alone have escaped to tell you. 1:18 While he was still speaking, there came also another and said, Your sons and your daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. 1:19 And behold, there came a great wind from the wilderness, and struck the 4 corners of the house, and it fell on the young men, and they are dead. I alone have escaped to tell you. 1:20 Then Job arose, and tore his robe, and shaved his head, and fell down on the ground, and worshipped. 1:21 He said, Naked I came out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return there. Yahweh gave, and Yahweh has taken away. Blessed be the name of Yahweh. 1:22 In all this, Job did not sin, nor charge God with wrongdoing. 2:1 Again, it happened on the day when the God's sons came to present themselves before Yahweh, that Satan came also among them to present himself before Yahweh. 2:2 Yahweh said to Satan, Where have you come from? Satan answered Yahweh and said, From going back and forth in the earth, and from walking up and down in it. 2:3 Yahweh said to Satan, Have you considered my servant Job? For there is none like him in the earth, a blameless and an upright man, one who fears God and turns away from evil. He still maintains his integrity, although you incited me against him, to ruin him without cause. 2:4 Satan answered Yahweh and said, Skin for skin. Yes, all that a man has he will give for his life. 2:5 But put forth your hand now, and touch his bone and his flesh, and he will renounce you to your face. 2:6 Yahweh said to Satan, Behold, he is in your hand, only spare his life. 2:7 So Satan went forth from the presence of Yahweh, and struck Job with painful sores from the sole of his foot to his head. 2:8 He took for himself a potsherd to scrape himself with, and he sat among the ashes. 2:9 Then his wife said to him, Do you still maintain your integrity? Renounce God and die. 2:10 But he said to her, You speak as one of the foolish women would speak. What? Shall we receive good at the hand of God, and shall we not receive evil? In all this Job didn't sin with his lips. 2:11 Now when Job's 3 friends heard of all this evil that had come on him, they each came from his own place. Eliphaz the Temanite, Bildad the Shuhite, and Zophar the Naamathite, and they made an appointment together to come to sympathize with him and to comfort him. 2:12 When they lifted up their eyes from a distance, and didn't recognize him, they raised their voices and wept, and they each tore his robe and sprinkled dust on their heads toward the sky. 2:13 So they sat down with him on the ground 7 days and 7 nights, and none spoke a word to him, for they saw that his grief was very great. 3:1 After this Job opened his mouth, and cursed the day of his birth. 3:2 Job answered. 3:3 Let the day perish in which I was born. The night which said, There is a boy conceived. 3:4 Let that day be darkness. Don't let God from above seek for it, neither let the light shine on it. 3:5 Let darkness and the shadow of death claim it for their own. Let a cloud dwell on it. Let all that makes black the day terrify it. 3:6 As for that night, let thick darkness seize on it. Let it not rejoice among the days of the year. Let it not come into the number of the months. 3:7 Behold, let that night be barren. Let no joyful voice come therein. 3:8 Let them curse it who curse the day, who are ready to rouse up Leviathan. 3:9 Let the stars of its twilight be dark. Let it look for light but have none. Neither let it see the eyelids of the morning. 3:10 Because it didn't shut up the doors of my mother's womb, nor did it hide trouble from my eyes. 3:11 Why didn't I die from the womb? Why didn't I give up the spirit when my mother bore me? 3:12 Why did the knees receive me? Or why the breast that I should suck? 3:13 For now should I have lain down and been quiet. I should have slept, then I would have been at rest. 3:14 With kings and counselors of the earth, who built up waste places for themselves. 3:15 Or with princes who had gold, who filled their houses with silver. 3:16 Or as a hidden untimely birth I had not been, as infants who never saw light. 3:17 There the wicked cease from troubling, there the weary are at rest. 3:18 There the prisoners are at ease together, they don't hear the voice of the taskmaster. 3:19 The small and the great are there, the servant is free from his master. 3:20 Why is light given to him who is in misery? Life to the bitter in soul. 3:21 Who long for death but it doesn't come, and dig for it more than for hidden treasures. 3:22 Who rejoice exceedingly, and are glad when they can find the grave. 3:23 Why is light given to a man whose way is hid, whom God has hedged in? 3:24 For my sighing comes before I eat, my groanings are poured out like water. 3:25 For the thing which I fear comes on me, that which I am afraid of comes to me. 3:26 I am not at ease, neither am I quiet, neither have I rest, but trouble comes. 4:1 Then Eliphaz the Temanite answered. 4:2 If someone ventures to talk with you, will you be grieved? But who can withhold himself from speaking? 4:3 Behold, you have instructed many, you have strengthened the weak hands. 4:4 Your words have supported him who is falling, you have made firm the feeble knees. 4:5 But now it has come to you, and you faint. It touches you, and you are troubled. 4:6 Isn't your piety your confidence? Isn't the integrity of your ways your hope? 4:7 Remember now, whoever perished being innocent. Or where were the upright cut off? 4:8 According to what I have seen, those who plow iniquity, and sow trouble, reap the same. 4:9 By the breath of God they perish, by the blast of his anger are they consumed. 4:10 The roaring of the lion, and the voice of the fierce lion. The teeth of the young lions are broken. 4:11 The old lion perishes for lack of prey, The cubs of the lioness are scattered abroad. 4:12 Now a thing was secretly brought to me. My ear received a whisper of it. 4:13 In thoughts from the visions of the night. When deep sleep falls on men. 4:14 Fear came on me, and trembling, which made all my bones shake. 4:15 Then a spirit passed before my face. The hair of my flesh stood up. 4:16 It stood still, but I couldn't discern its appearance. A form was before my eyes. Silence, then I heard a voice saying, 4:17 Shall mortal man be more just than God? Shall a man be more pure than his Maker? 4:18 Behold, he puts no trust in his servants. He charges his angels with error. 4:19 How much more, those who dwell in houses of clay, whose foundation is in the dust, who are crushed before the moths. 4:20 Between morning and evening they are destroyed. They perish forever without any regarding it. 4:21 Isn't their tent cord plucked up within them? They die, and that without wisdom. 5:1 Call now, is there any who will answer you? To which of the holy ones will you turn? 5:2 For resentment kills the foolish man, and jealousy kills the simple. 5:3 I have seen the foolish taking root, but suddenly I cursed his habitation. 5:4 His children are far from safety. They are crushed in the gate. Neither is there any to deliver them. 5:5 Whose harvest the hungry eats up, and take it even out of the thorns. The snare gapes for their substance. 5:6 For affliction doesn't come forth from the dust, neither does trouble spring out of the ground. 5:7 But man is born to trouble, as the sparks fly upward. 5:8 But as for me, I would seek God. I would commit my cause to God. 5:9 Who does great things that can't be fathomed, marvelous things without number. 5:10 Who gives rain on the earth, and sends waters on the fields. 5:11 So that he sets up on high those who are low. Those who mourn are exalted to safety. 5:12 He frustrates the devices of the crafty, so that their hands can't perform their enterprise. 5:13 He takes the wise in their own craftiness. The counsel of the cunning is carried headlong. 5:14 They meet with darkness in the daytime, and grope at noonday as in the night. 5:15 But he saves from the sword of their mouth, even the needy from the hand of the mighty. 5:16 So the poor has hope, and injustice shuts her mouth. 5:17 Behold, happy is the man whom God corrects. Therefore do not despise the chastening of the Almighty. 5:18 For he wounds and binds up. He injures and his hands make whole. 5:19 He will deliver you in 6 troubles. Yes, in 7 there shall no evil touch you. 5:20 In famine he will redeem you from death, in war from the power of the sword. 5:21 You shall be hidden from the scourge of the tongue, neither shall you be afraid of destruction when it comes. 5:22 At destruction and famine you shall laugh, neither shall you be afraid of the animals of the earth. 5:23 For you shall be in league with the stones of the field. The animals of the field shall be at peace with you. 5:24 You shall know that your tent is in peace. You shall visit your fold and shall miss nothing. 5:25 You shall know also that your seed shall be great, your offspring as the grass of the earth. 5:26 You shall come to your grave in a full age, like a shock of grain comes in its season. 5:27 Look this, we have searched it, so it is. Hear it and know it for your good. 6:1 Then Job answered. 6:2 Oh, that my anguish were weighed, and all my calamity laid in the balances. 6:3 For now it would be heavier than the sand of the seas. Therefore have my words been rash. 6:4 For the arrows of the Almighty are within me. My spirit drinks up their poison. The terrors of God set themselves in array against me. 6:5 Does the wild donkey bray when he has grass? Or does the ox low over his fodder? 6:6 Can that which has no flavor be eaten without salt? Or is there any taste in the white of an egg? 6-7, my soul refuses to touch them. They are as loathsome food to me. 6-8, oh, that I might have my request. That God would grant this thing that I long for. 6-9, even that it would please God to crush me. That he would let loose his hand and cut me off. 6-10, be it still my consolation. Yes, let me exult in pain that doesn't spare. That I have not denied the words of the Holy One. 6-11, what is my strength that I should wait? What is my end that I should be patient? 6-12, is my strength the strength of stones? Or is my flesh of brass? 6-13, isn't it that I have no help in me? That wisdom is driven quite from me. 6-14, to him who is ready to faint, kindness should be shown from his friend. Even to him who forsakes the fear of the Almighty. 6-15, my brothers have dealt deceitfully as a brook. As the channel of brooks that pass away. 6-16, which are black by reason of the ice. In which the snow hides itself. 6-17, in the dry season they vanish. When it is hot, they are consumed out of their place. 6-18, the caravans that travel beside them turn aside. They go up into the waste and perish. 6-19, the caravans of Tema looked. The companies of Sheba waited for them. 6-20, they were distressed because they were confident. They came there and were confounded. 6-21, for now you are nothing. You see a terror and are afraid. 6-22, did I say, give to me? Or, offer a present for me from your substance? 6-23, or, deliver me from the adversary's hand? Or, redeem me from the hand of the oppressors? 6-24, teach me, and I will hold my peace. Cause me to understand wherein I have erred. 6-25, how forcible are words of uprightness. But your reproof, what does it reprove? 6-26, do you intend to reprove words? Seeing that the speeches of one who is desperate are as wind. 6-27, yes, you would even cast lots for the fatherless. And make merchandise of your friend. 6-28, now therefore be pleased to look at me. For surely I shall not lie to your face. 6-29, please return. Let there be no injustice. Yes, return again. My cause is righteous. 6-30, is there injustice on my tongue? Can't my taste discern mischievous things? 7-1, isn't a man forced to labor on earth? Aren't his days like the days of a hired hand? 7-2, as a servant who earnestly desires the shadow. As a hireling who looks for his wages. 7-3, so am I made to possess months of misery. Wearisome nights are appointed to me. 7-4, when I lie down, I say, when shall I arise and the night be gone? I toss and turn until the dawning of the day. 7-5, my flesh is clothed with worms and clods of dust. My skin closes up and breaks out afresh. 7-6, my days are swifter than a weaver's shuttle, and are spent without hope. 7-7, oh, remember that my life is a breath. My eyes shall no more see good. 7-8, the eye of him who sees me shall see me no more. Your eyes shall be on me, but I shall not be. 7-9, as the cloud is consumed and vanishes away. So he who goes down to Sheol shall come up no more. 7-10, he shall return no more to his house. Neither shall his place know him any more. 7-11, therefore I will not keep silent. I will speak in the anguish of my spirit. I will complain in the bitterness of my soul. 7-12, am I a sea or a sea monster? That you put a guard over me. 7-13, when I say, my bed shall comfort me. My couch shall ease my complaint. 7-14, then you scare me with dreams. And terrify me through visions. 7-15, so that my soul chooses strangling. Death rather than my bones. 7-16, I loathe my life. I don't want to live forever. Leave me alone, for my days are but a breath. 7-17, what is man, that you should magnify him? That you should set your mind on him. 7-18, that you should visit him every morning. And test him every moment. 7-19, how long will you not look away from me? Nor leave me alone until I swallow down my spittle. 7:20 If I have sinned, what do I do to you, you watcher of men? Why have you set me as a mark for you? So that I am a burden to myself. 7:21 Why do you not pardon my disobedience, and take away my iniquity? For now shall I lie down in the dust. You will seek me diligently, but I shall not be. 8:1 Then Bildad the Shuhite answered. 8:2 How long will you speak these things? Shall the words of your mouth be a mighty wind? 8:3 Does God pervert justice? Or does the Almighty pervert righteousness? 8:4 If your children have sinned against him, he has delivered them into the hand of their disobedience. 8:5 If you want to seek God diligently, make your supplication to the Almighty. 8:6 If you were pure and upright, surely now he would awaken for you, and make the habitation of your righteousness prosperous. 8:7 Though your beginning was small, yet your latter end would greatly increase. 8:8 Please inquire of past generations. Find out about the learning of their fathers. 8:9 For we are but of yesterday and know nothing, because our days on earth are a shadow. 8:10 Shall they not teach you, tell you, and utter words out of their heart? 8:11 Can the papyrus grow up without mire? Can the rushes grow without water? 8:12 While it is yet in its greenness, not cut down, it withers before any other reed. 8:13 So are the paths of all who forget God. The hope of the godless man shall perish. 8:14 Whose confidence shall break apart, whose trust is a spider's web. 8:15 He shall lean on his house, but it shall not stand. He shall cling to it, but it shall not endure. 8:16 He is green before the sun. His shoots go forth over his garden. 8:17 His roots are wrapped around the rock pile. He sees the place of stones. 8:18 If he is destroyed from his place, then it shall deny him, saying, I have not seen you. 8:19 Behold, this is the joy of his way. Out of the earth others shall spring. 8:20 Behold, God will not cast away a blameless man, neither will he uphold the evildoers. 8:21 He will still fill your mouth with laughter, your lips with shouting. 8:22 Those who hate you shall be clothed with shame. The tent of the wicked shall be no more. 9:1 Then Job answered. 9:2 Truly I know that it is so. But how can man be just with God? 9:3 If he is pleased to contend with him, he can't answer him one time in 1,000. 9:4 God who is wise in heart and mighty in strength, who has hardened himself against him and prospered. 9:5 He removes the mountains, and they don't know it, when he overturns them in his anger. 9:6 He shakes the earth out of its place. Its pillars tremble. 9:7 He commands the sun, and it doesn't rise, and seals up the stars. 9:8 He alone stretches out the heavens, and treads on the waves of the sea. 9:9 He makes the Bear, Orion, and the Pleiades, and the chambers of the south. 9:10 He does great things past finding out. Yes, marvelous things without number. 9:11 Behold, he goes by me, and I don't see him. He passes on also, but I don't perceive him. 9:12 Behold, he snatches away. Who can hinder him? Who will ask him, What are you doing? 9:13 God will not withdraw his anger. The helpers of Rahab stoop under him. 9:14 How much less shall I answer him, and choose my words to argue with him? 9:15 Though I were righteous, yet I wouldn't answer him. I would make supplication to my judge. 9:16 If I had called, and he had answered me, yet I wouldn't believe that he listened to my voice. 9:17 For he breaks me with a storm, and multiplies my wounds without cause. 9:18 He will not allow me to catch my breath, but fills me with bitterness. 9:19 If it is a matter of strength, behold, he is mighty. If of justice, who, says he, will summon me? 9:20 Though I am righteous, my own mouth shall condemn me. Though I am blameless, it shall prove me perverse. 9:21 I am blameless. I don't regard myself. I despise my life. 9:22 It is all the same. Therefore I say he destroys the blameless and the wicked. 9:23 If the scourge kills suddenly, he will mock at the trial of the innocent. 9:24 The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covers the faces of its judges. If not he, then who is it? 9:25 Now my days are swifter than a runner. They flee away, they see no good. 9:26 They have passed away as the swift ships, as the eagle that swoops on the prey. 9:27 If I say, I will forget my complaint, I will put off my sad face and cheer up. 9:28 I am afraid of all my sorrows. I know that you will not hold me innocent. 9:29 I shall be condemned. Why then do I labor in vain? 9:30 If I wash myself with snow, and cleanse my hands with lye. 9:31 Yet you will plunge me in the ditch. My own clothes shall abhor me. 9:32 For he is not a man, as I am, that I should answer him, that we should come together in judgment. 9:33 There is no umpire between us, that might lay his hand on us both. 9:34 Let him take his rod away from me. Let his terror not make me afraid. 9:35 Then I would speak, and not fear him, for I am not so in myself. 10:1 My soul is weary of my life. I will give free course to my complaint. I will speak in the bitterness of my soul. 10:2 I will tell God, do not condemn me. Show me why you contend with me. 10:3 Is it good to you that you should oppress, that you should despise the work of your hands, and smile on the counsel of the wicked? 10:4 Do you have eyes of flesh, or do you see as man sees? 10:5 Are your days as the days of mortals, or your years as man's years? 10:6 That you inquire after my iniquity, and search after my sin. 10:7 Although you know that I am not wicked, there is no one who can deliver out of your hand. 10:8 Your hands have framed me and fashioned me altogether, yet you destroy me. 10:9 Remember, I beg you, that you have fashioned me as clay. Will you bring me into dust again? 10:10 Haven't you poured me out like milk, and curdled me like cheese? 10:11 You have clothed me with skin and flesh, and knit me together with bones and sinews. 10:12 You have granted me life and loving kindness. Your visitation has preserved my spirit. 10:13 Yet you hid these things in your heart. I know that this is with you. 10:14 If I sin, then you mark me. You will not acquit me from my iniquity. 10:15 If I am wicked, woe to me. If I am righteous, I still shall not lift up my head, being filled with disgrace, and conscious of my affliction. 10:16 If my head is held high, you hunt me like a lion. Again, you show yourself powerful to me. 10:17 You renew your witnesses against me, and increase your indignation on me. Changes and warfare are with me. 10:18 Why then have you brought me forth out of the womb? I wish I had given up the spirit, and no eye had seen me. 10:19 I should have been as though I had not been. I should have been carried from the womb to the grave. 10:20 Aren't my days few? Cease then. Leave me alone, that I may find a little comfort. 10:21 Before I go where I shall not return from, to the land of darkness and of the shadow of death. 10:22 The land dark as midnight, of the shadow of death, without any order, where the light is as midnight. 11:1 Then Zophar, the Naamathite, answered. 11:2 Shouldn't the multitude of words be answered? Should a man full of talk be justified? 11:3 Should your boastings make men hold their peace? When you mock, shall no man make you ashamed? 11:4 For you say, my doctrine is pure, I am clean in your eyes. 11:5 But oh, that God would speak, and open his lips against you. 11:6 That he would show you the secrets of wisdom. For true wisdom has two sides. Know therefore that God exacts of you less than your iniquity deserves. 11:7 Can you fathom the mystery of God? Or can you probe the limits of the Almighty? 11:8 They are high as heaven, what can you do? They are deeper than Sheol, what can you know? 11:9 Its measure is longer than the earth, and broader than the sea. 11:10 If he passes by or confines, or convenes a court, then who can oppose him? 11:11 For he knows false men. He sees iniquity also, even though he doesn't consider it. 11:12 An empty-headed man becomes wise, when a man is born as a wild donkey's colt. 11:13 If you set your heart aright, stretch out your hands toward him. 11:14 If iniquity is in your hand, put it far away. Don't let unrighteousness dwell in your tents. 11:15 Surely, then you shall lift up your face without spot. Yes, you shall be steadfast and shall not fear. 11:16 For you shall forget your misery. You shall remember it as waters that are passed away. 11:17 Life shall be clearer than the noonday. Though there is darkness, it shall be as the morning. 11:18 You shall be secure because there is hope. Yes, you shall search, and shall take your rest in safety. 11:19 Also you shall lie down, and none shall make you afraid. Yes, many shall court your favor. 11:20 But the eyes of the wicked shall fail. They shall have no way to flee. Their hope shall be the giving up of the spirit. 12:1 Then Job answered. 12:2 No doubt, but you are the people, and wisdom shall die with you. 12:3 But I have understanding as well as you. I am not inferior to you. Yes, who doesn't know such things as these? 12:4 I am like one who is a joke to his neighbor. I who called on God and he answered. The just, the blameless man is a joke. 12:5 In the thought of him who is at ease there is contempt for misfortune. It is ready for them whose foot slips. 12:6 The tents of robbers prosper. Those who provoke God are secure, who carry their God in their hands. 12:7 But ask the animals now, and they shall teach you. The birds of the sky, and they shall tell you. 12:8 Or speak to the earth, and it shall teach you. The fish of the sea shall declare to you. 12:9 Who doesn't know that in all these? The hand of Yahweh has done this. 12:10 In whose hand is the life of every living thing, and the breath of all mankind. 12:11 Doesn't the ear try words, even as the palate tastes its food? 12:12 With aged men is wisdom, in length of days understanding. 12:13 With God is wisdom and might. He has counsel and understanding. 12:14 Behold, he breaks down, and it can't be built again. He imprisons a man, and there can be no release. 12:15 Behold, he withholds the waters, and they dry up. Again, he sends them out, and they overturn the earth. 12:16 With him is strength and wisdom. The deceived and the deceiver are his. 12:17 He leads counselors away stripped. He makes judges fools. 12:18 He loosens the bond of kings. He binds their waist with a belt. 12:19 He leads priests away stripped, and overthrows the mighty. 12:20 He removes the speech of those who are trusted, and takes away the understanding of the elders. 12:21 He pours contempt on princes, and loosens the belt of the strong. 12:22 He uncovers deep things out of darkness, and brings out to light the shadow of death. 12:23 He increases the nations, and he destroys them. He enlarges the nations, and he leads them captive. 12:24 He takes away understanding from the chiefs of the people of the earth, and causes them to wander in a wilderness where there is no way. 12:25 They grope in the dark without light. He makes them stagger like a drunken man. 13:1 Behold, my eye has seen all this. My ear has heard and understood it. 13:2 What you know, I know also. I am not inferior to you. 13:3 Surely I would speak to the Almighty. I desire to reason with God. 13:4 But you are forgers of lies. You are all physicians of no value. 13.5 Oh, that you would be completely silent. Then you would be wise. 13.6 Hear now my reasoning. Listen to the pleadings of my lips. 13.7 Will you speak unrighteously for God? And talk deceitfully for him? 13.8 Will you show partiality to him? Will you contend for God? 13.9 Is it good that he should search you out? Or as one deceives a man, will you deceive him? 13.10 He will surely reprove you, if you secretly show partiality. 13.11 Shall not his majesty make you afraid, and his dread fall on you? 13.12 Your memorable sayings are proverbs of ashes. Your defenses are defenses of clay. 13.13 Be silent, leave me alone that I may speak. Let come on me what will. 13.14 Why should I take my flesh in my teeth, and put my life in my hand? 13.15 Behold, he will kill me. I have no hope. Nevertheless, I will maintain my ways before him. 13.16 This also shall be my salvation, that a godless man shall not come before him. 13.17 Hear diligently my speech. Let my declaration be in your ears. 13.18 See now, I have set my cause in order. I know that I am righteous. 13.19 Who is he who will contend with me? For then would I hold my peace and give up the spirit. 13.20 Only don't do two things to me. Then I will not hide myself from your face. 13.21 Withdraw your hand far from me, and don't let your terror make me afraid. 13.22 Then call, and I will answer. Or let me speak, and you answer me. 13.23 How many are my iniquities and sins? Make me know my disobedience and my sin. 13.24 Why hide your face, and hold me for your enemy? 13.25 Will you harass a driven leaf? Will you pursue the dry stubble? 13.26 For you write bitter things against me, and make me inherit the iniquities of my youth. 13.27 You also put my feet in the stocks, and mark all my paths. You set a bound to the soles of my feet. 13.28 Though I am decaying like a rotten thing, like a garment that is moth-eaten. 14.1 Man who is born of a woman is of few days and full of trouble. 14.2 He comes forth like a flower and is cut down. He also flees like a shadow and doesn't continue. 14.3 Do you open your eyes on such a one, and bring me into judgment with you? 14.4 Who can bring a clean thing out of an unclean? Not one. 14.5 Seeing his days are determined, the number of his months is with you, and you have appointed his bounds that he can't pass. 14.6 Look away from him, that he may rest, until he shall accomplish, as a hireling, his day. 14.7 For there is hope for a tree, if it is cut down, that it will sprout again, that the tender branch of it will not cease. 14.8 Though its root grows old in the earth, and its stalk dies in the ground. 14.9 Yet through the scent of water it will bud, and put forth boughs like a plant. 14.10 But man dies and is laid low. Yes, man gives up the spirit, and where is he? 14.11 As the waters fail from the sea, and the river wastes and dries up. 14.12 So man lies down and doesn't rise. Until the heavens are no more, they shall not awake, nor be roused out of their sleep. 14.13 Oh, that you would hide me in Sheol, that you would keep me secret until your wrath is past, that you would appoint me a set time and remember me. 14.14 If a man dies, shall he live again? All the days of my warfare would I wait, until my release should come. 14.15 You would call, and I would answer you. You would have a desire to the work of your hands. 14.16 But now you number my steps. Don't you watch over my sin? 14.17 My disobedience is sealed up in a bag. You fasten up my iniquity. 14.18 But the mountain falling comes to nothing. The rock is removed out of its place. 14.19 The waters wear the stones. The torrents of it wash away the dust of the earth. So you destroy the hope of man. 1420, you forever prevail against him, and he departs. You change his face and send him away. 1421, his sons come to honor, and he doesn't know it. They are brought low, but he doesn't perceive it of them. 1422, but his flesh on him has pain, and his soul within him mourns. 15:1, then Eliphaz the Temanite answered. 15:2, should a wise man answer with vain knowledge, and fill himself with the east wind? 15:3, should he reason with unprofitable talk, or with speeches with which he can do no good? 15:4, yes, you do away with fear, and hinder devotion before God. 15:5, for your iniquity teaches your mouth, and you choose the language of the crafty. 15:6, your own mouth condemns you, and not one. Yes, your own lips testify against you. 15:7, are you the first man who was born? Or were you brought forth before the hills? 15:8, have you heard the secret counsel of God? Do you limit wisdom to yourself? 15:9, what do you know that we don't know? What do you understand which is not in us? 15:10, with us are both the gray-headed and the very aged men, much elder than your father. 15:11, are the consolations of God too small for you? Even the word that is gentle toward you. 15:12, why does your heart carry you away? Why do your eyes flash? 15:13, that you turn your spirit against God, and let such words go out of your mouth. 15:14, what is man, that he should be clean? What is he who is born of a woman, that he should be righteous? 15:15, behold, he puts no trust in his holy ones. Yes, the heavens are not clean in his sight. 15:16, how much less one who is abominable and corrupt, a man who drinks iniquity like water. 15:17, I will show you, listen to me. That which I have seen I will declare. 15:18, which wise men have told by their fathers, and have not hidden it. 15:19, to whom alone the land was given, and no stranger passed among them. 15:20, the wicked man writhes in pain all his days, even the number of years that are laid up for the oppressor. 15:21, a sound of terrors is in his ears. In prosperity, the destroyer shall come on him. 15:22, he doesn't believe that he shall return out of darkness. He is waited for by the sword. 15:23, he wanders abroad for bread, saying, where is it? He knows that the day of darkness is ready at his hand. 15:24, distress and anguish make him afraid. They prevail against him, as a king ready to the battle. 15:25, because he has stretched out his hand against God, and behaves himself proudly against the Almighty. 15:26, he runs at him with a stiff neck, with the thick shields of his bucklers. 15:27, because he has covered his face with his fatness, and gathered fat on his thighs. 15:28, he has lived in desolate cities, in houses which no one inhabited, which were ready to become heaps. 15:29, he shall not be rich, neither shall his substance continue, neither shall their possessions be extended on the earth. 15:30, he shall not depart out of darkness. The flame shall dry up his branches. By the breath of God's mouth shall he go away. 15:31, let him not trust in emptiness, deceiving himself, for emptiness shall be his reward. 15:32, it shall be accomplished before his time. His branch shall not be green. 15:33, he shall shake off his unripe grape as the vine, and shall cast off his flower as the olive tree. 15:34, for the company of the godless shall be barren, and fire shall consume the tents of bribery. 15:35, they conceive mischief, and bring forth iniquity. Their heart prepares deceit. 16:1, then Job answered. 16:2, I have heard many such things. You are all miserable comforters. 16:3, shall vain words have an end? Or what provokes you that you answer? 16:4, I also could speak as you do. If your soul were in my soul's place, I could join words together against you, and shake my head at you. 16:5 But I would strengthen you with my mouth. The solace of my lips would relieve you. 16:6 Though I speak, my grief is not subsided. Though I forbear, what am I eased? 16:7 But now, God, you have surely worn me out. You have made desolate all my company. 16:8 You have shriveled me up. This is a witness against me. My leanness rises up against me. It testifies to my face. 16:9 He has torn me in his wrath and persecuted me. He has gnashed on me with his teeth. My adversary sharpens his eyes on me. 16:10 They have gaped on me with their mouth. They have struck me on the cheek reproachfully. They gather themselves together against me. 16:11 God delivers me to the ungodly and casts me into the hands of the wicked. 16:12 I was at ease, and he broke me apart. Yes, he has taken me by the neck and dashed me to pieces. He has also set me up for his target. 16:13 His archers surround me. He splits my kidneys apart and does not spare. He pours out my gall on the ground. 16:14 He breaks me with breach on breach. He runs on me like a giant. 16:15 I have sewed sackcloth on my skin and have thrust my horn in the dust. 16:16 My face is red with weeping. Deep darkness is on my eyelids. 16:17 Although there is no violence in my hands, and my prayer is pure. 16:18 Earth, don't cover my blood. Let my cry have no place to rest. 16:19 Even now, behold, my witness is in heaven. He who vouches for me is on high. 16:20 My friends scoff at me. My eyes pour out tears to God. 16:21 That he would maintain the right of a man with God, of a son of man with his neighbor. 16:22 For when a few years are come, I shall go the way from whence I shall not return. 17:1 My spirit is consumed. My days are extinct, and the grave is ready for me. 17:2 Surely there are mockers with me. My eye dwells on their provocation. 17:3 Now give a pledge, be collateral for me with yourself. Who is there who will strike hands with me? 17:4 For you have hidden their heart from understanding. Therefore you shall not exalt them. 17:5 He who denounces his friends for a prey, even the eyes of his children shall fail. 17:6 But he has made me a byword of the people. They spit in my face. 17:7 My eye also is dim by reason of sorrow. All my members are as a shadow. 17:8 Upright men shall be astonished at this. The innocent shall stir up himself against the godless. 17:9 Yet shall the righteous hold on his way. He who has clean hands shall grow stronger and stronger. 17:10 But as for you all, come on now again. I shall not find a wise man among you. 17:11 My days are past, my plans are broken off, as are the thoughts of my heart. 17:12 They change the night into day, saying, the light is near, in the presence of darkness. 17:13 If I look for Sheol as my house, if I have spread my couch in the darkness. 17:14 If I have said to corruption, you are my father, to the worm, my mother and my sister. 17:15 Where then is my hope? As for my hope, who shall see it? 17:16 Shall it go down with me to the gates of Sheol, or descend together into the dust? 18:1 Then Bildad the Shuhite answered. 18:2 How long will you hunt for words? Consider, and afterwards we will speak. 18:3 Why are we counted as animals, which have become unclean in your sight? 18:4 You who tear yourself in your anger. Shall the earth be forsaken for you? Or shall the rock be removed out of its place? 18:5 Yes, the light of the wicked shall be put out. The spark of his fire shall not shine. 18:6 The light shall be dark in his tent. His lamp above him shall be put out. 18:7 The steps of his strength shall be shortened. His own counsel shall cast him down. 18:8 For he is cast into a net by his own feet. and he wanders into its mesh. 18:9 A snare will take him by the heel. A trap will catch him. 18:10 A noose is hidden for him in the ground. A trap for him in the way. 18:11 Terrors shall make him afraid on every side, and shall chase him at his heels. 18:12 His strength shall be famished. Calamity shall be ready at his side. 18:13 The members of his body shall be devoured. The firstborn of death shall devour his members. 18:14 He shall be rooted out of his tent where he trusts. He shall be brought to the king of terrors. 18:15 There shall dwell in his tent that which is none of his. Sulfur shall be scattered on his habitation. 18:16 His roots shall be dried up beneath. Above shall his branch be cut off. 18:17 His memory shall perish from the earth. He shall have no name in the street. 18:18 He shall be driven from light into darkness, and chased out of the world. 18:19 He shall have neither son nor grandson among his people, nor any remaining where he sojourned. 18:20 Those who come after shall be astonished at his day, as those who went before were frightened. 18:21 Surely such are the dwellings of the unrighteous. This is the place of him who doesn't know God. 19:1 Then Job answered. 19:2 How long will you torment me and crush me with words? 19:3 You have reproached me 10 times. You aren't ashamed that you attack me. 19:4 If it is true that I have erred, my error remains with myself. 19:5 If indeed you will magnify yourselves against me, and plead against me my reproach. 19:6 Know now that God has subverted me, and has surrounded me with his net. 19:7 Behold, I cry out of wrong, but I am not heard. I cry for help, but there is no justice. 19:8 He has walled up my way so that I can't pass, and has set darkness in my paths. 19:9 He has stripped me of my glory, and taken the crown from my head. 19:10 He has broken me down on every side, and I am gone. My hope he has plucked up like a tree. 19:11 He has also kindled his wrath against me. He counts me among his adversaries. 19:12 His troops come on together, build a siege ramp against me, and encamp around my tent. 19:13 He has put my brothers far from me. My acquaintances are wholly estranged from me. 19:14 My relatives have gone away. My familiar friends have forgotten me. 19:15 Those who dwell in my house, and my maids, count me for a stranger. I am an alien in their sight. 19:16 I call to my servant, and he gives me no answer. I beg him with my mouth. 19:17 My breath is offensive to my wife. I am loathsome to the children of my own mother. 19:18 Even young children despise me. If I arise, they speak against me. 19:19 All my familiar friends abhor me. They whom I loved have turned against me. 19:20 My bones stick to my skin and to my flesh. I have escaped by the skin of my teeth. 19:21 Have pity on me, you my friends. For the hand of God has touched me. 19:22 Why do you persecute me as God, and are not satisfied with my flesh? 19:23 Oh, that my words were now written. Oh, that they were inscribed in a book. 19:24 That with an iron pen and lead, they were engraved in the rock forever. 19:25 But as for me, I know that my Redeemer lives. In the end, he will stand upon the earth. 19:26 After my skin is destroyed, then in my flesh shall I see God. 19:27 Whom I, even I, shall see on my side. My eyes shall see, and not as a stranger. My heart is consumed within me. 19:28 If you say, how we will persecute him, because the root of the matter is found in me. 19:29 Be afraid of the sword, for wrath brings the punishments of the sword, that you may know there is a judgment. 21 Then Zophar the Naamathite answered. 22 Therefore do my thoughts give answer to me, even by reason of my haste that is in me. 23. I have heard the reproof which puts me to shame. The spirit of my understanding answers me. 24. Don't you know this from old time? Since man was placed on earth. 25. That the triumphing of the wicked is short. The joy of the godless but for a moment. 26. Though his height mount up to the heavens, and his head reach to the clouds. 27. Yet he shall perish forever like his own dung. Those who have seen him shall say, where is he? 28. He shall fly away as a dream, and shall not be found. Yes, he shall be chased away like a vision of the night. 29. The eye which saw him shall see him no more. Neither shall his place any more see him. 2010. His children shall seek the favor of the poor. His hands shall give back his wealth. 2011. His bones are full of his youth. But youth shall lie down with him in the dust. 2012. Though wickedness is sweet in his mouth, though he hide it under his tongue. 2013. Though he spare it, and will not let it go, but keep it still within his mouth. 2014. Yet his food in his bowels is turned. It is cobra venom within him. 2015. He has swallowed down riches, and he shall vomit them up again. God will cast them out of his belly. 2016. He shall suck cobra venom. The viper's tongue shall kill him. 2017. He shall not look at the rivers, the flowing streams of honey and butter. 2018. That for which he labored he shall restore, and shall not swallow it down. According to the substance that he has gotten, he shall not rejoice. 2019. For he has oppressed and forsaken the poor. He has violently taken away a house, and he shall not build it up. 2020. Because he knew no quietness within him, he shall not save anything of that in which he delights. 2021. There was nothing left that he didn't devour. Therefore his prosperity shall not endure. 2022. In the fullness of his sufficiency, distress shall overtake him. The hand of everyone who is in misery shall come on him. 2023. When he is about to fill his belly, God will cast the fierceness of his wrath on him. It will rain on him while he is eating. 2024. He shall flee from the iron weapon. The bronze arrow shall strike him through. 2025. He draws it forth, and it comes out of his body. Yes, the glittering point comes out of his liver. Terrors are on him. 2026. All darkness is laid up for his treasures. An unfanned fire shall devour him. It shall consume that which is left in his tent. 2027. The heavens shall reveal his iniquity. The earth shall rise up against him. 2028. The increase of his house shall depart. They shall rush away in the day of his wrath. 2029. This is the portion of a wicked man from God, the heritage appointed to him by God. 21:1. Then Job answered. 21:2. Listen diligently to my speech. Let this be your consolation. 21:3. Allow me, and I also will speak. After I have spoken, mock on. 21:4. As for me, is my complaint to man. Why shouldn't I be impatient? 21:5. Look at me, and be astonished. Lay your hand on your mouth. 21:6. When I remember, I am troubled. Horror takes hold of my flesh. 21:7. Why do the wicked live? Become old, yes, and grow mighty in power. 21:8. Their child is established with them in their sight, their offspring before their eyes. 21:9. Their houses are safe from fear, neither is the rod of God upon them. 21:10. Their bulls breed without fail. Their cows calve and don't miscarry. 21:11. They send forth their little ones like a flock. Their children dance. 21:12. They sing to the tambourine and harp, and rejoice at the sound of the pipe. 21:13. They spend their days in prosperity. In an instant they go down to Sheol. 21:14. They tell God, depart from us, for we don't want to know about your ways. 21:15. What is the Almighty that we should serve him? What profit should we have if we pray to him? 21:16. Behold, their prosperity is not in their hand. The counsel of the wicked is far from me. 21:17, how often is it that the lamp of the wicked is put out? That their calamity comes on them. That God distributes sorrows in his anger. 21:18, how often is it that they are as stubble before the wind? As chaff that the storm carries away. 21:19, you say, God lays up his iniquity for his children. Let him recompense it to himself, that he may know it. 21:20, let his own eyes see his destruction. Let him drink of the wrath of the Almighty. 21:21, for what does he care for his house after him, when the number of his months is cut off? 21:22, shall any teach God knowledge, seeing he judges those who are high? 21:23, one dies in his full strength, being wholly at ease and quiet. 21:24, his pails are full of milk. The marrow of his bones is moistened. 21:25, another dies in bitterness of soul, and never tastes of good. 21:26, they lie down alike in the dust. The worm covers them. 21:27, behold, I know your thoughts, the devices with which you would wrong me. 21:28, for you say, where is the house of the prince? Where is the tent in which the wicked lived? 21:29, haven't you asked wayfaring men? Don't you know their evidences? 21:30, that the evil man is reserved to the day of calamity, that they are led forth to the day of wrath. 21:31, who shall declare his way to his face? Who shall repay him what he has done? 21:32, yet he will be borne to the grave. Men shall keep watch over the tomb. 21:33, the clods of the valley shall be sweet to him. All men shall draw after him, as there were innumerable before him. 21:34, so how can you comfort me with nonsense, seeing that in your answers there remains only falsehood? 22:1, then, Eliphaz the Temanite answered. 22:2, can a man be profitable to God? Surely he who is wise is profitable to himself. 22:3, is it any pleasure to the Almighty that you are righteous? Or does it benefit him that you make your ways perfect? 22:4, is it for your piety that he reproves you, that he enters with you into judgment? 22:5, isn't your wickedness great? Neither is there any end to your iniquities. 22:6, for you have taken pledges from your brother for nothing, and stripped the naked of their clothing. 22:7, you haven't given water to the weary to drink, and you have withheld bread from the hungry. 22:8, but as for the mighty man, he had the earth. The honorable man, he lived in it. 22:9, you have sent widows away empty, and the arms of the fatherless have been broken. 22:10, therefore snares are around you. Sudden fear troubles you. 22:11, or darkness, so that you cannot see, and floods of waters cover you. 22:12, isn't God in the heights of heaven? See the height of the stars, how high they are. 22:13, you say, what does God know? Can he judge through the thick darkness? 22:14, thick clouds are a covering to him, so that he doesn't see. He walks on the vault of the sky. 22:15, will you keep the old way, which wicked men have trodden? 22:16, who were snatched away before their time, whose foundation was poured out as a stream. 22:17, who said to God, depart from us. And what can the Almighty do for us? 22:18, yet he filled their houses with good things. But the counsel of the wicked is far from me. 22:19, the righteous see it and are glad. The innocent ridicule them. 22:20, saying, surely those who rose up against us are cut off. The fire has consumed the remnant of them. 22:21, acquaint yourself with him now and be at peace. Thereby good shall come to you. 22:22, please receive instruction from his mouth, and lay up his words in your heart. 22:23, if you return to the Almighty, you shall be built up, if you put away unrighteousness far from your tents. 22:24, lay your treasure in the dust, the gold of Ophir among the stones of the brooks. 22:25 The Almighty will be your treasure, and precious silver to you. 22:26 For then you will delight yourself in the Almighty, and shall lift up your face to God. 22:27 You shall make your prayer to him, and he will hear you. You shall pay your vows. 22:28 You shall also decree a thing, and it shall be established to you. Light shall shine on your ways. 22:29 When they cast down, you shall say, Be lifted up. He will save the humble person. 22:30 He will even deliver him who is not innocent. Yes, he shall be delivered through the cleanness of your hands. 23:1 Then Job answered. 23:2 Even today my complaint is rebellious. His hand is heavy in spite of my groaning. 23:3 Oh, that I knew where I might find him, that I might come even to his seat. 23:4 I would set my cause in order before him, and fill my mouth with arguments. 23:5 I would know the words which he would answer me, and understand what he would tell me. 23:6 Would he contend with me in the greatness of his power? No, but he would listen to me. 23:7 There the upright might reason with him, so I should be delivered forever from my judge. 23:8 If I go east, he is not there. If west, I can't find him. 23:9 He works to the north, but I can't see him. He turns south, but I can't catch a glimpse of him. 23:10 But he knows the way that I take. When he has tried me, I shall come forth like gold. 23:11 My foot has held fast to his steps. I have kept his way and not turned aside. 23:12 I haven't gone back from the commandment of his lips. I have treasured up the words of his mouth more than my necessary food. 23:13 But he stands alone, and who can oppose him? What his soul desires, even that he does. 23:14 For he performs that which is appointed for me. Many such things are with him. 23:15 Therefore I am terrified at his presence. When I consider, I am afraid of him. 23:16 For God has made my heart faint. The Almighty has terrified me. 23:17 Because I was not cut off before the darkness, neither did he cover the thick darkness from my face. 24:1 Why aren't times laid up by the Almighty? Why don't those who know him see his days? 24:2 There are people who remove the landmarks. They violently take away flocks and feed them. 24:3 They drive away the donkey of the fatherless, and they take the widow's ox for a pledge. 24:4 They turn the needy out of the way. The poor of the earth all hide themselves. 24:5 Behold, as wild donkeys in the desert. They go forth to their work, seeking diligently for food. The wilderness yields them bread for their children. 24:6 They cut their provender in the field. They glean the vineyard of the wicked. 24:7 They lie all night naked without clothing, and have no covering in the cold. 24:8 They are wet with the showers of the mountains, and embrace the rock for lack of a shelter. 24:9 There are those who pluck the fatherless from the breast, and take a pledge of the poor. 24:10 So that they go around naked without clothing. Being hungry, they carry the sheaves. 24:11 They make oil within the walls of these men. They tread wine presses and suffer thirst. 24:12 From out of the populous city, men groan. The soul of the wounded cries out. Yet God doesn't regard the folly. 24:13 These are of those who rebel against the light. They don't know its ways, nor abide in its paths. 24:14 The murderer rises with the light. He kills the poor and needy. In the night he is like a thief. 24:15 The eye, also of the adulterer, waits for the twilight, saying, No eye shall see me. He disguises his face. 24:16 In the dark they dig through houses. They shut themselves up in the daytime. They don't know the light. 24:17 For the morning is to all of them like thick darkness, for they know the terrors of the thick darkness. 24:18 They are foam on the surface of the waters. Their portion is cursed in the earth. They don't turn into the way of the vineyards. 24:19 Drought and heat consume the snow waters. So does Sheol those who have sinned. 24:20 The womb shall forget him. The worm shall feed sweetly on him. He shall be no more remembered. Unrighteousness shall be broken as a tree. 24:21 He devours the barren who don't bear. He shows no kindness to the widow. 24:22 Yet God preserves the mighty by his power. He rises up who has no assurance of life. 24:23 God gives them security, and they rest in it. His eyes are on their ways. 24:24 They are exalted, yet a little while and they are gone. Yes, they are brought low, they are taken out of the way as all others, and are cut off as the tops of the ears of grain. 24:25 If it isn't so now, who will prove me a liar? And make my speech worth nothing. 25:1 Then Bildad the Shuhite answered. 25:2 Dominion and fear are with him. He makes peace in his high places. 25:3 Can his armies be counted? On whom does his light not arise? 25:4 How then can man be just with God? Or how can he, who is born of a woman, be clean? 25:5 Behold, even the moon has no brightness, and the stars are not pure in his sight. 25:6 How much less man, who is a worm? The son of man, who is a worm. 26:1 Then Job answered. 26:2 How have you helped him who is without power? How have you saved the arm that has no strength? 26:3 How have you counseled him who has no wisdom, and plentifully declared sound knowledge? 26:4 To whom have you uttered words, whose spirit came forth from you? 26:5 Those who are deceased tremble, those beneath the waters and all that live in them. 26:6 Sheol is naked before God, and Abaddon has no covering. 26:7 He stretches out the north over empty space, and hangs the earth on nothing. 26:8 He binds up the waters in his thick clouds, and the cloud is not burst under them. 26:9 He encloses the face of his throne, and spreads his cloud on it. 26:10 He has described a boundary on the surface of the waters, and to the confines of light and darkness. 26:11 The pillars of heaven tremble, and are astonished at his rebuke. 26:12 He stirs up the sea with his power, and by his understanding he strikes through Rahab. 26:13 By his spirit the heavens are garnished. His hand has pierced the swift serpent. 26:14 Behold, these are but the outskirts of his ways. How small a whisper do we hear of him? But the thunder of his power who can understand? 27:1 Job again took up his parable, and said. 27:2 As God lives who has taken away my right, the Almighty who has made my soul bitter. 27:3 For the length of my life is still in me, and the Spirit of God is in my nostrils. 27:4 Surely my lips shall not speak unrighteousness, neither shall my tongue utter deceit. 27:5 Far be it from me that I should justify you. Until I die, I will not put away my integrity from me. 27:6 I hold fast to my righteousness, and will not let it go. My heart shall not reproach me so long as I live. 27:7 Let my enemy be as the wicked. Let him who rises up against me be as the unrighteous. 27:8 For what is the hope of the godless, when he is cut off, when God takes away his life? 27:9 Will God hear his cry when trouble comes on him? 27:10 Will he delight himself in the Almighty, and call on God at all times? 27:11 I will teach you about the hand of God. That which is with the Almighty will I not conceal. 27:12 Behold, all of you have seen it yourselves. Why then have you become altogether vain? 27:13 This is the portion of a wicked man with God, the heritage of oppressors, which they receive from the Almighty. 27:14 If his children are multiplied, it is for the sword. His offspring shall not be satisfied with bread. 27:15 those who remain of him shall be buried in death. His widows shall make no lamentation. 27:16, though he heap up silver as the dust, and prepare clothing as the clay. 27:17, he may prepare it, but the just shall put it on. And the innocent shall divide the silver. 27:18, he builds his house as the moth, as a booth which the watchman makes. 27:19, he lies down rich, but he shall not do so again. He opens his eyes, and he is not. 27:20, terrors overtake him like waters. A storm steals him away in the night. 27:21, the east wind carries him away, and he departs. It sweeps him out of his place. 27:22, for it hurls at him, and does not spare, as he flees away from his hand. 27:23, men shall clap their hands at him, and shall hiss him out of his place. 28:1, surely there is a mine for silver, and a place for gold which they refine. 28:2, iron is taken out of the earth, and copper is smelted out of the ore. 28:3, man sets an end to darkness, and searches out to the furthest bound the stones of obscurity and of thick darkness. 28:4, he breaks open a shaft away from where people live. They are forgotten by the foot. They hang far from men, they swing back and forth. 28:5, as for the earth, out of it comes bread. Underneath it is turned up as it were by fire. 28:6, sapphires come from its rocks. It has dust of gold. 28:7, that path no bird of prey knows, neither has the falcon's eye seen it. 28:8, the proud animals have not trodden it, nor has the fierce lion passed by there. 28:9, he puts forth his hand on the flinty rock, and he overturns the mountains by the roots. 28:10, he cuts out channels among the rocks. His eye sees every precious thing. 28:11, he binds the streams that they don't trickle. The thing that is hidden he brings forth to light. 28:12, but where shall wisdom be found? Where is the place of understanding? 28:13, man doesn't know its price, neither is it found in the land of the living. 28:14, the deep says, it isn't in me. The sea says, it isn't with me. 28:15, it can't be gotten for gold, neither shall silver be weighed for its price. 28:16, it can't be valued with the gold of Ophir, with the precious onyx or the sapphire. 28:17, gold and glass can't equal it, neither shall it be exchanged for jewels of fine gold. 28:18, no mention shall be made of coral or of crystal. Yes, the price of wisdom is above rubies. 28:19, the topaz of Ethiopia shall not equal it, neither shall it be valued with pure gold. 28:20, whence then comes wisdom? Where is the place of understanding? 28:21, seeing it is hidden from the eyes of all living, and kept close from the birds of the sky. 28:22, destruction and death say, we have heard a rumor of it with our ears. 28:23, God understands its way, and he knows its place. 28:24, for he looks to the ends of the earth, and sees under the whole sky. 28:25, he establishes the force of the wind. Yes, he measures out the waters by measure. 28:26, when he made a decree for the rain, and a way for the lightning of the thunder. 28:27, then he saw it and declared it. He established it, yes, and searched it out. 28:28, to man he said, behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom. To depart from evil is understanding. 29, one Job again took up his parable, and said, 29:2, oh that I were as in the months of old, as in the days when God watched over me. 29:3, when his lamp shone on my head, and by his light I walked through darkness. 29:4, as I was in the ripeness of my days, when the friendship of God was in my tent. 29:5, when the Almighty was yet with me, and my children were around me. 29:6, when my steps were washed with butter, and the rock poured out streams of oil for me. 29:7 When I went forth to the city gate. When I prepared my seat in the street. 29:8 The young men saw me and hid themselves. The aged rose up and stood. 29:9 The princes refrained from talking and laid their hand on their mouths. 29:10 The voice of the nobles was hushed, and their tongues stuck to the roof of their mouth. 29:11 For when the ear heard me, then it blessed me. And when the eye saw me, it commended me. 29:12 Because I delivered the poor who cried, and the fatherless also, who had none to help him. 29:13 The blessing of him who was ready to perish came on me, and I caused the widow's heart to sing for joy. 29:14 I put on righteousness, and it clothed me. My justice was as a robe and a diadem. 29:15 I was eyes to the blind, and feet to the lame. 29:16 I was a father to the needy. The cause of him who I didn't know, I searched out. 29:17 I broke the jaws of the unrighteous, and plucked the prey out of his teeth. 29:18 Then I said, I shall die in my own house. I shall number my days as the sand. 29:19 My root is spread out to the waters. The dew lies all night on my branch. 29:20 My glory is fresh in me. My bow is renewed in my hand. 29:21 Men listened to me, waited, and kept silence for my counsel. 29:22 After my words they didn't speak again. My speech fell on them. 29:23 They waited for me as for the rain. Their mouths drank as with the spring rain. 29:24 I smiled on them when they had no confidence. They didn't reject the light of my face. 29:25 I chose out their way and sat as chief. I lived as a king in the army, as one who comforts the mourners. 31 But now those who are younger than I have me in derision, whose fathers I would have disdained to put with my sheepdogs. 32 Of what use is the strength of their hands to me? Men in whom ripe age has perished. 33 They are gaunt from lack and famine. They gnaw the dry ground, in the gloom of waste and desolation. 34 They pluck salt herbs by the bushes. The roots of the broom are their food. 35 They are driven out from the midst of men. They cry after them as after a thief. 36 So that they dwell in frightful valleys, and in holes of the earth and of the rocks. 37 Among the bushes they bray, and under the nettles they are gathered together. 38 They are children of fools, yes, children of base men. They were flogged out of the land. 39 Now I have become their song. Yes, I am a byword to them. 30:10 They abhor me, they stand aloof from me, and don't hesitate to spit in my face. 30:11 For he has untied his cord and afflicted me, and they have thrown off restraint before me. 30:12 On my right hand rise the rabble. They thrust aside my feet. They cast up against me their ways of destruction. 30:13 They mar my paths. They set forward my calamity, without anyone's help. 30:14 As through a wide breach they come. In the midst of the ruin, they roll themselves in. 30:15 Terrors have turned on me. They chase my honor as the wind. My welfare has passed away as a cloud. 30:16 Now my soul is poured out within me. Days of affliction have taken hold on me. 30:17 In the night season my bones are pierced in me, and the pains that gnaw me take no rest. 30:18 By great force is my garment disfigured. It binds me about as the collar of my coat. 30:19 He has cast me into the mire. I have become like dust and ashes. 30:20 I cry to you, and you do not answer me. I stand up, and you gaze at me. 30:21 You have turned to be cruel to me. With the might of your hand you persecute me. 30:22 You lift me up to the wind, and drive me with it. You dissolve me in the storm. 30:23 For I know that you will bring me to death, to the house appointed for all living. 30:24 However doesn't one stretch out a hand in his fall? or in his calamity, therefore cry for help. 30:25 Didn't I weep for him who was in trouble? Wasn't my soul grieved for the needy? 30:26 When I looked for good, then evil came. When I waited for light, there came darkness. 30:27 My heart is troubled and doesn't rest. Days of affliction have come on me. 30:28 I go mourning without the sun. I stand up in the assembly and cry for help. 30:29 I am a brother to jackals and a companion to ostriches. 30:30 My skin grows black and peels from me. My bones are burned with heat. 30:31 Therefore my harp has turned to mourning, and my pipe into the voice of those who weep. 31:1 I made a covenant with my eyes. How then should I look lustfully at a young woman? 31:2 For what is the portion from God above, and the heritage from the Almighty on high? 31:3 Is it not calamity to the unrighteous, and disaster to the workers of iniquity? 31:4 Doesn't he see my ways, and number all my steps? 31:5 If I have walked with falsehood, and my foot has hurried to deceit. 31:6 Let me be weighed in an even balance, that God may know my integrity. 31:7 If my step has turned out of the way, if my heart walked after my eyes, if any defilement has stuck to my hands. 31:8 Then let me sow, and let another eat. Yes, let the produce of my field be rooted out. 31:9 If my heart has been enticed to a woman, and I have laid wait at my neighbor's door. 31:10 Then let my wife grind for another, and let others sleep with her. 31:11 For that would be a heinous crime. Yes, it would be an iniquity to be punished by the judges. 31:12 For it is a fire that consumes to destruction, and would root out all my increase. 31:13 If I have despised the cause of my male servant, or of my female servant, when they contended with me. 31:14 What then shall I do when God rises up? When he visits, what shall I answer him? 31:15 Didn't he who made me in the womb make him? Didn't one fashion us in the womb? 31:16 If I have withheld the poor from their desire, or have caused the eyes of the widow to fail. 31:17 Or have eaten my morsel alone, and the fatherless has not eaten of it. 31:18 No, from my youth he grew up with me as with a father. Her have I guided from my mother's womb. 31:19 If I have seen any perish for want of clothing, or that the needy had no covering. 31:20 If his heart hasn't blessed me, if he hasn't been warmed with my sheep's fleece. 31:21 If I have lifted up my hand against the fatherless, because I saw my help in the gate. 31:22 Then let my shoulder fall from the shoulder blade, and my arm be broken from the bone. 31:23 For calamity from God is a terror to me. Because his majesty, I can do nothing. 31:24 If I have made gold my hope, and have said to the fine gold, you are my confidence. 31:25 If I have rejoiced because my wealth was great, and because my hand had gotten much. 31:26 If I have seen the sun when it shined, or the moon moving in splendor. 31:27 And my heart has been secretly enticed, and my hand threw a kiss from my mouth. 31:28 This also would be an iniquity to be punished by the judges, for I should have denied the God who is above. 31:29 If I have rejoiced at the destruction of him who hated me, or lifted up myself when evil found him. 31:30 Yes, I have not allowed my mouth to sin, by asking his life with a curse. 31:31 If the men of my tent have not said, who can find one who has not been filled with his meat? 31:32 The foreigner has not lodged in the street, but I have opened my doors to the traveler. 31:33 If like Adam I have covered my transgressions, by hiding my iniquity in my heart. 31:34 Because I feared the great multitude, and the contempt of families terrified me. so that I kept silence and didn't go out of the door. 31:35 Oh, that I had one to hear me. Behold, here is my signature, let the Almighty answer me. Let the accuser write my indictment. 31:36 Surely I would carry it on my shoulder. And I would bind it to me as a crown. 31:37 I would declare to him the number of my steps. As a prince would I go near to him. 31:38 If my land cries out against me, and its furrows weep together. 31:39 If I have eaten its fruits without money, or have caused its owners to lose their life. 31:40 Let briars grow instead of wheat, and stinkweed instead of barley. The words of Job are ended. 32:1 So these three men ceased to answer Job, because he was righteous in his own eyes. 32:2 Then the wrath of Elihu the son of Barashel, the Buzite of the family of Ram, was kindled against Job. His wrath was kindled because he justified himself rather than God. 32:3 Also his wrath was kindled against his three friends, because they had found no answer, and yet had condemned Job. 32:4 Now Elihu had waited to speak to Job, because they were elder than he. 32:5 When Elihu saw that there was no answer in the mouth of these three men, his wrath was kindled. 32:6 Elihu the son of Barashel, the Buzite, answered, I am young, and you are very old. Therefore I held back, and didn't dare show you my opinion. 32:7 I said, Days should speak, and multitude of years should teach wisdom. 32:8 But there is a spirit in man, and the breath of the Almighty gives them understanding. 32:9 It is not the great who are wise, nor the aged who understand justice. 32:10 Therefore I said, Listen to me. I also will show my opinion. 32:11 Behold, I waited for your words, and I listened for your reasoning, while you searched out what to say. 32:12 Yes, I gave you my full attention. But there was no one who convinced Job, or who answered his words among you. 32:13 Beware lest you say, We have found wisdom. God may refute him, not man. 32:14 For he has not directed his words against me, neither will I answer him with your speeches. 32:15 They are amazed, they answer no more. They don't have a word to say. 32:16 Shall I wait because they don't speak? Because they stand still and answer no more. 32:17 I also will answer my part, and I also will show my opinion. 32:18 For I am full of words. The spirit within me constrains me. 32:19 Behold, my breast is as wine which has no vent. Like new wineskins it is ready to burst. 32:20 I will speak, that I may be refreshed. I will open my lips and answer. 32:21 Please, don't let me respect any man's person. Neither will I give flattering titles to any man. 32:22 For I don't know how to give flattering titles, or else my Maker would soon take me away. 33:1 However, Job, please hear my speech, and listen to all my words. 33:2 See now, I have opened my mouth. My tongue has spoken in my mouth. 33:3 My words shall utter the uprightness of my heart. That which my lips know they shall speak sincerely. 33:4 The Spirit of God has made me, and the breath of the Almighty gives me life. 33:5 If you can, answer me. Set your words in order before me, and stand forth. 33:6 Behold, I am toward God even as you are. I am also formed out of the clay. 33:7 Behold, my terror shall not make you afraid, neither shall my pressure be heavy on you. 33:8 Surely you have spoken in my hearing. I have heard the voice of your words, saying. 33:9 I am clean without disobedience. I am innocent, neither is there iniquity in me. 33:10 Behold, he finds occasions against me. He counts me for his enemy. 33:11 He puts my feet in the stocks. He marks all my paths. 33:12 Behold, I will answer you. In this you are not just. For God is greater than man. 33:13 Why do you strive against him? Because he doesn't give account of any of his matters. 33:14 For God speaks once. Yes, twice, though man pays no attention. 33:15 In a dream, in a vision of the night. When deep sleep falls on men. In slumbering on the bed. 33:16 Then he opens the ears of men. And seals their instruction. 33:17 That he may withdraw man from his purpose. And hide pride from man. 33:18 He keeps back his soul from the pit. And his life from perishing by the sword. 33:19 He is chastened also with pain on his bed. With continual strife in his bones. 33:20 So that his life abhors bread. And his soul dainty food. 33:21 His flesh is so consumed away that it can't be seen. His bones that were not seen stick out. 33:22 Yes, his soul draws near to the pit. And his life to the destroyers. 33:23 If there is beside him an angel. An interpreter, one among 1,000. To show to man what is right for him. 33:24 Then God is gracious to him, and says, Deliver him from going down to the pit. I have found a ransom. 33:25 His flesh shall be fresher than a child's. He returns to the days of his youth. 33:26 He prays to God, and he is favorable to him. So that he sees his face with joy. He restores to man his righteousness. 33:27 He sings before men and says, I have sinned and perverted that which was right. And it didn't profit me. 33:28 He has redeemed my soul from going into the pit. My life shall see the light. 33:29 Behold, God works all these things. Twice, yes, 3 times with a man. 33:30 To bring back his soul from the pit. That he may be enlightened with the light of the living. 33:31 Mark well, Job, and listen to me. Hold your peace and I will speak. 33:32 If you have anything to say, answer me. Speak, for I desire to justify you. 33:33 If not, listen to me. Hold your peace and I will teach you wisdom. 34:1 Moreover, Elihu answered. 34:2 Hear my words, you wise men. Give ear to me, you who have knowledge. 34:3 For the ear tries words. As the palate tastes food. 34:4 Let us choose for us that which is right. Let us know among ourselves what is good. 34:5 For Job has said, I am righteous. God has taken away my right. 34:6 Notwithstanding my right, I am considered a liar. My wound is incurable, though I am without disobedience. 34:7 What man is like Job? Who drinks scorn like water. 34:8 Who goes in company with the workers of iniquity. And walks with wicked men. 34:9 For he has said, It profits a man nothing. That he should delight himself with God. 34:10 Therefore listen to me, you men of understanding. Far be it from God, that he should do wickedness. From the Almighty, that he should commit iniquity. 34:11 For the work of a man he will render to him. And cause every man to find according to his ways. 34:12 Yes, surely, God will not do wickedly. Neither will the Almighty pervert justice. 34:13 Who put him in charge of the earth? Or who has appointed him over the whole world? 34:14 If he set his heart on himself. If he gathered to himself his spirit and his breath. 34:15 All flesh would perish together. And man would turn again to dust. 34:16 If now you have understanding, hear this. Listen to the voice of my words. 34:17 Shall even one who hates justice govern? Will you condemn him who is righteous and mighty? 34:18 Who says to a king, vile? Or to nobles, wicked? 34:19 Who doesn't respect the persons of princes? Nor regards the rich more than the poor? For they all are the work of his hands. 34:20 In a moment they die, even at midnight. The people are shaken and pass away. The mighty are taken away without a hand. 34:21 For his eyes are on the ways of a man. He sees all his goings. 34:22 There is no darkness, nor thick gloom, where the workers of iniquity may hide themselves. 34:23 For he doesn't need to consider a man further, that he should go before God in judgment. 34:24 He breaks in pieces mighty men in ways past finding out, and sets others in their place. 34:25 Therefore he takes knowledge of their works. He overturns them in the night so that they are destroyed. 34:26 He strikes them as wicked men, in the open sight of others. 34:27 Because they turned aside from following him, and wouldn't pay attention to any of his ways. 34:28 So that they caused the cry of the poor to come to him. He heard the cry of the afflicted. 34:29 When he gives quietness, who then can condemn? When he hides his face, who then can see him? Alike whether to a nation or to a man. 34:30 That the godless man may not reign, that there be no one to ensnare the people. 34:31 For has any said to God, I am guilty, but I will not offend any more. 34:32 Teach me that which I don't see. If I have done iniquity, I will do it no more. 34:33 Shall his recompense be as you desire, that you refuse it? For you must choose and not one, therefore speak what you know. 34:34 Men of understanding will tell me. Yes, every wise man who hears me. 34:35 Job speaks without knowledge. His words are without wisdom. 34:36 I wish that Job were tried to the end, because of his answering like wicked men. 34:37 For he adds rebellion to his sin. He claps his hands among us, and multiplies his words against God. 35:1 Moreover, Elihu answered. 35:2 Do you think this to be your right? Or do you say, my righteousness is more than God's? 35:3 That you ask, what advantage will it be to you? What profit shall I have, more than if I had sinned? 35:4 I will answer you, and your companions with you. 35:5 Look to the heavens and see. See the skies which are higher than you. 35:6 If you have sinned, what effect do you have against him? If your transgressions are multiplied, what do you do to him? 35:7 If you are righteous, what do you give him? Or what does he receive from your hand? 35:8 Your wickedness may hurt a man as you are, and your righteousness may profit a son of man. 35:9 By reason of the multitude of oppressions they cry out. They cry for help by reason of the arm of the mighty. 35:10 But none says, Where is God my maker? Who gives songs in the night? 35:11 Who teaches us more than the animals of the earth, and makes us wiser than the birds of the sky. 35:12 There they cry, but none gives answer, because of the pride of evil men. 35:13 Surely God will not hear an empty cry, neither will the Almighty regard it. 35:14 How much less when you say you don't see him? The cause is before him, and you wait for him. 35:15 But now, because he has not visited in his anger, neither does he greatly regard arrogance. 35:16 Therefore Job opens his mouth with empty talk, and he multiplies words without knowledge. 36:1 Elihu also continued and said, 36:2 Bear with me a little, and I will show you, for I still have something to say on God's behalf. 36:3 I will get my knowledge from afar, and will ascribe righteousness to my Maker. 36:4 For truly my words are not false. One who is perfect in knowledge is with you. 36:5 Behold, God is mighty and doesn't despise anyone. He is mighty in strength of understanding. 36:6 He doesn't preserve the life of the wicked, but gives to the afflicted their right. 36:7 He doesn't withdraw his eyes from the righteous, but with kings on the throne. He sets them forever, and they are exalted. 36:8 If they are bound in fetters, and are taken in the cords of afflictions. 36:9 Then he shows them their work, and their transgressions, that they have behaved themselves proudly. 36:10, he also opens their ears to instruction and commands that they return from iniquity. 36:11, if they listen and serve him, they shall spend their days in prosperity and their years in pleasures. 36:12, but if they don't listen, they shall perish by the sword. They shall die without knowledge. 36:13, but those who are godless in heart lay up anger. They don't cry for help when he binds them. 36:14, they die in youth. Their life perishes among the unclean. 36:15, he delivers the afflicted by their affliction and opens their ear in oppression. 36:16, yes, he would have allured you out of distress into a broad place where there is no restriction. That which is set on your table would be full of fatness. 36:17, but you are full of the judgment of the wicked. Judgment and justice take hold of you. 36:18, don't let riches entice you to wrath. Neither let the great size of a bribe turn you aside. 36:19, would your wealth sustain you in distress? Or all the might of your strength? 36:20, don't desire the night when people are cut off in their place. 36:21, take heed, don't regard iniquity. For you have chosen this rather than affliction. 36:22, behold, God is exalted in his power. Who is a teacher like him? 36:23, who has prescribed his way for him? Or who can say, you have committed unrighteousness? 36:24, remember that you magnify his work, whereof men have sung. 36:25, all men have looked thereon. Man sees it afar off. 36:26, behold, God is great, and we don't know him. The number of his years is unsearchable. 36:27, for he draws up the drops of water, which distill in rain from his vapor. 36:28, which the skies pour down, and which drop on man abundantly. 36:29, yes, can any understand the spreading of the clouds, and the thunderings of his pavilion? 36:30, behold, he spreads his light around him. He covers the bottom of the sea. 36:31, for by these he judges the people. He gives food in abundance. 36:32, he covers his hands with the lightning, and commands it to strike the mark. 36:33, its noise tells about him, and the livestock also concerning the storm that comes up. 37:1, yes, at this my heart trembles, and is moved out of its place. 37:2, here, oh, hear the noise of his voice, the sound that goes out of his mouth. 37:3, he sends it forth under the whole sky, and his lightning to the ends of the earth. 37:4, after it a voice roars. He thunders with the voice of his majesty. He doesn't hold back anything when his voice is heard. 37:5, God thunders marvelously with his voice. He does great things which we can't comprehend. 37:6, for he says to the snow, fall on the earth. Likewise to the shower of rain, and to the showers of his mighty rain. 37:7, he seals up the hand of every man, that all men whom he has made may know it. 37:8, then the animals take cover, and remain in their dens. 37:9, out of its chamber comes the storm, and cold out of the norths. 37:10, by the breath of God, ice is given, and the breadth of the waters is frozen. 37:11, yes, he loads the thick cloud with moisture. He spreads abroad the cloud of his lightning. 37:12, it is turned around by his guidance, that they may do whatever he commands them on the surface of the habitable world. 37:13, whether it is for correction or for his land, or for loving kindness that he causes it to come. 37:14, listen to this, Job. Stand still and consider the wondrous works of God. 37:15, do you know how God controls them, and causes the lightning of his cloud to shine? 37:16, do you know the workings of the clouds, the wondrous works of him who is perfect in knowledge? 37:17, you whose clothing is warm, when the earth is still by reason of the south wind. 37:18 Can you with him spread out the sky, which is strong as a cast metal mirror? 37:19 Teach us what we shall tell him, for we can't make our case by reason of darkness. 37:20 Shall it be told him that I would speak? Or should a man wish that he were swallowed up? 37:21 Now men don't see the light which is bright in the skies, but the wind passes and clears them. 37:22 Out of the north comes golden splendor. With God is awesome majesty. 37:23 We can't reach the Almighty. He is exalted in power. In justice and great righteousness he will not oppress. 37:24 Therefore men revere him. He doesn't regard any who are wise of heart. 38:1 Then Yahweh answered Job out of the whirlwind. 38:2 Who is this who darkens counsel? By words without knowledge. 38:3 Brace yourself like a man. For I will question you, then you answer me. 38:4 Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if you have understanding. 38:5 Who determined its measures, if you know? Or who stretched the line on it? 38:6 Whereupon were its foundations fastened? Or who laid its cornerstone? 38:7 When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. 38:8 Or who shut up the sea with doors, when it broke forth from the womb. 38:9 When I made clouds its garment, and wrapped it in thick darkness. 38:10 Marked out for it my bound, set bars and doors. 38:11 And said, Here you may come but no further. Here your proud waves shall be stayed. 38:12 Have you commanded the morning in your days, and caused the dawn to know its place? 38:13 That it might take hold of the ends of the earth, and shake the wicked out of it. 38:14 It is changed as clay under the seal, and stands forth as a garment. 38:15 From the wicked, their light is withheld. The high arm is broken. 38:16 Have you entered into the springs of the sea? Or have you walked in the recesses of the deep? 38:17 Have the gates of death been revealed to you? Or have you seen the gates of the shadow of death? 38:18 Have you comprehended the earth in its breadths? Declare if you know it all. 38:19 What is the way to the dwelling of light? As for darkness, where is its place? 38:20 That you should take it to its bound, that you should discern the paths to its house. 38:21 Surely you know, for you were born then, and the number of your days is great. 38:22 Have you entered the treasuries of the snow? Or have you seen the treasures of the hail? 38:23 Which I have reserved against the time of trouble, against the day of battle and war. 38:24 By what way is the lightning distributed, or the east wind scattered on the earth? 38:25 Who has cut a channel for the flood water, or the path for the thunderstorm? 38:26 To cause it to rain on a land where no man is, on the wilderness in which there is no man. 38:27 To satisfy the waste and desolate ground, to cause the tender grass to spring forth. 38:28 Does the rain have a father? Or who fathers the drops of dew? 38:29 Out of whose womb came the ice, the gray frost of the sky, who has given birth to it? 38:30 The waters become hard like stone, when the surface of the deep is frozen. 38:31 Can you bind the cluster of the Pleiades, or loosen the cords of Orion? 38:32 Can you lead forth the constellations in their season, or can you guide the bear with her cubs? 38:33 Do you know the laws of the heavens? Can you establish its dominion over the earth? 38:34 Can you lift up your voice to the clouds, that abundance of waters may cover you? 38:35 Can you send forth lightnings, that they may go? Do they report to you, Here we are? 38:36 Who has put wisdom in the inward parts? Or who has given understanding to the mind? 38:37 Who can number the clouds by wisdom? Or who can pour out the bottles of the sky? 38:38 when the dust runs into a mass, and the clods of earth stick together. 38:39 can you hunt the prey for the lioness? Or satisfy the appetite of the young lions? 38:40 when they crouch in their dens, and lie in wait in the thicket. 38:41 who provides for the raven his prey, when his young ones cry to God, and wander for lack of food. 39:1 do you know the time when the mountain goats give birth? Do you watch when the doe bears fawns? 39:2 can you number the months that they fulfill? Or do you know the time when they give birth? 39:3 they bow themselves, they bring forth their young. They end their labor pains. 39:4 their young ones become strong. They grow up in the open field. They go forth and don't return again. 39:5 who has set the wild donkey free? Or who has loosened the bonds of the swift donkey? 39:6 whose home I have made the wilderness, and the salt land his dwelling place. 39:7 he scorns the tumult of the city, neither does he hear the shouting of the driver. 39:8 the range of the mountains is his pasture. He searches after every green thing. 39:9 will the wild ox be content to serve you? Or will he stay by your feeding trough? 39:10 can you hold the wild ox in the furrow with his harness? Or will he till the valleys after you? 39:11 will you trust him, because his strength is great? Or will you leave to him your labor? 39:12 will you confide in him, that he will bring home your seed, and gather the grain of your thrashing floor? 39:13 the wings of the ostrich wave proudly, but are they the feathers and plumage of love? 39:14 for she leaves her eggs on the earth, warms them in the dust. 39:15 and forgets that the foot may crush them, or that the wild animal may trample them. 39:16 she deals harshly with her young ones, as if they were not hers. Though her labor is in vain, she is without fear. 39:17 because God has deprived her of wisdom, neither has he imparted to her understanding. 39:18 when she lifts up herself on high, she scorns the horse and his rider. 39:19 have you given the horse might? Have you clothed his neck with a quivering mane? 39:20 have you made him to leap as a locust? The glory of his snorting is awesome. 39:21 he paws in the valley and rejoices in his strength. He goes out to meet the armed men. 39:22 he mocks at fear and is not dismayed, neither does he turn back from the sword. 39:23 the quiver rattles against him, the flashing spear and the javelin. 39:24 he eats up the ground with fierceness and rage, neither does he stand still at the sound of the trumpet. 39:25 as often as the trumpet sounds he snorts, aha. He smells the battle afar off, the thunder of the captains and the shouting. 39:26 is it by your wisdom that the hawk soars, and stretches her wings toward the south? 39:27 is it at your command that the eagle mounts up, and makes his nest on high? 39:28 on the cliff he dwells, and makes his home, on the point of the cliff and the stronghold. 39:29 from there he spies out the prey, his eyes see it afar off. 39:30 his young ones also suck up blood, where the slain are there he is. 41 moreover Yahweh answered Job. 42 shall he who argues contend with the Almighty? He who argues with God, let him answer it. 43 then Job answered Yahweh. 44 behold, I am of small account, what shall I answer you? I lay my hand on my mouth. 45 I have spoken once, and I will not answer. Yes, twice, but I will proceed no further. 46 then Yahweh answered Job out of the whirlwind. 47 now brace yourself like a man. I will question you, and you will answer me. 48 will you even annul my judgment? Will you condemn me, that you may be justified? 49 or do you have an arm like God? Can you thunder with a voice like him? 40:10 Now deck yourself with excellency and dignity. Array yourself with honor and majesty. 40:11 Pour out the fury of your anger. Look at everyone who is proud and bring him low. 40:12 Look at everyone who is proud and humble him. Crush the wicked in their place. 40:13 Hide them in the dust together. Bind their faces in the hidden place. 40:14 Then I will also admit to you that your own right hand can save you. 40:15 See now, Behemoth, which I made as well as you. He eats grass as an ox. 40:16 Look now, his strength is in his thighs. His force is in the muscles of his belly. 40:17 He moves his tail like a cedar. The sinews of his thighs are knit together. 40:18 His bones are like tubes of brass. His limbs are like bars of iron. 40:19 He is the chief of the ways of God. He who made him gives him his sword. 40:20 Surely the mountains produce food for him, where all the animals of the field play. 40:21 He lies under the lotus trees, in the covert of the reed and the marsh. 40:22 The lotuses cover him with their shade. The willows of the brook surround him. 40:23 Behold, if a river overflows, he doesn't tremble. He is confident, though the Jordan swells even to his mouth. 40:24 Shall any take him when he is on the watch, or pierce through his nose with a snare? 41:1 Can you draw out Leviathan with a fishhook, or press down his tongue with a cord? 41:2 Can you put a rope into his nose, or pierce his jaw through with a hook? 41:3 Will he make many petitions to you, or will he speak soft words to you? 41:4 Will he make a covenant with you, that you should take him for a servant forever? 41:5 Will you play with him as with a bird, or will you bind him for your girls? 41:6 Will traders barter for him? Will they part him among the merchants? 41:7 Can you fill his skin with barbed irons, or his head with fish spears? 41:8 Lay your hand on him. Remember the battle and do so no more. 41:9 Behold, the hope of him is in vain. Won't one be cast down even at the sight of him? 41:10 None is so fierce that he dare stir him up. Who then is he who can stand before me? 41:11 Who has first given to me, that I should repay him? Everything under the heavens is mine. 41:12 I will not keep silence concerning his limbs, nor his mighty strength, nor his goodly frame. 41:13 Who can strip off his outer garment? Who shall come within his jaws? 41:14 Who can open the doors of his face? Around his teeth is terror. 41:15 Strong scales are his pride, shut up together with a close seal. 41:16 One is so near to another that no air can come between them. 41:17 They are joined one to another. They stick together so that they can't be pulled apart. 41:18 His sneezing flashes out light. His eyes are like the eyelids of the morning. 41:19 Out of his mouth go burning torches. Sparks of fire leap forth. 41:20 Out of his nostrils a smoke goes, as of a boiling pot over a fire of reeds. 41:21 His breath kindles coals. A flame goes forth from his mouth. 41:22 There is strength in his neck. Terror dances before him. 41:23 The flakes of his flesh are joined together. They are firm on him. They can't be moved. 41:24 His heart is as firm as a stone. Yes, firm as the lower millstone. 41:25 When he raises himself up, the mighty are afraid. They retreat before his thrashing. 41:26 If one attacks him with the sword, it can't prevail, nor the spear, the dart, nor the pointed shaft. 41:27 He counts iron as straw, and brass as rotten wood. 41:28 The arrow can't make him flee. Sling stones are like chaff to him. 41:29 Clubs are counted as stubble. He laughs at the rushing of the javelin. 41:30 His undersides are like sharp potsherds. leaving a trail in the mud like a thrashing sledge. 41:31 He makes the deep to boil like a pot. He makes the sea like a pot of ointment. 41:32 He makes a path shine after him. One would think the deep had white hair. 41:33 On earth there is not his equal. That is made without fear. 41:34 He sees everything that is high. He is king over all the sons of pride. 42:1 Then Job answered Yahweh. 42:2 I know that you can do all things, and that no purpose of yours can be restrained. 42:3 You asked, who is this who hides counsel without knowledge? Therefore I have uttered that which I did not understand. Things too wonderful for me, which I didn't know. 42 For you said, listen now and I will speak. I will question you, and you will answer me. 42:5 I had heard of you by the hearing of the ear. But now my eye sees you. 42:6 Therefore I abhor myself, and repent in dust and ashes. 42:7 It was so, that after Yahweh had spoken these words to Job, Yahweh said to Eliphaz the Temanite, my wrath is kindled against you, and against your two friends, for you have not spoken of me the thing that is right, as my servant Job has. 42:8 Now therefore, take to yourselves 7 bulls and 7 rams, and go to my servant Job, and offer up for yourselves a burnt offering. And my servant Job shall pray for you, for I will accept him, that I not deal with you according to your folly. For you have not spoken of me the thing that is right, as my servant Job has. 42:9 So Eliphaz the Temanite, and Bildad the Shuhite, and Zophar the Naamathite went, and did what Yahweh commanded them, and Yahweh accepted Job. 42:10 Yahweh turned the captivity of Job, when he prayed for his friends. Yahweh gave Job twice as much as he had before. 42:11 Then came there to him all his brothers, and all his sisters, and all those who had been of his acquaintance before, and ate bread with him in his house. They comforted him, and consoled him concerning all the evil that Yahweh had brought on him. Everyone also gave him a piece of money, and everyone a ring of gold. 42:12 So Yahweh blessed the latter end of Job more than his beginning. He had 14,000 sheep, 6,000 camels, 1,000 yoke of oxen, and 1,000 female donkeys. 42:13 He had also 7 sons and 3 daughters. 42:14 He called the name of the first Jemimah, and the name of the second Keziah, and the name of the third Karen Happuch. 42:15 In all the land were no women found so beautiful as the daughters of Job. Their father gave them an inheritance among their brothers. 42:16 After this Job lived 140 years, and saw his sons and his sons' sons to 4 generations. 42:17 So Job died, being old and full of days. Notes: The Psalms. Book 1, Psalm 1. 1:1 Blessed is the man who doesn't walk in the counsel of the wicked, nor stand in the way of sinners, nor sit in the seat of scoffers. 1:2 But his delight is in Yahweh's law. On his law he meditates day and night. 1:3 He will be like a tree planted by the streams of water, that brings forth its fruit in its season, whose leaf also does not wither. Whatever he does shall prosper. 1:4 The wicked are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind drives away. 1:5 Therefore the wicked shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. 1:6 For Yahweh knows the way of the righteous, but the way of the wicked shall perish. Psalm 2. 2:1 Why do the nations rage, and the peoples plot a vain thing? 2:2 The kings of the earth take a stand, and the rulers take counsel together, against Yahweh and against his anointed, saying, 2:3 Let's break their bonds apart, and cast their cords from us. 2:4 He who sits in the heavens will laugh. The Lord will have them in derision. 2:5 Then he will speak to them in his anger, and terrify them in his wrath. 2:6 Yet I have set my king on my holy hill of Zion. 2:7 I will tell of the decree. Yahweh said to me, You are my son. Today I have become your father. 2:8 Ask of me, and I will give the nations for your inheritance, the uttermost parts of the earth for your possession. 2:9 You shall break them with a rod of iron. You shall dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. 2:10 Now therefore be wise, you kings. Be instructed, you judges of the earth. 2:11 Serve Yahweh with fear, and rejoice with trembling. 2:12 Give sincere homage, lest he be angry, and you perish in the way. For his wrath will soon be kindled. Blessed are all those who take refuge in him. Psalm 3. A psalm by David, when he fled from Absalom his son. 3:1 Yahweh, how my adversaries have increased. Many are those who rise up against me. 3:2 Many there are who say of my soul, there is no help for him in God. Selah. 3:3 But you, Yahweh, are a shield around me, my glory, and the one who lifts up my head. 3:4 I cry to Yahweh with my voice, and he answers me out of his holy hill. Selah. 3:5 I laid myself down and slept. I awakened, for Yahweh sustains me. 3:6 I will not be afraid of tens of thousands of people who have set themselves against me on every side. 3:7 Arise, Yahweh. Save me, my God. For you have struck all of my enemies on the cheekbone. You have broken the teeth of the wicked. 3:8 Salvation belongs to Yahweh. Your blessing be on your people. Selah. Psalm 4. For the chief musician on stringed instruments, a psalm by David. 4:1 Answer me when I call, God of my righteousness. Give me relief from my distress. Have mercy on me and hear my prayer. 4:2 You sons of men, how long shall my glory be turned into dishonor? Will you love vanity and seek after falsehood? Selah. 4:3 But know that Yahweh has set apart for himself him who is godly. Yahweh will hear when I call to him. 4:4 Stand in awe and don't sin. Search your own heart on your bed and be still. Selah. 4:5 Offer the sacrifices of righteousness. Put your trust in Yahweh. 4:6 Many say, who will show us any good? Yahweh, let the light of your face shine on us. 4:7 You have put gladness in my heart, more than when their grain and their new wine are increased. 4:8 In peace I will both lay myself down and sleep. For you, Yahweh alone, make me live in safety. Psalm 5. For the chief musician with the flutes, a psalm by David. 5:1 Give ear to my words, Yahweh. Consider my meditation. 5:2 Listen to the voice of my cry, my King and my God. For to you do I pray. 5:3 Yahweh, in the morning you shall hear my voice. In the morning I will lay my requests before you, and will watch expectantly. 5:4 For you are not a God who has pleasure in wickedness. Evil can't live with you. 5:5 The arrogant shall not stand in your sight. You hate all workers of iniquity. 5:6 You will destroy those who speak lies. Yahweh abhors the bloodthirsty and deceitful man. 5:7 But as for me, in the abundance of your loving kindness I will come into your house. I will bow toward your holy temple in reverence of you. 5:8 Lead me, Yahweh, in your righteousness because of my enemies. Make your way straight before my face. 5:9 For there is no faithfulness in their mouth. Their heart is destruction. Their throat is an open tomb. They flatter with their tongue. 5:10 Hold them guilty, God. Let them fall by their own counsels. Thrust them out in the multitude of their transgressions. For they have rebelled against you. 5:11 But let all those who take refuge in you rejoice. Let them always shout for joy, because you defend them. Let them also, who love your name, be joyful in you. 5:12 For you will bless the righteous. Yahweh, you will surround him with favor as with a shield. Psalm 6. For the chief musician, on stringed instruments upon the 8-stringed lyre, a psalm by David. 6:1 Yahweh, don't rebuke me in your anger, neither discipline me in your wrath. 6:2 Have mercy on me, Yahweh, for I am faint. Yahweh, heal me, for my bones are troubled. 6:3 My soul is also in great anguish. But you, Yahweh, how long? 6:4 Return, Yahweh, deliver my soul, and save me for your loving kindness' sake. 6:5 In death there is no memory of you. In Sheol who shall give you thanks? 6:6 I am weary with my groaning. Every night I flood my bed. I drench my couch with my tears. 6-7 My eye wastes away because of grief. It grows old because of all my adversaries. 6-8 Depart from me, all you workers of iniquity. For Yahweh has heard the voice of my weeping. 6-9 Yahweh has heard my supplication. Yahweh accepts my prayer. 6-10 May all my enemies be ashamed and dismayed. They shall turn back, they shall be disgraced suddenly. Psalm 7. A meditation by David, which he sang to Yahweh concerning the words of Cush the Benjamite. 7-1 Yahweh, my God, I take refuge in you. Save me from all those who pursue me, and deliver me. 7-2 Lest they tear apart my soul like a lion, ripping it in pieces, while there is none to deliver. 7-3 Yahweh, my God, if I have done this. If there is iniquity in my hands. 7-4 If I have rewarded evil to him who was at peace with me. Yes, if I have delivered him who without cause was my adversary. 7-5 Let the enemy pursue my soul, and overtake it. Yes, let him tread my life down to the earth, and lay my glory in the dust. Selah. 7-6 Arise, Yahweh, in your anger. Lift up yourself against the rage of my adversaries. Awake for me, you have commanded judgment. 7-7 Let the congregation of the peoples surround you. Rule over them on high. 7-8 Yahweh administers judgment to the peoples. Judge me, Yahweh, according to my righteousness, and to my integrity that is in me. 7-9 Oh, let the wickedness of the wicked come to an end, but establish the righteous. Their minds and hearts are searched by the righteous God. 7-10 My shield is with God, who saves the upright in heart. 7-11 God is a righteous judge. Yes, a God who has indignation every day. 7-12 If a man doesn't relent, he will sharpen his sword. He has bent and strung his bow. 7-13 He has also prepared for himself the instruments of death. He makes ready his flaming arrows. 7-14 Behold, he travails with iniquity. Yes, he has conceived mischief, and brought forth falsehood. 7-15 He has dug a hole, and has fallen into the pit which he made. 7-16 The trouble he causes shall return to his own head. His violence shall come down on the crown of his own head. 7-17 I will give thanks to Yahweh according to his righteousness, and will sing praise to the name of Yahweh Most High. Psalm 8. For the chief musician on an instrument of Gath, a psalm by David. 8-1 Yahweh, our Lord, how majestic is your name in all the earth. Who has set your glory above the heavens? 8-2 From the lips of babes and infants you have established strength, because of your adversaries, that you might silence the enemy and the avenger. 8-3 When I consider your heavens, the work of your fingers, the moon and the stars, which you have ordained. 8-4 What is man, that you think of him? What is the son of man, that you care for him? 8-5 For you have made him a little lower than God, and crowned him with glory and honor. 8-6 You make him ruler over the works of your hands. You have put all things under his feet. 8-7 All sheep and cattle. Yes, and the animals of the field. 8-8 The birds of the sky, the fish of the sea, and whatever passes through the paths of the seas. 8-9 Yahweh, our Lord. How majestic is your name in all the earth. Psalm 9. For the chief musician, set to the death of the sun, a psalm by David. 9-1 I will give thanks to Yahweh with my whole heart. I will tell of all your marvelous works. 9-2 I will be glad and rejoice in you. I will sing praise to your name, O Most High. 9-3 When my enemies turn back, they stumble and perish in your presence. 9-4 For you have maintained my just cause. You sit on the throne judging righteously. 9-5 You have rebuked the nations. You have destroyed the wicked. You have blotted out their name forever and ever. 9-6 The enemy is overtaken by endless ruin. The very memory of the cities which you have overthrown has perished. 9-7 But Yahweh reigns forever. He has prepared his throne for judgment. 9:8 He will judge the world in righteousness. He will administer judgment to the peoples in uprightness. 9:9 Yahweh will also be a high tower for the oppressed. A high tower in times of trouble. 9:10 Those who know your name will put their trust in you. For you, Yahweh, have not forsaken those who seek you. 9:11 Sing praises to Yahweh, who dwells in Zion, and declare among the people what he has done. 9:12 For he who avenges blood remembers them. He doesn't forget the cry of the afflicted. 9:13 Have mercy on me, Yahweh. See my affliction by those who hate me, and lift me up from the gates of death. 9:14 That I may show forth all your praise. In the gates of the daughter of Zion, I will rejoice in your salvation. 9:15 The nations have sunk down in the pit that they made. In the net which they hid, their own foot is taken. 9:16 Yahweh has made himself known. He has executed judgment. The wicked is snared by the work of his own hands. Meditation, Selah. 9:17 The wicked shall be turned back to Sheol, even all the nations that forget God. 9:18 For the needy shall not always be forgotten, nor the hope of the poor perish forever. 9:19 Arise, Yahweh, don't let man prevail. Let the nations be judged in your sight. 9:20 Put them in fear, Yahweh. Let the nations know that they are only men. Selah. Psalm 10. 10:1 Why do you stand far off, Yahweh? Why do you hide yourself in times of trouble? 10:2 In arrogance, the wicked hunt down the weak. They are caught in the schemes that they devise. 10:3 For the wicked boasts of his heart's cravings. He blesses the greedy and condemns Yahweh. 10:4 The wicked, in the pride of his face, has no room in his thoughts for God. 10:5 His ways are prosperous at all times. He is haughty, and your laws are far from his sight. As for all his adversaries, he sneers at them. 10:6 He says in his heart, I shall not be shaken. For generations I shall have no trouble. 10:7 His mouth is full of cursing, deceit, and oppression. Under his tongue is mischief and iniquity. 10:8 He lies in wait near the villages. From ambushes he murders the innocent. His eyes are secretly set against the helpless. 10:9 He lurks in secret as a lion in his ambush. He lies in wait to catch the helpless. He catches the helpless when he draws him in his net. 10:10 The helpless are crushed. They collapse. They fall under his strength. 10:11 He says in his heart, God has forgotten. He hides his face. He will never see it. 10:12 Arise, Yahweh. God, lift up your hand. Don't forget the helpless. 10:13 Why does the wicked person condemn God and say in his heart, God won't call me into account? 10:14 But you do see trouble and grief. You consider it to take it into your hand. You help the victim and the fatherless. 10:15 Break the arm of the wicked. As for the evil man, seek out his wickedness until you find none. 10:16 Yahweh is king forever and ever. The nations will perish out of his land. 10:17 Yahweh, you have heard the desire of the humble. You will prepare their hearts. You will cause your ear to hear. 10:18 To judge the fatherless and the oppressed. That man who is of the earth may terrify no more. Psalm 11. For the chief musician, by David. 11:1 In Yahweh I take refuge. How can you say to my soul, flee as a bird to your mountain? 11:2-4 Behold, the wicked bend their bows. They set their arrows on the strings, that they may shoot in darkness at the upright in heart. 11:3 If the foundations are destroyed, what can the righteous do? 11:4 Yahweh is in his holy temple. Yahweh is on his throne in heaven. His eyes observe. His eyes examine the children of men. 11:5 Yahweh examines the righteous, but the wicked and him who loves violence his soul hates. 11:6 On the wicked he will rain blazing coals. Fire, sulfur, and scorching wind shall be the portion of their cup. 11:7 For Yahweh is righteous. He loves righteousness. The upright shall see his face. Psalm 12. For the chief musician, upon an eight-stringed lyre, a psalm of David. 12:1 Help, Yahweh, for the godly man ceases. For the faithful fail from among the children of men. 12:2 Everyone lies to his neighbor. They speak with flattering lips and with a double heart. 12:3 May Yahweh cut off all flattering lips. And the tongue that boasts. 12:4 Who have said, with our tongue we will prevail. Our lips are our own. Who is Lord over us? 12:5 Because of the oppression of the weak, and because of the groaning of the needy. I will now arise, says Yahweh. I will set him in safety from those who malign him. 12:6 The words of Yahweh are flawless words. As silver refined in a clay furnace, purified 7 times. 12:7 You will keep them, Yahweh. You will preserve them from this generation forever. 12:8 The wicked walk on every side. When what is vile is exalted among the sons of men. Psalm 13. For the chief musician, a psalm by David. 13:1 How long, Yahweh? Will you forget me forever? How long will you hide your face from me? 13:2 How long shall I take counsel in my soul, having sorrow in my heart every day? How long shall my enemy triumph over me? 13:3 Behold, and answer me, Yahweh my God. Give light to my eyes, lest I sleep in death. 13:4 Lest my enemy say, I have prevailed against him. Lest my adversaries rejoice when I fall. 13:5 But I trust in your loving kindness. My heart rejoices in your salvation. 13:6 I will sing to Yahweh, because he has been good to me. Psalm 14. For the chief musician, by David. 14:1 The fool has said in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none who does good. 14:2 Yahweh looked down from heaven on the children of men, to see if there were any who did understand, who did seek after God. 14:3 They have all gone aside. They have together become corrupt. There is none who does good, no, not one. 14:4 Have all the workers of iniquity no knowledge, who eat up my people as they eat bread, and don't call on Yahweh. 14:5 There they were in great fear. For God is in the generation of the righteous. 14:6 You frustrate the plan of the poor, because Yahweh is his refuge. 14:7 Oh, that the salvation of Israel would come out of Zion. When Yahweh restores the fortunes of his people, then Jacob shall rejoice, and Israel shall be glad. Psalm 15. A psalm by David. 15:1 Yahweh, who shall dwell in your sanctuary? Who shall live on your holy hill? 15:2 He who walks blamelessly does what is right, and speaks truth in his heart. 15:3 He who doesn't slander with his tongue, nor does evil to his friend, nor casts slurs against his fellow man. 15:4 In whose eyes a vile man is despised, but who honors those who fear Yahweh. He who keeps an oath even when it hurts and doesn't change. 15:5 He who doesn't lend out his money for usury, nor take a bribe against the innocent. He who does these things shall never be shaken. Psalm 16. A poem by David. 16:1 Preserve me, God, for in you do I take refuge. 16:2 My soul, you have said to Yahweh, you are my Lord. Apart from you, I have no good thing. 16:3 As for the saints who are in the earth, they are the excellent ones in whom is all my delight. 16:4 Their sorrows shall be multiplied, who give gifts to another God. Their drink offerings of blood I will not offer, nor take their names on my lips. 16:5 Yahweh, assign my portion and my cup. You made my lot secure. 16:6 The lines have fallen to me in pleasant places. Yes, I have a good inheritance. 16:7 I will bless Yahweh, who has given me counsel. Yes, my heart instructs me in the night seasons. 16:8 I have set Yahweh always before me. Because he is at my right hand, I shall not be moved. 16:9 Therefore my heart is glad, and my tongue rejoices. My body shall also dwell in safety. 16:10 For you will not leave my soul in Sheol, neither will you allow your Holy One to see corruption. 16:11 You will show me the path of life. In your presence is fullness of joy. In your right hand there are pleasures forevermore. Psalm 17. A prayer by David. 17:1 Hear, Yahweh, my righteous plea. Give ear to my prayer, that doesn't go out of deceitful lips. 17:2 Let my sentence come forth from your presence. Let your eyes look on equity. 17:3 You have proved my heart. You have visited me in the night. You have tried me and found nothing. I have resolved that my mouth shall not disobey. 17:4 As for the works of men, by the word of your lips, I have kept myself from the ways of the violent. 17:5 My steps have held fast to your paths. My feet have not slipped. 17:6 I have called on you, for you will answer me, God. Turn your ear to me. Hear my speech. 17:7 Show your marvelous loving kindness. You who save those who take refuge by your right hand from their enemies. 17:8 Keep me as the apple of your eye. Hide me under the shadow of your wings. 17:9 From the wicked who oppress me, my deadly enemies who surround me. 17:10 They close up their callous hearts. With their mouth they speak proudly. 17:11 They have now surrounded us in our steps. They set their eyes to cast us down to the earth. 17:12 He is like a lion that is greedy of his prey, as it were a young lion lurking in secret places. 17:13 Arise, Yahweh, confront him. Cast him down. Deliver my soul from the wicked by your sword. 17:14 From men by your hand, Yahweh. From men of the world, whose portion is in this life. You fill the belly of your cherished ones. Your sons have plenty, and they store up wealth for their children. 17:15 As for me, I shall see your face in righteousness. I shall be satisfied when I awake with seeing your form. Psalm 18. For the chief musician, by David the servant of Yahweh, who spoke to Yahweh the words of this song in the day that Yahweh delivered him from the hand of all his enemies and from the hand of Saul. He said, 18:1 I love you, Yahweh my strength. 18:2 Yahweh is my rock, my fortress, and my deliverer. My God, my rock, in whom I take refuge. My shield and the horn of my salvation, my high tower. 18:3 I call on Yahweh, who is worthy to be praised. And I am saved from my enemies. 18:4 The cords of death surrounded me. The floods of ungodliness made me afraid. 18:5 The cords of Sheol were around me. The snares of death came on me. 18:6 In my distress I called on Yahweh and cried to my God. He heard my voice out of his temple. My cry before him came into his ears. 18:7 Then the earth shook and trembled. The foundations also of the mountains quaked and were shaken, because he was angry. 18:8 Smoke went out of his nostrils. Consuming fire came out of his mouth. Coals were kindled by it. 18:9 He bowed the heavens also, and came down. Thick darkness was under his feet. 18:10 He rode on a cherub and flew. Yes, he soared on the wings of the wind. 18:11 He made darkness his hiding place, his pavilion around him. Darkness of waters, thick clouds of the skies. 18:12 At the brightness before him his thick clouds passed. Hailstones and coals of fire. 18:13 Yahweh also thundered in the sky. The Most High uttered his voice. Hailstones and coals of fire. 18:14 He sent out his arrows and scattered them. Yes, great lightning bolts and rooted them. 18:15 Then the channels of waters appeared. The foundations of the world were laid bare at your rebuke, Yahweh. At the blast of the breath of your nostrils. 18:16 He sent from on high. He took me. He drew me out of many waters. 18:17 He delivered me from my strong enemy. From those who hated me, for they were too mighty for me. 18:18, they came on me in the day of my calamity. But Yahweh was my support. 18:19, he brought me forth also into a large place. He delivered me because he delighted in me. 18:20, Yahweh has rewarded me according to my righteousness. According to the cleanness of my hands has he recompensed me. 18:21, for I have kept the ways of Yahweh, and have not wickedly departed from my God. 18:22, for all his ordinances were before me. I didn't put away his statutes from me. 18:23, I was also blameless with him. I kept myself from my iniquity. 18:24, therefore Yahweh has rewarded me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands in his eyesight. 18:25, with the merciful you will show yourself merciful. With the perfect man, you will show yourself perfect. 18:26, with the pure, you will show yourself pure. With the crooked you will show yourself shrewd. 18:27, for you will save the afflicted people. But the haughty eyes you will bring down. 18:28, for you will light my lamp, Yahweh. My God will light up my darkness. 18:29, for by you, I advance through a troop. By my God, I leap over a wall. 18:30, as for God, his way is perfect. The word of Yahweh is tried. He is a shield to all those who take refuge in him. 18:31, for who is God, except Yahweh? Who is a rock besides our God? 18:32, the God who arms me with strength, and makes my way perfect. 18:33, he makes my feet like deer's feet, and sets me on my high places. 18:34, he teaches my hands to war, so that my arms bend a bow of bronze. 18:35, you have also given me the shield of your salvation. Your right hand sustains me. Your gentleness has made me great. 18:36, you have enlarged my steps under me. My feet have not slipped. 18:37, I will pursue my enemies and overtake them. Neither will I turn again until they are consumed. 18:38, I will strike them through, so that they will not be able to rise. They shall fall under my feet. 18:39, for you have girded me with strength to the battle. You have subdued under me those who rose up against me. 18:40, you have also made my enemies turn their backs to me, that I might cut off those who hate me. 18:41, they cried, but there was none to save. Even to Yahweh, but he didn't answer them. 18:42, then I beat them small as the dust before the wind. I cast them out as the mire of the streets. 18:43, you have delivered me from the strivings of the people. You have made me the head of the nations. A people whom I have not known shall serve me. 18:44, as soon as they hear of me, they shall obey me. The foreigners shall submit themselves to me. 18:45, the foreigners shall fade away, and shall come trembling out of their close places. 18:46, Yahweh lives, and blessed be my rock. Exalted be the God of my salvation. 18:47, even the God who executes vengeance for me, and subdues peoples under me. 18:48, he rescues me from my enemies. Yes, you lift me up above those who rise up against me. You deliver me from the violent man. 18:49, therefore I will give thanks to you, Yahweh, among the nations, and will sing praises to your name. 18:50, he gives great deliverance to his king, and shows loving kindness to his anointed, to David and to his seed forevermore. Psalm 19. For the chief musician, a psalm by David. 19:1, the heavens declare the glory of God. The expanse shows his handiwork. 19:2, day after day they pour forth speech, and night after night they display knowledge. 19:3, there is no speech nor language, where their voice is not heard. 19:4, their voice has gone out through all the earth, their words to the end of the world. In them he has set a tent for the sun. 19:5, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, like a strong man rejoicing to run his course. 19:6, his going forth is from the end of the heavens, his circuit to its ends. There is nothing hidden from its heat. 19:7 Yahweh's law is perfect, restoring the soul. Yahweh's testimony is sure, making wise the simple. 19:8 Yahweh's precepts are right, rejoicing the heart. Yahweh's commandment is pure, enlightening the eyes. 19:9 The fear of Yahweh is clean, enduring forever. Yahweh's ordinances are true and righteous altogether. 19:10 More to be desired are they than gold, yes, than much fine gold. Sweeter also than honey and the extract of the honeycomb. 19:11 Moreover by them is your servant warned. In keeping them there is great reward. 19:12 Who can discern his errors? Forgive me from hidden errors. 19:13 Keep back your servant also from presumptuous sins. Let them not have dominion over me. Then I will be upright. I will be blameless and innocent of great transgression. 19:14 Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in your sight. Yahweh, my rock and my redeemer. Psalm 20. For the chief musician, a psalm by David. 21 May Yahweh answer you in the day of trouble. May the name of the God of Jacob set you up on high. 22 Send you help from the sanctuary. Grant you support from Zion. 23 Remember all your offerings. And accept your burnt sacrifice. Selah. 24 May he grant you your heart's desire. And fulfill all your counsel. 25 We will triumph in your salvation. In the name of our God, we will set up our banners. May Yahweh grant all your requests. 26 Now I know that Yahweh saves his anointed. He will answer him from his holy heaven, with the saving strength of his right hand. 27 Some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we trust the name of Yahweh our God. 28 They are bowed down and fallen, but we rise up and stand upright. 29 Save Yahweh. Let the king answer us when we call. Psalm 21. For the chief musician, a psalm by David. 21:1 The king rejoices in your strength, Yahweh. How greatly he rejoices in your salvation. 21:2 You have given him his heart's desire, and have not withheld the request of his lips. Selah. 21:3 For you meet him with the blessings of goodness. You set a crown of fine gold on his head. 21:4 He asked life of you, you gave it to him. Even length of days forever and ever. 21:5 His glory is great in your salvation. You lay honor and majesty on him. 21:6 For you make him most blessed forever. You make him glad with joy in your presence. 21:7 For the king trusts in Yahweh. Through the loving kindness of the Most High, he shall not be moved. 21:8 Your hand will find out all of your enemies. Your right hand will find out those who hate you. 21:9 You will make them as a fiery furnace in the time of your anger. Yahweh will swallow them up in his wrath. The fire shall devour them. 21:10 You will destroy their descendants from the earth, their posterity from among the children of men. 21:11 For they intended evil against you. They plotted evil against you which cannot succeed. 21:12 For you will make them turn their back, when you aim drawn bows at their face. 21:13 Be exalted, Yahweh, in your strength. So we will sing and praise your power. Psalm 22. For the chief musician, set to the doe of the morning, a psalm by David. 22:1 My God, why have you forsaken me? Why are you so far from helping me, and from the words of my groaning? 22:2 My God, I cry in the daytime, but you don't answer. In the night season, and am not silent. 22:3 But you are holy. You who inhabit the praises of Israel. 22:4 Our fathers trusted in you. They trusted, and you delivered them. 22:5 They cried to you, and were delivered. They trusted in you, and were not disappointed. 22:6 But I am a worm and no man, a reproach of men, and despised by the people. 22:7 All those who see me mock me. They insult me with their lips, they shake their heads, saying, 22:8 He trusts in Yahweh. Let him deliver him. Let him rescue him, since he delights in him. 22:9 But you brought me out of the womb. You made me trust at my mother's breasts. 22:10 I was thrown on you from my mother's womb. You are my God since my mother bore me. 22:11 Don't be far from me, for trouble is near. For there is none to help. 22:12 Many bulls have surrounded me. Strong bulls of Bashan have encircled me. 22:13 They open their mouths wide against me. Lions tearing prey and roaring. 22:14 I am poured out like water. All my bones are out of joint. My heart is like wax. It is melted within me. 22:15 My strength is dried up like a potsherd. My tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth. You have brought me into the dust of death. 22:16 For dogs have surrounded me. A company of evildoers have enclosed me. Like a lion, they pin my hands and feet. 22:17 I can count all of my bones. They look and stare at me. 22:18 They divide my garments among them. They cast lots for my clothing. 22:19 But don't be far off, Yahweh. You are my help, hurry to help me. 22:20 Deliver my soul from the sword. My precious life from the power of the dog. 22:21 Save me from the lion's mouth. Yes, from the horns of the wild oxen, you have answered me. 22:22 I will declare your name to my brothers. In the midst of the assembly, I will praise you. 22:23 You who fear Yahweh, praise him. All you descendants of Jacob, glorify him. Stand in awe of him, all you descendants of Israel. 22:24 For he has not despised, nor abhorred the affliction of the afflicted. Neither has he hidden his face from him. But when he cried to him, he heard. 22:25 Of you comes my praise in the great assembly. I will pay my vows before those who fear him. 22:26 The humble shall eat and be satisfied. They shall praise Yahweh who seek after him. Let your hearts live forever. 22:27 All the ends of the earth shall remember and turn to Yahweh. All the relatives of the nations shall worship before you. 22:28 For the kingdom is Yahweh's. He is the ruler over the nations. 22:29 All the rich ones of the earth shall eat and worship. All those who go down to the dust shall bow before him. Even he who can't keep his soul alive. 22:30 Posterity shall serve him. Future generations shall be told about the Lord. 22:31 They shall come, and shall declare his righteousness to a people that shall be born. For he has done it. Psalm 23. A psalm by David. 23:1 Yahweh is my shepherd. I shall lack nothing. 23:2 He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. 23:3 He restores my soul. He guides me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. 23:4 Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. 23:5 You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup runs over. 23:6 Surely goodness and loving kindness shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in Yahweh's house forever. Psalm 24. A psalm by David. 24:1 The earth is Yahweh's with its fullness, the world and those who dwell therein. 24:2 For he has founded it on the seas, and established it on the floods. 24:3 Who may ascend to Yahweh's hill? Who may stand in his holy place? 24 For he who has clean hands and a pure heart, who has not lifted up his soul to falsehood, and has not sworn deceitfully. 24:5 He shall receive a blessing from Yahweh, righteousness from the God of his salvation. 24:6 This is the generation of those who seek him, who seek your face, even Jacob. Selah. 24:7 Lift up your heads, you gates. Be lifted up, you everlasting doors, and the King of glory will come in. 24:8 Who is the King of glory? Yahweh strong and mighty. Yahweh mighty in battle. 24:9 Lift up your heads, you gates. Yes, lift them up, you everlasting doors, and the King of glory will come in. 24:10 Who is this King of glory? Yahweh of armies is the King of glory. Selah. Psalm 25. By David. 25:1 To you, Yahweh, do I lift up my soul. 25:2 My God, I have trusted in you. Don't let me be shamed. Don't let my enemies triumph over me. 25:3 Yes, no one who waits for you shall be shamed. They shall be shamed who deal treacherously without cause. 25:4 Show me your ways, Yahweh. Teach me your paths. 25:5 Guide me in your truth and teach me. For you are the God of my salvation. I wait for you all day long. 25:6 Yahweh, remember your tender mercies and your loving kindness. For they are from old times. 25:7 Don't remember the sins of my youth, nor my transgressions. Remember me according to your loving kindness. For your goodness' sake, Yahweh. 25:8 Good and upright is Yahweh. Therefore he will instruct sinners in the way. 25:9 He will guide the humble in justice. He will teach the humble his way. 25:10 All the paths of Yahweh are loving kindness and truth, to such as keep his covenant and his testimonies. 25:11 For your name's sake, Yahweh. Pardon my iniquity, for it is great. 25:12 What man is he who fears Yahweh? He shall instruct him in the way that he shall choose. 25:13 His soul shall dwell at ease. His seed shall inherit the land. 25:14 The friendship of Yahweh is with those who fear him. He will show them his covenant. 25:15 My eyes are ever on Yahweh, for he will pluck my feet out of the net. 25:16 Turn to me, and have mercy on me, for I am desolate and afflicted. 25:17 The troubles of my heart are enlarged. Oh, bring me out of my distresses. 25:18 Consider my affliction and my travail. Forgive all my sins. 25:19 Consider my enemies, for they are many. They hate me with cruel hatred. 25:20 Keep my soul, and deliver me. Let me not be disappointed, for I take refuge in you. 25:21 Let integrity and uprightness preserve me, for I wait for you. 25:22 Redeem Israel, God, out all of his troubles. Psalm 26. By David. 26:1 Judge me, Yahweh, for I have walked in my integrity. I have trusted also in Yahweh without wavering. 26:2 Examine me, Yahweh, and prove me. Try my heart and my mind. 26:3 For your loving kindness is before my eyes. I have walked in your truths. 26:4 I have not sat with deceitful men, neither will I go in with hypocrites. 26:5 I hate the assembly of evildoers, and will not sit with the wicked. 26:6 I will wash my hands in innocence. So I will go about your altar, Yahweh. 26:7 That I may make the voice of thanksgiving to be heard, and tell of all your wondrous works. 26:8 Yahweh, I love the habitation of your house, the place where your glory dwells. 26:9 Don't gather my soul with sinners, nor my life with bloodthirsty men. 26:10 In whose hands is wickedness. Their right hand is full of bribes. 26:11 But as for me, I will walk in my integrity. Redeem me and be merciful to me. 26:12 My foot stands in an even place. In the congregations, I will bless Yahweh. Psalm 27. By David. 27:1 Yahweh is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Yahweh is the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? 27:2 When evildoers came at me to eat up my flesh, even my adversaries and my foes, they stumbled and fell. 27:3 Though an army should encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. Though war should rise against me, even then I will be confident. 27 For one thing I have asked of Yahweh, that I will seek after, that I may dwell in the house of Yahweh all the days of my life, to see Yahweh's beauty, and to inquire in his temple. 27:5 4 In the day of trouble, he will keep me secretly in his pavilion. In the covert of his tent, he will hide me. He will lift me up on a rock. 27:6 Now my head will be lifted up above my enemies around me. I will offer sacrifices of joy in his tent. I will sing, yes, I will sing praises to Yahweh. 27:7 Hear, Yahweh, when I cry with my voice. Have mercy also on me, and answer me. 27:8 When you said, Seek my face, my heart said to you, I will seek your face, Yahweh. 27:9 Don't hide your face from me. Don't put your servant away in anger. You have been my help. Don't abandon me. Neither forsake me, God of my salvation. 27:10 When my father and my mother forsake me, then Yahweh will take me up. 27:11 Teach me your way, Yahweh. Lead me in a straight path because of my enemies. 27:12 Don't deliver me over to the desire of my adversaries. For false witnesses have risen up against me, such as breathe out cruelty. 27:13 I am still confident of this. I will see the goodness of Yahweh in the land of the living. 27:14 Wait for Yahweh. Be strong and let your heart take courage. Yes, wait for Yahweh. Psalm 28. By David. 28:1 To you, Yahweh, I call. My rock, don't be deaf to me. Lest, if you are silent to me, I would become like those who go down into the pit. 28:2 Hear the voice of my petitions, when I cry to you, when I lift up my hands toward your most holy place. 28:3 Don't draw me away with the wicked, with the workers of iniquity who speak peace with their neighbors, but mischief is in their hearts. 28:4 Give them according to their work, and according to the wickedness of their doings. Give them according to the operation of their hands. Bring back on them what they deserve. 28:5 Because they don't regard the works of Yahweh, nor the operation of his hands, he will break them down and not build them up. 28:6 Blessed be Yahweh, because he has heard the voice of my petitions. 28:7 Yahweh is my strength and my shield. My heart has trusted in him, and I am helped. Therefore my heart greatly rejoices. With my song I will thank him. 28:8 Yahweh is their strength. He is a stronghold of salvation to his anointed. 28:9 Save your people, and bless your inheritance. Be their shepherd also, and bear them up forever. Psalm 29. A psalm by David. 29:1 Ascribe to Yahweh, you sons of the mighty. Ascribe to Yahweh glory and strength. 29:2 Ascribe to Yahweh the glory due to his name. Worship Yahweh in holy array. 29:3 Yahweh's voice is on the waters. The God of glory thunders, even Yahweh on many waters. 29:4 Yahweh's voice is powerful. Yahweh's voice is full of majesty. 29:5 The voice of Yahweh breaks the cedars. Yes, Yahweh breaks in pieces the cedars of Lebanon. 29:6 He makes them also to skip like a calf. Lebanon and Syrian like a young, wild ox. 29:7 Yahweh's voice strikes with flashes of lightning. 29:8 Yahweh's voice shakes the wilderness. Yahweh shakes the wilderness of Kadesh. 29:9 Yahweh's voice makes the deer calve, and strips the forests bare. In his temple everything says, Glory. 29:10 Yahweh sat enthroned at the flood. Yes, Yahweh sits as king forever. 29:11 Yahweh will give strength to his people. Yahweh will bless his people with peace. Psalm 30. A psalm, a song for the dedication of the temple, by David. 31 I will extol you, Yahweh, for you have raised me up, and have not made my foes to rejoice over me. 32 Yahweh my God, I cried to you, and you have healed me. 33 Yahweh, you have brought up my soul from Sheol. You have kept me alive, that I should not go down to the pit. 34 Sing praise to Yahweh, you saints of his. Give thanks to his holy name. 35 For his anger is but for a moment. His favor is for a lifetime. Weeping may stay for the night, but joy comes in the morning. 36 As for me, I said in my prosperity, I shall never be moved. 37 You, Yahweh, when you favored me, made my mountain stand strong. But when you hid your face, I was troubled. 38 I cried to you, Yahweh. To Yahweh I made supplication. 39 What profit is there in my destruction, if I go down to the pit? Shall the dust praise you? Shall it declare your truths? 30 Hear, Yahweh, and have mercy on me. Yahweh be my helper. 30 You have turned my mourning into dancing for me. You have removed my sackcloth, and clothed me with gladness. 30 To the end that my heart may sing praise to you, and not be silent. Yahweh my God, I will give thanks to you forever. Psalm 31. For the chief musician, a psalm by David. 31 In you, Yahweh, I take refuge. Let me never be disappointed. Deliver me in your righteousness. 31 Bow down your ear to me. Deliver me speedily. Be to me a strong rock, a house of defense to save me. 31 For you are my rock and my fortress. Therefore for your name's sake lead me and guide me. 31 Pluck me out of the net that they have laid secretly for me. For you are my stronghold. 31 Into your hand I commend my spirit. You redeem me, Yahweh, God of truth. 31 I hate those who regard lying vanities, but I trust in Yahweh. 31 I will be glad and rejoice in your loving kindness. For you have seen my affliction. You have known my soul in adversities. 31 You have not shut me up into the hand of the enemy. You have set my feet in a large place. 31 Have mercy on me, Yahweh, for I am in distress. My eye, my soul, and my body waste away with grief. 31 For my life is spent with sorrow, my years with sighing. My strength fails because of my iniquity. My bones are wasted away. 31 Because of all my adversaries, I have become utterly contemptible to my neighbors, a fear to my acquaintances. Those who saw me on the street fled from me. 31 I am forgotten from their hearts like a dead man. I am like broken pottery. 31 For I have heard the slander of many, terror on every side. While they conspire together against me, they plot to take away my life. 31 But I trust in you, Yahweh. I said, you are my God. 31 My times are in your hand. Deliver me from the hand of my enemies, and from those who persecute me. 31 Make your face to shine on your servant. Save me in your loving kindness. 31 Let me not be disappointed, Yahweh, for I have called on you. Let the wicked be disappointed. Let them be silent in Sheol. 31 Let the lying lips be mute, which speak against the righteous insolently, with pride and contempt. 31 Oh, how great is your goodness, which you have laid up for those who fear you, which you have worked for those who take refuge in you, before the sons of men. 31 In the shelter of your presence you will hide them from the plotting of man. You will keep them secretly, in a dwelling away from the strife of tongues. 31 Praise be to Yahweh, for he has shown me his marvelous loving kindness in a strong city. 31 As for me, I said in my haste, I am cut off from before your eyes. Nevertheless, you heard the voice of my petitions when I cried to you. 31 O love Yahweh, all you his saints. Yahweh preserves the faithful, and fully recompenses him who behaves arrogantly. 31 Be strong, and let your heart take courage, all you who hope in Yahweh. Psalm 32. By David, a contemplative psalm. 32:1 Blessed is he whose disobedience is forgiven, whose sin is covered. 32:2 Blessed is the man to whom Yahweh doesn't impute iniquity, in whose spirit there is no deceit. 32:3 When I kept silence, my bones wasted away through my groaning all day long. 32:4 For day and night your hand was heavy on me. My strength was sapped in the heat of summer. Selah. 32:5 I acknowledged my sin to you. I didn't hide my iniquity. I said, I will confess my transgressions to Yahweh. And you forgave the iniquity of my sin. Selah. 32:6 For this, let everyone who is godly pray to you in a time when you may be found. Surely when the great waters overflow, they shall not reach to him. 32:7 You are my hiding place. You will preserve me from trouble. You will surround me with songs of deliverance. Selah. 32:8 I will instruct you and teach you in the way which you shall go. I will counsel you with my eye on you. 32:9 Don't be like the horse, or like the mule, which have no understanding, who are controlled by bit and bridle, or else they will not come near to you. 32:10 Many sorrows come to the wicked, but loving kindness shall surround him who trusts in Yahweh. 32:11 Be glad in Yahweh, and rejoice, you righteous. Shout for joy, all you who are upright in heart. Psalm 33. 33:1 Rejoice in Yahweh, you righteous. Praise is fitting for the upright. 33:2 Give thanks to Yahweh with the lyre. Sing praises to him with the harp of 10 strings. 33:3 Sing to him a new song. Play skillfully with a shout of joy. 33:4 For the word of Yahweh is right. All his work is done in faithfulness. 33:5 He loves righteousness and justice. The earth is full of the loving kindness of Yahweh. 33:6 By Yahweh's word, the heavens were made, all their army by the breath of his mouth. 33:7 He gathers the waters of the sea together as a heap. He lays up the deeps in storehouses. 33:8 Let all the earth fear Yahweh. Let all the inhabitants of the world stand in awe of him. 33:9 For he spoke, and it was done. He commanded, and it stood firm. 33:10 Yahweh brings the counsel of the nations to nothing. He makes the thoughts of the peoples to be of no effect. 33:11 The counsel of Yahweh stands fast forever, the thoughts of his heart to all generations. 33:12 Blessed is the nation whose God is Yahweh, the people whom he has chosen for his own inheritance. 33:13 Yahweh looks from heaven. He sees all the sons of men. 33:14 From the place of his habitation, he looks out on all the inhabitants of the earth. 33:15 He who fashions all of their hearts, and he considers all of their works. 33:16 There is no king saved by the multitude of an army. A mighty man is not delivered by great strength. 33:17 A horse is a vain thing for safety, neither does he deliver any by his great power. 33:18 Behold, Yahweh's eye is on those who fear him, on those who hope in his loving kindness. 33:19 To deliver their soul from death, to keep them alive in famine. 33:20 Our soul has waited for Yahweh. He is our help and our shield. 33:21 For our heart rejoices in him, because we have trusted in his holy name. 33:22 Let your loving kindness be on us, Yahweh, since we have hoped in you. Psalm 34. By David, when he pretended to be insane before Abimelech, who drove him away, and he departed. 34:1 I will bless Yahweh at all times. His praise will always be in my mouth. 34:2 My soul shall boast in Yahweh. The humble shall hear of it and be glad. 34:3 O magnify Yahweh with me. Let us exalt his name together. 34:4 I sought Yahweh, and he answered me, and delivered me from all my fears. 34:5 They looked to him, and were radiant. Their faces shall never be covered with shame. 34:6 This poor man cried, and Yahweh heard him, and saved him out of all his troubles. 34:7 the angel of Yahweh encamps around those who fear him and delivers them. 34:8 O taste and see that Yahweh is good. Blessed is the man who takes refuge in him. 34:9 O fear Yahweh, you his saints. For there is no lack with those who fear him. 34:10 The young lions do lack and suffer hunger. But those who seek Yahweh shall not lack any good thing. 34:11 Come, you children, listen to me. I will teach you the fear of Yahweh. 34:12 Who is someone who desires life and loves many days, that he may see good? 34:13 Keep your tongue from evil and your lips from speaking lies. 34:14 Depart from evil and do good. Seek peace and pursue it. 34:15 Yahweh's eyes are toward the righteous. His ears listen to their cry. 34:16 Yahweh's face is against those who do evil, to cut off the memory of them from the earth. 34:17 The righteous cry, and Yahweh hears, and delivers them out of all their troubles. 34:18 Yahweh is near to those who have a broken heart, and saves those who have a crushed spirit. 34:19 Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but Yahweh delivers him out of them all. 34:20 He protects all of his bones. Not one of them is broken. 34:21 Evil shall kill the wicked. Those who hate the righteous shall be condemned. 34:22 Yahweh redeems the soul of his servants. None of those who take refuge in him shall be condemned. Psalm 35 by David. 35:1 Contend, Yahweh, with those who contend with me. Fight against those who fight against me. 35:2 Take hold of shield and buckler, and stand up for my help. 35:3 Brandish the spear and block those who pursue me. Tell my soul, I am your salvation. 35:4 Let those who seek after my soul be disappointed and brought to dishonor. Let those who plot my ruin be turned back and confounded. 35:5 Let them be as chaff before the wind, Yahweh's angel driving them on. 35:6 Let their way be dark and slippery, Yahweh's angel pursuing them. 35:7 For without cause they have hidden their net in a pit for me. Without cause they have dug a pit for my soul. 35:8 Let destruction come on him unawares. Let his net that he has hidden catch himself. Let him fall into that destruction. 35:9 My soul shall be joyful in Yahweh. It shall rejoice in his salvation. 35:10 All my bones shall say, Yahweh, who is like you? Who delivers the poor from him who is too strong for him? Yes, the poor and the needy from him who robs him. 35:11 Unrighteous witnesses rise up. They ask me about things that I don't know about. 35:12 They reward me evil for good, to the bereaving of my soul. 35:13 But as for me, when they were sick, my clothing was sackcloth. I afflicted my soul with fasting. My prayer returned into my own bosom. 35:14 I behaved myself as though it had been my friend or my brother. I bowed down mourning, as one who mourns his mother. 35:15 But in my adversity they rejoiced and gathered themselves together. The attackers gathered themselves together against me, and I didn't know it. They tore at me and didn't cease. 35:16 Like the profane mockers in feasts, they gnashed their teeth at me. 35:17 Lord, how long will you look on? Rescue my soul from their destruction, my precious life from the lions. 35:18 I will give you thanks in the great assembly. I will praise you among many people. 35:19 Don't let those who are my enemies wrongfully rejoice over me. Neither let those who hate me without a cause wink their eyes. 35:20 For they don't speak peace, but they devise deceitful words against those who are quiet in the land. 35:21 Yes, they opened their mouth wide against me. They said, Aha, aha, or I has seen it. 35:22 You have seen it, Yahweh, don't keep silent. Lord, don't be far from me. 35:23 Wake up, rise up to defend me, my God. My Lord, contend for me. 35:24 Vindicate me, Yahweh my God, according to your righteousness. Don't let them gloat over me. 35:25 Don't let them say in their heart, "Aha, that's the way we want it." Don't let them say, "We have swallowed him up." 35:26 Let them be disappointed and confounded together, who rejoice at my calamity. Let them be clothed with shame and dishonor, who magnify themselves against me. 35:27 Let them shout for joy and be glad, who favor my righteous cause. Yes, let them say continually, Yahweh be magnified. Who has pleasure in the prosperity of his servant? 35:28 My tongue shall talk about your righteousness, and about your praise all day long. Psalm 36. For the chief musician, by David, the servant of Yahweh. 36:1 An oracle is within my heart about the disobedience of the wicked. There is no fear of God before his eyes. 36:2 For he flatters himself in his own eyes. Too much to detect and hate his sin. 36:3 The words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. He has ceased to be wise and to do good. 36:4 He plots iniquity on his bed. He sets himself in a way that is not good. He doesn't abhor evil. 36:5 Your loving kindness, Yahweh, is in the heavens. Your faithfulness reaches to the skies. 36:6 Your righteousness is like the mountains of God. Your judgments are like a great deep. Yahweh, you preserve man and animal. 36:7 How precious is your loving kindness, God. The children of men take refuge under the shadow of your wings. 36:8 They shall be abundantly satisfied with the abundance of your house. You will make them drink of the river of your pleasures. 36:9 For with you is the spring of life. In your light shall we see light. 36:10 Oh, continue your loving kindness to those who know you. Your righteousness to the upright in heart. 36:11 Don't let the foot of pride come against me. Don't let the hand of the wicked drive me away. 36:12 There the workers of iniquity are fallen. They are thrust down and shall not be able to rise. Psalm 37. By David. 37:1 Don't fret because of evildoers. Neither be envious against those who work unrighteousness. 37:2 For they shall soon be cut down like the grass, and wither like the green herb. 37:3 Trust in Yahweh and do good. Dwell in the land and enjoy safe pasture. 37:4 Also delight yourself in Yahweh, and he will give you the desires of your heart. 37:5 Commit your way to Yahweh. Trust also in him, and he will do this. 37:6 He will make your righteousness go forth as the light, and your justice as the noonday sun. 37:7 Rest in Yahweh, and wait patiently for him. Don't fret because of him who prospers in his way, because of the man who makes wicked plots happen. 37:8 Cease from anger, and forsake wrath. Don't fret, it leads only to evildoing. 37:9 For evildoers shall be cut off, but those who wait for Yahweh shall inherit the land. 37:10 For yet a little while, and the wicked will be no more. Yes, though you look for his place, he isn't there. 37:11 But the humble shall inherit the land, and shall delight themselves in the abundance of peace. 37:12 The wicked plots against the just, and gnashes at him with his teeth. 37:13 The Lord will laugh at him, for he sees that his day is coming. 37:14 The wicked have drawn out the sword, and have bent their bow, to cast down the poor and needy, to kill those who are upright in the way. 37:15 Their sword shall enter into their own heart. Their bows shall be broken. 37:16 Better is a little that the righteous has than the abundance of many wicked. 37:17 For the arms of the wicked shall be broken, but Yahweh upholds the righteous. 37:18 Yahweh knows the days of the perfect. Their inheritance shall be forever. 37:19 They shall not be disappointed in the time of evil. In the days of famine they shall be satisfied. 37:20 But the wicked shall perish. The enemies of Yahweh shall be like the beauty of the fields. They will vanish. Vanish like smoke. 37:21 The wicked borrow and don't pay back, but the righteous give generously. 37:22 For such as are blessed by him shall inherit the land. Those who are cursed by him shall be cut off. 37:23 A man's goings are established by Yahweh. He delights in his way. 37:24 Though he stumble, he shall not fall, for Yahweh holds him up with his hand. 37:25 I have been young, and now am old. Yet I have not seen the righteous forsaken, nor his children begging for bread. 37:26 All day long he deals graciously, and lends. His seed is blessed. 37:27 Depart from evil, and do good. Live securely forever. 37:28 For Yahweh loves justice, and doesn't forsake his saints. They are preserved forever, but the children of the wicked shall be cut off. 37:29 The righteous shall inherit the land, and live in it forever. 37:30 The mouth of the righteous talks of wisdom. His tongue speaks justice. 37:31 The law of his God is in his heart. None of his steps shall slide. 37:32 The wicked watches the righteous, and seeks to kill him. 37:33 Yahweh will not leave him in his hand, nor condemn him when he is judged. 37:34 Wait for Yahweh, and keep his way, and he will exalt you to inherit the land. When the wicked are cut off, you shall see it. 37:35 I have seen the wicked in great power, spreading himself like a green tree in its native soil. 37:36 But he passed away, and behold, he was not. Yes, I sought him, but he could not be found. 37:37 Mark the perfect man, and see the upright, for there is a future for the man of peace. 37:38 As for transgressors, they shall be destroyed together. The future of the wicked shall be cut off. 37:39 But the salvation of the righteous is from Yahweh. He is their stronghold in the time of trouble. 37:40 Yahweh helps them and rescues them. He rescues them from the wicked and saves them, because they have taken refuge in him. Psalm 38. A psalm by David for a memorial. 38:1 Yahweh, don't rebuke me in your wraths, neither chasten me in your hot displeasure. 38:2 For your arrows have pierced me. Your hand presses hard on me. 38:3 There is no soundness in my flesh because of your indignation, neither is there any health in my bones because of my sin. 38:4 For my iniquities have gone over my head. As a heavy burden, they are too heavy for me. 38:5 My wounds are loathsome and corrupt, because of my foolishness. 38:6 I am pained and bowed down greatly. I go mourning all day long. 38:7 For my waist is filled with burning. There is no soundness in my flesh. 38:8 I am faint and severely bruised. I have groaned by reason of the anguish of my heart. 38:9 Lord, all my desire is before you. My groaning is not hidden from you. 38:10 My heart throbs. My strength fails me. As for the light of my eyes, it has also left me. 38:11 My lovers and my friends stand aloof from my plague. My kinsmen stand far away. 38:12 They also who seek after my life lay snares. Those who seek my hurt speak mischievous things, and meditate deceits all day long. 38:13 But I, as a deaf man, don't hear. I am as a mute man who doesn't open his mouth. 38:14 Yes, I am as a man who doesn't hear, in whose mouth are no reproofs. 38:15 For in you, Yahweh, do I hope. You will answer, Lord my God. 38:16 For I said, don't let them gloat over me, or exalt themselves over me when my foot slips. 38:17 For I am ready to fall. My pain is continually before me. 38:18 For I will declare my iniquity. I will be sorry for my sin. 38:19 But my enemies are vigorous and many. Those who hate me without reason are numerous. 38:20, they who also render evil for good are adversaries to me. Because I follow what is good. 38:21, don't forsake me, Yahweh. My God, don't be far from me. 38:22, hurry to help me. Lord, my salvation. Psalm 39. For the chief musician, for Jeduthun, a psalm by David. 39:1 I said, I will watch my ways so that I don't sin with my tongue. I will keep my mouth with a bridle, while the wicked is before me. 39:2 I was mute with silence. I held my peace even from good. My sorrow was stirred. 39:3 My heart was hot within me. While I meditated, the fire burned. I spoke with my tongue. 39:4 Yahweh, show me my end. What is the measure of my days? Let me know how frail I am. 39:5 Behold, you have made my days handbreadths. My lifetime is as nothing before you. Surely every man stands as a breath. Selah. 39:6 Surely every man walks like a shadow. Surely they busy themselves in vain. He heaps up and doesn't know who shall gather. 39:7 Now, Lord, what do I wait for? My hope is in you. 39:8 Deliver me from all my transgressions. Don't make me the reproach of the foolish. 39:9 I was mute. I didn't open my mouth. Because you did it. 39:10 Remove your scourge away from me. I am overcome by the blow of your hand. 39:11 When you rebuke and correct man for iniquity. You consume his wealth like a moth. Surely every man is but a breath. Selah. 39:12 Hear my prayer, Yahweh, and give ear to my cry. Don't be silent at my tears. For I am a stranger with you. A foreigner, as all my fathers were. 39:13 Oh, spare me, that I may recover strength. Before I go away and exist no more. Psalm 40. For the chief musician, a psalm by David. 41 I waited patiently for Yahweh. He turned to me and heard my cry. 42 He brought me up also out of a horrible pit. Out of the miry clay. He set my feet on a rock. And gave me a firm place to stand. 43 He has put a new song in my mouth, even praise to our God. Many shall see it and fear, and shall trust in Yahweh. 44 Blessed is the man who makes Yahweh his trust, and doesn't respect the proud, nor such as turn aside to lies. 45 Many, Yahweh, my God, are the wonderful works which you have done. And your thoughts which are toward us. They can't be declared back to you. If I would declare and speak of them, they are more than can be numbered. 46 Sacrifice, an offering you didn't desire. You have opened my ears. You have not required burnt offering and sin offering. 47 Then I said, Behold, I have come. It is written about me in the book in the scroll. 48 I delight to do your will, my God. Yes, your law is within my heart. 49 I have proclaimed glad news of righteousness in the great assembly. Behold, I will not seal my lips, Yahweh, you know. 40:10 I have not hidden your righteousness within my heart. I have declared your faithfulness and your salvation. I have not concealed your loving kindness and your truth from the great assembly. 40:11 Don't withhold your tender mercies from me, Yahweh. Let your loving kindness and your truth continually preserve me. 40:12 For innumerable evils have surrounded me. My iniquities have overtaken me, so that I am not able to look up. They are more than the hairs of my head. My heart has failed me. 40:13 Be pleased, Yahweh, to deliver me. Hurry to help me, Yahweh. 40:14 Let them be disappointed and confounded together, who seek after my soul to destroy it. Let them be turned backward and brought to dishonor who delight in my hurt. 40:15 Let them be desolate by reason of their shame that tell me, Aha, aha. 40:16 Let all those who seek you rejoice and be glad in you. Let such as love your salvation say continually, Let Yahweh be exalted. 40:17 But I am poor and needy. May the Lord think about me. You are my help and my deliverer. Don't delay, my God. Psalm 41. For the chief musician, a psalm by David. 41:1 Blessed is he who considers the poor. Yahweh will deliver him in the day of evil. 41:2 Yahweh will preserve him and keep him alive. He shall be blessed on the earth, and he will not surrender him to the will of his enemies. 41:3 Yahweh will sustain him on his sickbed and restore him from his bed of illness. 41:4 I said, Yahweh, have mercy on me. Heal me, for I have sinned against you. 41:5 My enemies speak evil against me. When will he die and his name perish? 41:6 If he comes to see me, he speaks falsehood. His heart gathers iniquity to itself. When he goes abroad, he tells it. 41:7 All who hate me whisper together against me. They imagine the worst for me. 41:8 An evil disease, they say, has afflicted him. Now that he lies, he shall rise up no more. 41:9 Yes, my own familiar friend, in whom I trusted, who ate bread with me, has lifted up his heel against me. 41:10 But you, Yahweh, have mercy on me and raise me up, that I may repay them. 41:11 By this I know that you delight in me, because my enemy doesn't triumph over me. 41:12 As for me, you uphold me in my integrity, and set me in your presence forever. 41:13 Blessed be Yahweh, the God of Israel, from everlasting and to everlasting. Amen and amens. Book 2, Psalm 42. For the chief musician, a contemplation by the sons of Korah. 42:1 As the deer pants for the water brooks, so my soul pants after you, God. 42:2 My soul thirsts for God, for the living God. When shall I come and appear before God? 42:3 My tears have been my food day and night, while they continually ask me, where is your God? 42 For these things I remember, and pour out my soul within me. How I used to go with the crowd, and led them to the house of God, with the voice of joy and praise, a multitude keeping a holy day. 42:5 Why are you in despair, my soul? Why are you disturbed within me? Hope in God, for I shall still praise him for the saving help of his presence. 42:6 My God, my soul is in despair within me. Therefore I remember you from the land of the Jordan, the heights of Hermon from the hill Mizar. 42:7 Deep calls to deep at the noise of your waterfalls. All your waves and your billows have swept over me. 42:8 Yahweh will command his loving kindness in the daytime. In the night his song shall be with me, a prayer to the God of my life. 42:9 I will ask God, my rock, why have you forgotten me? Why do I go mourning because of the oppression of the enemy? 42:10 As with a sword in my bones, my adversaries reproach me, while they continually ask me, where is your God? 42:11 Why are you in despair, my soul? Why are you disturbed within me? Hope in God, for I shall still praise him, the saving help of my countenance and my God. Psalm 43. 43:1 Vindicate me, God, and plead my cause against an ungodly nation. Oh, deliver me from deceitful and wicked men. 43:2 For you are the God of my strength. Why have you rejected me? Why do I go mourning because of the oppression of the enemy? 43:3 Oh, send out your light and your truth. Let them lead me. Let them bring me to your holy hill, to your tents. 43:4 Then I will go to the altar of God, to God my exceeding joy. I will praise you on the harp, God my God. 43:5 Why are you in despair, my soul? Why are you disturbed within me? Hope in God, for I shall still praise him, my Savior, my helper and my God. Psalm 44. For the chief musician, by the sons of Korah, a contemplative psalm. 44:1 We have heard with our ears, God. Our fathers have told us what work you did in their days, in the days of old. 44:2 You drove out the nations with your hand, but you planted them. You afflicted the peoples, but you spread them abroad. 44:3 For they didn't get the land in possession by their own sword. Neither did their own arm save them, but your right hand and your arm and the light of your face, because you were favorable to them. 44:4 You are my king, God. Command victories for Jacob. 44:5 Through you will we push down our adversaries. Through your name will we tread them under who rise up against us. 44:6 For I will not trust in my bow, neither shall my sword save me. 44:7 But you have saved us from our adversaries, and have shamed those who hate us. 44:8 In God we have made our boast all day long. We will give thanks to your name forever. Selah. 44:9 But now you rejected us and brought us to dishonor. And don't go out with our armies. 44:10 You make us turn back from the adversary. Those who hate us take spoil for themselves. 44:11 You have made us like sheep for food, and have scattered us among the nations. 44:12 You sell your people for nothing, and have gained nothing from their sale.